So was Mauler right about Ant-Man? Yes. Oh, welcome one and all. Welcome to Anti-Reviews, where we review the reviewers. Today, we're facing the final boss of reviewing the reviewers. We're facing the one man who you cannot criticize, because if you criticize him, you have to watch his entire ass piece of shit 6 hours video about how Ant-Man 3 is an unbridled catastrophe. And I don't know why you would do that to yourself. I have done it now. I'm recording this part here at the end of the video, but it's the start of the video, you know. So now I'm wiser, and I am punished for having watched this video. It was not a good video, but you will see. We will have ups and downs. There will be times where I enjoy the videos, then there will be times where I hate the video. Mauler reviews the entire plot of the movie, then that takes 3 hours, and then he recaptures the plot of the movie, and that takes another 15 minutes, which are completely wasting your time. Oh boy, I sure hope you're looking forward to hearing things more than once, because this is a very repetitive video by a very petty man who is not able to make his point within a reasonable time frame. And that is why he is impossible to criticize, because he does not make a concise point ever. He makes a rambling point that is full of nitpicks, and the only way that you could even remotely criticize him is to go through all of them and catalog them one by one. But this isn't that. I'm not gonna... I don't put in a lot of effort here, okay? I watch this video and then I comment on it, and that's what's gonna happen. I don't write down all the points he made. I don't go over whether or not they're good or not. I mean, no, I do go over them. It's just that once I talk about it, I forget about it because I'm not writing it down. That would take forever if I had to keep in mind every stupid fucking point that he makes, then we would be here forever. And we are gonna be here forever. We're gonna be here for up to 12 hours, maybe, depending on how much editing goes into this video to make it concise and good. If we decide that this video has no editing, has very low amounts of editing, then you will be subjected to 12 hours of just random bullshit, rambling nitpicks by Mauler, and then me not knowing what to say for a little while, and then me being confused, and sometimes Mauler changes my mind. There's a counter here that will tell you how often Mauler makes a good point, and sometimes he makes a good point and changes my mind on something. But many of his points are just really stupid, and he keeps making them over and over again, and it wears you down. It is the cancer that has infected the YouTube criticism sphere, is the fact that Mauler exists and that he can complain about things on end forever. I sure hope that you guys are ready for me to face the final boss of YouTube criticism, the man who will never shut the fuck up, the man who goes on forever, the man who makes 6-hour videos about a 3 hour or 2.5 hours movie, and he never stops, and then he goes on to his other channel, and then he makes a 24-hour stream about the same thing again, and then in the 6 hours that you've already watched, he spliced in pieces of that terrible, stupid-ass long podcast that goes on forever to a point where it is completely unwatchable, and he thinks that's the best way for him to present his argument. And it is, because it's foolproof. There is no way to criticize it without painful amounts of work. If I make a concise video where I complain about something that bothers me in a movie, it would be easy to refute. But if I make a 6 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours ramble, then there is no way that anyone can refute my points, and that is what Mauler does. And I've said that more than once now. I sure hope that you like me restating my case a million times, because we're gonna see cases restated so many times that you will not even understand how it's possible for a man to think it's a good idea to cry a million times about how the characters are not wearing helmets, when a helmet is in fact a good piece of protective gear. Yes, who fucking cares? Who cares if the characters in the movie wear helmets? What the fuck is your major malfunction that you think that this is a good criticism that deserves to be brought up 30 times in this goddamn 6 hours video? Mauler, please, if you're watching this, I don't know, there's no point for you to make an EFAP where you watch this on end, okay? Don't even bother. It would bore people. I don't know. Go ahead if you want, but who cares? I mean, I guess that's the best thing you could do. If you make an EFAP about this video, then you will succeed in torturing me for another 24 hours or however long that would be. I would have to. I don't know if I would. Maybe I'll find a way of condensing it in a way that doesn't hurt me, you know? Maybe I can break my spell over you at the end of this video and I will never let you waste my time ever again. Maybe that's a thing that will happen. Or maybe it won't be. But to me, AntMan is a very dear movie. And I think that people like you who just complain about it on end are really stupid and you're unproductive. You're pointing at this movie as if it was the pinnacle of bad movies, but this is at worst a mediocre movie, and in my opinion, it's a fun ride. I don't know how you can possibly live with yourself in saying that this is a bad movie, and all you have to say for yourself is they weren't wearing a helmet here in this scene, and that's stupid. Like, shut the fuck up, Mauler. If you truly care, why don't you cut out the nitpicks? Why don't you, if you really care that much, you can say one time that they should be wearing the helmet more often, and then you can show the examples of that happening. But you just pepper it in this movie a million times, like right here, for example. Once again talking, you're once again showing that stupid ass clip of the man laughing while the helmet is popping on and off, as if anyone in their right mind would even give a shit about that. As if anyone in their right mind would take that sequence, slow it down, and play it on loop. No, they wouldn't. Nobody would possibly care about how it looks, how they put their goddamn helmet on. But if you must make that point, make it concise. Please, spare me this stupid bullshit. You could have made a good point, but you chose to make a million bad points and bury your good point under that. And I don't know if I can forgive you for that. Okay? Now, in this video, I approach it with an open mind. You're hearing my opinion now that I've made it up at the end of this video, but you're gonna jump into hearing me talk about this video, and I'm not gonna... I'm open to having my mind changed, okay? When I started this video, I was open to hearing your points. There are some times in the video where I change my mind because of good points that you made. But I think you more than hurt your case by your repetitive, stupid bullshit. So, go enjoy me watching this video of a review of a movie. You know, this is the inception. We're reviewing, he's reviewing a movie, I'm reviewing his video. Okay, that's only 2 steps. I guess that's not too bad. But the fact that it gets so big with each step makes it horrible. Oh boy, they're triggered by communism here. I sure hope you're looking forward to that. Yep, they don't like communism. I sure hope that you're prepared for them telling you that they don't like communism. That's gonna blow your mind. The far right people don't like communism, guys. This is a shock to us. Oh boy. Is that the most obnoxious laugh I can do? Probably not. Eat that mushroom, yes. My god. My voice is killing me. I recorded this entire thing. I didn't record it all in one go, but at this point, my voice is killing me. So I hope that you all enjoy watching me review this reviewer. And most of the time my voice sounds better than this. Because most of the time I take a break from my voice is killing me. So most of the time I'm fresh and innocent, but now I'm worn out and I'm a husk of my former self, and Mauler is to blame. For many things in life, Mauler is to blame, you know? Mauler is a Disney villain. He may not see himself that way, but he is just there telling children that the thing that they like is terrible and they're stupid. And that's what he does. He may have good points about it, but he's not going about it in an interesting way. He's just like, bling! Here's a cinema sin. The character didn't wear the helmet. Why is this character talking about only this one ant and not about all the ants in the background? Ha! Bling! Here's a cinema sin. This scene was cut together from pieces from other scenes. That's very bad. They had to do reshoots because they didn't trust your intelligence. Bling! Here's a cinema sin from Mauler, the cinema sin guy. Ah, boy. Yeah. This is our life now. This is just the beginning of a video that goes on for many, many hours. I sure hope that you're ready, because it's about to happen. There's ants in this movie, and they're very smart ants. They may have built a civilization that's able to build a Dyson sphere, but their accomplishment is not enough for Mauler. He doesn't buy that they're smart ants. Mauler is in fact anti-ants. And I don't know why he likes the Ant-Man. I don't know why he would talk about the Ant-Man movie if he can't accept that ants have built the perfect socialist utopia. Look at them shooting the little mandible lasers, you know? That's what we expect from the highest quality of filmmaking. Alright, enough. Here it is. Here is my video about Mauler. Hey, we just reviewed Fight Club in Isakino. Isn't that cool? Hell yeah. Alright. Subscribe and smash that like button if you're not a low IQ man. Welcome everybody to Anti-Reviews, the channel where I review the reviewers of movies, you know, and I'm always looking out for the movies, okay? Well, often. I mean, I obviously hate some movies, but there are many movies out there that just get such a raw deal. Get hated on for absolutely no reason. And Mauler doesn't usually do this, but he has done like 3 6-hour videos about Marvel movies that I thought weren't actually that bad. But Ant-Man 3, I thought Ant-Man 3 was pretty goddamn good. And I hate the fact that he doesn't think so. So, I hope you're all ready for a really, really long video, because I'm gonna watch this entire 6-hour video and I'm at least gonna have 6 more hours to add to it. Probably even more. This could be... Is this a 24-hour video? Are there multiple parts to this? God, who knows? Maybe I should shrink down so I could enjoy this magnificent video more than ever. And look, I have a special thing that I've made where I can increase this number here. The counter, I made a counter so we can examine this very great piece of art that is the Mauler review of Ant-Man 3, and we can determine how many nitpicks and how many valid criticisms it contains. Oh my god, are you guys as excited as I am? Oh my, I literally cannot wait. This is, I mean, I do have to wait an entire 12 hours to make this video. Let's go!
This is the 3rd installment in the franchise. If they did a 4th, would you come back?
As long as I could die.
All right.
Ha! Curmudgeonly old man. I don't know, man. It's a really low blow for you to like show, oh, this actor had a grumpy moment. The movie must have been real bad. Okay, whatever, let's go.
It's rewind time.
Alright. What are we rewinding, huh?
Is this really happening?
Why would you think that?
Visionary new age of television. And more to come with Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
They'll never know what you're saying.
You've got to do better.
Alright, so what I'm seeing here is all the moments that trigger him, I guess. Right? Let's try that again. Okay, so I guess the Wonder Vision, did he hate Wonder Vision? I don't know.
And More to come
then,
with Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
yeah, you know, I really wouldn't want to not give this video every bit of attention I can, you know? So let's even look at his stupid fucking montage at the start. Okay, we got Loki getting kicked in the groin. That was a pretty stupid moment. Okay, I could see how that one would... would that trigger you? I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. Loki deserves it. I'm not sorry.
They'll never know what you're...
I don't remember what this woman said. Wait, no, I think it's in WandaVision. Okay, that one's real stupid. He's got a point with that one. Not counting these because it's just a stupid montage. Just curious, you know?
You've got to do.
You gotta do better. Okay, so that one's really triggering to the crazy people, you know? Like, this shouldn't be controversial. Like, there are... Well, the blip was a really stupid plot point, okay? But it caused the world population of homeless people to skyrocket. And then the superhero tells the people that they gotta provide better for the homeless people. And that's fine with me. I really don't see how you're triggered by that one. Like, what do you expect? You want the superheroes to punch homelessness? Like, this is the way you get results is with politics. But okay, whatever. You're triggered by that one. I understand. Let's see what else triggers you. Okay, I don't know what that other Loki... Oh, it's Loki groin again. Okay. More groin. I don't remember there being this much groin violence, but it makes sense.
Multiverse is a concept about which we know frankly little.
That spaghetti moment was good. You take that back. You're just triggered by it because there's women, okay? I don't know, man. Nah, I'm joking slightly. You're not the drinker. You're not super misogynist all the time. Yeah, you actually offended because that one like offends the continuity because they had all those cool actors and then they just get noodled up by Wanda. Whatever. I don't know. I didn't hate it, but I guess you did. Oh, you really hate that Secret War where she's got the Drax arms, yep. And there's female Thor. You hate female Thor? Okay. I mean, I hated that movie, but female Thor wasn't the worst thing about it. So okay, well, it's hard to argue you're not being misogynist here if like the only thing that was offensive to you in the travesty that was Ragnarok. Wait, no, not Ragnarok. Love and Thunder is female Thor, then that doesn't bode well for you. And then you got here the twerking scene. Okay, I don't know how that's like something you would want to rewind and remove from the Marvel universe. That twerking scene was probably the best part of. No, I liked She-Hulk. I don't know. Well, She-Hulk probably was the worst Marvel thing, but I liked the twerking scene. Okay, whatever. Again, okay. Are you gonna be like the drink? Are you just gonna show that groin kick like a million times? And it's like, oh yeah, here's a poop sound. Oh, here's some really stupid laughing to make my point. Well, we'll see. 1 year ago.
The phase people experience with these failures is getting shorter and shorter. Critical thinking does eventually start up, especially when the returns for the lizard brain get less and less effective over time, leading to less and less praise for these fuck-ups as time seems to go on.
I mean, I really wouldn't think that... I really don't think that people are critically thinking, and that's why they hate the Marvel movies. And also, like, the Marvel movies still seem to be doing fine. Like, they're doing better than, like, Disney movies. People are being brats. People are just being weird. People don't like movies that are really good now. There is Elemental, which was amazing. And that stupid Kraken movie was pretty fun too. And nobody saw it. Instead, they all went and saw Barbie. And that wasn't even that good, you know? So people don't really have, like, a great taste with a lot of critical thinking here. And that would be the reason why they don't like Marvel anymore. And they still like Marvel. So I really don't see your point entirely here. I don't know, man. People are just fickle, I guess, but they still end up watching the Marvel movies, so what are you gonna do, you know?
This recent set of adventures has provided an extensive, pungent level of cancer for all of us. I mean, it's phase 4. So
Oh, well, at least you agree on me with the rest of Love and Thunder there, okay. That's good, I
something
guess.
the mouse must be reaching some level of awareness on.
If it were our absolute goal, could we look more incompetent? Worst day of my life.
But money talks, folks. It'll only be a set of complete commercial failures that have Disney reevaluate their approach. So until then, we shall simply be calling a spade a spade. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Because I'm not giving any criticism or nitpicks for that one, so that one's just narrative, I guess. So he thinks everything has gotten so much worse that people are starting to notice, and I mean, no, I really don't think that's happening. But let's see how he makes his point. You know, he's gonna have a lot of great criticisms of this movie, right? You know what? I may have gotten a reputation for just being really dismissive and arrogant and saying, oh, this is just a really stupid point you made here. And yeah, you know, that's just what happens if I watch a Drinker video. But this is a Mauler video, and he's gonna have better points. I'm not joking here, you know, he generally does have better points, so this is gonna be a very long video where I have a lot of things to talk about, and we're only 2 minutes in.
Quantumania opens with a wonderful view of the quantum realm. Remember that old chestnut? Well, it's looking a little different than the many times we've seen it previously, and we're going to talk about that soon enough. For now, let's just appreciate having Catwoman for company. Here she is, drinking some quantum water, I guess.
Oh, is that who that? She is Catwoman? Wow, I did not know that. I probably heard it, but I immediately forgot it because I rarely care about actors. Oh well, I mean, she looks way different now anyways.
That's their attempt at showing how she survived here, but how would water at this size still be, you know, and what is...
Wait, no, I don't accept this. Fuck you. Halle Berry is the only Catwoman that I accept, okay? I don't know who that is. Wait, is that... That can't be Halle Berry, can it? Okay, that would be real stupid right now if I got this wrong. No, Halle Berry did not play in this movie, and therefore Catwoman is not in this movie. Sorry. This is a nitpick on my part, I acknowledge, but I don't see this woman as Catwoman. Alright, let's see what else we got.
She eat that's non-toxic, and how do particles... You know what? It doesn't matter. We can wait on talking about that one.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter, and I can't wait for you to complain about something that doesn't matter later on. Okay, now I gotta talk about it because I brought it up. Right, he's gonna complain a lot about how there's water and air, despite the fact that the atoms are probably really big and there wouldn't be any air atoms. But fuck that, man. Like, so we just couldn't have this movie, huh? Like, oh, I guess there's just no air, so we just couldn't have this movie. I guess people would just suffocate. Wow, great movie, sure love that. Fucking stupid. You're not paying attention in Guardians of the Galaxy if they've got air to breathe, you know? Like, shut up. Nobody cares if there's fucking air molecules in the size of tiny people, okay? It's fine. So every time he does mention that, oh, this wouldn't work because it's really small, that's going to be a nitpick.
Oh dear, there seems to be an unidentified falling object in the sky. It's time for Janet Van Dyne to spring into action, making sure to grab her holster. Wait, you have a gun? Why would you keep the gun there? Yep, no time for that. On we go. She just...
Yeah, okay, there we go. There's a nitpick right there. Why would you keep the gun at... No, why? Like, why would you even? You got a 6-hour video and like, it's important to you to ask where the gun was?
Covers the crash site and suddenly this happens. Oh my goodness. What a terrifying quantum creature that's Damn, that's splitting into two now. Gosh, what an unlucky and wacky situation. Probably should have kept that camo on, eh? Instead of taking it off right in front of her. May have given you an edge, but that's fine. A fighting...
Okay, there's another nitpick. Like, really? Oh, she took off the camouflage? Really? Wow, it's amazing. I love really important movie things, you know? Really important criticism of movies. Like, oh, she made a minor tactical error that's gone in a second. Worth mentioning in my review of this movie.
Her first sci-fi blasts missing both targets because they go invisible before she hits them. But wait, if they're only going invisible, doesn't it still hit them? I don't even... Ow!
Well, I mean, I assume that the theory here would be that it's some kind of quantum effect where something has accidentally phased through something else, as is known for quantum physics, you know? Like a beam of light might actually go all the way through an object without being visible, which is why some objects are partially transparent, and that's quantum theory. Or, well, I guess that's actually not even quantum theory. Well, I guess it's partially quantum theory. It's also just normal physics, like things being transparent. But, like, you could have a beam of light go all the way through the Earth, like, theoretically, and that would be, I guess, quantum physics. Or you'd have other particles, like neutrons, that can easily go through the Earth without colliding. Anyways, yeah.
Oh, there goes number one. But the second one got the jump on her. Oh dear, what will happen next? Wow, lucky the gun fell.
Oh, I forgot to add a nitpick for that. The thing where he talks about how the bullet went through them.
Right next to this guy, and he was coherent enough to aim and shoot that thing off you after crashing. Oof, could have gone a whole bunch of different ways. Also, that's Kang. We know him from the hit television series Loki.
Yeah, we do, I guess. He's pretty cool.
What are the absolute insane odds of him being here, you ask? Well, we'll find out later.
What is this place?
This...
I mean, I guess it... Well, you'd think it'd be unlikely, but, I mean... The quantum realm is all about stuff like that, you know? And the fact that there's an unlimited number of Kangs would make it more likely that you'd find one of them somewhere. Whatever.
This is Phase 5, my friend. Many believe it will be better than Phase 4. Why don't we see if that's true? San Francisco. Not off to a good start. In any case, when christening the launch...
Yeah, okay, there's another nitpick. That one's really stupid. It's just like, oh yeah, how dare you have San Francisco in a movie, whatever. Nah, fuck it, that wasn't the criticism of the movie. Was it? I don't know, I took it off, fuck it. Lame though. It's like, oh, San Francisco, how bad? Crybaby.
Of this next era, you may think that every opening line and visual will be indicative of what's to come. Now, Kang has already said, what is this? So we've got the perfect setup, despite bearing witness to the fecal capital of America. I'm waiting.
Really, the fecal capital? Wow. Okay. I don't know, that's just stupid, you know? Like... You've seen like one or two videos where there's like homeless people on the street and it's like, oh yeah, it's the fecal capital. Oh, it's all terrible. God, these liberals, they sure are running America into the ground. Like, really, dude? Whatever. I guess you just get like your little digs in, you know?
For some kind of signal as to what I'm in for with the glorious Phase 5.
Welcome back.
My life doesn't really make sense.
Ah, you have the lyrics "Welcome Back" comboed with "My life doesn't really make sense." That border between phases is already looking pretty thin.
How are you an Avenger?
Okay, so we got a complaint about a song that is 100% a nitpick. And of course, like, do even pay attention to this scene, because like, you're only describing it very surface level. Like there's a whole like emotion that you'd feel if you actually like care about the characters, or if you just watch it without being just like really autistic and hell-bent on criticizing it, then you would probably just like it for being like a light-hearted intro scene, okay? You wouldn't be like, oh, they picked the wrong song here. Oh my god. What, he thinks he's a joke. His words were that he's a joke. He said it doesn't make any sense. Holy shit. Like, do I need to take him more seriously if this is the level he's at? Alright, let's listen to him again.
You have the lyrics "Welcome Back" comboed with "My life doesn't really make sense." That border between phases is already looking pretty thin.
How are you an Avenger? Why are you time traveling with Captain America? That doesn't make sense.
You're goddamn right that didn't make any sense. That entire story is filled with things that make no sense.
Yeah, I agree that Endgame totally didn't make any goddamn sense at all. Like, yeah. I mean, I guess we can at least all agree on that, but actually, I guess you're willfully misunderstanding Ant-Man here, because he's saying it doesn't make sense that he was an ex-con and then he ended up being like a Marvel Avenger, and he brought back people from the blip, which may or may not have been a great idea, because they're like a lot of them are homeless now. Oh well.
Scott, and I don't think it's going to be worthwhile for you to point that out.
Scott.
He didn't point that out. He was talking about how his life has taken a severe turn. For the better, I guess, in his case. But like you're not willing to listen to the character here. You're just like, oh, this one thing he said really bothers me, you know? Whatever.
What about now? What's next? Where does the ride take you?
Alright, this is feeling really meta at this point. Where does Scott Lang go next? And where does the MCU go next? Maybe we'll be getting something a little bit different.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Hey, that's even kind of funny. Not sure how it works when Ant-Man would be way more famous than Spider-Man in this universe, being the guy who jump-started saving trillions of lives from Thanos' snap, but that's okay?
So let's make time.
Okay, so... Well, I'm almost tempted to give him a valid criticism for that one, because in fact, like you would think that Ant-Man would have gotten a lot of fame for that, you know, but on the other hand, like, it's a commentary on the fact that Spider-Man is so goddamn popular, despite all he does is just swing from ropes, you know? Like that's the idea behind that joke, but also on the surface level, it's just funny that he's like confusing him because they're both ants. They're both they're both bugs, okay? They're both bug men, and that's the funny joke, okay? but he really likes Spider-Man because for some reason people really like Spider-Man and they don't like Ant-Man, even though I actually like the Ant-Man movies a lot more than just having like another stupid Spider-Man reboot. But whatever. That one was neither a nitpick nor a valid criticism. Okay, lucky you.
Time for the stuff that really matters. Like friends.
Holy wow, they even paid off this line from Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Did you want to grab dinner or something? I mean, because I'm free. Yeah, come on.
Seriously, guys, this could be the turnaround. Maybe they watched the previous films this time. Maybe they care to tell a story. Maybe they'll even have meta lines regarding the state of the MCU, combined with some level of an apology for the shoveled garbage.
Yeah, okay, like, if you're already at a point where you're expecting an apology, then like what are you even doing, dude? Like you really expect the Marvel Universe to apologize in front of you, despite making, like, billions? I wasn't sure if trillions or billions here. It's definitely billions. Like, despite making billions of dollars of money that people paid because they were so entertained. Well, I mean, I guess they paid to be entertained. Despite that, you think that you deserve an apology because you've made, like, ridiculously long videos where you complain about things that happened in Marvel movies. Which is fine, you know, it's just, like, it's good to criticize movies. I just wouldn't, like, I don't accept you having the balls to ask for an apology because you're the only one who doesn't like these movies. Or, like, okay, there's a few people that don't like them, but, like, the people that actually go and pay to see them, they don't mind. They don't care that Loki's been kicked in the balls. They don't care that She-Hulk twerked. Like, Jesus, man.
Knows. In any case, I wonder what Hope's doing.
She's using the Pym particle for global change. Reforestation, affordable housing, food production.
Whoa, pump the brakes there, movie. What do you mean food production and how? Wait, but hang on, wasn't the whole thing with the Pym particle that we couldn't let it get out to the whole world? That other people like Cross or Goliath or the other scientist dude from the second movie couldn't be trusted? That they tried to replicate it and had horrifying results at times? Hank and Hope were almost taken down by the police in the second movie. They had to break out. Are Hank, Hope, and Janet all just public in their business now? Has Pym tech been utilized across several industries? Has it comboed up with Stark, Wakandan, Asgardian, and, well, cosmic tech? Does Hank care? Does anyone care? It is incredibly dangerous. Wasn't that the whole... are we gonna get any accounting for any of this?
None of this should have happened.
Okay, so... Well, that's again neither a valid criticism nor a nitpick. In fact, he's just like asking a question out of nowhere. Like, what do you want, man? Like, they're already explaining a lot more than they need to. And, like, you're supposed to look at the arc that the characters are gone through, and you're like, what does this mean? Are these particles gonna be a big danger? Like, maybe people just stopped giving a shit, considering that, like, there's a new fucking superpowered shit coming out at any fucking day in the week now, you know? Like, maybe if they actually manage to use these particles to grow a pizza or two, then maybe that's better than them hoarding it away like those Wakandans, you know? Just hoarding their vibranium away. Like, I guess we'll just have to accept that the world will be able to be in incredible danger all the time, because there's just new superheroes popping up all the time. And who knows, maybe they've got a good way of using these AntMan technologies to make sure that they have the results. You know, maybe they just grow like all the food. Maybe they just grow it all in the lab and they don't actually like sell the Pym particles. Maybe they just sell like the food that they've grown, you know? Like, they probably found a way of making it safe or whatever. I don't know, man. Like, really not a big part of this movie, you know? Like we had this in the other movies where it's like, oh yeah, Iron Man, he's got all these powers, but all he does is fly around, you know? And then he tries to make... Okay, yeah, I guess they actually cover it, you know? He does make an Ultron, and that was a bad thing, so there were actually repercussions for him using his technology, and he actually did try to share it with the world, so I guess you might be right. They might have had a good discussion of how this technology might be used in the past, but this time they're not mentioning it, so I guess it's not in the movie. It's fine.
But it did.
Are you serious? It shouldn't have happened, but it did? We talking about phase 4 here, or the whole damn thing?
No, they're not talking about either of those things. They are talking about his life. I don't know how you watch this movie without realizing that he's talking about his life. Whatever.
Will I be there when the...
You know what? No, that is a nitpick. Alright, carry on.
Avengers need me. Absolutely. I'd never turn my back on them. But right now, the only job I want is being a dad.
Well, hey, that's pretty cool. Sounds like there's a chance here that we'll finally get a pared down, to the core, character-driven movie again. It's been a while. And man, that would be a wise way to kick off the new phase.
But right now, the only job I want is being a dad. I love you, Cassie. Thanks for being my hero.
Feels a little more like the first Ant-Man, understanding Scott Lang, thief turned hero, focusing on how to be the best father he can be. Let's see how it goes.
Make mistakes. Take chances. There's always room to grow.
You know what? I think that's pretty neat. You get a decent bit of confusion in terms of just what chances we should be taking when Scott has done some morally questionable things that have led to bigger and better things, but dude, what a normal and fair bit of simple advice to give to people who can sometimes miss out through fear, apprehension, or misjudgment on what a situation could truly mean. Makes a bit of sense that he would pop that in his book, as it's reflective of his life, and it even references his power. Though, is Scott Lang the kind of character who would write a book about his life? Well, I imagine it's quite the incredible story to tell, and it might just inspire some people along the way. Maybe Falcon could have figured that one out and made some money with a book. But oh well.
You've got to do...
No!
Sorry, that's me.
Well, I mean, the idea would be that it's probably better to do something rather than to just write a book, but okay. It is a very funny book, though, and I mean, it's mostly well written, but then there's some parts in it that are just really funny. Like they have a scene later where he talks about, and then I became a baby and the Hulk was holding me. Was I always a baby? What does it mean? And then there's a raccoon from the space, and he was talking, and I was just so happy to be talking to a raccoon, and that was funny, okay? And it came at a time that was comedically very efficient, you know. And this is a funny joke here too, where it's like he gets a call during his book presentation, and it's from jail, and he saved the number from the jail because he's been there, or actually I don't know. He probably called. Yeah, he called jail. That's probably why. And then he's getting the call from jail, and that's a surprise. And why? It's because his daughter was arrested. That's a funny way of setting that up, but whatever.
Why is jail calling?
So it turns out Cassie Lang, Scott's daughter, the little girl from the first and second movie, not only aged about 10 years more than the character she's playing, she's been recast and thrown in jail. I understand that's a lot to take in, and before we talk about the story, it's...
No, it's not really a lot to take in. Like, we didn't look at the age of the character, and we certainly wouldn't recognize the little girl, like, 5 years later. Come on, man. And besides, like, she's supposed to be older anyway, so they would have had to recast her, I assume. Or did they only have to recast the people that were not Blip? Actually, whatever.
Probably worth mentioning that the actress playing Cassie in Endgame, Emma Fuhrman, has indeed been replaced, and she discovered it the same way we all did.
Wait, is that the same character? Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe that is jarring. Oh well. She doesn't look that good, does she? I think it's probably a good recast.
Through social media announcements. You stay classy, Disney. As for her story, well, I guess we'll have to wait for more information.
Is she okay? Have you heard anything?
Not yet, no.
Oh no, what did you do to her hair? It's like she lost a fight with a hairdresser when the hairdresser was doing her hair.
Okay, well, there's a nitpick. I actually like women with short hair, sorry. But, I mean, I guess it doesn't work too well with those really thick glasses, but I don't know. The hair looks fine.
What? Why does every joke have to be creative?
Cassie! What happened?
Sign here.
Oh, you know, just jail stuff.
We have indeed discovered...
Was that a joke? Did he not mean it? Is it not a nitpick if it's a joke? Those are the questions that really are important, you know?
That Cassie is in jail because she got involved in a peaceful protest that was being displaced by tear gas. More on that in a sec.
I did find this, though.
No. She didn't, because if she did... Oh, no.
You shrank a cop car? What were you thinking?
What was I supposed to do? Look the other way? They were clearing out a homeless camp in the middle of the night.
You thought that destroying a cop car would help the homeless maintain their camp on what I assume is grounds they are illegally fucking with? Did they...
Well, I mean, yes, it probably would, you know? Like it's not like the car was blown up. They were just like... They're looking for the car and it's gone, so... I mean, that would definitely hamper their efforts.
They still have education after the snap? And didn't they just say Hope is in charge of all kinds of legal and effective forms of humanitarian efforts, including affordable housing? Why didn't you speak to her about it? Get a useful and possibly permanent solution for those people.
We've run every viable model through the computer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they'd have to make, like, a billion houses, you know, for all those people that were blipped back. I don't know, I guess it's possible, but like until then you'd still have homeless people.
And it looks like there just are no easy solutions to this recession.
Have you tried kill all the poor?
The computer says it wouldn't help, so we're not doing it.
That's why we're not doing it. And I didn't realize that it's only cold-hearted pragmatism that's keeping you from pumping gas into Lidl.
Or hey, use Pimtech. Make a tiny house huge, or whatever the hell you do these days. But the weird thing is that Hope isn't chastising Cassie for this too. She's oddly silent. Wait. This is much worse than I realized. Why wasn't Cassie arrested for the destruction of that car? At least until it's restored, of course. Why isn't her stepfather, the guy who chose to put his life at risk for hers?
Well, if you paid attention, they didn't know where the car was until she gave it back, you know? And I don't know if like, it probably take quite a while for the paperwork to figure out that that was in fact the cop car, and it's now in fact destroyed, and now they can in fact, like, arrest her. And they probably, maybe they'll arrest her later, but I guess they probably won't. Okay, you know what, that is a valid criticism, they would arrest her. Alright, so I gotta press this button and then that button to make that happen, right? Okay. There we go. He convinced me they would have arrested her eventually. That cop car is now in fact useless.
Here, he is a cop. He gets the alert when his family are taken in. We saw that in the first Ant-Man. But this concerns his stepdaughter. I imagine he would have a lot to say about her shrinking a cop car. Speaking of which... What the... No. Not yet. It's okay. Why can Cassie shrink a cop car? Does she have Pimtech? And why isn't this a shock?
I promised your mom that you would only use this stuff when one of us was around. It's really dangerous tech.
I know, it's dangerous.
You're goddamn right it's dangerous. It took Hank's wife from him. It began an arms race that would have seen cataclysmic war worldwide if not for detonating the very building the research took place in. Handing it off to a teenager so she can destroy police property is probably not wise.
What if the cops took it from you? Huh? What if you lost it?
I didn't lose the suit.
You have a suit?
She has a suit? Why the fu- No way would he ever risk that. The guy hesitates to give it to anyone. He gave it to Scott because he considered him expendable. He allowed Hope to have the suit after years of understanding the tech and sharing his protective attitude on top of conducting missions they needed to complete to save Janet. Cassie has no idea what she's doing. She would have no familiarity with the mission or the sensitivity of the tech, and she's clearly almost lost it to basic law enforcement, which would drive Hank nuts. How in the world do we justify this insanity?
I know how to take care of myself, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty good at it by now.
Okay, so I may be making excuses here for the movie, but it seems pretty clear that the adults would have taught her a thing or two about how to use it, you know? And like you think Ant-Man is particularly more responsible than her? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you obviously think so. But how old was he? And he was a convict. Like, at least she's a convict now too. Do I have to give you another valid criticism for that one? Fine. Okay, so... yeah. I mean, it's probably a little irresponsible. Let's see what else he says.
Ouch.
Wow, your dad was put in prison for trying to get money back to people it was stolen from, to then miss 5 years of your life because a giant purple space monster killed his family while he was trapped in the quantum realm, which he undid as no small feat, and you're bitching to him about not being there for you? An interesting choice when he has recently, very publicly made it clear that his mission statement is to be there for you. Man, you're making me love this new character real quick. She's great.
You know what? I didn't like her that much at the start, and I've rewatched like 20 minutes of the movie because like he's so slow anyways that I'll rewatch more later. So I'm still like before they get sucked into the quantum realm, and I don't actually hate her that much. You know, if you think about what she's saying, like, look, Ant-Man says he's gonna be a great dad. But what has he done? You know, like, he's written an entire book and he doesn't know when his teenage daughter is getting arrested. Like, okay, you know, maybe the adults shouldn't be encouraging that, you know, but I mean, Okay, so I assume what happened is that she has been taught the tech, you know, but then she's gone to a peaceful protest where there was tear gas, and then she decided to use the tech, you know. Maybe that's why they can't arrest her, you know, because they're not fully legal in what they're doing, you know. Maybe they can't arrest people when they're already using excessive force. I don't know, is that how it works? Maybe not. I mean, I guess, like, often when you have a protest, then they will arrest people, but then they'll let them go in the next day because they don't actually have anything on them. And, I mean, they didn't literally see her shrink the cop car, but then she gave them the cop car, so I guess there's your evidence. But then again, will that hold up, or are they just gonna say, oh, that's actually just a toy? It's just a really advanced toy. I'm thinking about this too much. We're still early on. The point is that this is just the intro to the movie, and it's actually pretty funny. Like, if you think about the politics, like, it's an interesting viewpoint that he thinks he's doing a good job as a father, but then he's just busy writing his book and giving tours, and he's not actually spending that much time with her. And they bring that up occasionally, and, like, it's not entirely wrong.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
Well, at least she apologized. Though it is rather worrying that she actually holds resentment for Scott over the history of their relationship.
I mean, that was a while ago. Like he took a long time to write that book, I assume, where he was, in fact, not being very busy being a father, so I don't know, man.
She knows what we know about his absences, and so this is killing her likability. Thankfully, this is the beginning, and I'm sure there's plenty more of her being fun, reasonable, and likable throughout. Oh, and has Hope got anything to say about all of this? She spends the scene where her future husband and stepdaughter are arguing about going to jail, staring at her phone. But she does indeed eventually get involved.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just
telling her what to do.
Telling me exactly what to do.
Scott is desperately trying to guide his daughter away from the same life of crime that destroyed his prospects and almost...
Yeah, you know what? Actually, no. It's not the same life of crime, okay? If you're at a protest and you shrink a cop car, like, you could just restore that cop car and then you wouldn't even have destroyed property, you know? Like, if she just grows the cop car again, then there wouldn't even be, like, a charge, I guess. There would be obstruction of justice, fine. But, like, there's a protest, and she's doing activism, but he was a petty criminal, from what I understand, right? So I think it's not quite the same life of crime we've got going on here. And, like, there was an entire fucking civil war. I don't know. Do superheroes have more rights than regular people now? Actually, I'm not sure. I guess that would be pretty stupid, but I guess it would have to be. Like, otherwise you'd never be able to use superpowers. But I guess if you're using superpowers in a protest, yeah, she's probably doing it wrong, but she's not like a petty criminal or like a huge criminal.
Ended the relationship he had with his family. Meanwhile, this gas-brained, hobbit-haired plank of garbage is actively siding with the troubled child. This is especially bizarre considering Hope's awareness of the world clamping down on Pimtech and what it would mean for the future. Cassie almost lost her suit and the tech to the police. You don't seem to be acting very much in character, Hope.
How about some music?
And in that moment,
Dad, are you listening to your own book?
but I was ready for anything.
No, this is the radio.
They have Scott Lang, possibly one of the MCU's least egotistical, least selfish characters, motivated almost exclusively by the love of his family and the caring of others, listening to himself talk. Awesome. Let's move on, eh?
I mean, that was a funny joke, and you're being triggered for no reason, so there's a nitpick for you. Yep.
Oh, it's Hank and Janet's house. Let's see what they're up to.
Your Nobel Prize is in the mail.
It better be. I just saved $8.
Did he seriously just find a way to expand food at a rate that value is created rather than maintained or lost? A way to just multiply food? He just said he saved money. They mentioned Hope working on food production, but Hank just solved the whole thing. The world has been changed forever, and they all seem rather casual about it. Can't wait to see how this ripples through and affects the...
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a nitpick. Like, I assume he's probably involved in working on this, like, sustainable food thing that they're working on, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like, this is still important, you know? Whatever.
World of the MCU.
You can talk about it. I spent 30 years down there. I want to live right now.
That's strangely new. Janet was very open and passionate about the quantum realm at the end of the second movie. I wonder what happened between then and now.
So, Cassie, did you make any new friends in the slammer this time?
Wow, Hank doesn't seem to care at all that his granddaughter has a record and with his tech. It used to be one of his most significant concerns. Kinda looks like we're throwing all of that away for Cassie to just have fun. That's good. Makes you wonder, if you don't want to be caught, those suits make it nigh impossible for normal cops to capture you. And I'm still wondering what shrinking a cop car has to do with helping people find homes, or why it would make a difference to tear gas being shot, but hey, we're only 10 minutes in, so, you know, I'm sure we'll get more information as time goes on.
This time? Was there a last time?
I mean, last time barely counts.
So now you're telling me that Scott's daughter is semi-regularly ending up in jail, Hank knows this, and supplied her the Pym tech to fuck around with, and did it all behind Scott's back. These are not only things that Hank is definitely against, being that he has a strong motive to protect his family from the dangers of his own tech, he's also invested in Scott as a father. Hank's life is partially defined by having lost the connection to his own daughter. This is what drew him to Scott Lang, a man he sees himself in.
Losing his family and his only daughter in the process. Exactly your kind of guy, Hank.
So why the hell are you now trying to tell me that Hank is actively harming the relationship Scott has with his daughter, and no one here is taking any issue with any of it?
I mean, last time barely counts.
I didn't know that. Why didn't you call me?
Because I knew you'd be like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Be like what? A caring father? Asking whether it's possible to run the same goals without ending up in jail? Is this too much for you? Do you want him to simply not give a shit? Normally, this would be hand-waved as the troubled teen acting out. Unfortunately, the film seems to side with her.
I would have just broken you out with ants.
The hell you just say, old man? Scott is trying to reach his daughter here after finding out she's making jail her new home after taking tech off you. Maybe sit down with your pizza and shut up for a second, okay?
Can we have a family meeting?
Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, about this, about everybody being so fine with this.
Man, I've never been more in Scott's corner than right now. His family have been replaced by Skrulls or something.
I don't want you wasting your life.
At least I'm still trying to do something with mine.
What the fuck? He literally saved the world.
I literally saved the world.
Yeah, see? He saved the world. What do you mean he's not doing anything with his life?
Did you? But yeah, you never mentioned that before. Everybody's got to save the world.
Jeez, old man Michael doing some rambling. Is this jealousy or something? Are you annoyed that while you were dust, everyone was saving the world?
How is that for you, Scott?
You can say it in as many weird and sarcastic ways you want. Scott was prompted to let people know he saved the world by this sack of ungrateful flesh telling him he's doing nothing. I mean, this is all getting a bit weird.
Well, I mean, the point would be that he's actually still writing that book, you know? Like, they are all, in fact, doing science stuff, where he's the only one who's busy just doing book stuff, you know? Giving book tours. Like, I'm sorry that this... this setup is so triggering to you, but like the character of Ant-Man has made the decision of writing a book, you know, whereas like his family is apparently busy doing world-changing stuff. And like, okay, his daughter, she might be misguided, or she might have like a great plan for what she's doing, you know? Okay, it's just a different perspective, okay? Like, she wants to be the kind of hero that goes to protests, you know, and make sure that the cops don't use excessive force. And he probably doesn't want to be that hero. And I mean, yeah, I guess that wouldn't really make sense to many of us, you know. But there's a lot of people that actually think that cops are really bad. And to them, this makes perfect sense. And I assume that that's the bias that the movie's at. And originally I thought too that, yeah, it's pretty stupid to get yourself arrested, but who knows, man? Like, they probably got, like, really fucking good lawyers in that billion-dollar company that her mother is running, you know? So it's probably fine. I don't know. But the point is that this is, like, a little bit tragic and a little bit funny, okay? These scenes, this back and forth, it actually is pretty well written, in my opinion. I mean, like, there's certainly some things that will stick out and will get you annoyed, but I think it makes sense in general, and I was actually surprised when I was rewatching it how enjoyable this movie is, you know? I really like the chemistry of these characters. Well, I don't know, it's too bad it didn't vibe with as many people as I had hoped it would.
Guys, you're angry at him for what? Saving the world? At least Janet isn't making fun of...
You should write a book about it.
What is this? Yes, the man did indeed save trillions of lives by facilitating every last move that led to the undoing of the snap. If you didn't know, Janet, the man who saved trillions of lives, including your own, can hold it over you till the end of time.
You know what? I don't accept that framing anymore. Fuck that, you know? Like, you're a necromancer. You didn't save lives. You just brought them back after they were already horrible corpses, you know? Like, ground up into the quantum realm. Like, broken down on an elemental level. And you unnaturally brought them back to life with time travel and fucking Sana stones. You know what? Fuck it. I'm tired of it. You know, it's not as great as you make it out to be. But whatever, that's pretty stupid. You know what, I'm giving you a valid criticism. They should treat him slightly better. But only slightly, because it is funny how he is, well, the least productive member of his family, despite having been part of such a great necromancy operation, you know?
And should. Scott doesn't, because it's not in his character. However, he is capable of pointing out you'd all be dead if not for him, so maybe you can chill out on the bizarre bitterness.
You're welcome for all not being dust.
And what do you do now? Sign books?
Bloody hell, she is one sour, bratty
Yeah, you fucking deal with that when your dad is, like, out signing books for an entire year, you know, just writing books, you don't see him, signing book, you don't see him. Yeah, you don't know what it's like, but I mean, we don't know either, because we're not really shown. Like, he might have been a good dad, but I mean, obviously from this dialogue, it's implied that he wasn't a good dad. And now he's trying, now that he hears that there's issues with the law, now he's interested, you know. But before then, he was just, like, writing, oh, I'm gonna be a great dad. Like, right when I put down this pen and stop giving autographs, I'm gonna go right back to being a good dad, you know. It's not really that good, you know. It's like show don't tell, you know. or like actions before words.
Rick. Scott is currently touring with an inspirational book. He's doing readings for kids, adolescents, and adults alike, telling them that they can achieve what he did if they just take a chance, that no one is too small. On top of that, his mission statement is you, to be there for you, to raise you, something you just ripped into him for minutes ago. And as if that's not enough, he made this explicit.
Will I be there when the Avengers need me? Absolutely. I'd never turn my back on them.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of a problem that you take every word he says for granted, you know, and whatever the other characters say, you don't believe him at all. Like his daughter is telling him he should be there for her more, and you're like, ha, ungrateful child. Don't you know he's done things in the other movies? Ha, why don't you just stay at home and don't participate in protests?
If they need him, he will answer the call. So, fuck all of you idiots. Whatever happened to that sweet, caring girl in the first two movies? The one who saw her father for who he was despite his situation. You know, the one who managed to understand reality better than you despite being 6.
Are you trying to find my daddy?
I am, sweetheart.
Hope you don't catch him.
At this point, I'd say she needs Pimtech to shrink her ego.
People still need help, Dad. At least we're trying to do something that matters.
Jesus Christ, you're the unskippable cutscene of people. You are also incredibly wrong. Of course, Scott knows people still need help. He went to jail helping people several times. He lost time with you by trying to help people, and he's helping people right now. Did I miss a whole ass movie where Scott went on an arc in...
I mean, I really... No, you know what? That last part there is a nitpick. He is not, in fact, helping people right now, because he was, in fact, helping himself by writing a book and having autographs, you know? Sorry, that's not fucking hero business, okay?
Involving his failure to give a shit about people? When did this happen? And, wait a sec, what do you mean we?
Who's we? What are you three up to?
Ant science.
Let's just show him.
Well, sure, but we have a whole family issue here to deal with. A family issue that may even be made worse by whatever it is you're about to reveal. So just wait, can you stop, wait.
What are they building? Are you doing this?
Actually, no. They built their own tech.
What? Okay, stop now. We need to go over what's just happened. This is insane. You've all basically let Scott know that you think he's doing a poor job with his potential. That he is narcissistic, and you are seemingly ashamed of him, while also screwing around behind his back and feeding his daughter all kinds of dangerous tech that's landing her in jail. A lot of this was brought up, but we're now moving on because Hank has just revealed his fucking ants are sophisticated enough to build elevators and electrical light sources on their own. Presumably utilizing metal. What in the holy fuck is this, my dude? Do we need to get the world governments involved? Have we made contact with the ants of Earth? Do we need a human ant-ambassador? Should we be treating this like the breakthrough it clearly is? Does anyone here care? What does Hank have to say about this?
Pretty smart ants.
Pretty smart ants? What the fuck is going on? Pretty smart. Yeah, you could say that, I suppose. Pretty sapient ants. Pretty enslaved by Hank Pym after being gifted with greater intelligence ants. What the fuck?
What do you mean enslaved? Like, what do you want? You think they should be in the backyard? Would that be better for them? Like, they're not enslaved. Well, maybe they'll be later on, but like, just because they're in this ant farm doesn't mean they're enslaved. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, go outside where it's dangerous? Like, they're fucking ants. They'll get eaten. Okay, that was pretty funny. But, you know, like, if you're looking at it, like, there's 3 characters here that are working with science to make the world a better place. And then there's AntMan writing his book, you know? And they're all working together. And he's the only one who's not interested in honing his skills as a superhero or being with his family, you know? Well, except for his wife, which he does have, like, weird sex with occasionally, where they put on their Superman suits, you know? So, like, I mean, it's a bit of a weird setup, you know, but it's not the worst. Like, okay, it's kind of stupid. You know what? I'm giving you one valid criticism. You know, it is, in fact, weird that we're not shown that these people work together, and then like, I mean, I guess. No, I'm taking away again. Sorry. I disagree again. I'm fickle. Okay, sorry. I'm actually thinking it's a good way of introducing the movie to the fact that these 3 people have been working together while Ant-Man has been living his life trying to be normal, but not in fact working with his family on superhero stuff. You know, it's an interesting way of showing it, you know. He doesn't have any clue that his girl got arrested. He doesn't have any clue that they're working on science together. All he wants is to go out, sign his book tour, and have sex with his wife in his Ant-Man suit, okay? Like, he hasn't interacted with anyone else before, you know? in this movie, except for, like, did he even buy food for his family, or was that food he got just for himself from the guy who thought he was Spider-Man? Whatever. I mean, it's a disagreement. He doesn't like it, I like it. It's fine.
When you were all, like, gone those 5 years. I started reading Grandpa Hank's old journals, and I got really into the quantum realm. And
Bullshit. Not only would those things be locked the fuck up and written in goddamn code, you had no understanding of the ant tech, you had no intro to it at all. Cassie had a life. The only way to have meaningfully introduced her to Pimtech, giving her a chance to learn anything about it, is with all of these fuckers being alive and passionately invested in getting her up to speed. At the same time, considering what's about to happen, she would have needed a bloody university course in quantum mechanics. No way you can convince me she got into quantum fucking physics through notes she found after being passionate about it when she was 8.
May I ask why you felt little Tiffany deserved to die?
She's about 8 years old. Those books are way too advanced for her. If you ask me, I say she's up to something.
Fucking too right. Though for anybody who's unconvinced, just give it a sec.
I got really into the quantum realm, and
Quantum realm?
I know we all have a history there. And
At least now Scott is realizing that Hank has been behind all of this. And don't get me wrong, it makes no sense for Hank to do any of it, but at least Scott can finally do something about it.
She had some questions, okay? I can't help if people are inspired by me.
I guess that could be considered a callback to when Scott delivered this clunker of a line.
Just saved $8.
God, I admire you.
Thank you.
Except there is a difference between inspiration and admiration, and inspiring his daughter is fucking far from the issue. I'm looking forward to the part where Scott rips into Hank for all this bullshit. I mean, he's barely her grandpa. He's barely been in her life at all. Hank didn't even get to properly meet her in the first film. He spends his time in the sequel on the run thanks to Civil War's events, and then he's snapped. He didn't have a relationship with her, and now he's apparently hyper interested as she's been reading his work since the snap. Makes it even harder to believe she had any access or interest in Hank's notes specifically. The man is pretty protective.
As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
But sure, with that, Cassie is now a quantum expert. Don't believe me? Just you wait.
So you've been studying the quantum realm? Mm-hmm. Why didn't you ask me about it?
There is so much one could say about this war crime of a plot point, and my god, I will give up the hours to do it.
I tried, Mom. A lot. You never wanted to talk about it.
Janet was obviously and thoroughly pro-quantum stuff at the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's precisely where she became more prominent as a character, talking about many of the areas that exist there and the dangers within, as well as facilitating the energy and tech needed to save Ghost. Remember Ghost? Remember Goliath? Well, the writers don't, and to be honest, you don't either. In any case...
Yeah, you know what? I really don't. And that is, in fact, another nitpick, you know? Like, ooh, the characters have changed. It's literally ruined. No, it isn't. So what? The characters are slightly different, you know? Like you're not making, like, a good point out of it that, like, oh, the old man, he used to be real secretive. Oh, the old woman, she used to be more talkative. Who cares, man? Like, just get with the fact that this is a movie that's telling a different story than the other movies. Come on. Like, nobody's gonna have his enjoyment lessened by the fact that these characters have changed over what is probably a pretty long period of time, you know? And you know what? It makes sense that the grandpa has a lot of relationship with the granddaughter, okay? Because they're hanging out a lot more than fucking Scott, because he's just busy with his book shit. Like, this is just what's being established here, is that they've hung out more, okay? I don't know why you're not okay with that, but I think it's fine. I mean, it's good that they're all getting into science. Like, obviously Ant-Man isn't big into science. Like he'd rather write a book about superhero stuff than learn about the technology that enabled him to be a superhero, you know? But these three, they're interested, these four.
What is this weird new aspect of Janet's character where she doesn't want to talk about the quantum realm at all?
See, we learn later that there's new secrets that she's not wanting anyone to find out. which is a point of this movie. So that's why they've retconned that part. Sorry that's triggering to you.
Seems like earlier was an example of her not wanting to talk specifically about what she did there, but that she's on board with working on it, or with it, studying it, etc. So, Hope is being a rascally rabbit here. She's not making much sense. And when a character isn't making much sense, you'll find the plot might be pushing them in a particular direction. It would be like if someone didn't want to talk about the trauma related to a series of droids killing their parents. And so then you decide to create a fucking butler droid in their basement without telling them, since they are being evasive about the subject of droids. Not only does that make no sense, it's just an asshole thing to do. Mando was shit, by the way. Not sure how you thought.
Well, Mando was great, but I guess you paid more attention to it than me, because I don't remember that plot point, so I don't know, I guess. Guess I gotta pay more attention. But I guess it's not okay to just enjoy a thing, unless you remember everything.
Those things were the same there, Hope. Your dialogue hasn't been stellar so far. In any case, it's kind of weird that Janet hasn't talked about meeting Kang in the quantum realm either, but...
I mean, I think the dialogue's been pretty funny, and you're just not okay with the fact that the movie's trying to be more lighthearted. You know, you're just like, oh, all of these things don't make sense because of things from the previous movie. Well, like, come on, man. Like, we're just trying to have, like, an introduction to how people get sucked into the quantumverse. Like, you really need, like, Shakespeare before then?
Maybe it was a mostly uneventful thing that happened. Maybe she has nothing to say about it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Cassie's just been curious.
Okay.
And we gave her some pointers.
Okay, so what did Cassie do with some notes and pointers then? What did she make?
It's like a satellite for deep space or the ocean. But quantum.
You fucking what, mate? A satellite for the ocean or deep space, but for the quantum realm? How in the... what the... you did this?
Your daughter built a subatomic Hubble telescope in a basement.
Silence, old man. You're making this much worse.
Yeah, if I had something like this when you were gone, and I could have found you.
What? You didn't even know what happened to him. For the 5 years he was gone, you, and everyone else, figured that he got blipped. So how would that have encouraged you to pursue a device that could have found him in the quantum realm? Unless, of course, you are making all of this up, forgetting your own timeline, and starting to realize she could only have been working on this world-changing technology recently. Nice try, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, she obviously would have only worked on it recently. Like, obviously she didn't have... like, the parts until Grandpa was here. Like, of course, but that's already giving her a lot of time, you know? Like, of course it would have been recently. Like, a lot of things will be recently if you're talking about a person of that age.
Though I appreciate showing that Cassie does give a shit about her dad. Remnants of that are better than nothing.
Well, it was actually quite touching how she said, like, this would have helped find you, you know? Like, even if it was a little unrealistic. Like, you know what, you're just talking a lot about how she would not be able to be, like, a good scientist because she was a little girl. Like, is it really that unacceptable to have, like, a genius-level little girl to you? Like, okay, she might be pretty damn smart, but I'm thinking that if you put Iron Man in this situation, he probably would have figured it out too. Like, quantum mechanics aren't, like, completely insanely impossible to understand, you know? And the sooner you learn something, the better. Like, if you start as a kid, you might actually get a pretty good grasp on it.
Anyway, yes, Cassie the teenager created a subatomic Hubble telescope.
We just need a map. And then we can study and explore the...
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the other science people here in the room helped her a lot, but... I mean, they don't need to take credit for it. It is probably based on her design in a way, but... like, obviously she didn't make it alone. I'm pretty sure that's not implied here.
Entire quantum realm.
She can...
I mean, you can tell how proud the grandpa is, so he's definitely invested in this. So he definitely helped, like, a whole lot.
Map out the quantum realm when we can't even fully map out our oceans. How do you map out a place that operates on several levels of reality? According to these guys, it doesn't even have a through line of space or time. But sure, go ahead. The teenager created tech that blows the minds of Hank Pym et al. In a basement, with a box of highly sensitive, highly complex, expensive Pym tech devices. Because fuck it, join the club, Cassie. There's plenty of company. Dead is the time of the people who work hard in their lives, backed by parents who've been in it since they were young, mentoring you and sending you to every top school imaginable only for you to make revolutionary tech in your 40s. No, fuck that. Just be you.
You send a signal down from here, and then it collects the data and it...
Okay, that... I almost gave you a nitpick here, but it probably makes a little sense, you know? But, like, first of all, who would want to see that? Like, who would want to see a superhero work really hard on like making the suit really good? Like who would want to see someone work really hard on some stupid technology? Like, we have had Iron Man. Like, we don't need the same level of shit anymore, okay? Like, things can move a little faster now. This is like saying, oh man, like modern pilots, they don't have to put in any work anymore. Back in my day, the Wright brothers had to build their own damn airplane, you know? How come these modern people can just get into an airplane and fly? It's unacceptable. I mean, that's probably a little fallacious here, but, you know, like, first of all, we wouldn't want to see her... We wouldn't want to see the science that goes into it. That probably wouldn't be very interesting. And second of all, like, I don't know. Like, maybe if... I mean, you don't know if this quantum shit is equally as hard as making, like, a robot suit. Especially when they're... I mean, like, the Iron Man suit was, like, the first of its kind. Like, she probably has access to all kinds of modern technology that Iron Man didn't have access to back in the day. Like, of course things go easier. Like, science always gets faster. It's just how science works.
Sends it back.
I don't see why Hank couldn't have come up with that. But hey, quantum physics, well beyond my understanding. I'm just here for the characters.
Wait a minute. You're sending a signal? Down to the quantum realm.
Yes, Janet, that's what she's saying. And if you had any compunction about this sort of thing taking place, it seems you should have raised an alarm the second they said they were working on the quantum realm without your knowledge.
And there's another nitpick. Oh, she should have seen coming what happens next. Come on, man. Like, nobody pays attention all the time. And we do actually have a movie where things need to happen. Jesus, man.
I mean, it makes no sense regardless. You guys have been fucking around with and entering the quantum realm for some time. Certainly after Janet had returned. So what's the problem?
What's wrong?
You have to turn it off! Stop and tell us what's wrong!
Well, whatever is happening here, it better slot in with everything else this story's built on. We don't have the mighty Waldronator this time.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script.
We have Jeff Loveness writing this masterpiece, so what's happening?
There's something I should have told you.
Well, wait a minute, didn't she just disconnect it? How's it doing that with no power? Oh, we're done with character stuff, aren't we? No resolving what Hank has done, nothing to make any of all of this make any more sense, and Cassie's gonna be right about Scott, isn't she? Well, anyway, wow, explosion of quantum, or something. Okay, suit up and get out of there, folks. This looks dangerous. Don't just stand there, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, okay, there's another nitpick. Oh, they should have run away. Come on, man. Like, like, who cares, man? Like, they should have run away. Why didn't they avoid doing the movie? Come on.
Okay, this is pretty bad, and before we can even really make sense of it from a story perspective, maybe you guys should pop your suits on. We know that Scott and Hope have them almost automated, and since they act as armor, we should probably have everyone with a chance to pop them on at any moment, especially when Hank doesn't seem to give a shit anymore, and considering the bullshit in this universe haunting them around every corner. In any case, there is some neat stuff here. For example... Now, I'm not talking about tossing Janet into a portal. I don't hate her that much. Yet. It's that she loses her grip, considering this thing is bending the bloody walls, and she's pulled in, only for Hank to try and reach for her, leading to him falling in as well. The guy was madly in love with her, and lost her for 30 years. We know at this point he'll do everything he can not to lose her, including sacrificing his own grip. I do appreciate that kind of storytelling. Action scenes are incredibly important for character. In fact, check...
Yeah, nice. That one would have been easily missed. I'm not counting it as a valid criticism because it's not like... I'm counting the bad ones here, okay? So at the end we'll have all the nitpicks versus all the criticisms. You know? Whatever.
This out. Those two are Hope's parents. She's lost one and almost both several times. She's got incredibly deep trauma related to the lack of time she's had with both of them. The only hesitation she gives before going after them is a look to Scott. Could be the last time she sees him, but she has to go. And if I'm being a bit generous, I'd say we're shown he understands that. Cassie then slips in, and of course, Scott is prompted to go after her. Overall, not the worst 10 seconds of the movie. In fact, it could end up being my favorite, and it's just about the easiest thing to portray in terms of choices. But hell, that's all I'm ever asking for. It's still annoying, however, that Cassie, Hank, and Janet apparently all don't have their protective suits, not even for the purposes of shrinking or growing, just for the insane armor and flight. You ever notice how every single time they enter these crazy nonsense tunnels, they somehow luckily manage to avoid the million forms of death flying right at them? It's also worth noting...
Well, there's a nitpick for you. Oh no, crazy action scene without consequences. Who would have expected that in a superhero movie?
That the ant colony from earlier has entered the realm and smashed, leaving the ants to float away and zap forward.
They're like full-on cyborg ants.
Who knows what that will lead to? Regardless, Hope manages to grab both Hank and Janet and they reach a destination together, which, to be honest, seems incredibly lucky considering how chaotic everything is here. But whatever.
I mean, she set out to do specifically that, and they're pretty good at doing stuff right when they shrink, you know? It's believable.
We also get some acting from Cassie. Yeah, I believe it.
Okay, I hadn't noticed that one looked so silly.
Good lord, man, that's gonna be hard on the back. Miraculously, nothing gets through the suit, sure, but force does, right? Maybe not. Imagine, like, free fall doesn't do anything, but a punch and a kick gets through the suit. That would be funny. Though it's a bit odd, Cassie did talk about having a suit, but she didn't suit up. She must not have it with her. Anyone with even a modicum of self-preservation would have popped that shit on in a heartbeat.
Well, there's another nitpick. She didn't put on the suit! How could she?
Seems a little weird that he got the same sort of temporary exhaustion he usually gets when getting big. Only here, he's still nanoscopic at best. He shrank down so far, he's in the quantum realm, so going several sizes larger is still tiny. Shouldn't...
Not only is that stupid, but it's definitely also a nitpick. And I'm assuming that the quantum realm, you know, it still works the same way. Like, he didn't shrink down, he was shrunken down by Kang, so it makes sense that him growing would still, like, cost him a lot of energy, you know? Oh well.
He still be operating as though he's very small, not exhausted from being big, I mean? The whole mass difference and whatnot? Why the fuck am I even asking these questions?
Yeah, why indeed?
Ooh, boy, look at that. Generic alien world, background number 783.
Now there's another nitpick. Wow, this is generic. Oh, all this cool shit, tough generic. Seen it before. No thanks.
Be fair, only lacks character because the story will be doing fuck all to support it while the CG artists toiled in the sugar caves for endless days and nights. But hey, colors.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Hey idiot, maybe don't do the Prometheus thing and take off your helmet when on a completely unfamiliar and quantum land that as far as you knew requires super tech to survive in. At least the Prometheus guy detected oxygen. You literally can't. You're smaller than those particles and you have no tech assisting you.
And that's another nitpick. Like, really? You care about the fucking oxygen? Like, are you kidding me? Are these even spacesuits? Do they even carry oxygen? Like, she doesn't have any oxygen tanks. Like, for all you know, these could just be gas masks, which still require oxygen from the atmosphere, you know? Like, this is probably not a space helmet, so that doesn't make any sense, sorry.
Fact, how the fuck are any of you alive? How are you functioning in any way when that small without protective gear? Can we get an explanation?
We should be dead.
Why aren't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that's good enough, lads.
What does take pride in your work mean? I don't know.
It's just about what one would expect from the writing teams behind anything Phase 4. Phase 5, of course. Also, I was gonna give them a pass on their entry to this floopy world, being that Hope clearly grabbed them, and so the three of them, theoretically, had a softened landing thanks to her wings, but now they're all up and about in different places. So, if they landed separately, then how did they survive the fall?
Do not move.
So this is the quantum realm, a brand new universe with its own entirely unique ecology. Yes, this is entirely different from what—
Wait, did you just complain about them not dying from fall damage? Well, that's another nitpick.
We all understood to be the truth for some time, but don't worry, I'm sure they'll explain.
Like, obviously Kang used this technology to snatch them down, so it'd be pretty stupid if it killed them, wouldn't it?
For now, we have a spooky quantum robot doing a scan, and it's thwarted because they stand behind a quantum tree. Fucking useless scanner. In any case, hope—
I mean, like, it's a little more— okay, no, that's another nitpick. So a lot of scanners actually don't go through walls. Like, maybe it's some kind of 3D scanner where it's just based on light, you know? Or maybe it's infrared, which also doesn't go through walls. But also, look how fucking sick and waney that fucking tree is that they're behind. You know, that you probably wouldn't scan through that one easily, no?
And Hank have some questions.
Keep your voice down. You said there was nothing down here.
That line doesn't work very well now, does it? We already knew there was something down here. It's where we collected the energy for Ghost. Yeah, I know.
And that's another nitpick. I don't know why you have to go line by line, man.
Nobody remembers it. Hank saw plenty when he came down, and Janet lived here for 30 years. You really thought there was nothing?
Oh, I will explain everything, but right now, I just need you to trust me. Then make me trust you.
Like, in case you guys don't understand, a nitpick is not entirely wrong. It's just really unimportant, you know? So he might have a point, but it's such a minor point that I'm calling it a nitpick, and I'm pretty sure that's how nitpicks are referred to normally. But maybe I'm not wrong. I'm never wrong.
I don't have time to talk.
Well, actually, you have a lot of time. Like, seriously, a lot of time. You are walking in the quantum jungle. Just talk while you walk, and then you will be talking without it costing your walking. You can honestly do both. It would be weird if you had incredibly important information to
And that's another nitpick, because they were just saying that they need to be quiet because people might be looking for them.
share and you simply don't, like for no reason at all. Let's hope that ain't it.
Why didn't you listen? I told you to stay away from here.
I should have told you what we were doing. I had no idea.
But she didn't tell you to stay away at all. You even had to go into the quantum realm to get the quantum energy to save Ghost from a life of quantum torment. Yes, I know nobody remembers her, but it's your history movie, not mine. You were jumping in and out.
You can get that nitpick for free. I'm not counting that one.
Of it. Well, after Janet returned, she was fine with it. What changed?
We'll talk later.
Right now, we stick together, we find Scott and Cassie, and we go home, okay?
You can walk and talk, Janet. Tell these poor souls, including us at home, what you are hiding. Don't give me this Maz Kanata shit.
A good question for another time.
You're all wandering through bullshit, rambling about anything anyway. Just explain it.
I study the...
Yeah, maybe you want to actually pay attention to this extremely strange world that you're in, you know? You don't need to be talking right now about something that would be very distracting. So that's another nitpick.
Quantum realm for years. Why didn't I see any
Look at that cool shit. What is that, a cell?
of this?
Because your life's work is apparently a joke, Hank. You didn't see or know shit. Sit down.
You weren't able to look deep enough. Not through the void and subatomica.
The Subawatica?
The Illumawati?
At least they mentioned the void, the place we saw Scott end up, that Janet was supposed to be stuck in as well, back then at least. But I guess she was in the Subatomica, which is here, you know, where she met Kang, and then below that is the Quantum Realm, which is this? But then what was the place Hank found Janet? Is that the Subatomica, the void, or some other place?
There are worlds here, worlds within worlds. It's a place outside time and space.
You bullshit. You're telling me that we have a grand total of Earth as a world, then the tiniest, smallest parts of Earth, then you keep shrinking until you go subatomic. That's where Scott and Janet ended up on their respective journeys to complete their missions. That is the world of the void. The void is just the place you go when you're very, very small. Scott managed to escape, but Janet kept on shrinking until she entered the Subatomica, which is another world within the world of the void. A world with spooky invisible creatures and Kang. She stopped shrinking at that point, I guess. Only she then kept shrinking because she entered another world, deeper than the Subatomica, as she put it. A place called the Quantum Realm, where a whole-ass civilization is, and if that wasn't difficult enough to understand, you can access any of these worlds at any time and place on Earth, even when you are on the other side of the fucking planet, but none of these worlds within worlds adhere to time or space, despite clearly operating with standard physics and expected spatial relations, on top of events progressing in a linear temporal fashion, and it supports human life. And you're telling me all of these worlds are accessible from each other. They are interconnected. What in the fuck were you thinking? The people who wrote this are why we have instructions on shampoo. And how are you going to convince anyone that Cassie made something that can map all of this?
We just need a map. And then we can study and explore the entire quantum realm.
Does her map not adhere to time and space too? The less they say...
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Well, okay, so that was all... Well, I would say that that's not valid, you know? It's not a nitpick, but it's a really... It's just not a point that I'll accept, because you're just telling us that you're not willing to suspend your disbelief for the main premise of the movie, which is that there's a quantum realm that's below the subatomica, you know? I mean, if you know a little bit about quantum physics, it is that things can travel over an infinite distance because they're linked in some way. Like, you could have two atoms that are linked with each other, but they're really far apart. That's quantum theory. And that's why it makes sense that the quantum realm is at the same time everywhere and nowhere. As long as you've shrunk down far enough, you just enter this realm. And the quantum realm is really big, but it is also not as big as it would have to be if it was as small as it is and it's covering the entire universe, you know? We know that Kang has been exiled in the quantum realm, but they go to Earth, they get shrunk down in Earth, you know? But you know that the Council of Kangs hasn't come to Earth to banish, like, the evil Kang. So that means that the quantum realm is just accessible from anywhere. I mean, that's just how that must work, you know? Knowing what we know.
About any of this, the better. Though, to be honest, we're getting worse and worse in the department of why the fuck didn't Janet say anything. Now we have whole worlds beneath worlds that changes everything about our understanding of the quantum realm despite working on it with her. She's also partially explaining things. How about you explain it all instead of giving us random tidbits, Janet?
I'll handle this.
Man, that's some harsh editing. We left them for about 1 minute on a cliff's edge, spotting their goal quantum miles away, and now we're in the quantum wastelands? This another world within a world, Janet? Look at this place. How the fuck long did it take you to get here? We just chopped out a whole ass day, at least.
And that's a nitpick. They traveled too fast. Unacceptable.
East. Oh, and look how fake all of this is. You really trying to convince me they're looking at or standing on anything but blue or the illustrious...
Fuck off, it looks beautiful.
Volumes.
That's another nitpick.
Green. And what was the direction here? Yeah, Miss Lily, we're gonna need you to look as though something's coming for you. Something's coming right for you. It's a big old thing, maybe. We're not sure what it is, but it's coming. You're...
Yeah, okay. I guess we just don't accept the concept of green screens. Cool. Another nitpick.
Feeling very confused.
Like, could you imagine thinking, oh yeah, that's... Wow, this one moment they're not looking at something specific. How unacceptable.
Scared and confidently strong, but also calm and content with your horrifying brave state.
I mean, like, this isn't stupid, okay? Like, if you're seeing this and like this is valid criticism, except for the fact that it's so small that it's a nitpick, you know? That's how the two are separate. So, like, it's technically interesting to hear him say these, but if he's just piling on like a million little things, then I'm not gonna count it as real criticism, okay? But yeah, I mean, it's interesting usually. But I think he could probably find more interesting parts of the movie to talk about, come to think of it, you know? Like, if you're convincing us that it's so bad, then maybe you should have something more than just like, oh, they looked weird in this scene.
Michael, whatever that is, it's great. So Janet is attacked by this
tell me you're not gonna look confused at that kind of bullshit. Like, what is that creature? Is that an ant? Is that an alien?
Quantum guy, and everyone freaks out. Only she chops off his arm and they're friends now. Put your fucking helmet on, Hope, you cave clown. And what's with the right...
And that's another nitpick. They didn't put on the helmet. Oh, they're so unsafe.
Here. If Hope's beloved and long-lost mother is being attacked by Quantum Boy here... You bet your ass she's shrinking down and flying over, whether she said, I'll handle this or not.
I mean, it would take longer if she shrunk down. Like, you can't think that she'd be faster by shrinking. Whatever.
Especially after this. Regardless, it's a good old matter of characters not being allowed to say what they absolutely would say or do what they absolutely would do, because tension, providing suspense to an audience in any context, means you are writing good, right? But really, Janet should have said, oh, I have to beat this guy in a fair fight for us to get a ride. He's actually a friend. Don't get involved and don't panic. It would make sense, you still have tension, but whatever.
I mean, that would have just taken longer, but whatever. It's not bad enough to be a nitpick.
Oh, fucking dusty-ass cliche.
He's friendly,
Quite a ride.
says the man who invented.
Like, are you just on the level of Cinema Sins where it's just like, oh yeah, that was a trope. One point. What? Gryffindor loses 1 point, you know. I guess that's funny because I'm actually doing points now too for you, so I'm Cinema Satan then, because I'm critiquing your sins.
Flying on the back of an ant.
Ants are a little bit different to the flying quantum space.
And that's another nitpick. Oh, ants are different from other animals. Cool, thanks. Good job.
Alien manta ray, you plum.
I like it.
Like, they wouldn't actually be that different. Like, if you're small enough, then an ant is just as dangerous as that fucking stingray. And ants can fly too occasionally, so it makes sense.
Ants.
And I love that you love them. Here.
Oh, gee, that's a crazy thing to ride. Yeah, well, you ride on ants. I do like them. Yes, I like that too.
And you go again, another nitpick.
Dialogue is dying on the vine here. They need some spice, some fire.
Okay, I actually haven't seen this part yet. Gonna take a break soon and watch the rest and then record the rest of this video later. But there's no fucking way I'm gonna agree with you that this dialogue is dying on the vine. Come on, man. Like, maybe just don't dissect every single line and just go with the movie. I'm not saying turn your brain off, but like, you're actually gonna miss the forest for the trees if you're just gonna examine the trees under a microscope, okay?
Yeah, that's the kind of force that's fucking all of you up. Poor million-year-old Michael there.
And another nitpick. Oh, this would be very dangerous to characters in the real world. What were they thinking? Fuck off, man.
Hanging on to his pulse for dear life.
The subatomic universe. This changes everything we know about life, evolution.
It really does change everything, and yet it will change nothing about any commentary going forward in the entire movie.
Holy shit. That guy looks like broccoli.
Quite seriously, some of the most earth-shattering information imaginable, and you'll lose interest in it after seeing broccoli. Also,
I mean, what are you talking about? Like, you think the stuff before wasn't equally earth-shattering? Like, they already saw people before. You think now that he's seeing 100 people, now it's earth-shattering, but when he saw 10 people, that was nothing? Come on. And again, like, you're just not seeing the forest, are you? Like, that broccoli was a hilarious joke, you fool. Like, wow, I'm sorry that you're so busy thinking about the fucking quantum physics that you don't grasp, so you can't enjoy the broccoli, man.
Janet clearly says,
keep your head down.
And Hank has a mask he can put on, but I guess he took it off to rant about life here and no one gives a shit. You're doing a great job of staying low profile, lads.
And there's another nitpick.
Drink those. I'll be right back.
So those are translation ooze drinks. They let you understand presumably all languages spoken, and Janet simply says, drink 'em. Gotta tell ya, that's nowhere near enough for me to do it, but what the fuck ever, at least it's just a thimble's worth.
What are you talking about? You're not gonna trust Grandma that she's not gonna poison you? Come on. That's a nitpick, yeah, for sure. Like, you wouldn't trust Grandma, really?
Eventually, they figure out they can indeed understand all languages now. That's neat. And then, Bill Murray arrives.
Janet Van Dyne? I thought you were dead.
He's been airdropped in, courtesy of a green screen in his house, to record all of his lines, conspicuously distant from everyone else at almost all times. In terms of narrative, they're trying to ask for his help.
Kryler, we need your help.
After all we've been through, together, just ask me. Tell me, how can I help?
Doesn't remind me of anything else, nor Marvel's desperate attempts to keep audiences interested via legacy actors pouring what remains of their star power into this desiccated, sunken corpse. In any case, he introduces himself, and somehow you have Murray and Pfeiffer disagreeing on how to pronounce his name.
Been a long time, Kryler.
Officially, Lord Kryler now.
So, is it Kryler or Krylar, you fucking idiots?
Kryler.
Anyway, Bill Murray has...
Sounded the same to me. Either way, that's two nitpicks. You're annoyed that they cast Bill Murray? Just go with the fact that people like to see him. Jesus, man. You don't have to cry about the fact that they had the money to afford, like, a high-class guest, you know? That's just cool. And then the thing about his name, Jesus, dude. Like, who gives a shit? Like, how long has she not been in this realm? Maybe she pronounced it wrong. Maybe she always pronounces it wrong. Who fucking knows, man? Like, maybe he changed the pronunciation with his new title, you know? Because now he's the Lord. So now his underlings pronounce him slightly different. Who cares, man? Like, Jesus, okay, I know. I'm bending over, you know? I guess they just didn't learn their lines correctly, but you know what? People pronounce things wrong in the real world too.
Heard about ants. He's curious about ants and what ants even are.
What are ants anyway? Do we have them down here?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's the conversation they have. He asks about ants and whether they are in the quantum realm, and Hank is like, no. And then he says, oh, okay, I guess you can say this is a thin setup for something later.
Oh, well, that's another nitpick. I mean, that wasn't even a good point, but the fact that you played the clip and then you repeated the clip makes me want to give you a negative point, okay?
But man, the dialogue is clunking.
Oh, she talked about you every day.
Strange, she
wasn't that bad.
never said anything about you.
Okay, were you born a cunt, or did it take practice? Why let this guy, who we clearly need help from, know that he wasn't mentioned at all by someone who is trying to convince him she's his friend? Hope didn't used to be this dense. It's like she just wants to be a cock. Man.
Did he just bite down on the bones of a squid? Am I doing a nitpick?
And that's a Rick and Morty joke if I ever saw one, which does make some sense.
Are you not human?
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
Why, what the fuck does that mean? You are anatomically compatible, but you're not human, I guess? How did you all come to be... We're really never going to understand any of this shit, are we?
Okay, I guess I'm not giving him a nitpick because he's just confused here. He's not actually complaining, right?
And boy, is it going to create some ethical issues later. But no worries, folks. Fun quantum movie go brrr.
You left all of us with him.
And I guess he said that she was a bitch earlier. I mean, maybe, but she's also very disappointed that her mother was lying to her. Wait, that's not her mother. I don't know. What's this? Well, she's annoyed that she was lying, okay? It was annoying, and so she's lashing out. I don't know. It's not the worst thing in the world, even if it might blow their cover.
How many people died because of you? Does your family even know who you are?
So, this is kinda interesting. Krylar is saying that Janet abandoned the people of the quantum realm with someone, and we know he ain't lying because she not only ditched them here, she didn't mention any of this at all. Any assistance she could have provided these people was cut off by the fact that she tried to hide their existence in the first place. Though it does make you wonder why she would come to this guy for help when she seemingly left him for dead.
I mean, he seems to be doing fine. I don't know. Like, she probably left, like, the general concept of the people, but I don't know. Like, they still have their fucking world. Like, they'll probably be fine.
No! So he tries to capture them as he's in league with the conqueror of these lands. Things start to get a little tense. Janet offers to be taken in if Hank and Hope can be released, only for Krylar to say this.
But you want them, so they're coming too, along with those other friends of yours.
Seriously, what the fuck is with this absolutely clanking dipshit dialogue?
I heard about that.
Yeah, no, that's another nitpick. Doesn't sound that bad to me. But I am highly autistic, so I guess I'm not the best judge of it. But obviously, like you think the dialogue's bad, sure, but you don't need to complain about it 100 times. Like, still nitpicking.
But he did too, and he sent the hunter.
But you want them, so they're coming too, along with those other friends of yours. I heard about them, but he did too, and he sent the hunter. Sounds like clip.
Yeah, I think you might have done his performance a little worse than he did.
If notes. You know, redrafting isn't a crime. Also, what kind of hunter?
A mechanized organism designed only for killing?
Holy good goddamn fuck, we'll get to that. So things are looking pretty bad. Krylar's gonna sell them out to the Conqueror, and he was expected to be an ally. So what happened?
What happened to you? We fought against him.
He can be very persuasive.
Ah, so he probably had very little choice. It is interesting to have a guy who resents Janet because she left him to the fury of this conqueror to then give us a hint that something valuable to him is held as leverage to force him to do these things. I wonder how...
I mean, that's not entirely what he said. Like, it doesn't need to be leverage. Maybe he actually just likes working with the bad guys. I mean, he did just murder an innocent squid for food. But I guess we do eat all kinds of animals. But we don't usually eat live animals, do we? Unless, I guess some of the super rich eat like really weird stuff that might be alive. Probably not. I mean, he's clearly a man of low moral character, so I don't know, man. I wouldn't really think that he's got Don't think there's leverage there.
Wait, what? Slow down. I thought maybe we could... Was there something that looked like character here? Something that... Wait, what happens to Kryler? Is he safe? Is he alright? Well, Hank enlargens a flame creature and it throws Kryler away. We don't see him again. Okay then, that's that, I suppose.
They could bring him back or they can't. Depends on what they want. Sounds pretty good to me.
We start with all of our characters just shooting the bad guys and winning. You have two geriatrics here, and yet the robot henchmen can't shoot the geezers to save their circuits. You then get this.
Okay, did you actually just make a fucking point out of the stormtroopers can't shoot? Holy shit, man. Like, you literally are just cinema sins, aren't you?
What the fuck? The action scene is already pretty much over, by the way. Hank and Janet run into the ship, and Hope stands guard while they hotwire and pilot it. And by stand guard, I mean Hope just stands there and shoots her little pew-pew gun. The fucking wasp just...
Did he cut that together? Wow. That looked pretty silly even then. Do they really just cut back and forth between her shooting and someone falling over? Let's see that again.
Hope stands guard while they hotwire and pilot it. And by stand guard, I mean Hope just stands there and shoots her little pew-pew gun.
Does she have one on each arm? Wow.
The fucking...
Yeah, they didn't expect the dual wielding.
Wasp just stands there and shoots. She's capable of all kinds of combat, both in flight and on the ground. On top of that, you have the shrinking and expanding technology. And I mean, they just... None of them can hit this static target.
Yeah. Did he make that same point twice just now? I'm adding another nitpick. But you know what? Just because she has all these tools doesn't mean she needs to use them. She could just shrink when she's being shot at, but since they all missed, she didn't have to.
I feel like these scenes are made for people who enjoy water with their cereal. You know, the real psychopaths. The wet socks of people. So anyway, Michael does...
Come on, man. It's a beautiful scene. I mean, no, I mean... It's a beautiful picture, at least, okay? And who pays that much attention? I mean, it's just a shootout. Jesus. You really think that having, like, a little shootout is the same as having cereal with water?
Douglas then plunges himself, elbow deep, into slimy, yellow, quantum tentacle cock.
That's what I like. Hell yeah.
Do you guys remember the MCU?
There you go.
This drink, I like it.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
Not a perfect soldier, but a good man.
Cut off one head! 2 more! Let's go find 2 more.
So anyway...
You know what? I mean, those are some great scenes from some great movies, but you know, if you make a compilation like that, you could get the same result from these modern movies. You could have equally good-looking stuff, okay? Except for all the Iron Man stuff. I guess they don't do that as much anymore. But you know what? I don't know, man. There were some stupid scenes in there too. Like, Jesus. Oh wow, Thor, you're gonna smash that? Such a cool character. I mean, to me, this is about as good. Okay, you know what? The original Avengers movie was really good. But then you just showed a scene from fucking Thor 1. Like, come on. You think this shit here is better? Do you really think this beautiful movie is worse than Thor 1? Come on, man. Well, I probably liked Thor 1 at the time, but it's generally agreed upon that it's not as good as at least Thor 3. And The Avengers is like one of the best movies ever. Like, okay. I mean, Endgame was one of the... No, Endgame kind of sucked. What was... Infinity War was one of the best ever, you know? So, not that long ago. Don't have to remember that long ago. But to me, Ant-Man and Multiverse of Madness were both really good, you know?
Back to the slimy yellow quantum tentacle cock ravaging Michael Douglas. That's what needs to happen to pilot the ship, you see. Because everything is all floopy down here in the quantum world. Except most stuff is just normal, really. In any case...
Oh yeah, like that weird alien bartender with the really long arms. Just normal, you know? Ah, well, that's another nitpick. And also, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh no, you're offended that they got like little... tentacle penises? Calm the fuck down, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, you're gonna cry out that it shouldn't be for kids? You really think that Marvel is above this? I mean, okay, fine. Like, it was really good in Avengers, but like, this is a bit more silly, and this is definitely like better than Marvel started out with like Thor 1. Like, I'll take this over like the writing in Thor 1 where you have like goopy tentacles.
We can't close out this side of the plot line without another banger exchange.
Really? Him? He used to be charming.
That guy?
I was down here for 30 years, Henry. I had needs.
Oh my God.
Why? Why do we need this? Why? Who asked for this? Why?
I get it. I've got needs too. I had dinner with someone a few times.
What went wrong?
She wasn't you, baby.
Okay, this is like the 4th time. Why is everything so fucking chemistryless? I had...
The 4th time of what? What are you talking about?
Needs. So did I. It didn't work out. Why didn't it? She wasn't you. It's bad enough that everything is...
No, it was a lot better than that. You're insane. This is a nitpick. The dialogue is nowhere near as bad as you're fucking making it out to be.
This dry when you have Janet sharing her sexcapades for no reason at all. But on top of that,
What do you mean no reason at all? Like, they just saw him. Whatever.
Took inspiration from fucking Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
There must have been plenty of women for you over the years.
They all had the same problem. They weren't you, honey.
We do be sinking low, eh? So...
I don't know, I kind of like Crystal Skull.
So significantly low that Hope is there in one shot.
I mean, that line might have come from somewhere else, though, right? I mean, whatever. You can use a line twice. Maybe they didn't even realize. Fucking cry about it. You know what? Fucking... And that's another nitpick, just for mentioning that line's from another movie. Like, nobody's gonna be taken out of it by a line being shared.
Right next to Janet, and then when Hank is rambling on and on, she disappears. Oh, the trouble of the quantum world. Evangeline...
Really? Another nitpick right after that one? Oh, she was in a different position? Come on, man.
In the film has been reduced down so far she can barely stay on screen. How about we get them all off screen and we go and visit Cassie and Scott? What have they been up to?
Hope. Hank. Can anyone hear me?
Oh my God.
Keep the helmet on, you fucking...
Yeah, God, you are such an annoying piece of shit, man. Keep the helmet on. Like, why? Why? Can you explain to us why do you even think that anyone watching these movies is annoyed that the characters are taking their helmets off? Like, holy fucking shit, how can you be so detached from reality that you think that people would even consider this to be valid criticism? Oh yeah, I guess... Oh yeah, the counter. Let's see. Is this +1? Yeah, like, there's +1, you know. That's another stupid ass nitpick. You're not Benson. Benson has valid complaints, but they took the helmet off? Holy shit, how could they take the helmet off? God, I sure wish we couldn't see the actors' faces all the time. That would be such a that would be way better. Oh boy, I'm the Mauler. Guy, I sure wish that movies weren't fun and didn't have actors' faces in them.
Mop. But yes, apparently Scott is so far away he cannot communicate with Hank or Hope. Points for trying, of course.
We're okay. It's gonna be okay.
You're saying okay too much.
Okay, alright, okay. Well,
should I take away a nitpick because he said a good thing? No, probably not. That was a small good thing too, you know? Like, they tried, that's good. Whatever.
It's because we're okay.
Oh boy, some top-notch Marvel humor there. What else we got?
It's like we're camping. We love camping,
We've never been camping.
but we've always talked about it.
Man, that felt like a straight-up Paul Rudd joke. He did have writing credits on the other two. Maybe he can try to sneak something into this train wreck. Though what's interesting here is not only her awful acting, it's that we're trying to shore up the fact that these two haven't had time.
Wait, you thought that joke was good? Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just let you enjoy it.
To spend with each other. Something of a very sore subject for Cassie that she even somewhat blames Scott for. So you'd think that the direction here should be for her to get more and more angry until popping as she does.
We love camping.
We've never been camping.
Only as Scott says we love camping, you can clearly see her nodding along, to then complain.
We've never been camping.
And as if that's not confusing enough, when he says, but we've always talked about it, she's nodding again.
But we've always talked about it.
Now, I know these movies get shot and reshot to death to then be torn up and glued together with toe jam and chewing gum, so I guess it doesn't surprise me the film ended up this way. But still, how the fuck did it end up this way?
I mean, I don't think that the fact that he had a body language that didn't make sense means that the movie was like chopped together incredibly, but I don't know, maybe you're right, who knows. Oh wow, he's putting his helmet on, I guess you're probably coming in your pants right now.
Whoa, alright, calm down. What have we got here? Big ol' quantum jelly son is attacking them for reasons, and Scott is going big boy mode to beat it. Kinda weird he's not going bigger though. Like, all the way back to regular big. But for this, I would imagine he should probably at least go bigger? What's that you say? This is his maximum size relative to this situation? Sure. Fine. I'm very certain that's the case. And man, would have been so useful here if Cassie had a suit.
Like, you realize he probably would have crushed her if he got bigger, so there's another nitpick for you.
And what if she had a suit that could also go big? You know, so that she could help save her father from what seems like a perilous situation. Would be real lame if it turned out she had a suit and she could go big. Anyway, Scott throws away the quantum jellyfish son and everything is fine.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That was weird.
Yep, it's a Marvel movie. And then that thing is eaten by a big old different quantum manta ray.
There's always a bigger fish.
Run.
Go big and punch it, you coward, you little fucking bitch. Punch the flesh carpet. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what's happening here. Oh, they exploded it? Wait, who exploded it? What?
Like, why are we... Like, what is this even? Like, why are you making your video like this? It's like, oh, who exploded? Like, I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, I guess it's been so long, so I don't really remember what I said the first time, but, like does it really help to feign like you're surprised by what's happening? Like, is it good? I don't know. I mean, I guess it helps for people who haven't seen it, but does it though?
What the fuck, man? The Quantum Avengers are here, I guess?
There's quantum people in the quantum realm.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, but like they sometimes have laser faces or broccoli. Maybe more of the film will help me understand it. That's reason.
I don't know. I think he just got people, eventually gonna evolve broccoli and lasers. I don't know.
Anyway, Scott and Cassie have been captured, and by the time we hit the next scene, they've been separated significantly. Cassie has ooze on her mouth and says this.
Drink the ooze!
What?
Now, I've purposefully ripped the band-aid of ooze being translation ooze off as a reveal to really dig into just what the fuck this whole scene is. They would have come in together and been force-fed ooze together, but clearly they didn't want to show us a teenage girl being force-fed a foreign substance while gagging and begging them to stop. But they'll do it for the guy. So they teleported her not only ahead, but post-force feed, meaning she can now tell Scott to accept it. And what does she say exactly? Is it, "Dad, this drink allows you to understand them. Drink it." Or is it, "This ooze they are feeding you allows you to communicate with them"? Or maybe it's, "This is translation ooze." Or is it as simple as, "Drink this and you understand them"? No, it's this.
Drink the ooze!
What?
Seriously, why is the dialogue this horrendously bad throughout? Who said you could...
That was funny. I don't know how you're having like, how you're annoyed at this, okay? It's hilarious that that's what she tells him, okay? Whatever.
Touch things as dangerous as a keyboard or a crayon.
I don't know what you're saying!
So the scene continues and Cassie says nothing else, despite of course currently being the only one able to explain everything to Scott easily, and the creatures here all know this and are invested in that very thing happening. Instead, we get shouting, chanting, confusion, and a ceremony for all of this? Where do I even begin? Just hand him a cup, like you fuckers do in the bar, like a normal person would. What's with all the stupid chanting? Why do any of this? Like, I know they're saying drink the ooze, but why chant that? Why do any of this weird shit?
Okay, so I think that's probably around 2 nitpicks for sure, because, like, Jesus, man, this scene is not even long. Like, why would that matter so much that they that they pick this overdramatic way of giving him news, you know? And I don't know, Cassie, maybe she doesn't want to assert herself over everyone, but, you know, she probably didn't expect that they would all start chanting again. Well, I guess you'll just have to accept that it's a funny scene, you know, and just not complain about it. But I guess that's too much to ask for.
Seconds from now, they're about to act much more normal. It's that really lame half-committal to being weird or alien. They just give up the longer the time code goes. The meme, of course, is to make it all seem like it's much worse than it actually is. Like they already did with Janet and the Simian man.
Oh my god. Time and place. And you did it at my birthday dinner.
Why would you swallow, my dude? You clearly don't want to, you clearly don't understand why you should, and they clearly didn't even cover your nose. You can breathe through that. Like, it's not exactly hard to just not drink the bullshit. Also, what is...
And yet another nitpick. Holy shit, you're still on the ooze. Amazing. Maybe I should start... Can I skip ahead? Should I skip ahead? I know that you people expect the highest quality of anti-reviews here, and I must respect every dumb little thing that he says. Yes.
This absurd pouring jug thing. The bar had shot glasses. Does the same thing. Makes way more sense. Why the
No, the jug is way cooler, man. Don't you get it?
But can't you quantum cunts just be consistent? The joke, of course, is that they're absurdly normal once he takes the ooze anyway.
What are you doing here? Where are you from?
Why is he...
I mean, they're not that normal either, but okay.
Drinking a liter of that shit when Hope and Hank needed a thimble's worth. Ugh, whatever. What's next?
Hello.
Oh.
Hi. Hi. Did you drink the ooze?
Ah, finally. An alien that looks real fucking weird, but he's super chill. Been looking to see this for a while. What's he all about?
I am Peb. You just drank me. What? Do you need some more ooze? Here, I can pour some ooze into your hole.
Fucking hell, mate. Steady on. So you're telling me that this guy, Veb, can produce ooze, and when creatures drink it, they can then communicate with everyone? And there is a need for this, I imagine, because there are many different creatures growing and evolving in the quantum world, and they came together but couldn't communicate well. And so they lucked out in having this one creature evolve to produce a liquid that when consumed solves that exact problem? Well, gosh darn, how fucking useful. And so now, presumably as a quantum-wide industry, Veb sells his ooze to bartenders the world over in order for them to serve drinks of it to passers-by. And so, if Veb were to die, we can no longer provide translation liquid to the world. Hopefully there are more Vebs. Can we harness the power of the Veb for Earth? Do Scott or Cassie realize they are sitting on what is probably the most significant communication barrier solution in human history? Can we pocket some Veb and study it in the above world? Does anyone care about how amazing this is? Will Scott be able to understand all creatures now? Could be a fun payoff in future.
Big hole. How many holes do you have?
I don't know why this all seems like I've responded to this before. Has he made this exact point before? What did I say? I don't even know. Whatever, man. Like, I mean, it's pretty clear that he didn't provide the ooze to the entire quantum realm, and there's clearly some other way of making ooze, or maybe something similar, but probably ooze, considering that that's what they had in the bar as well. So I don't know, I guess ooze is just a thing that's randomly occurring, you know, and he apparently has the ability to make it, you know, like some creatures can make acid, and acid exists in other places as well, you know. Like, I guess it's just one specific thing that exists. But apparently it wears off when you go to the real world, as evident by the fact that the old lady is no longer able to understand them when they return there, you know? Oh wait, was she? Was she able to understand them? Maybe I'm getting this wrong. Maybe she just gave the ooze to her friends. She didn't need the ooze herself. But does that mean she was able to speak all the things? You know what, that's... You done it, Mauler. You done it. It's a valid criticism, you know. This ooze is, in fact, very strange and very powerful. Good job. I guess you're right. I guess they probably made it too strong, possibly. I don't know. And possibly it has greater ramifications. Yeah, good point. The ooze doesn't make that much sense. Okay, I talked myself into it. I agree with you now. The ooze is strange, you know. But it's fine to have like a silly thing that doesn't automatically make it to all the other shows, you know. All the, like, I mean, I guess actually, who cares? Like, fine, bring it to the real world, and then we'll never ever have different languages again. That'd be nice. Good on them, you know. Let the innovations of the AntMan go throughout the universe, and everyone can understand everyone now. That's what we want.
Sorry, is that a personal question? I don't have any holes.
Pretty weird question, but the man is passionate about holes, I suppose. Can't judge too harshly.
He has 7 holes.
Yeah, that's right. How did you know that?
Okay, solid joke. But it is lacking in that every other person we see down here also has 7 holes and similar sized holes. But hey.
Well, I guess we're not counting the nipple holes, which is weird, because later on he asks, do we make milk? And then I thought, oh, it's actually 9 holes then, isn't it? So, that's interesting. But, I mean, why would you assume that they all have to have the same holes, you know? Like, we cover up most of our holes too, you know. They might have any number of holes. And the laser guy has only one face hole, I guess, to shoot lasers with. How does he even drink the ooze, you know? Whatever.
David Dasmalchian's doing a fun performance. And it's far better than some of the jokes to come.
How did you know that?
He's Quaz. He's a telepath.
You can read minds?
You know, you don't need to be a telepath to guess the amount of holes in a species almost identical to yours. But then again, maybe Scott was talking about how they knew his name, though he knows they could have gotten that from Cassie. And wait, what the fuck did you just say? He's a telepath? You have telepaths?
Please, stop.
Thinking?
Thinking that.
I'm trying.
Well, not very hard, and I think you look weird too.
Dude, you've had like 5 seconds as a Charles Xavier wannabe and you're already pissing me off. Why, as a telepath, would you tell someone not to think the thing you don't want them to think? Chances are, these people will all be thinking precisely what they wouldn't want.
Okay, normally I'd give you a nitpick, but I guess that was pretty stupid, so maybe you're right about that one, but it's not big enough for a valid criticism, so let's just go ahead.
Want you to hear, especially when you tell them what not to think about.
Chances are you're all going to be thinking whatever you least want Buffy to hear. It's a question, of course, of mental discipline.
See? And that was done in the bloody late 90s. You've lived with this, presumably your whole life. Which, by the way, are you just a telepathic species? Because, man, governments would absolutely want to get their hands on you. And I imagine we're just gonna wash over the whole reading people's minds without their permission being a bit morally abhorrent thing. Probably not something this movie's ready to deal with.
I don't think you look weird. I think you look really cool.
No, you don't.
I know I don't. I'm nervous, okay? That just came out.
I hope you know that you're the twat in this situation and not Scott. He's trying to be kind, and you're essentially reaching into his mind only to complain about what you heard. In fact, I would kindly like for you to fuck off at this point, unless, of course, you need to clear their names.
What's Earth?
It's also where we're from.
We should torture them. Why are you always trying to torture people?
How the fuck are you all this inefficient? You have a bloody mind reader. Just ask whether he's a spy and read.
Do things come out of your holes?
Stop asking about his holes. Some of us have holes. What are you doing here?
Ugh, this is getting pretty stanky. Fast-paced, edgy but for kids dialogue, and the straight-talking guy who's just trying to make sense of his wacky friends. All of this could have been solved ages ago if you lads had one brain cell between you. What a mess. Scott and Cassie then struggle to explain they are from a world above.
What do you mean it could have been solved? Like, they are interrogating them. Like, that would still take time. I don't know, I guess you could cut away from it, but, like, it would still take time. It wouldn't have been solved already, no.
Of this one called Earth, and they are not spies.
Well, this is Earth, but it's very small Earth right here. I get big, I shrink, you know, but I wrote a book about it, actually.
Yep.
I mean, you probably wouldn't expect the telepath to do, like, all of the interrogation at once. Like, he probably can't, like, read their entire mind all at once, but I guess he probably can. Later on he might. I don't know, maybe... Well, I mean, he's probably gonna have some kind of limitations, you know?
You really need to make him mention that, because we're still doing the narcissism angle. It ain't gonna make sense no matter how many times you try it.
We shrunk, and right now we're really small, so we're small.
Bigger.
Okay, they're telling the truth.
Wow. Could have opened with that, but it's fine. You do you. I'm sure there's no rush.
It doesn't matter. You come from above. Like him.
Oh dear. Look at this lady with the gear and the makeup trying a little hard there.
He will burn the world to find you.
Who?
The Conqueror.
Okay, since we don't yet know who this Conqueror is, we can't know exactly what his power levels are, nor his level of control. But, for the sake of the argument, why not assume he's extremely powerful and can move with the power of portals? Tryhard over here just said he will burn the world to find anyone from above, implying not only that there have been several instances of people from above being captured in the past, there haven't, but that he will be here at any moment. He will hunt these people, which means they all need to get the fuck out of here, right? We discover they are a rebellion of sorts, and they fear the fuck out of him, so I can only imagine the first thought when learning who these two are is to run. But hey, there's not much Scott and Cassie can do. They are essentially captives. Also, it's kind of amazing that the crowd lose complete interest once they discover Scott and Cassie aren't spies. First of all, they've established that these two are a liability regardless of that, but apparently none of them give a fuck that these two come from a world with entirely different rules, species, and technology that sits above their own. A world they know nothing about.
I mean, like, you only gotta use your head just a little bit here to understand that they're all shuffled together from, like, a million different worlds. Like, how else are you gonna have Broccoli Man and Laser Man, you know? Like, of course there's, like, so many worlds down there that it's not that impressive, you know? Whatever.
And you might be thinking, well, Mauler, how do you know they think Scott and Cassie don't know anything about anything? Well, let's just say I have a theory.
They don't know anything about anything.
Uh-huh, sure, man. They're only a deep source of existential exploration, with more answers to the nature of the universe than you likely even have access to. But yeah,
I mean, they probably wouldn't even consider that they're actually that big. They probably just assume that they're like a slightly bigger world, you know? And now that... I mean, I don't know, like, you wouldn't consider that they'd be this important. And, like, you look at all the other things, they seem like they're equally complex and equally important.
they don't know anything, so they let them go, because there's nothing to do. You'd think they'd have some urgency with the whole impending doom thing, but no, it's fine.
Is that building alive? Yours are dead?
I appreciate the attempts at humor, but most of the buildings in this universe of theirs are dead too. How do you think jokes work? That characters just say things that make no sense to themselves and we all laugh at how silly everything is? Fucking stale Rick and Morty leftovers.
We just want to go home.
I mean, I guess technically that was a stupid joke, but I guess it was also funny. And I don't know about the impending doom, like they don't know specifically that they've been spotted already, and if they have been spotted, who knows if it's not already too late to run away, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, no, you're right, that's probably, yeah, you're right, that is a valid criticism, that they are in fact a huge source of danger right now. Okay, you got me.
At least you still have a home.
Oh, piss. Looks like Shadow the Hedgehog here is about to burst into glorious song.
Conqueror burned our homes, our stories.
Alright, calm down. They still need to know how to get home. There's no need to... Wait, what do you mean he burned your stories? Like, he burned down your library? Or are you doing a thing, like a building is a story, a person is a story, and I guess when someone dies, they can't be a story? Can you tell their story, or...
Oh, to be honest, I don't even care.
He built his citadel on the bones of our people.
Yeah, okay, that's awesome. How do they get out of here? You want them gone, remember? And they want to leave.
Found others on the run.
Yeah, so I'm using a bonbon now, so my throat doesn't get as sore. Sorry for the decrease in quality.
We gathered who we could to fight. It's never enough.
She does eventually stop talking, and then Cassie has an idea.
Dad, you're an Avenger.
No, what I need to do is get you home.
Why don't you want to help?
So what's happening here is that Cassie is having baby ogre brain, where you react to everything instantly with no knowledge of the situation while demanding that everyone agree with your correct position. Basically, Twitter.
We don't know anything about this place. I mean, I don't even know how time works down here.
Ah, the first of several great points. Scott has no basis to discover just how much time is passing here compared to Earth, nor any other area of the quantum realm. This could mean his loved ones are dying without him, or that he's rapidly aging in a trapped time zone.
Have we been gone for 10 seconds? Or have we been gone for 10 years? Think about your mom right now.
Thankfully, they've written Scott smart enough to understand how this has affected the world before. The man cares for his family first and remembers Cassie's mother. Granted, the stepfather was completely forgotten about, but at least the mum got a mention. The remaining seconds Cassie can spend with her could very well be slipping away.
Can you imagine?
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
Yeah, don't use caring about the mother of your child as an excuse to not get involved in a conflict you don't understand a thing about and are likely making worse by getting involved in. Who cares about your mother, Hank, Janet, Hope, or the surface, or even finding out if you've been permanently damaged by being here at all? Who cares about escaping in order to tell the world about these people and to save them from this conflict in the first place? But ultimately, fuck you, Scott, for caring about your daughter first, for trying to get her to safety. What a selfish man you must be.
Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening.
Do you ever get uncomfortable living so far up your own ass?
Did you look at me?
Okay, so I'm giving you a valid criticism for that one. It is, in fact, pretty crazy that she doesn't take all of these things into account. But then again, Scott really did want to leave, and then, like, she really saw that. I mean, she had her own thought process, and she decided that these people should be helped, and they got their own. They got this rebellion, and they must be supported, you know. So, I mean, it is that Scott probably wouldn't have helped them, you know, if he could just get out of there. I mean, he probably would later, but I don't know. I think they got a valid disagreement here, but she is, like, really far up her own ass. He's definitely right about that one.
It's actually baffling. The writers decided to make Cassie Lang, the cute, fun, supportive, and honestly awesome girl from the first two movies, into a complete sack of hydraulic cringe. She's somehow beginning to overcome the foul energy of several other modern, wonderful characters bestowed upon us in the Disney media empire. But why? Why would you do this? Why do you have so many spare chromosomes? Why do you want to write insufferable cunts?
I don't want you wasting your life.
At least I'm still trying to do something with mine.
If your brain exploded, would it even mess up your hair?
I mean, like I said before, Scott is just out there writing a book, you know? Like, that's not really that important. It's not the best use of the things that he could be doing, you know? As a superhero. Like, Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. They definitely could have written her better, and I guess they could have written some of the other women better too. But generally, I think that it's crazy how much hate they get that is mostly undeserved, you know? I mean, I like She-Hulk all the way up to the last episode, which was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. But before then, I don't know, I kind of dug her. Like, they are assholes, sure, but like, we like male assholes too. Like, why do all the female assholes get all the hate, you know? It's a tragedy. But yeah, this girl probably is too bad. Too much of an asshole. But she's also in puberty, so I guess that's what you're gonna get, you know? Maybe that part's realistic, you know?
She's disappointed in you.
I got that, yeah. Thank you.
Do you mind, you dumpy fuckle nitwit mushroom? This man is trying to leash his daughter in from having a bloody milkshake-fueled brat attack that could cost them their lives, and you have the temerity to reach into their heads where you are absolutely and obviously not fucking welcome and share your thoughts? Eavesdropping is bad enough, even without the stealing thoughts from people bit, you dopey shot.
That Nick.
God, that was... Okay, so, like, at first, yeah, it seems pretty rude of him, you know, but then, on the other hand, they are still kind of being interrogated, so, yeah, I mean, he's probably doing that for the good of his people, you know? Like, even if it's kind of an asshole thing to do, he should listen in on what the dangerous new strangers are talking about, okay? Sorry that rubs you the wrong way. And that's a nitpick.
Janet. Van Dyne?
Where is she?
That's what we're trying to find out. You know her?
So it turns out Tryhard recognizes the name Janet and orders the evacuation.
Take them as far away from here as you can.
Yeah, Janet is probably such a rare name, you know? It's never heard before anywhere else here.
Why? If you're looking for Janet, he's looking for you.
You already said he was looking for them. You literally said this.
You come from above, so he is hunting you. He will burn the world to find you.
So he was very much looking for them, but now he's super very much looking for them. Maybe. Or maybe you cut this film together with a blender, a shoe, and some cheese. Regardless, it would seem there is a hum on the air as the enemies approach. Soldiers are arriving from the Conqueror's army. This is bad news for everyone, so Tryhard lets us know what she thinks.
You led them straight to us. You led them straight to us.
Perhaps women were a mistake. Cassie and Scott were kidnapped, brought to this settlement and interrogated, only to then be questioned further when saying they might be able to help, but also that they want to go home. To then earn themselves this absolute banner of a line.
You led them straight to us.
No, they didn't, you weapons-grade Redditor. This doesn't bode well for Tryhard's brain, what little there may be. She can now comfortably join the ranks of several great moments in media, such as Vader chasing Obi-Wan Kenobi across the galaxy to finally reach him and say,
"Have you come to destroy me,
What?
Obi-Wan?"
You're the one that arrived here! What the fuck?
Oh god, it's the drinker, no!
I will do
He's everywhere! He'll never leave me alone!
what I must.
What?
Disney, just belting out classic after classic.
Okay, so the problem with the line before is that... I mean, she knew that they were being hunted, but she didn't know that they were, like, right on their tail, you know? I don't know. They're a rebellion. They probably have they have a lot of people that are being hunted, you know? They all trying to hide. I don't know if they should have made the choice of leaving behind the Earthlings, or if they should have made the choice to stay with them. There wasn't really enough time to decide that, but yeah, I mean, they, like, sure, like, our two characters probably should have, in fact, urged the urgency some more, but I guess they were trying to. Okay, you know what, you got me. It's not that bad of a point. You get one more. All right. Wow, you're really racking them up in this one, you know. And I'm so glad that we're finally over the fucking intro that took you a whole fucking 40 minutes and had like no valid criticism in it. So glad we're finally getting somewhere.
Well, time to run, everybody. Probably time for Cassie to suit up as well, but as we've seen time and time again, she most certainly does not have her suit. Man, whoever's organizing this must really want Cassie and Scott dead.
You know what, I'm just realizing that he said many times that she's not having her suit, and I'm adding like 3 nitpicks, okay? Because it's fucking insane, like, she's hiding the suit from the dad. Deal with it, man. Like, Jesus, you already know this, so you don't have to be smug about it.
Look, everybody, an army of robots to kill and feel nothing about. I can't wait to see a collection of nuts and bolts fall to the ground when... What? Why is he sludge now? She slapped him with a stick and he turned into a Disney product. Robots made of sludge? Sure, I guess. Should probably use that laser a whole bunch more, dude.
I mean, maybe not, you know. Maybe it's too dangerous. Maybe he's... I mean, maybe that shot was already too dangerous, but he weighed the options. I don't know, whatever.
Maybe on the dropships, but whatever. Scott and Kang.
I mean, it would probably be a good idea, but considering that we saw it reflected of the helmets, maybe not that good of an idea. I don't know.
Cassie then spend the next 30 seconds escaping death very narrowly. Just several moments where luck decided they live a little longer. Or main character status. Either way, Scott is just refusing to...
There's a nitpick for you. Oh, the main characters didn't die. Gosh, what a novel concept in superhero movies. Action? Never heard of it.
Put that helmet on, eh? Just leaving yourself...
The helmet again? God damn it. Another one just for the helmet.
...self wide open. Dude, I can't help but feel sorry for the composer right now, who has to cram a semblance of the AntMan theme right into that 3 seconds of fighting, because of course you have to. It's AntMan's first significant multiple men fight in the movie, but holy fuck is that theme crushed.
Well, I can't... Oh wait, let's listen to it, sure.
And they...
You know, I don't know anything about about music, but that might be a good point. But then again, I mean, it's not really against the quality of the movie, just because it's hard for the composer.
Just keep on doing that bullshit with the helmets coming up and down. We all know it's to make sure you see the actors, but...
Oh, do you know? Because I'm starting to think you don't know.
God damn. Any way you can facilitate that need without making it seem as though nobody wants to live?
Nobody's thinking that, dude. It's just a fucking helmet.
Oh, wow. So, like, these living buildings or whatever can take down the incoming ships with one shot? You could just stand your ground, lads. You'll probably win. Either do that...
I mean, they obviously can't stand their ground because, like, we know that he's got more soldiers that are coming.
Or run your evacuation when you first mentioned the dangers. That would have been neat.
The danger wasn't necessarily immediate, you know?
So, Tryhard starts using her really cool stick to kill all the robots, and as the audience struggles to understand the stakes, she is struck by laser wire and all seems lost. Especially when seeing Cassie's reaction. Just, not really feeling much of anything specific there, are ya? Paul Rudd, on the other hand, does resignation, likely due to having decided to save this lady despite what it may cost him, to then reach confusion, shock, concern, and panic as he realizes Cassie is gone.
I'm so glad that as an autistic person you can walk me through all the emotions that I would definitely not have picked up on. Thanks very much. It's too bad you had to insult the little girl again, but whatever. I guess she didn't act right, not that I care.
The point, however, is that Cassie has indeed ran off to go and save Tryhard. Let's take a look at that, shall we?
She's adorable.
Fucking hell, this franchise is impossible to underestimate. So Cassie hits the guy who was on Tryhard.
What, are you kidding me? Okay, that's another nitpick. I can't believe you're so upset by that little scene of her running. Jesus Christ. You know that was only like 5 seconds, right? Wow.
And then she takes her helmet off, only to put it back on.
And another point for the helmets. Uh-oh.
Because I guess some people might not know this is Cassie Lang. Ant-Girl, or whatever. Isn't Wasp already Ant-Girl, kinda? She fucks up the fight, and Scott saves her.
Well, she's a wasp. Do you know that wasps and ants are very closely related evolutionary? And bees too, you know? Like, you wouldn't think so, but they are. And the only ants that can fly are the ones just the queens and the drones, you know, they, like for the mating flight, they have wings. They don't have wings any other time, usually. But later on, we see ants that have wings apparently all the time, so they've evolved, I guess. That's pretty cool. Maybe they'll evolve into wasps one day.
By doing a jumping attack right at the last moment.
That's not funny. That was a fine attack, dude.
For fuck's sake, does it get worse? Cassie then talks about how shocking it is that...
That's how I attack, for sure.
that she has a suit.
I have a suit!
Yeah, I noticed.
And I noticed that you didn't put that suit on here.
Yes, so we heard. Another nitpick for you.
Here, or here. In fact, neither of you even tried to escape Team Quantard when they captured you. You know, going really small and hiding behind a rock to then dig yourself a hole in the...
I mean, they could have always just shrunk down, you know, but I guess you're right. Oh, you know what, is that valid? Okay, it's not a nitpick. You got that at least.
Floor might actually save you. But hey, I didn't design the tech, so what do I know? You don't look like idiots at all. Scott then teaches Cassie how to utilize the attacks as an ant person, which is neat, only it has a distinctly funny tone to it when everyone around them is being slaughtered.
You see what I did?
No, you're like this small.
I jumped into half.
Bit weird to show Cassie is invested in saving these people from annihilation to the point of getting herself almost killed.
I mean, like, she'd probably be better at saving them if she actually knows how to use the suit. But then the funny part is that she doesn't really respect her dad enough to absorb this information without making a joke. So there you go. I guess now you see the psyche of a teenage girl.
With her father saving her to then be like,
I know how to do it, Dad. I messed up on the timing.
So anyway, the mind raper detects an incoming. Not sure what he's detecting here since he's a mind reader, like, of people who are near him. No way he's detecting a ship more than a mile away, right? Or a person. Well, you all knew we'd get here at some point. You all knew this was going to happen. The Quantards begin to escape, and this creature narrowly misses several strikes on both Cassie and Scott, only to then finally reveal himself to the world.
Oh, look at that. They were actually missed on purpose because he actually doesn't want to kill them. Isn't that crazy? How convenient. But I guess you're not going to mention that one, huh?
A long time for this.
What?
A destiny you cannot escape.
So this is MODOK, a well-known character from the comics reimagined for the movies, and in this adaptation, he is Darren Cross.
If you remember Ant-Man 1, Darren Cross, he got sucked down and looped into the quantum realm. Kang found him and I guess saved his life, and so he is literally a head with tiny flume arms and legs.
Oh, fuck off! No!
Always good to get the fucking drinkers input, Jesus.
The rival and enemy in Ant-Man.
Wait, doesn't MODOK always have tiny arms and legs? Let's find out. Yes, he always has tiny arms and legs. Did you just say he doesn't usually have tiny arms and legs?
One, all those...
literally a head with tiny flume arms. Kang found him and I guess saved his life, and so he is literally a head with tiny flume arms and legs.
Oh, fuck off! No!
The rival and enemy in
No,
Ant-Man
I guess I
1
misunderstood.
all
Oh, well.
those years ago.
Darren?
Surprised to see me?
What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck?
I became the ultimate weapon.
What the fuck is happening to me? Why did they do this? Why did they do that to film? Did they lose a bet? Did they need to launder money? Did the mob capture someone's family? Why? Why is Darren this? How did it even happen? Why did they do this to Corey Stoll's face?
Darren is dead! There is only MODOK!
Stop! I'm begging you to stop.
And now all he needs is you.
Stop your ass with your scuba chumpling lips. Fucking stretched out baby rage Humpty Dumpty Hamball thumb. What the fuck were you thinking? It just cuts off like we have in any way agreed for it to end. For that sin to simply slink away.
He is the future.
Tryhard and the Mind Toucher are
Yeah, you know, I originally thought that he looked really stupid, you know, but I'm actually happy that he looks stupid now, okay? I know he's not well done, okay? He could be so much better. He's not expressive or anything. He's just like... just really awkward and funny, okay? I mean, he I think he was more expressive in other iterations. But yeah, I don't know. I still dig him now in some way, you know?
Along with Cassie and Scott, somehow. They could have gone tiny, split up, and made it difficult as...
And his personality is so funny too. Like the way he talks to them is just so good, you know? He's comedy gold, MODOK, I tell you.
Hell for MODOK to even find them. Or they could have gone big and punched him in the face. I mean, he is mostly face.
Come on, dude. Like, you think they're gonna defeat the ultimate weapon by punching it in the face? What are you kidding me, man?
But they surrender for some reason. Great. Perhaps it's time to go back to the...
Well, they just know of his terrible power. He's designed only for killing.
World of Hope, Hank, and Janet, eh?
What's after Scott and Cassie? We have to find them.
There's something I have to do first.
They could be dead.
Oof, bit stilted there, but it's alright. I'm sure you just can't be fucked for the movie equivalent of a tornado of quantum bodily fluids.
There's another nitpick. Oh no, she didn't put enough emotion in. Gosh.
In any case, what was Janet talking about? She needs to do something first? Well, earlier she said later. Later is now. Let's go, old lady.
Hope, please.
And you're still hiding things from us.
Well, yeah, she was pretty explicit about that.
Why didn't you tell us
Hope,
about
I will
all
explain
of this?
everything, but right now, I just need you to trust me.
Then make me trust you.
She said she didn't want to tell you what's going on down here yet, and then she said she would eventually tell you. That was a conversation you all...
That's another nitpick. Leave her time to explain. Jesus, man.
...had. You did concede because you don't have a spine. What's this attitude as though you've managed to figure out she's hiding something? That was something she told you, Hope.
Who are you so afraid of?
Janet wanted to protect them from someone, and we're finally learning all about them. More on that soon enough. For now, Scott and Cassie have been put in jail with their tech. Their entire tech outfits are all in the cell with them. You could expand the walls with your little throwy things. Scott could break out by going large or even small. He could try anything. So that guy comes in again.
And here we are again.
Another nitpick. That's so good. Also very good time to freeze. Like, really? Oh, the heroes didn't immediately escape. Gosh. Yeah, wow. Cool, that would have made the movie so much better. Yeah, man, just... like, wow. You're right, man. This is such a wasted opportunity for them to just try and escape from the fucking belly of the beast. That would have worked out so well for them. But, like, I'm even talking about it. Like, it would have also just not made sense for the movie. I guess they should have taken away their suits, but I don't know. I mean, if they had taken away their suits, then Cassie wouldn't be able to escape later. No, it's not valid. Shut up.
Fucking goomy-ass, late-stage filmmaking gnome.
You left Darren to die in the quantum realm.
I actually like his face better this time in this shot, you know? It's not as bad as I remember it.
You tried to kill his...
Not the other shot. I mean, the shot we just saw with his wide face, you know? I thought it stretched better than I remember it stretching, you know? Maybe they fixed it in post. Maybe the movie version was worse.
His daughter, you thumb motherfucker. Yeah, we reference everything here.
I can't stop eating. I eat because I'm unhappy. And I'm unhappy because I eat.
The Conqueror found me, rebuilt me, made me the ultimate weapon, a mechanized or...
They gave him an ass, an actual fucking rump, a slime-coated seat. This human chode was actually provided a Disney's Marvel's Avengers ass cheek slapping in the wind, as though everything they'd shown us wasn't enough. And why would the Conqueror save him? Why the fuck would he think, oh, I've got to make sure this frampy-ass puddle of flesh is saved and given weapons and hopefully works for me? He couldn't have known that this head with growths coming out of it was any more special than anything else down here.
Okay, now that is an incredible nitpick. Holy shit, that's so stupid as well. Because like, Kang is specifically looking for people that have been shrunk down. So he would have been exactly what Kang was looking for. Like, you really think he's not gonna be, oh, this hunk of flesh now? I mean, that's exactly what I'm looking for, but I'm not seeing it. You really think he's not looking for it? God damn it, man.
And man, what were the odds of him being found? Could have been eaten by a sun jellyfish, or a hairy flesh carpet, or he could have ended up in a time dilation.
I got you here. I found your signal, Cassie. Thanks for that, by the way. Couldn't have done it without you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're telling me that MODOK created tech that latches onto topside signals and automatically shrinks the person creating that signal down into the quantum realm? That sounds impossibly insane, and honestly not great considering his goals of capturing these people for the Conqueror. You almost killed them personally several times. They almost died to the fauna several times, and their entry was so balked, let's just say we know they were incredibly lucky not to die on that one too. Also, what a coincidence that Janet discovered the creation of this device seconds before she would have had significant success in stopping it. That might have prevented the entire plotline. In fact, with what we know now, she probably should have shut it down the second she saw any of it. Wait, hang on. How did Janet think that sending a mapping signal may prompt Captain fucking Headface over here to use quantum sucking machines to shrink them and draw them into the realm or something similar? Does this film think that's intuitive? Fuck's sake, we're not even an hour in.
Yeah, I know, that was 3 nitpicks in a row, dude. What was that? Like, you don't think that he could build the device? Then you're not happy that the device was slightly dangerous and cinematic? Oh no! And then you're upset that the old lady wasn't able to unplug the device in time? Jesus, man. Like, oh my god, I can't believe it again. You're again starting with nitpicking the fucking intro. Jesus Christ. Like, can't we just focus on the stuff that happens in the quantum realm already? Jesus.
If there's hyper-shrinking tech from MODOK, why doesn't he just reverse it and grow everyone here back to the surface? He cracked it in 2016. Motherfucker could surely do it again with tech that's hundreds of years ahead of Earth tech, could he not? Nothing makes any sense.
You're looking.
And another nitpick. Good job. Like, wow, really? I mean, yeah, imagine that. I guess the movie wouldn't have happened if any of those things were true. So I guess they're pointless and stupid then, right? Because, like, yeah, I guess we just can't have nice things because they don't perfectly make sense.
That a man set free.
This is why God abandoned us. Anyway, Janet further explains what happened in that beginning bit.
I love MODOK. I can't help it. He's too good.
We saw.
He said he was a traveler, a scientist who crashed off course.
So this guy, Kang, teamed up with Janet here and repaired his ship in the hopes of them both escaping the quantum realm.
We tried everything to recharge his ship's energy quartz.
Uh-huh. And what did you try? What is it you made use of in this quantum wasteland exactly? This took place before she even had access to the whole civilization down there. She hadn't even met Kryla. What materials are you working with? Where did you get them from?
Ship's energy core.
I cannot believe it. Like, you're really outdoing yourself with all the nitpicks, dude. Like, and again, we're talking about something that happened before, like, the actual story of the movie. Like, oh no, it's so unbelievable that she helped him do stuff, you know? I mean, clearly, I mean, I don't know where those science supplies that we're looking at right now came from, but, like, seriously, who fucking cares? Yeah, look at all those tools that she has somehow. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's like an infinite expanse of things. I keep thinking like, oh yeah, maybe there's an explanation. It's not worth having an explanation for, man. Stop.
How did you make flasks? Where is all this shit coming from? Oh, okay, so they eventually repair it and fix his ship, only something happens. Something very bad.
His ship was neurokinetic. When I touched it, I saw his mind.
I mean, I guess most likely they would have had access to the civilization, but I don't know. Either that or Kang could just make stuff with his mind. I guess that's also possible. I mean, he definitely can do like crazy shit with his suit, but how much can he do without the suit? Who knows?
touched his ship and saw his mind. His ship is designed such that when anyone touches it, they absorb his mind. So, personally, I have thoughts on the design here. In fact, I can think of a flaw. Just one. And it's that when people touch that, they can see your mind and apparently your life's work. That's not something you would want. That's not something anyone would ever want, and you would probably build something to prevent it, if you weren't a fucking idiot.
When I touched it, I saw his mind.
So
I mean, like, I think the main thing here is that, like, specifically it happened when she put in the power source. So I guess the ship has to open up to the psyche to let in the power source. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Okay, you know what? You know, that is a bit strange. You know, that is a valid criticism. Good job. You did it once again.
There you have it. Janet now knows he's a super evilman. Why the fuck would anyone's ship work this way? Why'd you let her touch it if you know that's what it's gonna do?
Yes,
How the fuck did any of this happen? They did it again. It's the pissing memory store, the one that shows everyone the great shit you took. You just can't come up with any creative solutions to writing problems. There are no layers here, nothing clever. I assume the writers believe critical thinking is a board game.
I felt what he had done.
Wait, why is he blasting? Shouldn't he just be wiping out timelines with those grenade things? And why didn't Janet see the Council of Kangs, or the Kangs that exiled him, or his battle with the Kangs in general? She says she has no idea who exiled him after this, but, like, how? How is that not in his head? Is it because it would have added a lot of credence to the fact that she has no fucking clue what she's looking at? I don't know anymore. Though,
I mean, she just saw him kill a bunch of people, you know, that's probably not good, so you're getting a nitpick for that one. Like, maybe she didn't see his whole mind, but what she saw was enough. Like, just deal with that, dude. Like, would you really prefer it if she was, like, intrinsically linked to his entire mind now? Come on, man.
The thing I kind of enjoy here is that Jonathan Majors plays Kang very reserved.
We can leave. Right now.
He knows what she's seen, and despite the insanity of the writing, it's up to us to move on, and so he seems to give off a sense of, yeah, okay, that was a lot, but I'm not a crazy monster person, I'm your friend, and we're gonna make it home. You know, that sort of impression. Something a little bit subversive compared to other villains. He could actually try and convince her of something instead of just going, mwahahaha.
Who is Kang?
Who I need to be.
Okay, I take that back. Why the fuck would you say that?
Okay, well that is another nitpick, because she's clearly established as someone who's really smart here, and they worked on this engine for such a long time, and he's never told her his secrets, you know. So I think it's pretty safe to say that persuading her that what she saw is not like a horrible monster thing, it's just not realistic, okay? Like, please. Maybe it's good he didn't insult her intelligence by acting like he didn't do all those things, you know? But whatever.
Especially after what she just saw. Please tell me you'll explain this better. You actually seem to be invested in her and in this situation going right for you.
He was exiled here, outside space and time. The only place that could hold him.
Exiled here? The only place that could hold him? But that makes no sense. If you have access to multiversal travel and you want to stop this Kang, why wouldn't you just kill him? He's a guy. Just a guy.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a critical hit right now. I'm adding 3 nitpicks at once, you know, because, like, why didn't they kill the bad guy? Are you fucking serious right now? There's already way too much killing the bad guys in Marvel movies. Like, you're asking them to kill the bad guy before he even shows up in the movie. Come on, man. Get the fuck over it. Like, Jesus. And I don't know, I guess apparently it's a pretty big deal to the Kangs that he must not be killed or whatever. Ah, Jesus, man. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking, like, yeah, maybe they should have killed him, but god damn it, no! Like, that's so stupid. Like, I guess we can never have anyone being exiled again. I guess they would have just killed everyone. Napoleon? Why didn't they just kill him, you know? Why'd they let him come back from his exile? You know, that's it. It's just like poetry. It returns from the past, you know, the past rhyming with itself. He's just like Napoleon.
In fact, you dropping him here almost killed him, and likely would have if not for Janet killing those quantum spider things. Secondly,
I'm sure he could have evaporated them easily. Come on, man.
Being that he's just a guy, you could have put him in a box, a steel box with an air hole. That would sort him out. What about standard prison, handcuffs, zip ties? Fucking put him in Nickelodeon slime, the mirror universe, a fucking shoe.
They sabotaged his ship and trapped him here.
Why would the writers make it so that Kang's captors try to trap him in the quantum realm with a machine that, when repaired with materials from the quantum realm, allow him to escape the quantum realm? Especially when those characters would know many people across time have entered and exited the quantum realm already via several forms of technology. I know writing is hard, but you're making it look like sculpting Michelangelo's David with a fish. You're not the dumbest fuck on the planet, but you better hope he doesn't die.
What are you going to do?
Okay, Kang, this is it. This is your moment. Tell her something that'll calm her down. Hell, tell her something that can contextualize what she saw. Explain everything with your big Kang brain, and then settle this shit well before everything explodes. So when
Okay, so I guess just to clarify, I think I'm giving him one more nitpick for the other thing. It's like, oh, why'd he have a spaceship in his prison? Come on, man. Like, I don't know, I guess you're just opposed to the idea of movies happening. Like, Jesus. Maybe they didn't sabotage it right. Who fucking knows? Well, he probably couldn't have repaired it without her. I don't know, she's probably some kind of genius. Probably wouldn't have been able otherwise. Maybe they're not geniuses, they just got really good tech. I'm again doing it. I'm again trying to make excuses for it, you know. But it like the thing is, it's just such a small complaint that it's not worth going into.
she says, "What are you gonna do?" You say,
win.
No, actually, honestly, no. She's gonna flip. Look at her. She's flipping. You can see it in her face.
And how many worlds will die if you get out?
Not yours.
Not yours? What are you doing, you fucking doorknob? Tell her you don't intend on arbitrarily destroying worlds. That's very likely going to make her like you more than when you say you're planning on murdering countless people. You could have said the device gives you a simulation of possible events across the multiverse.
Yeah, no, really a simulation. You really think she's gonna buy that? That's a nitpick, okay? Fucking a simulation. Jesus, dude. Like, why didn't he try to lie? Come on. Like, he clearly respects her too much to lie. And besides, he could just run away without her. Like, he didn't consider her to be a threat, so he didn't really need to lie to her at that time. But yeah, I mean, I guess his dialogue is definitely wanting. He really should just, like, go on, like, an explanation of why it's dangerous, but I think he does, so I guess it's fine.
Could have said that's the result of it being a multiversal traveling machine. You could have said it scrambles the mind and gives you nightmarish visions. You could have denied that what she saw was you, and that she was instead looking at the alternative version of you that put you here.
Alright, more
you could have
nitpicks.
said it will show you garbled nonsense from your own mind. You could have said it was accurate, but that you were fighting against other horrors that wanted to destroy all of existence. That particular timeline deletion was the only way to save the other timelines. You could have been like, "Oh my god, Janet, you peered into the multiverse. What did you see?" You have to reassure her. Nothing says I'm not a psycho like, "Hey, we can leave now." You had everything to work with. She has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
His ship was neurokinetic.
Neurokinetic? What the fuck does that mean to you? You are from 1987, Janet. What technology were you using that accesses your memories like a movie? How do you know this was that? How did you know this wasn't anything else? And why the fuck didn't you tell anyone?
Well, the reason here is that it's intuitive, and that's another nitpick.
What about this homicidal clown person living in the basement, Janet? He wants to destroy the multiverse, Janet. Are you special? I would explain this in simpler ways, but I don't have any crayons. You could very well have destroyed the entirety of existence. And why?
I just wanted to forget. I just wanted to be your mom again.
So that's just awful. You are an awful person. How nice to enjoy time with your family while the entire world, including them, burns around you. It looks like Kryla was right. You've left countless people down in the dark, suffering under the boot of this psycho, while warning no one in the world above of his desperate intentions to destroy everything because you wanted to chill out with your family.
I just wanted to be your mom again.
Everyone who loves you is wrong.
I can't let you leave.
Yeah, I guess that's a nitpick. We just can't have, like, we can't have the setup for a movie. It's just not possible, you know? Like, I think it's reasonable for her to escape. She could have assumed, like, I mean, like, reasonably Kang didn't have a way to escape, you know, until the girl built that device. So, it was all fine, but no. And who knows if fighting Kang wouldn't have given him just what he needs, you know? Like, what if she is what he needs to escape? Because she is the one who fixed his device in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine for her to just escape him. That way he can't have her to force her to help him, you know?
Why do you think you could stop me?
Well, she's the Wasp, she helped build this thing with you, and she's pretty motivated. I feel like she has a good oh, there she goes, stealing the core, flying away. Fucking nanotech helmet, am I right? She had AntMan tech, same as Hank from the fucking 80s, but nope, it's nano now. 'Cause everything is nano now. Oh shit, wait. If she had this fully functioning suit the whole time, then why the fuck didn't she use it in the opening? She was about to die. I imagine, especially in that scenario, being able to fly, to shrink, and to wear armor is worthwhile, Janet. Bloody clown.
Another time where he complains about them not wearing the armor. Jesus, man. Like, do you ever get over it?
Movies.
Yeah, not funny. It's too much like Mauler in that helmet, you know? That's probably why he hates it, or he wants it.
Well, she's running off with the core, his ship is falling apart, she's plowing 4 grower flames into the thing, and there it goes, exploded. Are you fucking kidding me? You gotta love these two moments being seconds apart from each other.
Why do you think you could stop me?
It's like the film's making fun of itself, and it's stupid as...
I mean, he apparently didn't know about the suit, so I don't know, makes sense that he didn't realize that she could stop him.
Fuck, because he could have tried anything. Instead, he baited her into destroying his ship, only for her to actually do it. Instantly. And that trapped him there, catching us up on the history of how Janet is a fuckwit who refused to save the worlds both below and above.
He's got weapons and technology, centuries beyond anything we can dream of.
Well, there it is. Centuries. We're gonna talk more about that later.
You brought me home, but I didn't deserve it. I unleashed a monster on this place and ran away.
True, Janet. Very true. I envy the people who haven't met you.
I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that alone.
Oh,
God damn, it's just basic empathy failure from Mauler. Yep. Like, oh yeah, you went through terrible shit. You're a monster! How dare you, woman! Why didn't you magically fix everything? Come on. Why didn't you take on the one person that's stronger than anyone else in the entire world all by yourself? Come on, Janet. How dare you escape? Did I already put it? Yeah, I'm putting in a nitpick on that one. Also, like, Jesus Christ, like, why? Why do you have to be so hateful? Like, yeah. This woman is terrible. She's basically Hitler.
Shut up, Hope, you fucking helmet.
You are not alone now.
The whole idea is that she didn't go through it alone. She had countless quantum friends, allies, and freedom fighters along for the ride. She abandoned them all to reach you, a person she then kept them all a secret from. Her going through this with people is precisely where her severely underdeveloped guilt comes from. It's amazing.
I mean, I don't know if I would even say people. Like the quantum people are so fucking strange. I would want to escape them too, you know? Like, Jesus.
Amazing that you're giving her a pass for destroying the multiverse in order to have some chill motherhood to enjoy. All the while, Scott gets hyper shat on for taking a chance to focus on fatherhood after having...
And besides, like, if they all have that much agency and importance, then like, why does she have to be the one to save them? She fought for a long time against Kang, you know? Like, Jesus Christ.
Saved the universe.
How is that for you, Scott?
I'm sensing a bit of a bias there. In any case, it's made clear that Kang will need Pym particles to get out of the quantum realm, and he has them if he has Scott and Cassie. So they will head to the exploded engine and hopefully prevent Kang from getting it, as that would lead to the end of the multiverse. You follow all that? Good, because fuck me, we're finally meeting Kang, live and in person.
You're an interesting man.
Scott Lang.
Fucking nanotech helmets again.
Really? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my god, dude. Okay, that's, you know, that's another critical hit. That's another 3 nitpicks in one, because I cannot believe that you're so pissed at helmets, for one, but then you're complaining that the most advanced person in the entire multiverse has the most advanced tech. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Let me see that helmet again.
Scott.
No, that, like, he would have that level of technology. He's centuries ahead. You showed it yourself. He has the Futurama tech, okay?
Fucking nanotech helmets again.
Yep.
Remember the good old days?
I mean, I guess that's pretty satisfying, but, I mean, get over it.
Bringing him in. Sorry about this.
Well, I mean, that is Iron Man, and he is in fact dead now, so that's why you don't see Iron Man helmets as much anymore. I mean, and also he did invent he didn't invent the nano stuff. Do they all use it from him? I don't know. I guess everyone had time to work on nanotech during the time where everyone was blipped. You know, I guess Thanos was right. They all went and got prosperity and nanotech. That is pretty cool.
And then it went to piss.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess if the Wakandans have it, then it must just be like vibranium bullshit. I guess vibranium can be easily used for nanotech. Interesting. I mean, that still looks cool. Yeah, you got no way to put that one in with the disappointing ones. Yeah, that one's... you know what? That's okay, because that technology is based on shrinking. So it would make sense that it just grows, you know? That's not even nanotech. That's just pin particles, I guess. Yeah, look at that. Did I mute this? Yes! I don't know why. What button did I press? Yeah, look, she's a Mauler now. Instant Mauler.
Come on. Jane?
Surprised to see me.
All right, enough. Back to the movie.
I don't know who you are, but I'm an Avenger. I've called the other Avengers.
Not the worst opening gambit, though you are a bit screwed if Kang takes that as a threat.
You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?
You know, I hate dialogue that's clearly only there to sound intense or imply greater aspects of writing without a single sliver of substance. Why would you ask him if he's been killed by you before? What the fuck dumbass question is that? Scott isn't Palpatine. If he dies, he doesn't just come back. Not to mention Kang.
Does everyone go to the quantum realm when they die? Yeah, you know what, that's a valid one, you know? I guess that was a pretty stupid line.
Scott just said he doesn't know who you are.
I don't know who you are.
So, why do you think he'd be able to tell you whether you've killed him before when he is alive and has no idea who you are?
Yeah, that is impressively stupid. You got a good point there.
You're not the one with the hammer.
No, you can tell because he doesn't have a hammer.
Who are you?
Hey, Thor doesn't always have the hammer. Come on. He could be Thor.
Just a man who's lost a lot of time. Like you.
So this is a piece of what remains of a deleted storyline that was ultimately reshot or moved around. Scott lost time with his daughter, and Kang has the power to give it back, as long as Scott helps him. Helping Kang will lead to more forms of potential destruction, and of course Scott would have to sacrifice the time with his daughter to stop Kang. Only that's not even close to what we go with instead. And let me tell you, I think anything would have been better than what we get.
Modok tells me you're a good thief.
You stole something from...
Christ, you look like a toe that got lost in a jewelry box. Regardless, despite prompting MODOK by saying he told him about Scott, Kang has a strange reaction to MODOK speaking.
Stole something from me.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
So first of all, wow, twat. Second, how is he telling you about anything if he's not allowed to speak to you while you're in the room? Is it all done through comms devices? Sounds retarded.
He asked MODOK a question, MODOK's like, just steps outside of the room.
Holy shit, they're all MODOKs. It's beautiful.
And shouts the answer.
And third, don't do the trope of the bad guy hurting his henchman for no reason at all, please. Maybe it's about time I start listening to the audio commentary. But wait, who was in it?
Hello there, I'm Peyton Reed, director of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. I'm joined today by screenwriter of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, Mr. Jeff Loveness.
Oh god, it's the director and the writer.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for being here, Jeff.
Oh, absolutely.
So, what do they have to say about this scene?
I want this moment to become a meme. I want to see MODOK flying against the wall and do not speak when I'm in the room.
Aw, geez, man. Yeah, that would be so funny. Let's make a meme of MODOK, and we'll have do not speak while I'm in the room.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
Your villain is flatlining already, and a good performance ain't gonna save it.
Does everyone down here know Janet?
She didn't tell you about me.
What? What? What?
He already said he doesn't know who you are.
I don't know who you are.
Listen next.
You know what? For the whole thing with the... Oh, it does that, huh? I should fix that. Yeah, why not? Don't even cut this part out, you know? I'll just shrink this down live. Look at that. That's the magic happening right as we speak. Okay, so that was a good point, you know. It was so stupid that he just throws him off. Like, the worst thing a villain can do is create a hostile work environment. Like, why would anyone work for you then? Like, what do you have on Big Babyface? But, like, it's so lame of him to do, too. Like, Jesus Christ. And the explanation is so hilariously stupid, too. Imagine if that had become a meme. Jesus. Like, imagine if Thanos just smacked like his wizard, and then that becomes the thing. Maybe he just does like a little cock and balls torture. He's like, I've got you by the balls, and that's our big meme now. Oh, it's so stupid, it hurts. So good job, Drink. You brought Mauler. You brought some real valuable insight, because that commentary was retarded. Good job. That director's commentary was so stupid. It definitely deserved that shout out. Play. Oh right, I'm in OBS.
Time, you feckless sink.
She didn't tell you about me. Yes, that's not a surprise.
No, it's an egregious surprise, and the writers could literally have every character say it makes sense, and it'll never change how much of a donkey-brained bit of writing it is. Seriously, Jeff, why'd you do this to me?
Jeff, how many screenplays have you written in your career?
This was the first one.
Oh, the first one?
Yep, shocked Gus Fring. That's pretty good.
First one?
I don't know if I told you that or not when you hired me.
How the hell were you given the reins to a screenplay with the backing of multiple hundreds of millions of dollars? That's insane.
Think about that. That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. At least Michael wrote Loki before Multiverse of Madness. Actually, I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script. We're in the second act.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ant-Man and Multiverse of Madness are about equally good, you know? No, Ant-Man's definitely better. Yeah, I definitely prefer Ant-Man. It's really good, you know? Ant-Man 3, baby.
Something's gotta happen. What should it be?
Look, I assume Jeff managed to make a proper script for this. He had passion and care. He worked to get us something from the heart that he redrafted and poured over all day, every day.
Well, what's he gonna say to undermine this? I cannot wait.
This is Jeff. He's a screenwriter. He's writing it as he goes along.
Oh.
It's not even anything he says. Come on, man. You're taking this guy's word? Like, maybe your scene was written that way, sure. I mean, like, what do you expect? It's just a cameo.
Oh, no. Bill, no. He's standing right there, Bill. First screenplay written as he goes along. We're in for a ride.
Yeah, I am actually surprised you're taking that one by his word, you know. I don't think he wrote it as it was going along.
Janet stole something from me, and you're the only one who can steal it back.
So, first of all, Scott is far from the only person who can steal back what you need. Janet, Hank, Hope, and Cassie could all theoretically do it, but...
Well, I don't think they know about those people, you know? I mean, they know about Janet, yes, but... I mean... Why do they know about Ant-Man then, actually? Oh, wait, because it's Daryl. Is that his name, Daryl? Like, what? MODOK knows Ant-Man. He doesn't know that Ant-Man's daughter or the Wasp are that strong, right? Or maybe... Actually, I don't remember the second one at all, so maybe he knows about the Wasp. But, like he's among the top people for this job, I guess, if it requires shrinking down.
Really, anyone with a fitted ant suit and shrinkers could do it. Like, maybe...
Yeah, there are not that many ant suits, actually. I mean, you think he would have sent the daughter? Come on.
If you took their tech and gave...
That's definitely a nitpick.
Gave it to your loyal robo-soldiers, for instance. Maybe you should take their tech anyway. But whatever. Maybe Kang has quantum retardation. So Scott asks why he would do this, and Kang explains it's Scott's ticket out, as well as a way to prevent what's coming. The end of everything.
I know how it ends. All of it. If you want to stop what's coming, and trust me, you do. I am the only shot you have.
Well, that's an ad for the next Avengers movie if I ever heard one. Should also make Scott a bit worried. Let's see if he can get some more information out of...
Yeah, so apparently Kang is having these assault charges, but apparently he's still in Loki Season 2, so I'm looking forward to that happening eventually. I hope it happens, and if he's in that movie too, that next Avengers movie, I'm gonna coom, okay? It's gonna be great. Too bad it won't have MODOK, I guess. That would would have been best. Imagine if MODOK could join the Avengers.
Grimace here.
Do we have a deal?
No, I don't think we do.
He told you the end of everything is coming, and he needs your help to stop it. And not only did he not explain what he meant, you didn't ask what he meant, and you outright refused. Good job, everyone. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, like, if your villain is running a doomsday cult, like, you don't really need to listen to them, so that's another nitpick, baby.
Wait, if Kang has telekinesis in the suit, why didn't he use it on Catwoman when she stole his balls?
He's writing it as he goes along.
Well, I mean, he just got that suit. He probably didn't have all the powers yet. Jesus, come on, man. That's another nitpick.
Look, we can talk about this.
Don't do it!
Oh, good. Will Ant-Man question Kang and what he meant by the destruction of everything? Will he make a counter-offer? Will he ensure that no? The answer is no.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him seriously either. Come on, man. Like, oh, he says the world's gonna end. Yeah, totally. Let's do exactly what he wants, man.
Where is it?
Motherfucker can open portals? Why didn't you open portals in the settlement? You could have grabbed everyone and tossed them into the prison cells with telekinesis. Why didn't you do that when they were with Krylar? Idiot blue space fuck has Bill Murray and a sentient thumb bring them instead. You didn't even capture them lot. Do you not want to win? You can't have X factors like them bouncing around unchecked.
Bouncing around?
Just why does anything work the way it works in these movies? Anyway, the quantum multiversal...
Okay, so I would almost give you a nitpick, but it is strange that he has the ability to make portals and he doesn't use it enough. But then again, I mean, it is probably his most closely guarded technology or whatever. But why can't he just get, like, the energy source out? Wait, does he? Did he shrink the energy source? Or did he just grab it?
Engine thing is here, after it got sized up 4 times and exploded.
You'll have to shrink down and pass through the eye of the storm. Once you're inside...
I'm sorry, it's just that you're a blatantly grotesque representation of the mistake that is the MCU. Now,
fuck off, he's funny. I mean, he's a little more ugly than usual, but he's funny.
First things first, why does Cassie still have all of her tech, you idiots? She is your prisoner, and leaving your prisoner with all their shit is only gonna bite you in the ass later. The funny
well, I mean, probably it's because Kang is so powerful that he doesn't consider anyone a threat still, but whatever. I mean, I guess I'm not giving you a nitpick because it's probably kind of stupid that they keep the tech, but whatever.
Is that the bad guys need to enlarge to escape the quantum realm. So why not strip them of their tech and have MODOK study it? You might not even need the engine. All of what you want is being worn by...
He definitely needs the engine, dude. Come on, it's his spaceship.
...them now, at the very least, if we go by his goals at the end. But I guess that's low on the list of butt-fuckery present in this tidal mass of kindergarten writing. Let's do this slowly.
You'll have to shrink down and pass through the eye of the storm.
Okay, so what is the eye of the storm in this case? And for that matter, what is the storm, and where is the storm, and how small does he need to go?
Once you're inside, find the core and size it back down.
Inside what? What is the core relative to this whole thing? Where is the core? Why can't we just shrink it down by hitting any part of the whole thing? That's how it works normally. That's how it's always worked. And
oh, come on, it's how it always works. Look how big that thing is. You think if they accidentally drop one of those things on the Earth is just gonna be tiny? No. Like, obviously it's gotta have limits. Come on, okay, that's definitely a nitpick. But his explanation could be better about this whole thing.
How much should it be shrunk down? We need to know how many growers were used, right? Out of these many questions.
I mean, no, you don't have to worry about that. Like, you just shrink it down once and then you can probably easily shrink it down again. So, that's another nitpick.
Does Scott ask a single one? Why, yes. Yes, he does.
What does it look like? When I steal something, I usually know what I'm stealing.
Well, that's something. At least we can get a detailed answer to one question.
You'll know it when you see it.
For fuck's sake, you anal bead. How about you try saying just one useful thing? One question out of hundreds asked and none answered. I'm not sure why this is surprising.
I like how this is just like from The Hobbit, where he says, oh, what does it look like? Oh, you'll know it when you see it. There's only a dragon there, don't worry about it. I'm fine with this.
Get in and out as fast as you can. The longer you're in there, the more your mind will come undone.
What? The longer you're in there, the more your mind will come undone.
Yep, naturally, when you're in a... When you're in a generator, your mind comes undone. Yep, makes perfect sense. I'm feeling that he's gonna get a valid criticism in here sometime. This is almost close, you know. This is real stupid that his mind will come undone.
Are we talking about the writer's room here? In what way will your
cheap shot
mind come undone, and how fast? Am I gonna come out with just a little bit of dementia, or am I gonna end up like people who've seen Velma? Well, nobody cares.
Hey, I've seen Velma and I'm doing great.
So let's go. Man, your robo-gods are just so intimidating and talented.
I'm sorry. This
Hey now, no. This is Hank's fault, and Hope's fault, and super duper Janet's fault, and your fault. Don't worry, all of you are bastards.
I messed up.
My whole life happened because I messed up. The only thing I didn't
Mess up is you. Yeah, I could have written that in my fucking grave, it's so generic.
I love you, Peanut.
Oh no, it's generic. Oh my god! God forbid that people have a moment where they express emotions and they're generic! Holy shit, we can't have that! Generic! Did I already press the nitpick? I'm pressing it again, fuck it. It's generic? Eat shit, man. Generic is fine! They're having a moment, you don't need it to be written amazingly. And they finally acknowledge her fault, that's good. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, we're 1 hour 40 into the video here, but it's probably only like 40 minutes into the movie. I don't know. It was a lot her fault, you know.
I loved you.
Oh, well, at least they remembered to have him call her Peanut.
Peanuts!
That's something.
That's pretty weird, calling that big girl Peanut, but whatever.
Bloody nanomasks.
Probably not even nano, you know? Probably just shrunken mask.
So Scott jumps off the edge and shrinks about another 4 sizes or something. He was already quantum level sized, so I don't really know how any of this works anymore. Like,
come on, can you stop acting like there's a size difference? Like, they just went to the quantum realm. They're not different sizes now. Come on, man. I mean, clearly the quantum realm has, like, air molecules. They're not tiny. Whatever.
Can you just shrink forever? Maybe you can reach the quantum realm of the quantum realm.
Probably not. I don't know. Probably there's molecules there, but there's probably no... Or maybe you just loop around to the regular quantum realm. That'd be cool, you know? The quantum realm. AntMan number 10, the quantum mania. Or should I say Quantumania?
Even manages to perfectly avoid absolute shit tons of debris.
There's a nitpick. Oh, he did a dangerous thing without dying. Wah!
He doesn't even have wings. Every damn time we get this hypergeneric tunnel of colors in these movies, they never get hurt.
It's a real mystery, God. Imagine that. We have cool things. Oh, it's weird. We should just go back to times where, with Adam West Batman, where it's just like, oh, my moral quandary here is how do I get rid of this bomb? And there's ducklings. I don't want to blow up the ducklings. No superpowers, no magical nonsense. Nope. Just guys in suits. Just costumed superheroes with no magic and no fantasy bullshit going on. Did I already add the nitpick? I should keep track of this better.
Stop taking the fucking helmet off. You're
well, there's another one. Another helmet. Oh no.
In the middle of the quantum equivalent of a pyroclastic enema. Literally the first fucking man to ever enter this place in the history of the universe, and you knock the helmet off, you fuck.
Darren? Darren. MODOK, can you hear me?
Why can he stand? Why is there gravity? Oh no, I'm giving a nitpick. Oh, I can't add this to his nitpick counter though.
What? You telling me Kang already hates this thumb, but he's chill with him wasting time for his pride? Sure. Hopefully it got a laugh out of someone. Now, time to get some useful information on this whole thing.
Okay, so, what do I do? What's the plan?
Don't die?
Allegedly, there were a collection of creatures called human adults that put this film together. We've
Okay, well, there's valid criticism that MODOK is not really useful here. He probably should have given him way more instructions. And that's the point for that, even though you've made the point several times, but I guess it's coming together fine, so you've made a good point.
Yet to see any strong evidence of that, but I'm holding out hope. And so, continuing on, Scott sees he has to get a growy disc to the center of the core. Therefore, he takes a step forward.
Whoa. What the hell? What the hell?
Okay, the brain of this universe is about to implode.
Why am I looking at another me?
You're looking at the possibility of another you. You're in a probability storm.
Alright, this is one of those scenarios where things are about to make as little sense as possible. Like, the writers have taken measures to really fuck with us on this one. Scott is inside the multiversal spaceship's engine sized up. That means he is currently in a probability storm. He starts multiplying, and good old MODOK is going to explain what's happening.
It's a probability storm. Every choice you could make existing all at once.
Every choice you could make existing all at once. Every choice. You really think Scott multiplying every few seconds counts for every choice he could make? Are you sure you haven't completely fucked up your own rules to attempt a joke?
What's he saying? You're inside Schrodinger's box, and you're the cat.
Don't invoke his name, you melted boulder.
Not even the real one. Wait, my real? Who's the real one?
What do you even know about Schrodinger? What are you talking about? Like, wow, don't invoke his name. That one's a nitpick. Like you would fucking know. Whatever, man. Like, no idea about quantum mechanics, but like, oh yeah, Schrodinger, this is my jam. Do not insult the Schrodinger.
Okay, so what we have here is a shit ton of Scotts that all branched off from the original one we came in with. And so, why haven't we seen a flash vortex in accordance to what they have said to be true? You know, just like that time it should have happened in Doctor Strange 2. If every single choice Scott makes produces an alternative probability in the form of what seems to be a perfect clone, and the rules are then applied to said clone, not only should there be Scotts pouring out of our main man here, but there should probably be flesh waterfalls coming out of them too. That aside, why did this only affect Scott some time into being here? The guy's been making all kinds of choices the moment he came within the vicinity of the core. He would...
Okay, that's an incredible nitpick. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, okay, the wording here is a bit silly. So I guess the choices that you could make would be, I mean, like, they're different from each muscle that you move. Clearly we're not at that level of choice. But they're also not really meaningful choices. And, like, obviously they should exponentially multiply. So I guess, like if... So I guess I would assume here that... I would assume here that, like, each thing that he says, he may have had the choice of not saying it, you know? But then there's not infinite choices of him, because there's, like, one choice that made this choice... that made choice A and then choice B, but then there's choice AA and choice BB, you know, but you only get 4, but you don't get exponentially many, I assume. But I don't know, probably overthinking this. And Mauler would of course say that I shouldn't make up these possible excuses for the movie because they're not in the movie, and I would say just enjoy what you're seeing because it's fun, but whatever. I mean, I like to think about it, even if it's not like the original canon explanation for it.
Have been doing it as he was falling. If we're seeing every probability, then why are all of the Scotts almost all the same? All of them with the same outfit configuration and attitude. For the
yeah, that was really weird because they have like the one that has the normal clothes. Like, how'd he get in here anyways? And why is there only one? Like, there's no other versions. There's only one version of Scott that isn't Ant-Man.
Most part. If it were slight variations from the current path, then maybe I could buy it, barring the other holes. But not only has it been said that this would include all probabilities, we see this as well.
Exactly.
Oh, guys, hey, relax. Take it easy. Why are you dressed like that? Because I work at Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, that guy is just a stupid joke that they snuck in there that does not make sense. And you're right, it's stupid, and that's why it's not why I'm not giving you a nitpick counter for that one. But it's not valid because it's whatever, man. Wait, no. Yeah, you know what? The regular close guy here is fucking stupid, and it is a valid criticism. You got me. You did it. It's not. It could have been better, you know. But I still like the many Scots, even though it's stupid.
If all the Scots originate from the landing Scot or variations of him, why the fuck is Ice Cream Scott here? What are you storing your Baskin Robbins outfit in your prison wallet? The variant doesn't even seem to know what's happening. The value of the joke is the absurdity of him being here against all the other Scots, but it's explicitly at odds with the other rules they set in order to have this scenario. In other words, they fucked themselves.
Your idea to bring in the Baskin Robbins.
They didn't fuck themselves because they told a joke. Oh wait, let's listen to the older commentary.
I love that and
Fantastic.
logically I can't quite explain it, but it just feels good and I love it.
What a great way to tell story.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's fine, whatever. It's fine, whatever. Maybe they all imagined him. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, like, you're obviously gonna have a bad time with this movie if you're expecting everything to make sense, because there are in fact some stupid jokes that don't perfectly make sense, but they're enjoyable to watch. But this movie isn't like completely crazy with them, so it's fine.
Just go with the flow. Just run with whatever you feel at the time, man.
He's writing it as he goes along.
Then there's the fact that this one asks what MODOK is saying, because apparently only original Scott has the technology to communicate. Apparently the clones of him didn't copy over the tech. Only we know that's not true since they start using their AntMan tech in a sec.
Well, I mean, they apparently don't have the tech that goes to the outside world, because I guess they don't actually exist. They only exist in here, but Scott actually exists, which is also seen when the Wasp actually grabs him, because she grabs the real one that actually exists, and then the other ones disappear. I'm skipping ahead. Let's see what he says. I mean, I don't know what he says. I haven't seen past this part.
Meaning the line should be bombarded with hundreds of Scott voices, making it impossible for communication. So...
Oh, okay, that's a nitpick. Like, the line would have been bombarded. A, stupid... And B, like, clearly there's a rule here where that they don't all have the headset that goes to the outside world.
Nope, nothing's making any sense at all. In conclusion, it's the lamest use of a contradictory mechanic broken from the outset. You know, standard Disney writing. Okay, so apparently going big here will kill you. Even though he was bigger than that when he dived in at first, but whatever. That means he will have to find some other way to reach the core. Gosh darn, if only Hank gave him wings, eh? It's also lucky as fuck that he didn't try that before a variant did. Saved himself a...
I mean, I don't know. Are the variants all him, or are they not?
Shredding, but then would one of the other Scots have taken over his life or something? Also, why? A question I'm loath to continue asking at this point, but seriously, why? Why does going bigger tear him limb from limb in possibly the most violent fashion we've seen in these movies for an entire phase? It seems rather cruel. Jurassic World cruel.
I've got a read on Scott.
Well, shouldn't you... You know what? I'm gonna wait on that one.
Mom, what is this? Don't look at them. They're just possibilities. They're not you.
Yeah, don't you worry. They're just possibilities. They're not you. That makes so much sense and is so reassuring. You know, if we can just rewind for a sec. Hope jumped right into the probability storm. Did she, Janet, or Hank have any prep on what that means? Obviously not, since Janet is explaining it to her as she's flying in. And so, just imagine that. You head into some sci-fi thing to rescue your loved one, and suddenly several clones pop out of you, and your mother tells you it's chill, they're just other yous, but not you.
And they're multiplying much faster than him too. I guess she's making a lot of choices.
Not only did she not warn you, she just told you to discard their humanity and identity and your existential crisis on a whim.
I mean, they would just, like, there would be just more and more of them the longer you're in here. So you definitely should discard them. I guess it's too bad that nobody realized this would happen before they enter it.
Look at them. They're just possibilities. They're not you.
Well, that's quite epis-fucking-temic, isn't it, Janet? Should these creatures not be given the same concern as any living being?
I mean, no, because then they would all die. If you just stay in there, you just get infinite, and then, like, I guess they all die. Because that's probably why they That's probably why they end up getting destroyed, because they just have too much mass. So if they replicate infinitely, then they just get removed. They get gored up, you know? Who knows?
Are they human? Should they be saved? Should they have rights?
Well, they wouldn't be able to be saved. They're possibilities.
Just imagine beginning your consciousness as one of these poor, tortured things. The sheer lack of security in your identity and existence. The unbearable weight of depressing horrors that came before and after you.
I mean, they all think they're the real one.
Undying and absolute anguish of realizing the awful truth. You are in an MCU movie. Seriously though, there's nothing stopping Hope Van Dyne from having an existential crisis on her way to rescuing Scott, and it's all because someone couldn't be bothered to explain fuck all. Again.
I mean, it's not like anyone has ever entered that thing before, but now you're expecting her to know everything, right?
Janet. Also, how are Janet and Hank now going to distinguish between the real Hope and the not real Hopes? And why did the probability storm affect Hope well before it affected Scott? And why did Scott have to shrink down 4 sizes while Hope had to shrink down 2? Fuck me.
Well, those were definitely nitpicks. All
the
right,
Ant-Man then attempts to grow and gets turned into Ant-Man spaghetti. I have no fucking clue. Though, this happens. So the big guy's hand fell on the floor, and the floor is now gone. Scott is falling infinitely because there's no floor.
I don't know why there was floor in the first place, but whatever.
What the fuck? Is the goal even possible now? Oh, now he's getting drowned in Ant-Man or something. It's really weird, and I don't have any clue what's happening. And then this happens.
Dad, just come back one more time.
Get him up! Get him up! Come on!
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Climb or something.
What are you doing? How are you able to do that?
I'll tell you how.
No, I'll tell you how. Through sheer lack of shame. The same way they make everything happen in this film. Also, that's not me editing it. Kang is actually having a seizure in that moment. My guess is they wanted a shaking effect as a result of the Ant-Man pile, but that doesn't really make any sense considering how small that pile would be in comparison.
Yeah.
In any case, something got fucked up along the way in production, and Kang's suit is now jittering the fuck out in the scene. Good job, lads. Anyway.
Yeah, I really don't know what's up with that. Is he just, like, raging out, or what?
Regarding the scene, for some reason, Scott can now command all of the Ant-Men in unison the same way he did the ants in the previous movies. And they are now making what looks like a huge structure with their bodies, pushing Scott...
Well, must be quite weird, right? But they're just using the ant powers. Literal ant powers. Look how many of them there are. That's crazy.
Right to the top, ready to shrink the engine. Only, I think physics get in the way when humans try to make a structure like that.
They're tiny though, so it's fine.
Especially one wobbling this much. But the mind control aspect is much more interesting to me. Did all of them just become a hive mind under his control?
I mean, they're like ant-sized, so they have ant powers. Like, I'm pretty sure that Ant-Man can lift stuff 100 times taller than him, or whatever, if he's small.
Because he has the ear thing? Like, we know it's not what he claims, that they all work together because they all want to save Cassie, which is boring as fuck when all probabilities should be here. There's Ant-Men who are part of this structure who wouldn't even know what the fuck is happening. You know, like all the way over there. So...
Well, I mean, they're all wearing the suits, so I'm sure they all came in at the same time. I mean, they're probably, except for the pizza guy, they're all the same Scott who came in here.
It must be that he's managed to mind control them all at once, which is impossible, weird, creepy, and not to be touched on by the movie with a quantum barge pole.
We all want the same thing. Come on, work together! And I'm coming, Cassie. Come on, we're doing it for Cassie!
If they all want the same thing, then why aren't they trying to be the one at the top? The variant earlier was arguing that he was the original, and it's...
Well, they got over it. Deal with it. That's an nitpick.
Clearly not proximity to the core that kills you, so why the fuck did the big ant people die? Tell me the reason, movie, you coward. Anyway, Scott shoots at the core.
I guess my biomass explanation doesn't work, because there's definitely more of them now. They would definitely start being vaporized now.
But why? This is the core. Why is it frazzling? And hey, why isn't he firing more? Why aren't the other Ant-Men firing? Their other Pym tech is real enough. Surely their Pym fleams are too. This whole scene defies continuity. It spits in the face of it. It's angry with it.
That's definitely a nitpick. Wow, this stupid scene defies continuity. Come on, man. Really? the silly Schrodinger's box is what defies continuity. It's so stupid, man. Like, we really just can't have a box where they multiply, huh? That really is too much to ask for. If your explanations can't provide that, then what are they good for? You know, that's what we want. We want a million Ant-Man. We want to see Ant-Man stacking to the ceiling.
What's happening? Why is it falling apart now? Please just give me an ounce of sense.
Well, it's clearly because they were so disappointed that the shrinking didn't work.
A sliver.
And then they're trying to make other choices of what to do, and that's probably what messes with them.
What? What the fuck, you fuck? How did you undo the entire probability storm? Why would hope grabbing your hand undo all the problems you had? What is happening?
What the fuck are you doing?
I mean, I guess the obvious solution would be that there's no more probabilities, because they have figured out the right thing to do. So everything else is unlikely to happen now, because the final outcome has happened.
You just fired like 26 shrinkers on a core that was hit with 4 growers. You just fucking destroyed it. It's gone. That shit's gonna shrink.
Well, most of them must have broken again.
Down for...
well, that's definitely a nitpick. Jesus, they used too many bullets, oh no.
Eternity. How are you gonna find it now? And why the fuck didn't you fire more the first time, Scott? You...
Yeah, maybe it went to the quantum realm and then it looped all the way back around.
Dumb fucking ape, you stupid bitch. You are living proof that it can take as long as 9 months just to make a joke. Oh wow, there it is. Just sitting right next to him. Sure, perfect. Why not? Nothing else made sense. We then see Scott and Hope getting up while Hank lands the ship. Then they show us this.
We gotta get that thing out of here.
No, wait. He's got Cassie.
Yeah, that's awkward. They wrote it so that Hope completely forgot Cassie was someone she cared about. A lot. She was gonna leave without even asking about it. First thing on her mind when seeing Scott and not seeing Cassie should probably be, oh, where's Cassie? But hey, character writing's lame, or something.
Scott!
Janet!
Give that to me. We have to go now.
What the fuck was that editing? How did you manage to move Janet from somewhere in the distant quantum desert over there all the way to these twats in what seemed like a split second of running?
Well, that's definitely a nitpick.
Did she just pop out of the quantum void or some shit? Oh, of course she did. Look, that's how they filmed it. Wait, hang on, where's Hank? Why didn't he come with her? Why didn't he park the ship right next to him? What the hell is going on?
He's got Cassie.
Let me just point out that I really enjoyed the guys getting the hang of having his hands in the thingy.
Of course she did. Look, that's how they filmed it. Wait, hang on.
Yeah, the spaceship. He's really enjoying the tentacle arms. That's cool. You know, shout out to him living his best life. I like it.
Where's Hank?
See, it paid off, you know. You think it's a stupid joke, but it paid off. He's having the time of his life.
Why didn't he come with her? Why didn't he park the ship right next to him? What the hell is going on?
He's got Cassie.
We will save her. I promise you we will save her, but you cannot give that to him.
Uh-oh. It's fucked. It's all fucked. God damn these MCU projects where they fold in on themselves so many times it becomes impossible to remember just how it strangles itself with its own intestines. Bear with me for this one. According to Janet's story, Kang will destroy the multiverse, very likely including our own world, just as soon as he gets his engine back. An engine he cannot get back when it's enlarged because he's too stupid to strip the shrink tech from Scott and Cassie, meaning the the only thing that can facilitate his interest in destroying timelines is safely blocked from his grasp. That is, until you shrink it and have it in your hand. A position that is honestly pretty fucking easy for Kang to take advantage of. A state of being, mind you, that Janet would be heartily against facilitating. In fact, when Hope was heading into the probability storm, why did Janet not say, "Oh, Hope, when you get in there, make sure to tell Scott to stop, get him out of there, and we will figure out how to save Cassie, because as long as that dumb fucking engine is all huge and shit, Kang can't go anywhere." Instead, you basically handed over to him on a silver platter. He was standing there waiting. But hey, maybe for no reason at all, he's gone now. So maybe I
wouldn't trust him.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Well done. I didn't even consider that one, you know. I don't know why they sent her in there, you know, to shrink that thing. That's a pretty bad idea.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does anyone bother to do anything? There's just no point. Why isn't Janet right now saying, "Oh god, don't give it to Kang, he'll destroy the multiverse, Scott. That's his singular goal. He told me." You know, useful information, very unlike anything you ever end up hearing in these things. Scott barely knows what this thing is. He doesn't even know what Kang wants to do with it. He's not been told fuck all.
I wouldn't trust him. Janet has a way of changing her mind.
You shouldn't trust Janet because she can change her mind. What do you mean?
You're right, that is a really stupid point by Kang. Like, Jesus Christ, you really think, oh, she changed her mind. When she learned that I'm evil, she didn't want to help me anymore. You can't trust her, man. Kang is making the dumbest fucking lines. He's getting the most valid criticism out of Mauler, out of anyone here. That's pretty impressive.
That she's normal? That she's like everyone else ever? In fact, I'm pretty sure I trust a person who can change their mind more than someone who can't. And I'm sorry, what's the second option here? Should you trust Kang, the guy who tortured you and your daughter after having kidnapped you both? Who the fuck wrote this, and why were you the sperm that won?
My old mentor. I think.
Oh fuck, now we're doing this.
So I guess where Hank was is there because someone had to stay in the ship. Good to know.
Didn't expect to see your prototype.
Jesus, Gandhi and Joseph, you look like the offspring of Mr. Electric and a bellend.
His nose is so weird in this shot. But I guess his face otherwise looks good. You know, fits in perfectly well.
Oh, really?
So Hank's ship begins to crash, and while that's happening, we get this.
So, what's it gonna be, Scott?
Why isn't he just taking it from Scott? You don't care if he gets his daughter back, just use your telekinesis powers. Unless you actually want to come through on the deal, which honestly would make you more interesting.
Do I need to take it?
Where is my daughter?
I mean, that clearly seems to be the implication there, that he wants to keep the deal. I guess he's almost like some kind of devil who doesn't go back on his word. But then you probably would wish he would go back on his word. It's just some awful thing that he's gonna do.
I seriously do not know what's happening here.
We had a deal.
Kang doesn't give a fuck about Cassie, and he has portal powers. Just open one up and toss Cassie back for the engine. It would do wonders for showing some integrity of the character, and
on the other hand, Cassie would definitely object to giving him the orb. How strange.
It gives Scott the difficult choice. So come on, Kang, where's Cassie?
She'll be fine without you.
But why? You want to keep Cassie now? What do you want with her? When did this development happen? What were they even talking about? Why didn't he just take it the whole time? He said the deal was for the engine and then everyone could leave. Why did you even ask if you're just gonna welch on the deal anyway?
Those are all good points. Well done. I guess Kang is actually really poorly written. I guess that's shocking in such a good movie, you know, but I don't know, I guess his performance is really making up for it.
Cut out the middleman and just take it. Scott obviously wants his daughter back. Fucking professional clown. You can just flick them away like they're actual insects? What the... He knocked them out? How the fuck are you gonna convince me AntMan, old AntMan, girl AntMan with wings, and old girl AntMan with wings are gonna beat this guy now? He can just flick them.
Because I'm like, oh yeah, let's have an Ant-Man and the Wasp fight scene against Kang. And your take was like, no, he just beats him instantly.
With a finger.
Such a great instinct.
Great instinct? What the fuck are you talking about? How did this knock them out? And if it's such a good idea, it better be used later.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that one's definitely a nitpick, because, I mean, it just makes sense that he's that strong. I mean, like, with all the tech that we've seen him use, like, he would be that strong. And they're tiny. Like, the most impressive thing here is that he knew where they were. So he has great perception as well as... Well, I guess you don't need great power to hit the insects, but still, you know. I mean, like, I think you actually would be able to defeat Ant-Man really easily if you actually see where he is, you know. Like, you could just step on him. I mean, he can lift a lot, but he probably will be crushed easily. The thing is that Ant-Man always has to fear for his life when he's tiny. He's just fast enough to avoid getting hit. That's how I understood his character. So it actually makes sense that there's finally someone who can just fucking destroy him, you know?
Yes, however unfortunate it may be, MODOK has managed to disable and ground Hank's ship, showing him crash so far away it looks like it would take at least an hour to reach.
Henry.
You know, I think moments like this happen so quickly that it feels as though it's flowing well, and that's good enough. But we don't do that here. Give it the old pause and rewind there, please. So Janet believes the end of the multiverse will come in the form of this guy over here getting his engine thing. Right? So he's got it, and her two greatest resources to stop him are knocked out through some bullfuckery, meaning this is the ultimate low point. What will Janet do? Well, she sees the ship crashing and says...
Henry.
And then begins to run to him. Woman, your daughter is currently at the whim of the mass-murdering, world-crushing clown man right in front of you. You have no idea if your granddaughter is still alive. Kang has now completed the one task you wanted to stop him from completing for as much as 30 years right in front of you. Perhaps there's something, or even three somethings, that are a little more pressing than the ship crashing? No? All right then.
You left me. How they do.
Oh no, we're doing it. The trope, the classic trope where the villain does not kill the heroes and instead leaves them in an easily escapable environment.
Why don't you just kill him?
I'm going to place him in an easily escapable situation involving an overly elaborate and exotic death.
They could get away.
I'm going to leave them alone and not actually witness them dying. I'm just going to assume it all went to plan. What?
I have a gun.
If the best dramatic writing you can pull off is akin to parodying yourself, you may be in trouble. But yes, Kang doesn't kill anyone. He captures Janet and he's off to his lair via portal. Which is weird, right? In total, I mean. Like, he's not killing Cassie and he's hurt Hope and Scott, but he won't kill them, and he's sabotaged their ship with Hank inside, but he doesn't mind if he's alive, and he's gonna kidnap Janet but not kill her. He clearly doesn't care if they get what they're owed in the form of the deal, and they do nothing but get in his way. So what reason could he possibly have not to kill them? They are probably his greatest threat, since they're the only ones who know what he's about to do and how to stop him. The only thing we have is that he's interested in seeing if they can escape from this place, which I assume is the Subatomica, because he said he was left here by Janet. But if that's true, then yeah, Janet already escaped here. In fact, she did it with her basic Pimtech, which they have. So once again, the plot is holding the characters by the throat to prevent them from doing something pretty obvious that would end the whole movie. Also, as if we haven't spoken about it enough, we get another editing thing. You see, Janet walks into the portal with Kang, and then we see her being walked to Kang by Robo-Henchmen. They were together and now...
Okay, that part there's a nitpick. But then what he said about him not killing them, I assume it's because he doesn't really think of them as a threat anymore. But then... I mean, does he murder a lot of people? I mean, he destroys whole timelines, but that's necessary because they would, like, make contact with other timelines and then implode. So I don't know, is it established that he just murders a bunch of people for no reason? I mean, the whole thing where he made the deal and then didn't follow it, but then still fought them, like, that was weird. But otherwise, I don't know. I mean, you already got enough points for pointing out Kang's problems, so I'm not adding an additional one here. Oh well.
She's...
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
What did you see?
Still with that editing nitpick, okay.
We didn't really get a chance to talk about it last time.
Well, you could have tried, but you were too busy saying, I win, you fucking artery.
A monster who thinks he's a god.
When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes.
Oh, that's not...
Yeah, you know what? You changed my mind. I thought they had this talk later, but I guess if they had this talk just now, then that is pretty stupid. Like, he definitely should have told her more before they started fighting back in the day, you know? So, that was a good point. Cool.
Not really a response to what... she's saying you're bad. You saying you...
On the other hand, like, when we talk about the other movies, like, the villain always has really stupid ideas, you know? Like, how many times did Thanos, like, make really stupid choices, you know? Well, I guess not that many. I guess he was kind of competent. Who else? Well, Loki was certainly an idiot. Ultron, I guess he was kind of smart. But then we have the whole Civil War, which I completely hated. Whatever. I was working hard earlier, you know, a few days ago, and then this whole Unity thing came out, and now I'm depressed, and I do not know what to do, and now I guess I'm thinking I might as well finish off this horrible waste of time video, you know. Why did I do this? Who would persuade me to do this? You know, this is just so stupid. I could have watched like a million people who have stupid opinions on this movie, but I have to watch the one person who wastes everyone's time by making the longest videos with the most nitpicks. Whatever, it's fine. This is an experiment, okay? We'll see. Maybe this is how you do it. Maybe this is the highest quality of criticism, is to just pick apart every single thing, okay? So let's just go ahead and do that now. Let's see. I know he's got the editing thing to complain about. Why is there Tron?
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Oh, no, okay. See? We didn't really get a chance to talk about it last time.
Yeah, I don't remember where we were. Oh, wait, no, I guess I do. It was actually here. Did I respond to this part? I think I did, so let's just...
Well, saying you see things isn't really...
When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes.
And you're the only one who sees.
Okay, we need to have a moratorium on people not responding to each other in modern slop movies. When she says you're a deluded monster, the response should not be, well, when you see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes. It addresses fucking nothing. But, oh so intelligent and charismatic super god Kang, if your point is that individual suffering is commonplace and meaningless to you compared to the destruction of whole universes in seconds by people you consider monsters and are trying to stop and must stop by trimming their worlds off and thus ending the lives of countless people to save countless more, then maybe explain that to this woman who currently thinks you are just a psychopath who's killing everyone to be a god. In fact, it's a little weird you're so desperate for her approval when at the height of your relationship with her it seemed you only wanted to declare your victory.
What are you going to do?
Win.
Wasn't much effort on the helping.
Yeah, I don't remember if I gave him a point for that, but that's definitely a valid criticism. Yep, there you go. You earned that one. Probably, maybe double earned it, who knows. But you know what, that's pretty stupid of Kang, but also, whatever.
Her understand part back then, was there?
And you're the only one who sees.
I am the only one that can...
Yeah, sure, would have been nice if Kang would have told her about his plan. Why does anyone even follow this Kang? He's like, yeah, I just know, you know, I just know this all needs to happen this way, you know. I'll kill you if you don't obey, by the way. Yeah, I fucking love working for that guy.
This sound like children on a schoolyard trying to one-up each other? Who cares whether time broke and someone sees it or not and also broke it? Talk about the innocent lives lost. Talk about the ethics of the decisions to come. Argue about the right thing to do. Please just start explaining what the fuck is going on.
By variance throughout the multiverse, playing with time like children.
Oh look, he has a little PowerPoint presentation. That's cute. It looks like this time he's prepared and he can explain himself.
I saw their chaos spreading across realities, universes colliding, endless incursions.
Okay, this is better. He's saying that when his alternate selves are left unchecked, they destroy pretty much everything. This is useful for explaining to people that he doesn't mean himself when he says me in regard to who is responsible. Which, in retrospect, was a pretty retarded decision to make when trying to convince anyone of anything. He's even talking about incursions now.
Is that what he meant? Okay, that's so stupid. I gotta give Mauler another point for that one. Did he really say me as responsible when he means all his alternate me's? Or is he doing that because he is kind of like them, or he was like them, and maybe he started it all? Well, whatever, it was stupid. Let's go.
Horrifying writing mechanic that Michael Waldron is still facing charges for.
So I took control.
And now you want to wipe away any universe that's a threat to you.
That's what conquerors do.
God damn it, you had something there, you pancake. You could have said you're the only one that will be willing to maintain a peace or allow for other worlds as long as we crush any attempt from alternate Kangs as well as other threats that intend to cause incursions. Incursions that would ripple out and cause suffering on a far grander scale than removing splintered timelines. Instead, you say this.
That's what conquerors do. They burn the broken world and they make a new one.
Nice. I'm sure this will be incredibly convincing.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You're already getting enough points for the faults in Kang's explanation here, okay? But yeah, it's all good points.
Let me just kill everyone, okay? I'll make a world that's great right after that. You sound like Gooba Thanos in Endgame.
You don't care about saving anything or anyone.
Well, you see, the bad guys can actually not be that relatable. Otherwise, we're just gonna waste all our time just philosophizing instead of just punching the bad guys. You see, that wouldn't work. Why am I doing that voice? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's pretty... I mean, you gotta have some kind of conflict. I don't know. What would be a thing that you would consider to be better? I mean, I guess you like Civil War, so that's the complete opposite end, where they just endlessly talk about like the one thing that is not even important. Like, oh, we're gonna sign this contract, baby. This is totally worth starting a civil war over. So I don't know. You know, probably just take this guy. You know, let's just assume that these guys have strong convictions and an explanation would not sway them anyways. Oh well.
Only want revenge because they beat you, because you lost.
Okay, this is another one of those golden opportunities.
Perfect.
All you need to do is reassure her that yes, you are furious that they exiled and imprisoned you, but that is a well-founded anger. Kang could claim that they are the most vicious and evil people to ever inflict themselves on the multiverse, and that he is the only one that can stop them.
Okay, now you're reaching, because like he is the conqueror. Come on, you think they're gonna be worse than him? No. They want to banish him because he's too good at being them, you know? I assume. I mean, whatever. I mean, he is called the Conqueror. I don't know what you expect. Like, you really think he's going to pull the lesser evil if he's the Conqueror?
He could then ask Janet what her solution would be. Really check if she's even listening. However, he decides to say something else.
Yeah, when you check if she's listening, that's when you can mansplain it all to her. That's how you do it.
I have no idea what I have lost, and I will burn them out of time for what they've done to me.
Again, you kinda need to explain that, bud. You're coming across as a psycho, and she's probably seconds away from asking you about the innocent lives.
You'll be wiping out entire timelines, murdering trillions of people.
See, we're at critical now. Kang has skipped out on just about 3 or even 4 opportunities to explain himself, and Janet has crystallized the big issue. The #1 issue. How do you justify killing bajillions of innocent people? You see, on paper, you just wiping out timelines is hyper-murder. So you gotta explain it to her. You gotta make it clear that those lives will be lost on top of far more if you let the other Kangs stay in power. This is the key moment. A defining piece of dialogue to show what kind of character he is. What will Kang say when faced with the accusation of murdering trillions?
I wish that mattered, Janet.
Wow. I wish that mattered? That's all you got? Is your brain just clown milk?
Hey, you know, you're just gonna break some trillions of lives' eggs if you're gonna make a revenge sandwich, you know? You make sandwich with egg? I guess probably better an omelette. Should definitely consider the revenge omelette.
So this conversation was, you are bad. No, I'm not. I have to stop the other me's from destroying everything. You just want revenge. I kinda do, yeah. You will kill everyone getting it. Well, that doesn't matter. End scene. What is wrong with you, you bin? When this is over, you'll have no leg to stand on in terms of warnings when given chances like this. Well, except when you told Scott, I guess. Looking forward to that payoff. So, Cassie is being moved somewhere. No idea what's going on, to be honest. Kang could have just moved her with portals, but honestly, why is she even alive? None of this makes sense. Let's see what happens. So these geniuses still haven't taken her suit or her tech. The very tech that Kang was so hell-bent on getting. If you remember, that was the whole reason these cunts were sucked down in the first place. Specifically these little devices. They just let her keep them.
You know, you'd almost think that was a nitpick, but that is actually pretty stupid of them. I don't know. God, do I really have to give you a valid criticism for something this small? Fine, okay, you got it. Fucking wow. Why does she have tech still? It's crazy.
Oh, and look, she did all of this with those other soldiers right there. They didn't even see her shrink. Amazing. They aren't even reacting to the fucking giant man sticking through the walls of the building. You can clearly see him right next to her in this shot, and then he just disappears. What the fuck are you doing, movie? Bloody useless narcoleptic editor? No.
You know, that's just how it's gonna be, you know? It's just like when the characters hide behind a statue, you know? Nobody will expect them, or when they hold perfectly still. It's like, did we always have a giant guy stuck in the ceiling, or is he new? You know, nobody just wants to point it out. It's perfectly natural, really, if you ask me. Like, you often miss the most obvious things.
One is alerted by all this bullshit. Everything is fine. Cassie has escaped. I love storytelling.
What?
So, Scott and Hope both happen to wake right up at the same time and meet with Hank and his giant ant.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
Kinda weird that they start asking which ant this is and whether it's from the farm in the beginning. You'd think they would ask about Janet, you know, since she was last seen right here and she's gone.
Oh, come on. Okay, that's just ridiculous, you know? It's like, oh yeah, how could they ask about this giant ant that's right there? What, maybe it's hostile? I don't know. Does he have to manually tame each ant? Or do they just kill him sometimes if not? You know, I don't know. I think that he probably could wait like a little moment for them to ask. Jeez.
They don't ask about her in the whole scene. It's pretty bad. Anyway, that's nothing compared to what we've got coming.
It was the ants. They were reaching out the whole time.
Honestly, I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but here we fucking go. Hank has been picking up strange signals ever since they crashed here. Turns out it was his ants. The lads from the beginning, remember?
Pretty smart ants.
Yeah, pretty smart ants. So, those ones fell into part of the quantum realm, a time dilation to be specific, and they lived for thousands of years in a single day.
Expanding their knowledge, their science, becoming more advanced than I could have ever thought. I told you they were smart.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's just awesome. I love that little... I love the ant using lasers from her mandibles, you know, that's pretty good. I don't know how you could possibly complain about this brilliant plot point. You know, it just seems flawless to me.
The ants are now super duper ants, and they want to help our team win the day. But you may be asking, what help can they provide? Well, why not let Hank explain it?
They've already built something of a technocratic Class 2 civilization.
A You can't be What is happening? Hank, please stop. Please don't do this, please.
Do you think he's gonna bring up what Class 2 means? I mean, I think I know. I'm thinking it means that they harnessed all the power from the entire solar system, which I guess wouldn't make... I mean, like, obviously, like, if they're in the quantum realm, they can find a solar system there. Like, it doesn't need to be ours. It could work.
Please, I can't take the cringe.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot.
This reminded me of Karl Marx.
This reminded me of Karl.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get the insight from the Council of Curmudgeons to find out if this reference to socialism has triggered them. All right, let's go.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot.
Okay, stop. Shut the fuck up. It's too much. You failed.
You failed, and you're dead. Now, fuck off.
You failed so much it shouldn't even be possible. Your ambition outweighs your skill, and your ambition is walrus piss. As a favor to the world, can you please play hide and go fuck yourself? Perhaps your parents were...
Wow, he is so offended at the concept of socialism. Oh my god. Like, what do you expect? They're ants. Of course they're gonna be socialist. Like, what do you think, they're gonna start capitalism? They are all fucking related. They have a queen that lays 1 million eggs. Of course they're gonna literally be sisters. What do you expect, man?
Siblings after all. Or you ate a clown mushroom. In any case, you've seriously given Mr. Waldron a run for his money with the talent on display.
He's writing it as he goes along.
Abso-fucking-unbelievably catastrophic writing.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to explain what's wrong with that one, because it seems good to me.
I want a refund for everyone.
Just because he said socialism? Man, you are such a baby. That's crazy. Well, sure it's good that we got 2 whole hours in so we can hear these gems.
Whether they saw this disaster or not, whole thing smells of burnt hair and fecal cave sewage.
Charged.
Now, let me explain why. Starting with, what does it even mean for the ants to receive a day's worth of signal from Hank over 1,000 years? It would absolutely have to be torn into the tiniest of pieces. I can't imagine the signal would be something even remotely coherent. And it's rather surprising they've advanced thousands of years and Hank is still something they have great concern for. They've not only moved well beyond him, they would likely feel he's abandoned them, if they feel anything for him at all, and they surely understand exactly what he was to them. But let's ignore that for now, whatever, it's fine. Hank says...
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty stupid. Like, of course, why would they not remember that? Like, they were regular ants, and then he took them and then he gave them laser pieces, you know, like, gave them cyborg parts. You think they're gonna forget that? Come on, man. Like, we fucking remember a carpenter from 2,000 years ago, and we got a big religion about it. Fucking give me a break. Like, oh, he died on the cross. Yeah, big fucking deal. Like, nobody... People still fucking hang out for Jesus as if he was real, you know? Whatever.
They are now a technocrat...
Oh yeah, so that was at least one nitpick. No, wrong, no. That was the wrong button. Okay, here we go.
Class 2, socialist, and civilization. So, technocratic, typically meaning positions of power are given to those with technical expertise at the highest echelons. Socialist, typically meaning an economic and political system where the workers own the buildings and tools that provide goods and services, or a centralized state ownership of the means of production is in play. Ants, meaning they essentially run on a hive mind and collectively work to complete whatever goal they have at the time with an absolute lack of individuality. Finally, a Class 2 civilization, typically meaning...
Oh, thank God he's brought it up. Oh, it's got a Dyson sphere. That's just what I was thinking. Hell yeah. I bet he's gonna make the stupid point once again that just because they're in the quantum realm that they can't be a Type 2 civilization because he thinks that the quantum realm is inside of Earth. Whatever.
They have the power to harness the energy of their local star. Now, if I can just say, what the fuck? You want me to believe the ants have harnessed the sun?
I mean, you're looking right here at what appears to be a Dyson sphere project, so yeah. I'm telling you that's what they did. Look, they already had cyborg parts. I'm sure that when you got cyborg parts, it's not that long till you can build a Dyson sphere.
In the quantum realm. They don't even have a sun to harness, you fucking...
We just saw the sun right here, you fuck. Like, come on, man. There's clearly a sun there. There's clearly planets in the quantumverse. What are you talking about?
Sun in the quantum realm. They don't even have a sun to harness, you fucking puddle. They are far more likely to surf on individual photons down here than harness...
Who fucking cares if they got a photon? That's good enough. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, okay, fine, it's not technically at the same size, but like, just give them a break. If they got a Dyson sphere, they should count as a Type 2 civilization. Like, even if it's a tiny Dyson sphere. Like, it's still large to them because they're in the quantum realm. Like, come on, you think the other guys don't count as having a civilization because they're tiny? And I mean, they're not even part of our solar system while they're in the quantum realm, so they don't need to dominate our sun. They just need to dominate a sun, and they're Type 2.
The solar system. However, if you are simply saying they have the energy equivalent to that, why mention anything else? Their civilization is...
It's a Dyson sphere. It's pretty impressive. Come on. Look at them. They're amazing.
Unrecognizable compared to ours in terms of species, resource, technology, and environment. Not to mention interact...
Yeah, I mean, they would be. Like, if we were Type 2, then we would be unrecognizable to ourselves as well. We're not even using a fraction of this planet's energy. I mean, I guess we are. It's just a small fraction. Like, come on. We're not even Type 1 yet. Come on. Of course we'll be unrecognizable if we're Type 1 or 2.
With wonky time, and they don't even have to deal with disparate cultures all having histories that inform much of... What the fuck am I doing? What is the point? They are thousands...
What is the point indeed? Like... Why is it so important for you to fucking downplay this enormous achievement of these ants, okay? Like, just look at them. Look how many buildings there are in just this shot. They got all kinds of stuff, and they got LEDs on everything, but it's not too bright, just how I would like it. Unless this is nighttime. It might be nighttime.
Of years ahead. And let's not forget, they are fucking ants. At what number does your IQ need to be to write this? Fucking Xanderhalls?
Oh god, that's not good.
You trying...
Wow, really? Fucking... Yeah, okay, fine. I didn't see that stream. That might have been funny. Did he actually take a test and score low? Actually, I need to see that.
You need to be to write this. Fucking...
I mean, it's only 3 points below average. Jesus, dude. What, are you... Is this a dunk to you? You're 3 points below average? Are you fool? You probably believe in ants building a Dyson sphere in an AntMan movie.
Xanderhalls?
Oh god, that's not good.
You trying to extol the virtue of being full...
Oh, so 3 points lower is 42nd percentile. Interesting. So I guess there's 58% of people that are higher than 92 IQ. Interesting. It wouldn't look from that. It wouldn't look like it from that graph, I guess. Like if you're looking, then like just this tiny piece here would be. I mean, I know it's. Yeah, I would have guessed it's less, but whatever. It's probably wouldn't have guessed that there's like 8% difference from 3 IQ points, but whatever.
Fucking Xanderhalls?
Oh god, that's not good.
You trying to extol the virtue of being forced to do whatever?
The disappointment here. Oh no, I'm below average. I mean, yeah, it would be pretty disappointing because those tests always give you like a way too high point. I mean, if they're online tests, I don't know. They like if they give you a bad point, you're not gonna recommend that test. But if you get lots of points, you're more likely to recommend it. So it's very unlikely to get like an accurate online test, but whatever. Maybe on that. Yeah, I mean, I guess that said Mensa or whatever, so maybe it makes more sense. Yeah, no, disregard what I said. That was stupid. If that was a official Mensa test, I guess that's pretty good. What?
Whatever the collective decides for you for life, does the techno-socialist and...
Oh, we need to hear this. This is the peak critique. Okay, let's hear some of this again, just so I don't miss any of the other stuff.
Fucking Xanderhalls?
Oh god, that's not good.
You trying to extol the virtue of being forced to do whatever the collective decides for you for life? Does the techno-socialist and civilization have art? Books? Sports? Video games? Movies? Does it have a really shitty set of sci-fi fantasy superhero movies?
Okay, so, I mean, I personally think that having some kind of eusocial hive mind must be pretty good. Like, if you're looking at ants, they got like no unemployment, you know. You're looking at ants, they're never forming a strike or anything like that. I mean, ants. I think ants have it down, you know. They don't have social issues. They don't have homelessness. I don't know. I think we could look to ants to model our civilization, you know?
No? Well, then maybe there is something to fucking learn.
I mean, I don't know. They might have art. Who knows? Probably not, I guess. We don't really see any examples of them having art, right? But they are very loyal to him. So that's good, I guess. I mean, I guess they must have that either as a religion or like a goal for some reason. I mean, I guess the ants just told the story of the old man who gave them cyborg parts, and then they just decided this is our goal in the future. We need to make contact again. Maybe you can bestow more cyborg parts, but then they were way more advanced than him in the end, anyways. Oh well. Poor ants wasted their time impressing the old man, but maybe not, considering what happens later.
I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from these...
Yeah, you can tell that he's really triggered by the fact that he's played this clip 3 times now.
I do appreciate Hope trying to tell old man Douglas that his ramblings are cringe and should be saved for his Twitch stream, but why the fuck would he even be saying this when we know the end of the multiverse is imminent? Janet is gone. We have...
I mean, I don't know if he knows that, but whatever.
No time to waste. Get the fuck on with it, for all our sakes.
Ants don't give up.
I don't care who this guy is. I don't care what he can do. I'm getting Cassie.
That generic as fuck dialogue is all well and good, Scott, but what Kang can do is very specifically important.
Okay, so calling that generic, fuck you. You were just triggered and now it's generic? Come on. I mean, yeah, I know what he said, but I mean, like, it's literally what's happening. I'm sorry that describing the event is generic. Jeez.
As it determines the chances of us being able to do anything to stop him. It's just about the only thing that matters considering the goal.
How do we even the odds against Kang?
As a great writer once said, there's always room to grow.
The plan, as implied, is to make Ant-Man very big. We're gonna get to that.
You read my book?
Every goddamn word.
Man, that would have been a pretty big payoff normally, especially with how these two built up their relationship throughout the movies. Hank always saw himself in Scott, but held him at arm's length and experienced a couple bumps in the road. Ones that made sense, but still stung. The idea that he's letting him know he cares about him to the extent that he read his book and felt a little inspired by it should be pretty huge. It's even a small callback. But not only is this moment played more so for laughs, and more so for plot, it's pretty damn quick. It's a shame because the more the MCU goes on, the less character writing is relevant. But hey, how's Cassie doing?
Oh, come on, that was a nice moment. Just let me have this. That's a nitpick for you.
Hey!
Stop taking the fucking helmet down. So Cassie is here to break...
Another one, he just can't help himself. Helmet, helmet, helmet. This is the show with the helmet. The Mauler guy with the helmet.
Tryhard out of prison, only she has no idea how to do it. Luckily for Cassie, she's attacked. And you may be thinking, Mauler, what do you mean luckily? Well, as a result of being attacked, she does this.
Yeah, you know what? That just organically developed. You know, I can't fault them for that, but I can fault you because that's a nitpick.
And there you go. Try.
Yeah, come on, man. Like, having one funny moment where something falls into place is good, okay? Like, don't even tell me that you think that was unintentionally funny, because clearly it wasn't.
Is free, as is Cassie in the middle of Kang's HQ. And still no alerts, I guess.
I mean, I guess they are a little bit ridiculously stupid, these guards, but, you know, she's pretty sneaky with how tiny she can get.
Because, you know, Kang could just portal in and capture them both instantly. It's also great.
Come on, he's not going to waste his time. Like, they're not in his radar right now. What are you talking about? That's another nitpick. Yeah, Gotta let you have these nitpicks.
That the guards have clear shots on here for so long, and yet you get that wonderful distance close for no reason.
Oh my god! Imagine the stormtroopers aren't good at shooting! This is a revelation worth mentioning every time it happens. Holy shit! The guards could have done more to apprehend the heroes. Holy shit! Shut up already.
Isn't at all. Classic. I particularly love the guy who, when she shrinks right in front of him, continues to charge into the abyss with complete conviction. Never give up, pal. What? Why? She didn't do anything. She just kicked a guy. The guy wasn't even coherent. He was already down. She literally kicked someone while they were down. A famously uncool thing to do.
No, see, it's cool when a woman does it.
Just fuck off. Feels like we're doing the I like this one thing from Han.
I mean, I think that, like, they should get along, you know, because, like she's some kind of I don't know. She's a rebellious teen, and the girl and the woman is a literal rebellion leader. Like, of course she's gonna fawn over her. This is another nitpick. Like, you're comparing this to this other line that you don't like. That's a nitpick.
Or Thor. But it doesn't even make sense here because nobody likes Cassie.
We need to get a message out to anyone who can still fight. Then free our people from the detention cells below and launch a counteroffensive from within.
Alright then, I'm sure nothing will get in your way.
I built an empire down here, Janet. And I'm taking it with me.
I love how they're still on talking terms after what we just discussed earlier about their dialogue.
But why? Like, no, seriously, why? You don't need them. You'll have the super duper hyper power to control timelines. What would it even mean to have a few hundred robots at that point? What would you even have them do?
You really should have let me out when you had the chance.
I assume he's saying this because she's lost now.
I mean, you're probably not understanding this, but Kang is a conqueror, and you want to have an army to conquer things and to control the things that you conquer. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would have ended up doing all his own fighting and wouldn't have used the army for much. Or maybe not. You never know. I mean, I guess we might see.
She doesn't get to recover the time with her daughter, but, like, he still hasn't assuaged her whole issue, which is that she believes he will kill everything. Meaning it makes very little difference to her at all.
History is not written. It is forged.
Alright, here we go then. Kang is delivering his motivational speech to his robot army? Is this seriously something he felt the need to do? It'd be like doing a speech for your guns about how excited you are to shoot them.
I mean, I really don't think they're robots, but whatever. Like, like you've seen them have some kind of human life to them, you know? Like, they don't walk like robots. I don't know, man. They just have helmets that obscure their face, like stormtroopers.
I will take my revenge on those who banished me. We conquer eternity.
Wow, it took you like a handful of seconds and your speech has already proven Janet entirely correct. It's all about revenge.
And the dynasty of Kang.
That face is priceless. So Cassie has somehow managed to hack into the messaging system and override Kang's speech. It's kind of nuts to me that Kang can't just zero in on the broadcast signal with his huge command center, teleport over to them and, I don't know, break their necks, but...
Yeah, you know what, I didn't consider that yet, but you're right, he could have done that. I mean, I don't know. Would it be hard to track where they are? I mean, I guess they must be in his command center, so it would not be hard. So that's a valid criticism. Well done, Mauler.
You know, whatever. You do you.
We're inside! We've reached the tower! I'm with Gentora! He's not invincible!
So Cassie gives her speech, a speech meant to unite all the differing pockets of resistance across the quantum realm and convince them to attack Kang's fortress. A fortress equipped with incredible firepower. A man who can... You know, we'll wait on that.
I know it might feel like it's too late. Like, all we do is just lose. But the family I've lost taught me to keep fighting.
Okay, considering these people have no idea who Cassie really is, or her history or family, all she's really said is, we always lose, but keep going? Not the greatest start, but let's see what else there is.
We need to look out for the little guy. My dad taught me that. Because when people needed help, he didn't look the other way. And neither do we.
I'm not quite sure that works when you're basically asking all of these people to attack with very high odds of dying. We were shown people at Quantum Customs being abused, sure, but is it likely they'll choose to kill themselves in the name of protecting the little guy over that? Who is the little guy in this scenario if not themselves? Why should they have to try their luck at an army of death robots in order to look out for the little guy?
I know you've been waiting. Now is the time to strike. He knows he can't take all of us.
Fucking hell. So, in total, Cassie said we're dying and we're losing all the time, but that you should fight now because the little guy needs you, and that surely Kang can't take us all. The guy with portal tech, lasers, missiles, armies of robots made of Phase 4. I don't know, man. That's probably one of the shittiest speeches conceived, and it's far more likely to be a trap.
I mean, okay, I guess you could consider that it's a trap, sure. But then again, these people have been, like, oppressed the entire time, so... it seems unlikely that it would be a trap, you know? Like, imagine the robots just... And behind them, there is normally their leader speaking out about his bullshit, how he's gonna conquer the world, and instead you get a little girl. Like, you really think that's gonna be a trap? It's like, oh yeah, this is it. This is how we flush out the rebels. They'll start rebelling when we show the little girl. I don't know. I guess they just have this ability to read her sincerity that is just amazing, you know. It was the perfect storm. They were ready to rebel, and she wanted them to rebel, and and you know what? I don't think he had that many soldiers, you know. I think most of them might have been at this point in his base, but who knows? Maybe not. I mean, okay. So when we saw the robots earlier, were they looking for the protagonists, or is there a normal amount of presence for these? Why do I keep saying robots? I think they're stormtroopers. I think... I don't know. We don't know how many there are. There might not be that many. And considering that the buildings are deadly and can destroy spaceships, I don't know. Maybe they have a point, you know? Maybe they could have stood up all along. They just needed a signal.
He's telling the entire resistance to come directly to Kang, and that their resistance leader is right there, but you never see her.
I mean, like, we have the one resistance that we meet with the goober that has the translation tools, but then we also have these other worlds where there's just like random random civilians, and they got barkeepers and shit, and still there's stormtroopers there. So I don't know. There's a lot of people in this quantum realm, and they're all rising up against the Kang.
All of this not incredibly suspicious?
We're friends now, guys. You bet. Give me a hug. Oh, I love you too.
I can't imagine anyone is coming as a result of this, but hey, who knows? It's also become clear at this point that the movie just didn't explore the translation possibilities with much detail at all. You have so much life throughout this story, and the translation stuff was just throwaway. We haven't dealt with any of it for ages.
I guess it's also a really good thing that their lips start matching the words too.
Yeah,
Oh, for wow, you're importing the nitpicks now. Oh no, the lips fucking work as they should. Imagine that, despite being translated. Holy shit. Wow, I guess this translation goose has verbal and non-verbal translation powers. Very impressive, O Council of Modocs.
That's a psychedelic effect of the ooze.
That's actually a thing. That's the thing with translation stuff in general. Like, it should always be like a delay if you would to like do completely
like a spaghetti
accurate.
western. Yeah.
Oh, a delay? Come on. Yeah, that would make for a great movie. Just like everyone has a delay between understanding people.
I don't know why they didn't do that.
That would be funnier if the whole movie was like
Would probably be a nightmare to watch, though, I feel like.
Yeah, finally someone gets it.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be funny if
there's
there's
who are from the quantum realm who get that many lines.
Yeah.
It would be like a thing for 5 minutes.
They lost the ability, or at least they didn't take opportunity to have scenes that weren't really from the point of view of the characters, but were sort of like establishing shots, or like when they meet with Bill Murray later. And when you're kind of on the camera sort of at the table, as if it's from the perspective of all the characters there, they can understand everyone, but it like pulls out to maybe a shot of the whole bar. And then it's just it's just weird noises that we hear. And then when it goes back to the character's perspective, then we can understand the words again.
Yeah, that would be stupid, and that's another nitpick. Jesus, dude. Like, obviously it's implied that we understand everything the characters understand, so they would hear something from the other table too.
That'd be a thing.
Yeah. That would have been a thing.
Perhaps that would be expecting too much.
I think I found the signal. Mom's got to be there too. Let's go!
What signal? Wait, so you're telling me Cassie hacked?
I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about expecting too much? Like, we don't need to explain the concept of translation. Like, Jesus Christ, do you need to have everything explained to you in every movie? Like, it's just a news that makes them translate. Jesus Christ, dude.
Locked out Kang, and sent a signal for the whole world to trace, but none of the bad guys know where they are? That's just so damn convenient. Maybe Kang doesn't want to stop it.
Fine, Langs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the valid point that you had earlier. I don't know why you're making it again now.
Daughter. Kill her.
Okay, he definitely wants to kill her. They have her signal, he can use portals, he has telekinesis. Am I missing something? Why isn't he killing her with ease? Well, because the story must go on. Who's he sent?
Well, he is busy with Janet right now. I don't know, man. Like, what's he gonna do with Janet? She's probably gonna bust out and beat up these stormtroopers right here without him. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
To kill her anyway.
Surprised to see me?
Ugh. You absolutely and without fail activate my fight or flight response. It's like a chunky goblin was poured into the Grail Donovan picked up in the Last Crusade.
Yeah, I don't know. He's growing on me the more he annoys you. You know, he is just the hero that we deserve. It's almost a tragedy he doesn't become an Avenger, you know? He would have been the best.
But there's a window on the side of it. And away he goes.
Yep.
Let's go!
She has the cell codes now? You know how to open the cells? Fuck it. At this point, I'm surprised they didn't write it so they pressed a big fuck-off red button at the control center and released every prisoner.
It's over, Cassie.
Free the others.
Is that a valid point? No, it's too small. It's neither a nitpick nor a valid point, okay? Like, I don't give a shit about how they opened the fucking cell doors.
Why wasn't your helmet on anyway?
Oh my god, with the fucking helmet!
Also, what the fuck you doing? Taking him on 1v1 now? You gave up earlier, and that was with Scott. Look, the good news is that this is the third act, so it's gonna start reaching the end of the story threads. We can all thank Jeebus for that.
He's gonna see us coming.
Yeah. We'll make sure of it.
Well, this is exciting, isn't it? Everyone is here, and we're gearing up to have some explosive finale-tisms. Strap in, folks.
Begin the launch.
Why haven't you killed Janet? Why is he still keeping her alive? She's entirely motivated to stop you, and she knows how. Can you at least put her in cuffs? Also, why are you only now launching? Looks like he just held onto that engine for ages. Had he not delivered his speech?
I love how they had that big music cue when he pulled out the engine as well, as if it was a big reveal.
And had he not sat in his golden testicle for so long, he could have left this dumbass realm.
I mean, no, that's another stupid-ass nitpick. Come on, you think because there's like three ant people in this quantum realm, now we need to hurry up our plan and get out of here as fast as possible? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? They're fucking ant people. What are they gonna do? Like, obviously they do something, but you can't expect Kang to have, like, you can't expect Kang to hurry up just because there's three ant people. Get over yourself. I don't know if I counted that nitpick already.
Stop taking the helmet off,
Oh,
you
the helmet.
bacterial sponge. It's
Oh.
like you want to die.
Your dad's not here, Cassie. But I guess that's not a big surprise.
Okay, first of all, your fucking face is a world wonder. You look like a jump scare. Second, what a weird shot to take.
I love how his head is so exposed too, and it's just perfectly bald. You know, it's amazing. Truly the highest form of MODOK.
When it's clear Scott cares more about his daughter than anything in the world. He chose to give his life to stop you from killing her. The whole being left in the blip thing isn't even something you can use against him, or that MODOK would even know about. So there's only the initial prison thing, which he did for very good reason. I don't know. Anyway, before he executes Cassie, they feel a thumping happening. Something big.
I mean, that was even stupider than I thought. Like, the fact that you complain about her taking the helmet off, and then you recognize how weak she would have been against MODOK, so it actually made sense for her to take off the helmet to talk to him, because then she might live like a second longer, you know, or distract him with it. Like, it even made sense that time, so you can shut up about it already.
Hey! We had a deal!
Yeah, I'm right with you, Kang. What the fuck is this now?
We love the idea of the third act starting with a colossal, the biggest giant man ever.
Holy shit. That's big.
Yeah, Darren doesn't even know he goes big.
Yeah. Yep, he missed that. He missed that escalation.
But he's in the quantum realm. He is currently...
Oh my god, again with the quantum realm. They're obviously at real scale. Shut the fuck up.
incredibly small. MODOK has seen him bigger than this because he's seen him regular sized. What the whatever. Did she just shrink without the helmet on? It certainly looks like she did. That'd be a new rule that destroys every...
What? Why would she not be able to shrink without the helmet on? Like, I mean, would she run out of air? I mean, that's the only reason that there wouldn't be air, but I don't know if air is a problem even. I mean, like, she could definitely shrink without the helmet. She might just run out of air, and then maybe she puts on the helmet then, but I really don't know if the helmets even have air, or if they can just breathe wherever.
Everything, but whatever.
The AntMan tech is just whatever. If she turned into girl MODOK, that would be pretty...
Jeez, what am I doing? I just responded to yet another pointless, oh, she didn't wear the helmet point. Oh my god. This is so stupid.
It's funny. She shrinks everything.
How many different podcasts did he do on Ant-Man? Like, why are they always different avatars now?
Except the head, just like, whoa, dragging it. She's trying to run with her tiny body. Like, it just spins around in circles.
Like Gandalf on the floor.
Yeah.
Our word is our bond! Without that, we're nothing! Bring him down.
Man, if only Kang had some kind of weapon that could, I don't know, vaporize people, and then maybe some kind of way to fly or open portals, maybe behind Scott's back to easily deal with this. If only. I suppose the funny thing is, if he wants to defeat Scott, he should just leave. Like, activate the engine and go. That defeats Scott because you'd become the super emperor of all things. You could burn him out of time, as you so love to say. At the
Well, I don't know if anyone can defeat the quantum realm. Is the quantum realm even in any timeline, or is it in all the timelines? Who even knows? But yeah, I mean, I guess he probably could just kill him at that point, but who knows, actually? Like, just because he can kill small people, who knows if he can kill big people with his laser? I mean, everything might have limits, but I don't know, maybe he could do something. Maybe he could make him trip over a portal. I don't know.
At the very least, Kang sends a fleet for AntMan. With how many there are, this could be the end.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that fleet's probably got more firepower than Kang himself, I guess. I don't know. Like, he probably can replicate whatever power he has to some extent.
Keep going! I've got them!
Shut the fuck up, Hope. What?
She's got them, don't worry.
What are you gonna do as a tiny little bug person with blasters against a fleet of ships that have tech hundreds of years more advanced than your own?
Scott! I can't hold them!
Okay, pretty hilarious to place those two quotes a handful of seconds away from each other.
Keep going! I've got them! Scott! I can't hold them!
Also, for some reason...
Did she say that? Did she really say both of those things at the same time? Yeah, what was her plan against all those gunships? Oh no, they had guns. I didn't expect this.
And all the energy being blasted at Scott is doing just about nothing.
Well, there you go. He's too powerful, even for Kang.
He is getting smothered in energy blasts, but they seem to have little to no effect. Plot armor doesn't even begin to explain it.
I mean, he is huge. I don't know, man. Like, obviously that would be pretty small energy blasts for him.
Shit. In any case, this happens.
Like, I mean, seriously, do you watch, like, a Godzilla movie and you're like, hey, Godzilla didn't die from one bullet. Come on, what the hell?
They came. Way to go, Cassie!
Now, just out of curiosity, was Hope and Scott's plan to simply die if these fuckers didn't show up? Is this all they had? Remember the army of super ants? The class 2 technocratic socialist insects? Where the fuck did they go? Why didn't you bring them with you? Their weaponry would be thousands of years more advanced than Kang's, and their vehicles would travel faster than your ship.
Well, I mean, realistically, we've seen that the ants are not more powerful than Kang. It's a group effort to take him down, but whatever.
What the fuck is going on?
But yeah, I guess they didn't have a great plan, except for the fact that they did have... No, I guess they didn't count on any... Yeah, no, you're right. They did have a stupid plan. You got it. They actually did just go in there, and they didn't have enough power to withstand the armies. I mean, they probably didn't know how big Kang's army was, but yeah. I mean, when he goes in smashing buildings, I guess he can expect that the whole army would be after him.
Fucking hell. Hope just destroyed 11 ships. The centuries ahead of our time ships have a weakness of people just flying into them, and it does nothing to that person.
Wow. Yeah, I guess that's a little weird.
Because that's satisfying and totally makes sense. Why not? Maybe she can take on all of them. Anyway, the robos...
I mean, hard to tell, you know. They're probably just Star Wars ships, you know, that get destroyed easily. Like TIE fighters don't have any armor. Does that make sense? Probably not, but I don't know, man. Like, I guess we just couldn't have ships then, because they would have no way of defeating them. That would be better, maybe? Who knows?
Soldiers then remove the bridge. What bridge, you ask? I don't know, the bridge, and it makes for a significant blockage for our little rebellious army over here. you guys arrived on ships. Maybe just park past the bridge? Maybe
park near the army? Come on. They're gonna get shot.
Maybe park on your target instead of landing really far back and being pinned down? Seems...
I mean, those buildings have a lot of firepower, but they're probably not that durable, you know? You definitely don't want to get too close.
Pretty stupid to... Never mind, bloody...
Yeah, no, that's a nitpick.
Try hard is here.
What is the bridge code?
Talk to I first. 18147.
Damn. What? Wait, you just read that guy's thoughts, right? Does that mean the Goobots aren't robots at all?
I mean, that was pretty clear all along. Is that a... No, it's not a nitpick. I guess he was just confused.
Well, what is happening? What are these things? Are they human?
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
Why must we always do the generic army of alien robot bullshit? Why can't you do something more interesting? You even seem to be playing with something more interesting.
I mean, what do you fucking want, man? He's Kang the Conqueror. He's a human, kind of. Like, why would you think that his army wouldn't also be in that shape? And he's supposed to subjugate other people. You think he's gonna subjugate them by having giant ants or giant elephant armies? What are you talking about, man?
But you don't have the balls. Also, Tryhard knew the codes for securing the cells, but she didn't have the codes for securing the bridge. That seems strange. And was the fight truly hinged on having a fucking telepath? Lucky one of those sorts of things happened in this world, and happened to join your team, and happened to be captured, and happened to be here at this time.
Okay, well, that last part was definitely a nitpick. Come on, who cares?
Damn. Veb is one of the only things I like in this movie, but he ain't dead, folks. In actuality, his newfound holes give him newfound power.
I have holes!
That was a fine joke. I mean, as much as jokes work with quantum creatures that seem capable of anything, I don't even know where to begin as to what the fuck this creature is or how any of what just happened works, but I guess him being obsessed with holes and then getting holes is something?
Holes!
Now that is a character arc.
Listening to them talk about their movie is so fucking hard, dude.
I'm sorry, but that is probably the best character arc and the best characters, so yeah. They got a point. You gotta let them have that one point. Come on. Wait, is this a nitpick that the commentary isn't good enough? Okay, that's fine, I guess. I guess if you must increase that counter at every point.
Yeah. There we go, man. There's a payoff.
In any case, there's a pretty tried and tested thing happening in current Marvel, and it's that if they think they have a good joke, they will double dip. This can come in the form of repeating the joke, or it can come in the form of a random character essentially looking at the camera and saying, "This is funny." You would recognize it as the classic, "Well, that just happened." It's like the meta way of extending the joke as far as possible, getting anything that's left squeezed out. And now you ask, why do you bring this up? Well, check this out.
I didn't know he could do that.
Thanks for draining any semblance of tact the film could attempt to develop. And you...
Oh, fuck off. That was so stupid, man. Okay, I do that too much, but like... That was still in the same scene. You really think that's a double dip? That's too much? Come on. Like, and it establishes that they didn't know that he could do that. It's perfectly fine. Like... They've spent a lot of time with this character. They might have known he could do that. But I mean, I guess not, considering that he wanted holes all this time. I guess if he could get them. Yeah, I don't know. That I can't believe that you have to complain about just that. It's just like one character reacting to what happens. That's already an issue for you. It's like, oh yeah, they had the perfect joke there and then, oh, they ruined it because one character reacted to it.
No, it's pretty funny that if they'd killed Veb here, it's possible that all of the quantum realm loses its apparent sole source of communication ooze. I'm sure they've got plenty stored up, but still.
Kang! Where is she? Launch now!
Janet's gonna fuck this up so hard, and you could have gotten rid of her again and again.
Whoa. What is that?
He's getting out.
Shut up, Hope, as if you have any clue what's happening.
Keep him away from the ring.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't have known.
Kang begins firing these super duper guns at Scott, and
yeah, they're more powerful when they spin. Oh wait, I guess that actually might make sense if they actually can aim accurately while spinning like that, because they would reduce cooldown that way. Wow, what a concept.
You'd think that maybe this time it'll matter, but it actually doesn't. Not even a little bit. Scott then rips the roof off a building and uses it as a shield.
I mean, just look how small those bullets are compared to him. Like,
not even a little bit. Scott,
like, look how. Okay, he's in the
then
background
rips the
here.
roof off a building and uses.
And here we see how big he is compared to those people.
It as a.
Like, look at this. You think, oh yes, energy blasts from a person this size would surely bother him. Like, can you fucking get with it? Like, obviously not. That energy blast would do nothing. It would be like touching like one of those fences where you lock up animals with, you know, like farm animals. That's the power of those energy blasts.
Shield.
Oh yeah, that's a nitpick.
He can rip the building apart with his big man hands, yet the building is strong enough to withstand hundreds of blasts from hyper-advanced artillery?
I mean, wouldn't it? I mean, it's supposed to be some kind of fortress, right? That's why there's guns everywhere. I mean, sure, lucky, I guess, that building's so strong.
Sure, why not? Hey, maybe shoot him in the legs or something, guys.
I guess it's funny how they all aim for the shield, but then again... No, you're right, that is stupid.
Why the fuck isn't your helmet on, you stool sap?
Oh my god, that's another 3 nitpicks, because you just can't fucking quit. Oh my god, and another point for reusing that clip. What do you even do, Mauler? I have a serious problem with you here. Why do you complain about the humor having a tiny amount of repetition when this is all you do? We've seen this clip at least 20 times in this video. What the hell is wrong with you? You think this is the peak of how you can do this?
Why did you take it off again? What the fuck?
And another 3 points. We're doing it. This is all... I might as well have made an extra counter for helmet points, man. What the fuck?
So Scott destroys those turrets, and apparently Kang only had 2, and they were shit. Scott then does this.
I mean, like, the shield is blocking most of those, but I guess he could have had some turrets in the background that have a better firing angle on the shield. But does he ever use the shield? I mean, like, those turrets probably were pretty hard, you know, They were huge, actually. I think those were fine defenses. Come on, man. That's another nitpick.
Why is Kang's shield unable to deal with a piece of debris being rammed into it?
I mean, it's pretty big. Like, it's probably bigger than that meteoroid.
Means that...
Right?
That despite being less developed, the Wakandan shields were more advanced?
I mean, no, that's like a different size of object, I guess. Like, they destroy these shields too.
How does anything work? Totally looks like he should have been cut in half there, but a little more plot armor on top of the metric ton.
Oh my god, are you kidding me, man? He just cannot stop. Do you think anyone cares that he should have been cut in half by that? Jesus. Like, would that even work? Like, do you think the shield would work in a way that it cuts everything in half? Like all the buildings too, maybe? Yeah, maybe that's why the shield didn't block, because it's not supposed to destroy buildings. Specifically these buildings here.
Hardly much of an addition.
Nowhere left to run.
You're the thing that children come up with to scare other children. Cassie then tried...
Okay, so it was really funny how he used the Homer clips all this time, but then it's also getting in the... Like, I swear I've seen these 20 times as well by now. What is going on?
and succeeds in going big, shocking MODOK, providing
I mean, that was way bigger than at this point in the airport.
us with one of the most bizarre moments in cinematic history.
Please let this work.
Incredible, exquisite.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring.
Oh.
The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god.
Now let's see him get hit. You look like a bloated face hat was covered in acid and someone tried to fix it with a screwdriver. So, she easily defeats MODOK. He barely stands a chance.
I mean, at this size, yeah. Like, I don't know how you're not grasping the concept of size mattering. Like, imagine, this is like several Empire State skyscrapers hitting you. Like, collapsing on top of you.
Which is pretty hilarious, considering the whole reason they were caught earlier is that Scott just didn't try punching MODOK while big, I guess. Also, it looked like she did the...
Yeah, I mean, okay. Okay, fine. I begrudgingly give you a valid point there. I guess he could have gotten big earlier. But then again, they didn't know MODOK's power, so... Whatever. Maybe he just didn't want to risk Cassie. It's fine. This is the fight, you know, they...
Row up with the mask off, but I guess they've already set that up to be possible now. To be honest with you, I'm just surprised he's still alive. How do you take a runaway train to the face and...
Oh, now you understand the point of physics. Fine.
Come out coherent. Or coherent for whatever this thing is.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Well, he probably has the Homer thing where he has the tiny brain with lots of brain goo. So it's very cushioned. That's another nitpick. Why didn't this character die? I clearly saw a lot of force being exerted. I am very smart.
Let's go. You think this is over? Come on, let's go.
It's like if the face of Bo did a bunch of meth and got mugged. Anyway, MODOK is defeated, and it's time for Cassie to figure out what she's gonna do with him.
Stop trying to be whatever this is.
I don't know what to be.
Well, that's uniquely depressing and horrifying. The man has no idea what he is or what he is to be. A grotesque creature resulted from a series of scientific mishaps, providing him a life of enslavement to a madman that wishes to destroy all worlds. To then become this madman's personal assassin, knowing his humanity has been stripped down by each and every significant event in his life. Facilitated in many ways by himself. In a sense, he destroyed his own humanity in a search for power when he only really wanted approval from his mentor. And now all he really wants, all he really needs is a way back.
Tell me what to be.
Fucking hell. Now, granted, there hasn't been much for MODOK in this movie, but we know Darren. We know how he ended up here. There's plenty to reasonably infer, and you can imagine a lot of the feelings someone would have if this were their fate. Do you see that feigned smile as he tries to imply a sense of comfort or calm, despite this harsh world having twisted him into nothing more than a weapon designed to cause suffering? He just needs someone to give him a chance, to provide a journey back, a pathway that right now seems an impossibility. But who knows what's possible if someone could just reach out and show him some humanity first.
I don't know, just don't be a dick.
Cassie, I love the sound you make when you shut the fuck up. All you had to... Fuck off. Some people have been known to do productive things with the oxygen they're stealing, but Cassie has decided to continue being the most unlikable, insufferable twat in the movie. But what will MODOK say, I wonder? You could still rescue this scene from certain doom.
It's too late. Look at me. I'm such a dick.
Or you could do that.
I mean, look at him. He is very penile in this shape. This is very brave commentary, honestly.
Look at me. I'm such a dick.
Or you could do that. You could ignore every last piece of potential you have, like you did in almost all of Phase 4, and then you can just piss all over any possibility to repair any of the damage you've done. That's always an option.
Look at me. I'm such a dick.
You know, it's kinda sad to see the writers try and fit their entire vocabulary into one sentence.
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions went into this. Alleged human beings made this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's funny. Yeah, you know, sometimes you can just use basic words to convey meaning. I'm sorry this is such an issue for you, but it's really starting to grow on me. It's good.
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
Congratulations, Cassie. Your work here is clearly done. Also,
true. She has destroyed him and is ready to build him up again. No, I don't accept this. I'm giving you one nitpick for this because look, it just works, okay? Like, you don't need to have a big speech every time. Like, it is interesting, you know, that MODOK has this troubled personality, but also, like, he is the butt of the joke. I mean, you may not like it, but you can't be offended over it, okay? Like, it's like your whole world explodes around you just because you've seen that scene. Like, just get used to the fact that MODOK is funny, okay? And that was a funny scene.
your helmet looks dumb as fuck.
Holy shit with the helmets!
We gotta stop him.
I have an idea.
Ready?
So, Scott and Hope come up with the idea to throw him while he is small, for him to then go huge and hit the shield to hopefully provide the force to breach it with maintained momentum. And it works! Only if momentum is maintained like that, then when Scott was in freefall at the beginning of the film, shouldn't he have maintained the size equivalent extreme speed and absolutely smashed through the floor? Perhaps another time he should have been dead? Probably. Also, Wakandan Chad shields can put up with this, but Kang Cuck shields cannot. Whatever, you do you.
I mean, that was definitely more forced than the asteroid, come on.
Movie. It even interrupts.
Wait, were there more than one asteroid in that Wakanda scene? Okay, he might have a point about those.
The engine from doing its...
I guess Wakanda is just too powerful, you know? We should probably just have Black Panthers everywhere. We don't need any other Avengers, you know?
Thing, which took just long enough for this plan to have a chance to work.
You're huge!
They're doing the thing where they talk in slight slow-mo and they're all weary from the increase in size and such, but they're still absolutely...
Oh my god, again with the absolutely small. They're not small, shut up!
Quantum-scopic. I don't fight... whatever.
It feels so cool!
Right?
I'm so hungry.
That happens.
I could eat everything.
Everything, I know.
Janet is still captured, people are still dying all around you, and for all you know, the machine still works, meaning the multiverse is about to be destroyed. Could you please act like you care?
Like, surely you don't expect to understand that Kang has been shrunk down, right? Like, this is just what happens if you teleport to the quantum realm. This is the size you're gonna be at. I'm sorry that this is evading your grasp, this revelation.
You originally had an Arby's joke in this scene.
I think so. It's like,
I
I just want to eat an Arby's, like a whole Arby's. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh man, would they have brought back the Arby's guy? That would have been amazing.
Product placement. Arby's paid me about $4 million.
Oh, that was a... I didn't...
I'm on the hook for that, by the way, because it got cut from the film.
Yes.
Holy shit. That's some great insight right there.
So you're actually going to lose money on this movie?
A lot. Yeah.
Like, fucking hell, you bet your ass I'll be playing that clip again before this video's over.
What clip? You think that this movie lost money except for that one instance right here? I'm pretty sure it didn't. I'm not even looking it up because I'm confident that people went and saw this movie.
Somehow, Kang's forces are actually getting overwhelmed. The centuries what the fuck ever.
It's over. You still can't see it. It's never over.
I guess he hasn't given up just yet. Good for him. More importantly, however, why are you keeping her alive?
That's another nitpick for saying that the rebellion should have lost, you know? Come on, man. Like, we've had fucking Ewoks destroying those stompy robots, you know? Like, can we just have a movie?
Kang.
What did he just say? Oh, whatever. Oh, why he didn't kill her? Yeah, I guess he probably should kill her at that point. Well done, you got another valid point.
So Kang starts blasting, using the kind of weaponry he really should have used on Giant Man earlier, or on Cassie when she was fucking around.
I mean, you see that he's not destroying, like, his entire city. He's only destroying, like, the top of a layer of floor. So he probably wouldn't have gone through the Ant-Man, no.
Or on any of these people when they were... You know what? It's fine. That was...
Yeah, it is fine, but that was still a nitpick.
Like 3 minutes ago. I can't expect a Marvel writer's memory to go back that far.
I mean, another thing that you could expect is that it's an escalation. Like, first you have the henchman and then you have the boss, you know? Like, you wouldn't expect to start with the boss. I mean, that would just be bad storytelling. And besides, like, why do you think he has an army if he's just gonna use a portal and kill everyone manually? Like, come on. Maybe he's just used to the idea of bossing people around when it's better, you know? Did I already press the... Here's another one, another nitpick.
Oh, great. Janet is out and free to screw everything up because you didn't kill her with the 7 million chances you had to do so. Fucking brilliant.
And Michelle was great, really making sure that Janet was an equal foil on a philosophical level. And
she's never a damsel.
On a philosophical level, yeah, they really talked things out.
Yeah, she didn't give him an inch. It was great.
And Janet Van Dyne, no damsel in distress. She can take care of herself.
Your desperation to prevent Janet from being saved by anyone because you're insecure on retarded writing tropes and social pressures definitely improved your script.
I mean, like, do you really think it would have added to the script if she was, like, happy to be rescued and stuff instead of, like, finding a way? Like, I think it's good for the script that all of these characters are just, like, individually breaking out of their confines. I think that works, okay? Yeah, they're just like ants. You can't get rid of them. I mean, he should have definitely killed her, but I think it's okay that she escapes, you know? Like, everyone's in the spirit of rebellion. You can just watch a movie, you know? Like, you don't need to... Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what do you want? Do you think it would have been better if she hadn't escaped? Like, if she's just damsel, do you really think that would have improved it? It's like, oh yeah, man, please save me. Or do you think it's okay for her to join in on the fun? Does she need to be rescued? Can she then join into the fun? Is that okay, Mauler?
That's for sure. Anyway, Kang then gets close to killing people we recognize, but still not really. Like, he fires the laser from Laser Robot Face Man's face back into his laser face, and that kills him, I guess. Rest in peace, Laserface.
Yeah, it's pretty karmic. That guy probably killed a lot of people with that laser, but never expected to be killed by a laser himself. Like, he didn't even expect it. He didn't even have a way to counter it, even though he could have just moved his head.
I have to go.
Kang then lets a bunch of them escape, including Tryhard, despite being right there because she has plot armor thicker than Ant-Man's.
I mean, do you really think this is a point here? It's like... Why didn't he just kill everyone all at the time, you know? Like, why didn't he just destroy everything? Like, do you really think he could do that? Like, why? Why do you think he could do that? And why do you want him to do that? Is that cool? I guess Thanos could have just killed everyone all at the same time, you know? I mean, he worked up to it, and that's what made sense. And I assume that the Kang probably doesn't have his full power yet. Probably would get it soon when he escapes here. Who knows, man? But I don't know. Seems like a pretty stupid criticism to say, oh, he should have just killed her, you know? Like, there's a million people there, but he should have killed her. Like, out of everyone. Like, what does he even know? Why does he know that she's special? Maybe he thought Laserface was the special one.
So this is over. Kang can just vaporize all of you with his super laser, or he can hold you in place with his telekinesis, or he...
I mean, why do you think he can do all of that at the same time? Come on.
He can flick you the fuck away, because we saw that too. With everything they've done in this film so far, it's pretty hard to have stakes for this fight. Also, why aren't your helmets on?
Oh my fucking god with the helmets. Well, there's 3 helmets there, so I'm almost tempted to give you 9 points, but I'm giving you 3 points for it, okay?
You bloody circus of cunts.
To take the Avenger, who might be perceived as certainly the tiniest Avenger, and putting him up against this powerful multiversal villain.
It's one of the things on paper. Oh, Ant-Man and Wasp were going up against Kang. It's such a lopsided thing.
Yeah.
That I think was one of the great, instantly a source of tension. Like, how can they possibly do it?
Yeah.
Well, that's just the thing. They can't. You guys put this together in such a way that there is no tension because there's no way Kang should be able to lose. Holy fuck, did that not kill Scott? Is he just fine?
Oh my god, another time. Oh, what, didn't that just kill him? Come on, man. Like, he didn't shoot his laser, he just pushed him away with some kind of force.
The whole fight is just people going bigger, smaller, getting booped away.
Are you serious with this being your criticism? Oh, this is what the Ant-Man fight is, people getting bigger and smaller? This is a shocking revelation.
Way by Kang and him continuously refusing to kill them. Every time the ant people are hit when they're big or small, they end up reverting to their previous size. Is this Super Mario Bros. Or some shit? Back to small you go. Keep your helmets on. What the fuck is...
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that it makes sense that way. Like, you couldn't have a superhero movie... yeah, you couldn't have a superhero universe where the guy could just be that size forever, you know? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, if he's fighting an ant and then the ant hits him, will he get big and crush the ant? I guess that wouldn't be fair. But if he's fighting, like, someone who's big and then he gets hit and he reverts, I don't know, that makes sense. Come on.
What is wrong with you?
Do you know how many rebellions I have put down? How many...
I don't remember if I gave him a point for that, but here it is.
worlds I've conquered? How many Avengers I've killed?
Nobody cares.
Get off the stage, you dumb bitch.
And you think you can beat me? I am Kang!
Oh, come on. Just you don't care doesn't mean that this is a good criticism. Like, Kang has been threatening so far. Like, okay, he's not, like, universally killing everyone, but, I mean, he's definitely powerful.
They have no idea who you are or what that means, you fucking doorknob.
That's why he's saying it.
He made that clear to you.
I don't know who you are.
And you have failed to remember it like...
I mean, it's safe to assume that he figured it out by now, who he is.
5 times at this point. What the fuck are you even yelling about? Just vaporize them already.
It's just good branding, okay, if you say your name a lot. That's just how that works.
You've been so exceptionally crap in everything we've seen you in. Loki Kang was killed by a Karen with cutlery. You were introduced to us exile.
Is that just what a woman is to you? It's just a Karen? I mean, I don't I will rewatch Loki soon, but I don't think she's just a Karen. Like, Jesus, dude.
At the end of a fight you lost.
I mean, she may be a Mary Sue, but a Karen? I mean, I don't remember. Yeah, no, she probably is a Mary Sue. But, come on. Can you even be a Mary Sue and a Karen at the same time? Seems like they're the different parts of the spectrum, you know?
Lost, and recently your plans were defeated by Ant-Man going small and then big. Oh, and fucking Janet. You better up your game, pal.
You talk to ants!
Okay, you're just being soy now. Just kill him if you're so fucking brilliant. And, you know, that's really not the most used and recognizable and iconic power that Ant-Man has.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even seen the ants yet. I don't know. I mean, I guess he's killed all these Avengers before and he's seen Ant-Man talk to ants, but I guess this Ant-Man has got way better powers.
But that's fine, you're setting up the next thing that's gonna happen. Speaking of which, the ants arrive.
Wow, can you imagine just like seeing this cool scene and you're like, oh no, it was mentioned earlier that they got socialism, so this is not cool, okay? Like these cool killer ants, not cool. Socialism, kids, not even once socialism. I mean, I don't even like socialism. It's just so funny how offended he gets at the idea of socialism. Like, really, you have to show it here again, you know? Like, communism even. Couldn't even... Wait, is communism the exact same thing? Did we have not something that's socialist but not communist? Nah, who knows?
Why did they take so long? I have no idea. Why are they attacking with a huge assortment of cannons and lasers instead of something more definitive and encompassing when they are thousands of years ahead of this civilization?
You don't think they're gonna have cannons and lasers in the future, you know? Like, you don't think they'll have different types of weapons? You think they'll just have like one weapon that does everything? Are you sure? I mean, I guess StarCraft would be pretty boring then, you know? We don't have weapon classes anymore. We only got one type of weapon, you know? We just got ants that nibble you. It's gonna be real deadly. Okay, so there's one nitpick for complaining that the ants aren't here in time. Come on, man. It's just storytelling. I mean, like, what would you even see? Like, if everyone just attacked all at once, would that be good? Would that be a high-quality scene? I don't think so. Like, it's good. It's fine that they're attacking in waves, you know? I don't know, I guess it's just hard to coordinate all these ants.
Well...
I mean, with the other troops, obviously they coordinate it with themselves.
Most of them are just biting, which... fuck me. The team behind imagining a hyper-futuristic ant race going to war just knocked it out of the park, didn't they? Look, that one has a laser that connects across the mandibles. Well,
what's your complaint now? What do you think? They should just have, like, uniform lasers, like the Kang troops that don't do anything? That's so fucking stupid. It's like, oh yeah, why do they have different types of weapons, man? Like, they should just be real boring and just, like, fight in the most efficient way possible, you know? Just, like, ideally even off-screen, you know? They should just sneak attack. You know, maybe they should just crawl out of every crevice all at once and have already won, you know? Maybe that'd be how ants should fight.
Oh.
And maybe they should form a huge ant bridge and just roll over everything. Actually, I guess they do.
Did you just walk here, my dude?
Yeah, that's good.
Dude, this is like miles from the entrance. Maybe he flew in? I don't see any ants nearby. Maybe he teleported. They probably have that tech by now. But it just makes you wonder, where the hell were they? So many people have died. Didn't you guys leave together?
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh! Oh, okay! Well, that makes it okay then!
That was a funny nitpick there. Oh no, he's late. How could he be?
Can you believe that the victory of this entire war was dependent on an ant farm falling into the little vortex that MODOK made to suck in the family? It's amazing. Also,
yeah, it's insane. How could there possibly be ants important in an Ant-Man movie? This is truly mind-blowing. That's another nitpick.
Why isn't Kang flying away? Why isn't he using his...
Like, doesn't Ant-Man always use ants for like really important shit? I think so.
His lasers. Why does he want to lose? The guy could just portal out. He had so much time. Just leave, even if it means taking an ant or two with you. Most of the ones on him are just biting at the shield. What the fuck? Use your socialism powers. Come on, Team Insect. Oh dear. Perhaps Kang truly will win. Is there anything to stop him now? Anything at all?
My name is Darren!
Oh, good God.
I...
You look like you're having all of the allergic reactions.
am not a dick!
Wow. What can you even say? So with that, the ants tear Kang apart.
See, you might not have thought it was funny earlier with the dick thing, but the way he brings it back here is just amazing, okay? I love that. You know, it's just... It's just amazing, okay? Perfect arc for this character. I have no notes. It is, in fact, the best.
Like, yeah, his shield is stopped, but his flying, portaling, lasers, and, well, everything else is still online, but he just sort of loses to ants.
I mean, look how many there are. You really think the laser's gonna destroy them all? And they got, like, metal, too. Like, pretty sure the laser takes some time to cut through metal.
Big ants biting him. Motherfucker can take out Thor, but ants are too much. Disney Marvel.
I mean, is it ever stated that he's supposed to be at his full power here? I mean, I guess. I guess they restored his suit to some point, but I don't know. I mean, I guess he's clearly not as powerful as that currently. Probably has a way of getting powerful.
You know, the ants apparently have all kinds of economic, technical, and political systems in place. They very clearly have a stake in the world and resources to boot. They are more advanced than everything here. So, how do they feel about all of this? Do they side with Hank for some reason? Do they have their own intentions with this new bit of land they've taken? Perhaps the incorporation of their own socio-economic policies? What is their opinion on this whole war? Do they have a controlling perspective on the future, considering the loss of many soldiers during this ordeal that they really had nothing to do with? Who knows? What we do know is that Kang has been defeated by ants.
Well, I mean, it's mostly MODOK, really. They wouldn't have gotten through the shield without his beautiful large face.
He's beaten by ants.
Right.
I mean, they're hyper technologically advanced ants, so you got that, I guess.
I just want to.
I mean, yeah, why wouldn't that count, you know? Like, do you really think that we're amazing because we're human, or because we got technology? It's the technology. Like, if we were giant ants, we'd be fine too.
Leave.
And what of MODOK's decision to kamikaze? You know, this event in isolation ain't that bad. The second in command turning on the main bad guy in the moment he most needs him to stay loyal because of mistreatment and other stuff is not uncommon in storytelling. Yeah, I compared him to Vader. I'm feeling spicy today. Also, having Kang be at least somewhat weak to the very tech he gave MODOK makes some sense. I'm not going to compliment the setup at all, but, like, the event itself is shockingly fine. Darren has...
I'm so glad that you're saying this, you know. Yeah, I'm glad that you're agreeing that it's fine in some ways, because I really like it, okay?
His arc, I suppose. The ants drag Kang off, I presume to his death, since he's a fucking psychopathic monster god clown, and, well, MODOK or Darren is grievously injured from the interaction.
You were right about me, Cassie.
Are you okay?
Probably not.
Well, here we are. The guy came through and actually saved the multiverse at the cost of his own life. Albeit for some of the stupidest encouragement put to film, but he did it nonetheless.
I mean, she could have killed him and she spared him. Like, come on. Like, okay, maybe you don't vibe with her words. I mean, I think they're fine. Like, he is kind of an asshole all the time. Like, especially earlier when they sent him into the reactor, you know, when he didn't give him proper direction. He definitely was a dick, so I don't know. Maybe sometimes just telling the truth is pretty powerful, you know.
I hope you changed your hair.
So that, plus the comedic vomiting of blood, is giving us a strange tone here. Though it's weirdly sweet of him to say something like that about her hair when he's bleeding out. Darren did always care about Hope, even when he was a strict evil son of a bitch.
It's a whole thing. I'll tell you later. That was... I don't know what to say.
Nobody knows what to say. He actually came through and he's dying for it. I guess it prompts a thank you. There's a shit ton of history between everyone here, and this was a pretty incredible move.
Thanks, Scott. You always were a brother to me.
I was?
Alright, we're doing some weird tone stuff again. The guy is dying. He just saved the world. We look into,
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the things he says, he is very insane, you know? Like, really, the guy you've been fighting for 3 movies, totally a brother to you, man. It's like, yeah, Abel and Cain type of brothers, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe he's delusional from the hit to his head, but I don't know. I think he's sweet in his own way right there.
make fun of him now?
How long is his arm here?
I was.
Look at his face, man. He's coughing up torrents of blood. The guy is almost dead, likely thinking about how you inspired him to do the right thing. What else should we draw from the events as seen? Scott gave his life away to save his daughter from Darren, and now Darren has given up everything he had left to save all of them while talking about how he sees Scott. But we're making fun of him?
At least I died. An Avenger.
What the fuck are we doing? Look at the anguish in this man's face. The fucker tore himself apart to save the multiverse. He's saved more lives than most Avengers have put together. And what, we're gonna...
Oh, come on, are you serious? He saved more lives? Fuck off. This is the same bullshit as Darth Vader, where it's like, oh yeah, in the end, actually, maybe I will kill the greater evil. You know, am I redeemed now, please? Oh, I'm dying. Oh, what a tragedy, you know. Like, shut up, he didn't save those lives. They would have been fine without him too, you know. Like, he just stopped the guy who he was helping with, okay? Like, maybe that was petty revenge or whatever. Saving lives, come on, man. Like, he deserves this total shift here, okay? Like, yeah, you did one good thing in your goddamn rotten life. Good fucking job, you know? But, come on, Avenger? I mean, I would love to see him be an adventure, but no. This definitely deserves this look on Scott's face, I'm sorry.
Gatekeep when the whole point is that you fight for what's right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just one time he fought for what was right. Come on, man. Like, a single, like, 1 minute. Yep, instant adventure status. And he was already losing to the ants anyway. I don't know. No, you're right. That was pretty important, I guess. But, I mean, I don't really care for this type of, oh, I'm gonna turn good and then instantly die. Like, please. I would have preferred him to live. He would have had to earn his redemption a little more than just flying headfirst into his his tyrant, you know?
You did.
Yeah, no, you're in.
Just pile on the jokes, guys. Why not, I suppose? You see, he's got a big face, so it's funny. Doesn't matter how many people he sacrificed himself for.
Oh, fucking hell, man. You're really up his ass right now. Why? Like... You've talked so much shit about him, but now he's so important to you. He must not be a joke now. I mean, if he had like a sad ending, like if it was played without any laughs, but he looked like this, would that really work for you? Come on, man, be honest.
What a goofy head he is. Camera pulling away from him while people laugh as the light fades from his eyes because he's a stupid fucking head.
A lot has happened today.
Fuck off, the lot of you. Go home.
He sacrifices himself to save the multiverse, and everyone makes fun of him for it.
Mauler, no.
Yeah, who would have guessed that your reductive description of what happened here would have this effect on the drinker? Wow, these clips really add nothing. Like, wow, I'm so glad that you added your echo chamber where you're feeding him a thing to react to. Wow, brilliant.
Like what you're describing, this movie just makes me want to stop watching movies.
This is intentional, by the way. Even the creators, who personally constructed a scene in which a man sacrifices himself to the sound of choir fading as his eyes close, laughed.
Just death of a salesman acting from Corey Stoll, just a broken man.
Having an existential crisis in the third act of the movie.
Oh yeah, in the script, I believe it There's a lot of like milk chunks. Yeah.
You were heavily influenced by Ridley Scott's Alien.
I was.
And Ash and all the weird milk stuff that comes out of Ash.
I want
I love
that Wayland Corp milk.
That's a pretty good reference, actually. Wow, I guess he was made of milk too. He had robot milk too.
Yes. Milk-based technology.
Only note, we probably should have had them close his eye. That like to have that. I look back on it now.
Like all four of them going.
Yeah, actually, like, and it's like the eyelid is kind of heavy. Like they need help to bring it down.
I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like they don't even know what story they're telling. In any case,
I can't believe that you're doing this. Like, that was a fine scene. It was a good ending to the MODOK story. I'm definitely giving you a nitpick here. Like, what the hell do you expect? It would be tragic and yet a little funny. I'm sorry, it would have to be. MODOK is not a serious character. He never will be. Oh, man.
On we go.
I'm in the tower. I think I can give us one shot back. But we don't have much time.
Kang didn't even take...
I mean, I think it was great. I think it's amazing that they gave him this payoff, despite the fact that he was so ridiculous the entire movie through. And the milk is fine too, come on.
Your comms device. He's just fucking king of the clowns, huh? And of course, there's just one shot back now. Everything comes down to this, or something.
Come on, let's go!
I know, Hank. Not much left.
I mean, do you really have to make this joke when it's just like, yeah, we have to hurry? Oh yeah, this movie's clearly on its last legs. Shut the fuck up, man. Like, yes, they would have to hurry, imagine that. It is important to remind people of the agency of the situation.
You can just walk through a portal and be back to normal size on Earth? You just cross the barrier and it does it instantly? Also, why?
Yes! Now you're getting it. They're the same size. The quantum realm is not, in fact, tiny.
The fuck are they carrying Janet? She wasn't injured. She was doing the John Wick shit 2 minutes ago. Maybe that's leftovers from the other movie they shot?
Let's go home.
Yeah, you could just do that.
I mean, she walks fine after that shot, but whatever.
Apparently. Great stuff. Kang is still alive? What the fuck? The ants not only didn't kill Kang, they didn't capture Kang, they didn't
You were just complaining about how he could have just used a portal. Turns out he did. Oh no, now it's also still a problem. Like, what, would it really have helped that much more if we had seen him use the portal?
Disable his suit, they didn't even fucking tell the good guys he's still alive and wobbling about.
Okay, they probably should have told them, but whatever. Would they? Yeah, I guess they would have.
Absolutely excellent job, lads. You know, capitalist ants would have got the job done. Also, why is Kang trying to stop them from leaving? Isn't it preferable? That portal right there might be his only way of succeeding at this point. And having them go through without a hitch is probably the best way for him to prevent them from fucking with him. As soon as they leave, he can change the portal exit and get out. He can escape. By attacking Scott, you let him know you are alive and that you are trying to get out of here, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving you a nitpick for that one, because, like, obviously he thought he could kill Scott. Like, it's just Ant-Man. Come on. I mean, I guess Scott could have gotten big, probably destroyed the portal, but I don't know, maybe he finally found a way to stop that from happening. But, I mean, we've seen him be pretty ego-driven so far, so it makes sense that he would want to kill Scott, you know, even if it's very stupid.
Where's Scott?
He was right behind me.
He pushed you in. You should probably mention that. Or, you know, don't, I guess. Why start acting in character now of all times? Also, is there a reason the editor played the Cassie breathing sound effect twice so close to each other? No, seriously, listen. Why'd you do that? So, Kang's suit had exactly enough stability to shoot one last energy blast before being completely useless. Handy. That means the ants really didn't take care to disable his tech, and he could have just killed everyone in the room right now. But luckily, he wasn't that fast with that much power. But now he's pretty much useless. Even the strongest of normal men are gonna have a lot of trouble against a person with PIM tech.
Oh no, he almost made it. I mean, yeah, before his suit malfunctioned, it would have been fine. I don't know, maybe maybe he just wanted to kill Scott alone, you know? Come on.
Yeah, this is over. Kang without powers against Ant-Man has no chance. Unless Scott decides he doesn't want to shrink or grow at all. Maybe he'll just not do anything. That could work. Oh man, not doing anything didn't work. And there goes his helmet. Just cracked the thing wide open because he lost the investment in pressing a button on his hand.
I mean, Kang still has some power. Jeez, give him some credit.
Kinda crazy that mask can withstand seemingly anything, only to be broken by some kicks from someone who we've been shown is just a guy. A knife killed him. Besides, you've got the Ant family right there. No way they wouldn't just capture him or throw him back into the portal. Well, hey, at least he can still go small, like Cassie has when not putting on a mask, right? Of course not. He's basically superpower-less now as well. The mask breaking is the signal that he's lost his superpowers, which means we've got Paul Rudd versus Jonathan Majors. I know who my money's on, though it does make you think, what is Kang going to do when he gets to the surface? Like, yeah, he can get there and ultimately escape the quantum realm, but he has no resources or power. He would be just a guy. I suppose it's better than being in a time and place between time and space or something, but then all of his tech is there, but then it is overrun by...
It's crazy that you do get that it's a place between time and space, and yet you're always confused when time and space is different.
By socialists. The short version is I have no idea what his plan is despite seeing the whole movie. And you come to realize the ants are the only thing that actually mattered in the story, in terms of ultimate consequence. To be fair, he somehow survived, so in a way...
I mean, I don't know if they mattered. I mean, they're probably gonna take over the quantum realm, but probably nothing beyond that. Isn't that comforting to know that, like, there's little ants everywhere having their socialism life? Perfectly gay utopia.
They got nerfed.
You should have looked the other way.
Yeah, well, never been great at that.
I don't even really know what Kang means by this. In every moment Ant-Man has pushed back at Kang in this film, it has been to either save his daughter or the multiverse. Can you explain to me how the fuck someone looks the other way when it comes to the multiverse?
Why would you want to save it? Because I'm one of the idiots who lives in it!
On top of that, in a smaller scale, he doesn't want his daughter to die. You fucking idiot. Then again, this is probably a holdover from another script, another story, another set of lines. Who knows?
I want you to remember.
Well, to be honest, there was like no current threat to him if Kang had just been allowed to leave, it wouldn't have there wouldn't have been a problem, except for the fact that he had Cassie still. Did he forget that he had Cassie still? I guess that's pretty stupid. Hey, I kept your daughter, but you could have just been on your way, you know? Okay, that's a good point. Well done, Mauler.
You could have gone home.
You just stopped him from going home when it would have benefited you, and
True.
you held his daughter or his mother-in-law this whole movie. What the fuck is this? What movie is this dialogue meant for? Oh, that musical cue. Scott, like, getting up to enter his stance, and the music just goes...
Yeah, that is a little too epic for a fist fight, but you know, it's fine that they have a fist fight. Like, that is just engaging, okay? The fact that they have a fist fight at the end.
But you thought you could win.
Well, he did. His family are safe. Your empire has completely fallen apart, and he stopped you from getting to the portal. You're not exactly stacking up many W's yourself there, Kang.
You could have seen your daughter again.
You were going to blow up the everything, you fucking gnome. Why does all of this dialogue feel like it was meant for a completely different movie? What the fuck are those punching sounds?
They're just very violent punches. Sounds fine.
So the fight goes on, punch, punch, punch back, punch, etc. Until we finally discover that Scott has a plan.
I don't have to win.
You know, it's so... Like, these videos take so long. I mean, I know, you're here too. But, you know, the movie is almost over, and now we're gonna eventually get into the part where he just talks without there being the plot summary in the background, so... That's usually the better part of his videos. So I guess I'm looking forward to that. I think I'll go a little longer in this session. I almost completely forgot that I was depressed about Unity charging exorbitant fees, you know?
We both just have to lose.
So this movie, much like many in the current day MCU, feels like it's created by people who've seen movies but don't understand much about them beyond that. So many moments throughout the movie kinda resemble moments from other films, better films, and this even comes down to individual lines.
I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
That is fucking clunky. The line should go, I don't need to win as long as you lose. Because it means that no matter the outcome for Scott, Kang needs to be stopped. You gotta save the multiverse, and there's no amount of damage to be done to Scott himself that wouldn't make that worth it. It's a selfless act. However, when he says,
I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
It sounds like he's saying both Kang's and his own loss are required to win. The best, and frankly steel-manned position on this quote is that he's saying he will lose by shutting himself off from the regular world, and that by disabling the tech, both he and Kang lose. Only that doesn't happen at all, and we already know of several forms of getting into and out of the quantum realm that Scott can use. This quote is fucked, and it's precisely because they do not redraft or even remotely care. Regardless, Scott puts 3 shrinkers and growers on the end.
Okay, so that was an incredible nitpick. I think I'm gonna add 3 points here to the nitpicks. I can't believe that you're saying, oh, this line would have been better. The line, I just have to stop you, versus the line, we both have to lose. It means basically the same thing, okay? Like, okay, so he would lose if he destroys, like, the escape, the way to escape the quantum realm, and maybe his family would be smart enough to leave him here, okay? I mean, that would have made sense in that moment. Like, they would just leave Kang to be stranded in there, and they don't risk everything by trying to get Scott out. I mean, obviously they're not going to do that because they're not smart enough. They come right back. But who knows? Maybe they even checked if it was safe, you know? Maybe they all played their part. Maybe they checked, oh, it looks like Kang is actually defeated. We can come back now. But they didn't, you know? But the fact that this one line bothers you so much, it doesn't work for me. Like, you think that these minor changes to lines would make all the difference to us, but they're not. Nobody's gonna watch that movie and it's like, oh, that line, now that would have all made sense. No, like, please, how do you think this way? It's like you're the magical movie doctor who will fix everything if he just gets to write a few lines different.
Which, like, imagine they just cancelled each other out and that was it. It would be awkward.
Yeah, that would be.
Does Scott have any idea what's going to happen now that he's done this? What if the portal blew up on both ends and killed his family? What if it detonates this building, this area, and kills quantum people? To be honest with you, why hasn't it destroyed the portal? You've applied them, they work immediately, they don't have a delay. I just can't imagine what's going to happen next.
Yep.
Ah, finally. It would seem that after 10 fucking minutes of standing still staring at the portal, the people who apparently care about Scott decided to come back and see if he was okay. Well, to be fair, it's just hope, actually. Had any of them come back while suited up, Kang would have been beaten immediately. Good stuff.
I mean, I still think that they probably should have left him there and just let Kang be stranded, but whatever. I mean, I guess the movie wouldn't have gone with that, so yeah, you're probably right. Okay, fine, yeah, you're right. That's the only way it would make sense is if the portal actually took a while for them to get through, which is not what was shown, so I don't know what they were doing.
So Hope does some shouty blasts, and Kang gets absorbed into the engine. Yeah, it exploded and blasted out a wave of quantum multiversal engine energy, and it did nothing lethal to Scott or Hope. Lucky. At least Kang is gone. We did it.
And another nitpick. All the heroes didn't die. Great.
Don't give me that bullshit. Cassie, with how we've been characterizing her, would absolutely have run back through that portal to save her father. Shut up.
Where is she?
Yeah, no,
Where is she?
she's okay. She's okay. She's okay.
She's
okay. They're all.
We're gonna come back to this moment and why it's so off a little later.
You came back.
Same for that one. I love how the world is cheering for victory when apparently none of them did anything to check whether Kang was alive. Not the ants, the rebels, nobody.
Well, there was an explosion, I don't know. I guess they probably should have checked, yeah.
None of them wanted to confirm it, even though he's the primary issue. The one dude that you gotta sort out.
I mean, I don't know, maybe they just cut forward until they started cheering. Or maybe all the soldiers shut down, who knows.
So I'm gonna need you to take this slowly. It makes so little sense I almost died. Cassie uses her quantum telescope to open the portal back up, allowing Scott and Hope to go home. I will repeat. Cassie uses a telescope to open a portal and saves them.
Yeah, and immediately too, that's pretty good. I mean, that's technically valid, okay? Yeah, fine, it's a valid point. I mean, personally, I think they just did that for the movie, you know, so it's more satisfying. I mean, she probably shouldn't have done that, but yeah, no, it's stupid. She shouldn't have done it.
Home's good.
The engine got fucking obliterated. How the whatever, it's fine. We are seconds from the credits.
Welcome back.
My life doesn't make sense.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Scott. You cannot be saying that shit after everything we just saw.
Yeah, again with this, really. Like, oh no. Come on. Why is it so bad? It's some silly stuff happened. Oh, so I guess we can't have any fun now. Sorry. Mauler has decreed no fun allowed.
You just saved the quantum realm with your family and drank a guy without holes. That doesn't make any sense. So you know what? Who said life has to make sense?
Literally all everyone does all the fucking time is try to make...
Oh, you cut off the part where there's a dog in that carriage.
sense of this insane, retarded world. The last thing we need is stories with no less through line than minced spaghetti being set on fire and sold to us by self-sucking writers.
I mean, you really don't need to complain this much. Like, it's pretty clear that whatever happens in the quantum realm stays in the quantum realm, so this actually doesn't at all impact the greater universe, so that's definitely a nitpick.
As something to simply appreciate for just how much sense it doesn't fucking make. Get a job.
I used to wonder if this chapter in my life was over. But as Cassie reminded me, there's always someone you can help.
Fuck off. You didn't need some catty, delinquent, tech-stealing nightmare.
No, he actually was in fact busy just writing a book and not really helping anyone, so no, he did need that. That's another nitpick.
Twat, to remind you that helping people is something you're invested in. That has always been in your character. It is why you went to prison, why you helped Captain America, why you do everything. Each of these instances...
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're not vibing with this movie's premise that he's just been writing a book, but it's what happened, okay? Get over it.
This compounds that desire to help. Where the fuck did this idea that he was done helping people come from? The man wrote a book about his experiences saving the universe that's in...
Oh yeah, man, writing a book. Wow, what a great help to humanity. Wow. Imagine if only he took the next step and he made a movie review. Now that would have really been helpful for humanity.
Inspiring people throughout the country, and you're trying to sell it as though he's given up on people. Fuck off.
He also said something bad was coming.
Yeah, dude, all heroes should totally become influencers. That's great, man. Like, writing books, what a great service to humanity.
And that everyone would die, so did I just kill everyone? Is everyone...
And not just like any, not even a brilliant book, it's just like an inspirational book about his journey. Okay, actually, I guess that would be kind of interesting. But, I mean, it's not help. Yeah, maybe you're right. You know what, fine, you're getting 3 valid criticisms because the book is actually... somewhat important, okay? You know, the first-hand experience of an adventure is probably kind of important to be retold, even though like the way he told it is an inspirational book. Okay, you got me torn. Okay, you know, I'm taking 2 away again. On the right one here. Okay, there. So I added 1 valid criticism because the book has some value, but it is an inspirational book. It's like Andrew Tate's Guide to Picking Up Women, or like something like that. It's just like, that's not a high value book, okay? Like the sci-fi stuff is very interesting, but that's not what he's selling the book on. He's selling the book on it being inspirational. What a roller coaster, huh?
Gonna die because of me? Oh my, what did I do?
Well, it took you half a movie, but you finally heard what the fuck he said to you in the cell. I will say, we almost hit a snag of it being a heavy flaw, but luckily he just forgot a bit, or had delayed hearing. In any case, yes, a force is on its way to destroy everything.
I mean, it makes sense that he wouldn't really think about that when he's trying to save his daughter. So, I think you don't even have to complain at all about that.
First thing you need to do is work with Janet to inform anyone and everyone who has any power in this universe of who he was. They need to know how this all went down and what's coming. What's even more interesting here is that Scott is realizing his involvement in this. Did he fuck all of this up by stopping this Kang? It's not something he's ever quite considered, but it is in...
I mean, that's kind of stupid. There's no way that killing the bad guy would fuck everything up. Like, that Kang was just unhinged. I don't know why you would take his word for it. And you've said that before, so I'm doubly not sure. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to look into whatever vague bullshit he said. I mean, he really didn't say what was coming, you know?
Interesting.
You know what? It's probably fine. Like I said, life doesn't make any sense. So maybe stop asking so many questions, Scott. Everything's probably fine. Kang's gone. You did it.
Motherfucker! You now know the world is in danger of absolute destruction, and you are somewhat responsible, but you're going to say nothing to anyone? You're going to look the other way? You can't be fucking serious.
I mean, we'll see what he does. Like, you can let him enjoy his piece of disgusting cake here, okay? Like... Maybe we'll see what he does in the next movie. Maybe he goes and does the research. Maybe it's fine not to scare the entire population, you know? And maybe the fact that they've had like 1 million fucking genocidal tyrants trying to kill them probably makes it pretty clear that that's just what's gonna happen anyways. But whatever.
Oh.
The film ends with the main character experiencing instant pain and disgust when consuming just a small amount of the mess in front of him. What did the filmmakers mean by this?
I'm sorry that it's so hard for you to understand, but he talked to the guy who was retired from making cakes, and he baked this wonky looking cake, you know? But Scott didn't really think, oh, is it also gonna taste bad? But now we know it tasted bad. I thought it was a fine joke, but I don't know. I guess nobody else likes it.
Why did you do this?
The exiled one is dead. You sure he's dead? Must really eat you up that you're not the one who killed him.
He was just a guy. You could have killed him with a hammer. Shut up.
None of us killed him. They did.
What the fuck is this? None of us killed him.
They're beginning to touch multiverse. And if we let them, they will take everything.
What do you mean, beginning? They've been fucking with it for a while now, and not to mention, with how time works, have they not fucked with it forever, or whatever? Ugh, why do I even bother?
So let's stop wasting time.
You have infinite time, you wankers!
How many did you call?
All of us.
Okay, so there's a horde of Kangs who are all shouting and stuff. I can't wait for their movies. Or, well, I don't know about that.
Yep, can't wait.
Lot of victims this time.
Time is everything. It shapes our lives, but perhaps we can shape it.
Oh look, another Kang, and he's doing old-timey stuff. Can this be over, please?
It's him.
Oh, it's Loki. Another writing abomination. Just save me with a cut to black, please. Ah, thank you.
Loki is really good. I don't know, man. I guess you just can't enjoy things. Okay, so, like, I guess it is a pretty big mess when it comes to the continuity. But I think it's probably fine to have, like, crazy time travel stuff happening while still having, like, the main timeline be unaffected largely by it. But you certainly don't think so.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that there's so many amazing stories that are ready to be told again and again, but we kind of need them put into IPs that are recognized for them to get attention, and that a lot of the time the IPs that are, you know, getting the most attention are stuff like, hey, what if a guy could shrink and go to the quantum realm and there's a guy with a giant face and
I mean, you almost had me there. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess it'd be cool if we could have more stories that aren't based on the bigger universe. But then you're just like, oh yeah, AntMan is also terrible. Like, you think people should have MODOK? You think people should have AntMan? No fucking way. Let us have AntMan and MODOK, dude.
Like, what if there was a guy with a giant face?
Yep.
So creativity's out these days.
Right, so we...
Yep, just 3 more hours of this. Or for you it's 6 more hours, I guess. For me it's 6 more hours too. Oh shit. We're destined to do this forever, Batman.
Where do we begin?
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Shut.
Ah, you can't help yourself. You already made this exact same joke. Please handle yourself.
Shut up, Scott. Even if you're absolutely on the money. Why do they keep doing this? Okay, let's have a look at the bones of this story, shall we? Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania has let everyone know that Phase 5 has indeed started, but Phase 4 has not stopped. The exact same production is in play from top to bottom, littering the script with every last issue one would expect, and before we can conclude further, let's chat about the broad storytelling achievements of this, the 31st film in the Marvel Cinematic Carcass.
Carcass isn't starting with you, man. What the fuck? I guess there's nothing you could have said, but I don't know, that was lame even for you.
The fact is, these stories are getting so unruly, the plot points aren't even flying by much more average moviegoers.
Where did she get her invisible suit from? She was never gifted it. It just appeared. That's bullshit.
It's not
this
funny.
Is trash. This is like watching trash TV.
What is a Longman family?
The baby butt when he...
Yes, I was cruel enough to inflict this film upon some family members. Though in order to ensure...
Wow, your own last name in there? Okay.
For their safety, I made sure they had full access to alcohol.
Oh, can I make a wine? I need a wine. I can't get through
this. I don't
Now,
care.
As we're more than well aware, the world building in the MCU has been shot to shit. They are rarely able to develop a single element from any story they are currently telling, let alone from any previous entry. Any attempt to scramble something together or repair a past fuck-up would honestly go a long way, as would a stable world ready for several storylines to coexist and complement each other. This time around, we failed every possible metric for creating the environment for this story to play out, and they even dealt some damage that is downright rare.
Bring back Baskin-Robbins, bring back those little things to make this really feel like it was a trilogy.
Yep.
Right. You mentioned Baskin-Robbins to try and make people think this was a trilogy. This garbled mess of incompatible movies was indeed a trilogy. You know, there's a Simpsons Treehouse of Horror anthology story called The Genesis Tub, where Lisa makes a tiny world by combining soda, electric, and a tooth. As time goes on, the living creatures in that world develop incredibly fast and decide they need Lisa in their world. She is their god and they want to contact her.
It worked! The debigulator worked!
Soon after, Lisa decides to help the people here with their plight, but first needs to be unshrunk.
Unshrink you? Well, that would require some sort of a rebigulator, which is a concept so ridiculous it makes me want to laugh out loud.
It kind of feels like this episode is making fun of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, but it came out in 1996. If anything, the MCU copied The Simpsons' homework and didn't pay attention to what it was making fun of. If you can shrink them, then surely you have some form of understanding in the department of how to do the reverse. It's also just hilarious
I mean, not necessarily. It might take, like, infinitely more energy. And that's why he needed literally the thing that creates energy. So that's another nitpick.
Content because it's classic Simpsons.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh my. I hope that rug was Scotch Garden.
Together we can lead America into a new golden age.
Friend, you got a deal. Homer, let us out.
No!
Oh no. The Void is where Ant-Man ended up in the first film, when he went super small. And Subatomica, I'm assuming, is where she was when she met Kang.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Sure.
And then there's the quantum realm below that, or whatever.
I agree, Mauler.
Exactly, exactly. I feel this way too. I am like, what the fuck is that? When she said you couldn't see through the subatomica, I was like, shut up. What is that?
Shut your mouth.
What
Really, man? I guess we just can't have a movie like I guess a quantum realm just wouldn't work for you. There's just no explanation for it to work.
Even is that?
The point is, rules, environments, and systems just fall the fuck apart the longer they require changes to facilitate new stories. Writers are responsible for ushering in older worlds to a newer audience for new stories.
I mean, that's just not right. Like, you can just change the rules a little bit. It's not that bad. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that changed over time, you know? Like, the original Star Wars had fucking Jabba the Hutt be like a Scotsman, right? And then he became a slug, and that was an improvement. Wait, was that... Did it come out with that? No, I guess I'm wrong, yeah. I guess it didn't release with that. But they definitely retconned a lot from that first Star Wars movie. Like, it could work. I don't know, man. Like in Shrek... in Shrek 3, we see Rumpelstiltskin, and he's just like... He doesn't look anything like the one in Shrek 4, which carries the whole movie, you know? It's just fine to redo something occasionally and make it better.
And it takes finesse to get right. In total, we've had a few changes. But what are they? Well, they maintained that it's taxing to be big.
Air feels chunky.
Oh no, he's too big.
But they are still small relative to their normal sizes and relative to oxygen.
You literally cannot stop bringing this one up, okay? I'm definitely nitpick this.
So how is going big now taxing them in remotely the same way? Surely going small should now have done the same thing the whole time. Because even when they're tiny, when they're big on the surface, fuck me, this is hard to explain. Used to be that going to a particular level of small would get you in big trouble. But the regulators prevented it. But the regulators aren't preventing shit now. They are already smaller than what the regulators would allow, and they go even smaller than that. It's being treated as though they are size 5 and they can go to 10 or 1, and it all scaled down with MODOK dragging them into the quantum realm.
Oh my god, he's still on about the size thing. I don't care, man. Just get with the movie.
Pop him through a car crash or whatever the fuck happened.
Like, do you really think the movie would be better if they were literally the size of atoms and they could just at any point get huge again? Like, do you think that would be better? No! Shut the fuck up about it.
And in that circus filled with compost and insecurities they called She-Hulk. All we need is a great throwaway line to put that option to rest forever.
Oh, this again, huh? Just one line is all it would have taken. Guess what? Not everyone pays attention to every line anyways. It would have not made a difference if they had one line in there to explain it all.
Need to put some hold-on maneuvers. Do some real damage.
Come on, that move is 1 in a million.
Not that, not even close to that. It's worth reminding you all as well that we are supposed to be living in a world that's been blighted by the blip. Phase 4 treated it as an annoying event with an impact similar to Black Friday that has now mostly been forgotten. And it doesn't look like Phase 5 will be dealing with it either. Except, of course, by saying people are struggling to find home.
I mean, there was a lot of that in that one series that you don't like at all. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, you know? I mean, there was a lot about that. I guess you just didn't pay any attention at all because at the end he said that politicians could do better and that really triggered you.
Something very alien compared to our world, I'm sure. But that's about it. The quantum realm, the smallest, tiniest place to ever exist. It's smaller than the smallest of small things that we have any awareness of, and it's far smaller than even those things. However, everything functions just fine. There's nothing to be concerned about in terms of livable environments, nor the crushing down of size and its effects on the human body. It doesn't require a big old bit of technology, nor a suit.
We should be dead.
And yet you want...
Yeah, that would be real stupid if they had to wear the mask throughout the entire thing. Just, could you imagine? I mean, I know that's what you'd want, but that's just so stupid. I can't help it.
Not, which is interesting considering some suits built for the quantum realm would have been the solution, surely. And hey, maybe they...
Yeah, what solution would that have been? Like, us not seeing the actors at all times? Brilliant.
Even had something like that at one point in production.
They were meant to be quantum realm suits, and then that changed. We almost had to start again.
Again, this movie went through several different versions, and who knows, maybe it made sense at one point. The quantum realm is a place outside of time and space, but all the rules regarding time and space...
I mean, imagine if you had to interact with this world entirely through suits. Like you can't go to a bar? No, because everything would kill you. You can't have, like, relationships with the people there, because they breathe quantum air and you can't handle it. Like, what would the movie be, man? It would be nothing.
Are exactly the same as ours, except for those ants over there that boomed forward thousands of years in order to facilitate a Deus Ex Machina via the virtues of techno-socialism.
Sorry, really quick before we move on, I'm still...
I don't care, shut up with the curmudgeons.
Through a time dilation.
Okay.
The quantum realm can be accessed from any place at any time by shrinking. Darren, Kang, Janet, and the Ant Lads all had different entry points across Earth and yet ended up in the same general area. It doesn't have a physical location, you just portal there when you go small, I guess.
Worlds within worlds, like that's the quantum realm in a great little phrase.
You only think it's a great little phrase because you don't have to do any work when you say it. You think that explains everything.
It does. That's just quantum physics for you.
It doesn't. The quantum realm is populated with totally...
Like, if you know about quantum physics, it's like insane how things behave. Like, they're so far detached from how you think they would, you know? Like, light behaves differently whether you look at it and when you don't. It's madness.
Not humans, robot laser men.
And as I said, there's like two particles that can be linked even though they're really far apart. So yeah, I mean, that would make sense then, that there'd be ways to get around real quick. and that it's like accessible from anywhere.
Robo-henchmen, telepaths, living buildings, broccoli people, insane assortments of everything else, and Veb.
A guy who's evolved without holes would be fascinated by a human who has... You eat through those?
Well, no, there's shit tons of humans down there with the same number of holes. What the fuck am I doing? Many things need to be done.
Yeah, that was pretty silly. It's like, everyone else has holes, why are you so fascinated, you know?
And to rescue these people and to share technology and culture with each other. There is an insane amount of work to be done in terms of getting these people out of the quantum realm and to make use of their incredible advancements.
What? You want to get them out of the quantum realm? Why? Like, why don't we just bring all the aliens from space to Earth as well? What are you suggesting? How would that benefit?
There's also just a bit of reconciliation to be done in terms of figuring out how they came to be and how it changes everything we understand about the history of life.
I mean, it's clear that they're fine in the quantum realm as long as Kang isn't dominating them.
You know, just some paperwork to sort out. The quantum realm's translations are dependent on the bodily fluids of a creature named Veb, and for some reason all of the creatures down here sound the same before taking the ooze, despite supposedly all having different languages.
When they all chant a thing.
Quantum cap this, why couldn't we take the opportunity to use hundreds of millions to have goopy quantum characters as our leads for the Quantards? Why couldn't we speak with Veb or some other crazy character for the whole movie? Why did we end up...
Really? Why didn't we have a translator through the whole movie? Are you serious right now? Do you even try? Like, because it would make the movie worse, obviously, Mauler.
With Tryhard and Mind Guy, two very lame, obviously humanoid types. Not to mention Krylar.
I mean, this is the same criticism as saying, like, all the Star Trek aliens look human. Yeah, imagine that. It's because that's what we relate to. It wouldn't make sense if they were all just random pulsating things.
Who is once again your bargain bin, run-of-the-mill human.
Not technically, but yes. In the ways that matter.
It's a whole different world and a whole different way of looking at species and life.
Well then, why do you focus so hard on the normal stuff? You reached the point that the...
Because we relate to it, dude. It's another nitpick, it just never ends.
Main characters are confused as to why some of these creatures aren't just called human.
The idea of him is that he looks like a collection of pixels floating in the space that are kind of concentrated and become the body of a human.
So you talk about this awesome idea of a man constructed of what you're calling pixels that flow together and apart to form an approximation of a humanoid. I'm sure he cost thousands of dollars to make and he ended up in a couple of frames in the movie.
You can't be serious. Obviously he would have been more expensive if you had used him more, dude. How are you even saying this right now? Yeah, if only they would have used this expensive effect all the time. Yes, please. How you sunk cost fallacying this, man? Just be happy about the broccoli guy. He was great. And like, Jesus, this was another nitpick. It's like, oh, they didn't use this one alien more. Really?
Barely anyone got to see him at all. Why do you think you're bleeding money? It's like this alien guy right here. He took bloody ages in makeup to create, and they ended up just smearing CG paste on him regardless. What the fuck is the point, lads? You don't need to spend thousands of dollars if all it ends up being is a reference.
We needed to go quite extreme. Nothing should be like it is in our world. It should be in the ephemeral sort of universe.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously saw that wasn't going to be realistic. Like, obviously that wasn't going to happen. Can you imagine, like, if this movie was just this? It's just, like, completely random aliens making completely random sounds. And this guy thinks that would have sold better. Are you fucking serious, man? Oh, that's so funny. Like, oh my god, yeah. It's just like random image generator, the movie. That's what I want to see, man.
Then why did you do the fucking opposite of that and spend most of the time with the normie quantums? Like, what happened to this mindset? Why didn't we see it? Is it because it's way safer to have a human-ish thing talking instead of a blob? Cool, I guess. The Marvel assembled behind-the-scenes featurette is just an extensive record of how much material was absolutely fucking wasted. And, it gave me a thought.
Bill brings a lot to the table, and what you don't want to do is swamp that with a confusing, complicated look.
You see the shoe?
I mean, like, you're saying it's wasted, but if the actors would have had to act through those masks, then their performance would have been wasted. Like, it's fine. They probably didn't use the best actors to play the broccoli people, you know? Like, it's economic in its own way, and it's fine.
They got Bill Murray wearing here. To me, this is representative of their approach to storytelling when dealing with the quantum realm, the multiverse, or, to be honest, space. You gotta make it like our world, but a little bit weird. How about you draw a squiggly line on the shoe? That's weird. How about instead of green to go, it's red to go? That's weird. How about instead of a grenade, that's a speaker? That's weird. It's not like aliens would have practical designs that look completely different to our own and yet function fine. No, we have to give them the squiggly shoe.
Like, what are you even complaining about? Like, where are you getting this? Like, even in Rick and Morty, it's like, oh yeah, we went to space Mount Everest. Like, where are you imagining a world that has just, like, random bullshit that we can't relate to? As a movie, like... do you realize that we would have to stop at every scene and grasp what's happening here, and we could never have any momentum going? Okay, so I guess Mauler sounds pretty smart, but then I guess the more you think about what he says, the more crazy it gets. Well, I mean, it's good, I guess. We're learning more than I thought we would. This video is actually worthwhile. I guess not for the first 3 hours of his video. Maybe I should just skip those next, huh? Maybe just skip the plot summary and just get to the mildly more interesting parts. Since he repeats himself a million times anyways.
And that's not to say these kinds of shoe designs don't exist in our world, and more power to you if you wear them. What I'm saying is that they always seem to choose these kinds of items to represent alien culture. Their imagination always seems to cap out.
And just
yeah, imagine, like, if only we had used all of the possible imagination just on, like, shoes or whatever. I mean, just shoes. How much of this video did you just dedicate to those shoes, man? I almost forgot to give you a nitpick for that one.
Quantum elements like weird bits of beading and strange lines running across the body.
Still, I appreciate seeing many kinds of alien designs, certainly ones that go far further than human but blue or human but green. No shade to any other sci-fi, I'm just saying it's neat to see a broccoli man shooting his shot with Evangeline Lilly.
But you're in the quantum realm, but...
Wait, so it is fine now? Okay, I don't know, man. Sounded like you were really pissed at it. Like earlier. Like, why didn't we use this more? Like, unlike the joke, where it's like, oh, one character reacts to it, you've overused the joke, what do you do? Like, you would tell me the same thing. It's like, oh, you've overused the broccoli. Like, actually, I think you have said that. Like, you probably would have said that same stuff about any other thing that would have been in the movie for more than one shot.
Some things never change.
That's right.
Some things never change. Guys, be better.
I mean, that broccoli guy probably gets all the ladies, you know? Like, they know how nutritious he is.
The world would be a better place if more men had not only the confidence of the broccoli man, but the ability to easily move right along with life after a small rejection. You're making me root for the Chad broccoli man now. Why the fuck do I watch audio commentaries?
What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with him, is there? I mean, no, there is something wrong with it. She was clearly having a conversation with someone, and he's just like, hey, baby, come to Butthead. Like, come on, dude. Maybe wait till she's, like, not talking to someone right now.
constantly change how the quantum realm looks. It's mostly colors and goop everywhere, moving in unconventional ways, but we've had and have nothing to understand any of it with. There's a distinct lack of commitment to the alien aspect. They treat Scott and Cassie as though they are significantly different when they look just like half the people in the quantum realm. We don't see anywhere near the amount of crazy alien designs that we should be seeing when this world has Veb and Tryhard. Where the fuck is everything in between and alternate to that? Kang's robot army might be robot men, but they might be much more. They may even be slaves, but nobody cares to check, and they turn into a goo mist when hit with a stick. I can't even be...
I mean, they're definitely not slaves. Like, remember the guy at the bridge where he's like, I would have died and tell you the password? Like, that wouldn't be a slave. It's like, fine, here's the password. Like, free my people. No, dude. Unless you're telling me they're mind-controlled slaves. But they're probably happy, as you've seen by the fact that he had a speech to them. Like, they're probably fine being his henchmen.
Begin to speculate on what the fuck this is or what is happening. Do I even bother trying to summarize what the fuck happened in the probability storm?
In the area of the quantum verse, the subatomica is where Janet and Kang happened to meet. Remember, he crash landed right next to a little house in the quantum world or whatever. That's just something that happened. And then, of course, she helps him repair his big evil ship that the people who wanted him captured and dead left him with for some reason. And then just when it was finished up, she attached 4 growers to it. Instead of making it really big, it made it really big and generates a field around it where if you stand in it, it'll generate clones of you.
God, these parts do add nothing to the video, man. They're just padding it out. It's so bad. I mean, I tried listening to it, but I can't. It like the monotone voice just slides over me. I probably want to talk, you know, but like if you just intersperse that with your much more elaborate video, much more eloquent, then they just bore me to death. And it's just like random people having a random conversation taken out of context, kind of, but not really. But I hate it. I mean, if you take anything from my criticism, which you definitely won't, just please use less of those. Use them so sparingly, please.
Changes are the many different ways we will rock society with solving medicine, hunger, weaponry, and, well, for now at least, with the tech from the ants, we may just end up post-scarcity on all fronts.
Did we even use the ants, or they stay in the Oh, I guess they can always make a portal now. Yeah, you're right. I guess they have too much power, but also whatever. Maybe it's not our turn to be futuristic. Ugh, I'm tired. I should go to sleep. I have a date tomorrow.
I'm sure future movies will recognize this, and everything will change accordingly. The introduction of civilizations and individuals with the kinds of power that shake the very fabric of the universe. Kang's men, his facilities, the Ant faction, their civilization, the rebels, and their living buildings. And of course, Kang himself, a man using a set of abilities only when he is allowed to by the plot and with limits too difficult to understand, though rest assured the applications of his power register completely off the spectrum, where by comparison the movie is clearly on it, though perhaps the most insane and unbelievable part of the world building on top of all of that was the choice to portray San Francisco clean.
Again? Wow. Like, Jesus, you just 3 hours, 20 minutes in, and all the jokes are being reused. I guess we just didn't pay attention. I guess you can't be expected to pay attention.
Welcome back. Being the opening is so idealized. Like, that's part of the joke, right? He's like, la 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 la, and everyone...
Are you actually so stupid as to think that all of San Francisco is dirty? Jesus, man.
Smiling and is happy to like, do you remember what world you're in? Like,
yeah, this is a world where remember how like in one of the films a giant celestial entity was like emerging from Earth and nobody knew that was something that could happen? How is everybody in this world not living in a state of perpetual
existential crisis?
Yes.
Wow, I'm so glad I listened to them. Wow, they brought up the movie Eternals. So glad. What valuable insight, man. I sure. Wow, the existence of Eternals sure is very relevant to this movie. Ugh. Like, obviously, Eternals hasn't been relevant to any movie. It's been retconned out of existence, deal with it. Like, we don't see any Eternals farting around in any of the movies. Just get over it, man.
Blipped out of existence.
I guess it must have just been an alternate reality.
Multiverses and timelines being destroyed. And I'm like, fucking hell. 99.99% of all the lives in the universe have just been, like, unceremoniously destroyed in the MCU. Like, it's actually quite a hellscape. We're just focusing.
I mean, that wouldn't really affect, like, the individual universes. Whatever.
Into the one universe slash timeline slash dimension slash world slash realm slash reality where everything just sort of kind of works out. And we're not going to talk about all the other ones that
all
don't.
the other timelines where things go horribly. The timelines that just get destroyed. Timelines, universes.
I mean, the idea between having a comic book multiverse is that, like, most of the time the timelines have, like, an interesting story that happens where it doesn't just end up being an apocalyptic world, you know? Usually the good guys end up winning, but whatever, I guess. I guess we'll just act like it's all madness.
Dimensions, realms. Realities, exactly.
So yeah, not looking great in that department, but the plot is always pretty solid in these sorts of productions, right? From stretches to holes and plot armor aplenty. Let's see how it shook out. We find out that Janet managed to luck out and find all kinds of resources to stay alive in the...
Are you just doing the plot summary again?
Subatomica? A world with no other life forms like her until she also happened to bump into Kang, a man who equally happened to bump into probably the only person in the quantum realm capable of helping him after he is awake and ready enough to save her from alien flames, and they just so happen to be in an area with...
Yeah, I was already really annoyed when you nitpicked all this the first time, so here's 3 nitpicks and let's move on.
Die or end up in a time dilation. Kang's security is easily subverted via face smash or development of sudden code knowing.
So she can figure out. She can fucking figure out on her own.
Yeah, because she's fucking cool, okay?
Maybe I should just give up on this. Maybe I was wrong and there's nothing of interest in this video. Plot armor lock holes. Lock plot holes. Should I just skip this section entirely? No, it says the plot. Okay, like this section is called the plot. So he is recapturing the whole plot again. And then armor lock and holes. And then the next one is characters. Characters, an essay within an essay. Character Cassie. Okay, yeah, that one's gonna be interesting-ish. Secrets, politics, messing up the themes. Well, I'm gonna come back tomorrow and then I'll see how much of this I want to skip. I bet I won't remember that, huh? Well, I guess you'll see what happens next. Alright, Squid Kids, we're back. And I mean, I guess we never left, so here we go. Another week passed and you didn't know a thing, you know? So I've decided that I don't remember much, so I'm gonna listen to his stupid ass plot summary within a plot summary. And if he says something interesting within the next 3 minutes, then we'll stop, we'll continue watching. And if not, then we'll skip the plot summary, okay? So I think that's very fair to this video that is so aggressively wasting our time. Why are we doing this? Who knows?
Place to hoover these people down to the quantum realm and lucked out in that they didn't immediately die or end up in a time dilation. Kang's security is easily subverted via face smash or...
But the question is, do I add all of these nitpicks again? It's like, oh no. Dangerous things happen and the characters didn't die. Whoa, actually, I need to... Where's that thing? It probably doesn't work right now, does it? I think you have to press this button and then... That button? Yes, okay. I'll just add that nitpick for now. Okay, I won't say a thing. I will just press the nitpick button if another nitpick comes up, okay? So... I won't waste your time.
Or development of sudden code knowing.
So she can figure out. She can fucking figure out on her throne.
Yeah, because she's fucking.
Oh god, he's got his family with him too in this rewatch. That's just so useful. Oh my god.
Cool, okay.
What the hell? Oh, potato!
And each of the foot soldiers are apparently rather blind. Kang just so happens to take
Again?
exactly as long to launch as Scott would take to stop him. Lucked out there. When they shrank the engine by 25 times, it happened to land with no harm to speak of right next to them. Then there's the ant farm.
Whoa, what are they building? Are you doing this?
Actually, no. They built their own tech. Pretty smart ants.
Shut the
Fuck off!
They fell into a time-dilated portion of the quantum realm and became a superpower that saved everyone from everything at the end. Could have been they were in a different room. Could have been they fell on the floor and were useless. Could have been that they simply didn't go into the time dilation.
Okay, well, we actually saw that like everything in that room got sucked in, but I guess if they had been a different room, yeah, I guess that would have changed the entire movie. What a valuable criticism. Thank you, Mauler. It is just every word a banger, you know? It's well done.
And if any of those things would have happened, the multiverse would have been fucked.
They're developing technology on their own now. This is a
little Chekhov's ant farm, if you will.
Exactly. Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, mate. You know what? Just play the clip.
Jeffy's a screenwriter.
Do I need to punish you for using this clip a million times? I mean, yeah, sure, that was probably another nitpick. Whatever, let's go.
He's writing it as he goes along.
The crazy part is that they were insanely technologically advanced anyway, way beyond what the fuck should be considered normal.
Actually, no. They build their own tech. Pretty smart ants.
Okay, pump the brakes.
That's something we can introduce as a throwaway line and not address more.
Before talking about what it means, can I just say, what a shit line of dialogue.
Pretty smart ants.
I just love it. It's just pretty smart ants. I'm sorry that you just can't understand concise and convenient dialogue that actually works perfectly. It's how can you possibly take offense? Well, whatever, man. I mean, I guess they're like excessively smart, but also just like deal with it. They were always way too smart in these movies, you know. Like they had a hive mind that was like almost as smart as a human. Why did you scroll down?
They build their own tech.
I agree.
Pretty smart
Those are
ants.
those are pretty smart ants. We are in agreement. Yes.
But yes, Chad, you heard
yeah.
correctly. He has an ant farm, and they're building their own technology, including elevators. It's the kind of thing where you're just like, I'm sorry.
Does this really need to go on that long? Oh my god. I mean, whatever. It was it charming? I mean, I guess I like that they all agree on it. I like that they say smart ants, but then, like, why does he recap him telling his friends about this when he's already telling us, when he's already told us before? Like, Jesus, man.
Rewind.
When did this happen?
It's rewind time.
It's rewind time.
When did ants advance from whatever comes before the first age in civilization all the way to the information era?
Ants actually already have a pretty high civilization, you know. They like they already use social. That's already way more impressive than humans were when they were cave people, you know. I mean, they didn't have. I mean, they already have agriculture. I don't know if you. I guess I mean I'm just full of ant facts, you know. So on the ant I reviewed, like ants have agriculture. Ants have a caste system. They're pretty advanced, okay? They're pretty smart, if I may say so myself.
How is this happening?
Him gave him a little advice, like, here's a little fire, go nuts. And they were like, whoa!
I mean, I guess if you're talking about the types of civilization, as in like the Stone Age and then the Iron Age, yeah, I guess they got pretty fast. But I mean, fire. I mean, that was our way of doing it. We had fire and then we became social. But ants were social and they didn't have fire. But I mean, they shoot like acid from their butts. So I don't know, man. If they need fire, you know, like they're just fine without fire.
Civilization.
And you'd be like, you could ask all of the questions.
Really smart this whole time, guys.
You can ask every single question possible, and the answer will every time will be pretty smart ants.
Pretty smart ants.
Yeah, those ants they're pretty quick.
This is what we would call Chekhov's ants, okay?
That's exactly what I called it as well.
Yeah, Chekhov's ants.
Wow, did they watch the thing, the commentary, or did they come up with this as well? Nah, they must have watched it, right?
Okay, keep them in mind.
But sure, why not?
I'm going to say this, you're not going to understand it, but I'm going to say it anyway. When they all got sucked into the quantum realm, they got sucked into different parts.
You know what? Fuck it. You wasted it. You had a chance and you wasted it, okay? This went on for way too long, and I'm just gonna skip the fucking recap now. Well done, Mauler. I hope you're happy. Oh my god, there's so much of these. Oh, what was that? Ooh. Gravity falls, hell yeah. Wait, let's just see that for a second.
Grab up the ant people. With the proliferation of PIM tech, would he have just been sucking in random scientists from all over the world? The army of Kang should have...
That probably would have worked. Oh man, I bet there's like 200 nitpicks that were being spared because I'm skipping this part. Oh, are there other scientists that also got sucked in? Such a valuable insight. I mean, no, it's pretty clear that there aren't many scientists working on fucking pin particles, right? Whatever. I mean, maybe across the multiverse, but certainly not across the Earth.
The ants should have killed, captured, disabled, or warned of Kang. The ant family would absolutely warn the world of Kang.
Would they? I mean, they killed him. Like, what are they gonna warn? Whatever.
Well, this means the plot is basically unrecognizable when it comes to cause and effect.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Mostly everything.
Holy, so bad. Everything has to be done, like this cheap dunk was done 100 times already. Like, oh, it didn't make sense. Wow. Like, yeah, this line sure vindicates, like, your 6 hours of nitpicking, man. Well done.
Is built to artificially protect the characters with sprinklings of rule changes for payoffs that were already set in stone from the first draft, assuming there was one. But we've been here before, where the story has broken its bones in order to facilitate other elements, and perhaps those other elements can redeem the script. So, let's talk about characters. We can start with the quantum ones.
Okay, wait, so that was plot, and now we're in characters. Okay. Oh, MODOK is the third one that he's... Wait, oh, the Quantards, nice. Krylar. Really, Krylar? That's worth talking about than MODOK. Yeah, alright. Can't wait to talk about MODOK some more. That was definitely good.
You have the mind-reading asshole comboed up with the lady who, in a world with countless amazing technological advancements, opts for the stick. At least she's a very cool badass and not at all
I mean, I don't know what you expect at this point. Like, it's the Marvel Universe. People are gonna use spears and shit. That's why they have Wakanda, you know? It's... Yeah, you know what? It's just how this universe works, okay? You could have guns, but the guy with the hammer is gonna win. You could have nuclear weapons, but then you got Wakanda with spears and they're gonna win, okay? So just deal with the fact that this is a comic book where people use comical weapons.
Desperate to be seen that way, ultimately leading to the opposite effect.
Oh, fuck off, Hellblade. Hellblade, Rufio, motherfucker, go away.
I like Veb.
It's like there's no insight from these people as well. It's like they're just like, oh hey, this looks like reference. Thanks for cutting that in.
Hello.
Wow. Yeah, Web is cool. Everyone can agree that Web is cool.
Hi.
Got a little goompy run, and David Dasmalchian does a great job with him.
David is my good luck charm. You can't make an Ant-Man movie without David Dasmalchian.
Well, so much for that good luck charm. In any case, they're all pretty retarded. They have little to no grasp of their own situation or resources, and they seem to have no interest in saving themselves from this hell world. The only thing we watch them figure out at any point in the story...
How are they gonna save themselves from this hell world? What are you talking... They live here. It's not a hell world to them, and also, like, they don't even want to go to the real world, I assume. That would be weird. Why would they want that? Like, they've got worlds upon worlds in here. What are you talking about? They just want to get rid of the tyrant. And that's what they're doing. And, I mean, like a revolution or whatever. No, a rebellion is rarely that well organized, okay? So I guess, I don't know, makes sense to me.
is whether Scott and Cassie are spies, only to shit on them for leading MODOK right to this area when they are the ones that dragged Scott and Cassie here, and they...
Yeah, you actually have a good point on that one. They should have not dragged them here if they could have just found out, but then again, I don't know. I mean, they probably need to capture everyone and or else they'll be given away, you know, their position, but I guess in this case it had the opposite effect. Tragic.
Wait for some time after deciding they need to leave to get these guys out. Apparently they don't care about people from a world on top of their own, and they have little to zero cultural aspects that seem to bind them as a people.
Yeah, I mean, why would they care? Like, it wouldn't affect them. How would they possibly want to care about our world, man?
Instead, they all feel random for the sake of it.
Fighting for the greater good as opposed to maybe suppressing the greater good. I want people to see, you know, strong female role in a positive light.
Your politics bore me.
We didn't get much of this gang, but my god, they were special in the time that we did have. But hey, what about some quantum bad guys like Krylar? A man who, from what was gathered, fought with Janet extensively in order to keep the quantum realm free of Kang's influence. He, much like everyone else who was left behind, was forced to submit to Kang's rule. There was a strong implication that he does Kang's bidding because Kang has significant leverage over him.
He can be very persuasive.
Similar to what we see of Scott later in the film, completing tasks for Kang in order to prevent his own...
You know, it might just be me being autistic here, but I actually thought that he just found Kang convincing, okay, you know? Maybe you just listen to Kang and then maybe he'll choke you out, maybe he'll throw you across the room, or maybe he'll make a good argument. I mean, we've not seen him make a good argument, but it could happen, you know? I just think he was convincing. I really don't like that you gotta be like, oh yeah, he's got leverage on him. Come on. I mean, you're probably right, but I don't know, man. I just like to think of Kang as convincing, okay? I want to imagine that he convinced him.
Suffering or that of his daughter. The regret of this moment is that we never see what Krylar was referring to. Who knows if Kang captured a...
Yeah, probably because it didn't actually... He probably didn't have leverage, you know? He was really just convincing. Clearly. Otherwise, we would have seen it.
A loved one of his, or what tortures he sustained before bending the knee. Perhaps it was as simple as money or power. We shall never know.
True. Could have been simple and convincing.
Krylar never got to escape. He never had an opportunity that we saw to organize a rebellion within compliance as Scott did. Yet he's treated by the cast and the movie as a strict bad guy. Janet ran off to a beach house while Krylar was left to lead a rebellion, and he lost.
You left all of us with him. How many people died because of you? Does your family even know who you are?
These questions have enormous implications, and we barely got an answer in any kind of detail. And that's because Krylar comes across as a very late addition to the script who gets booted out just as fast as he's introduced. In reality, they probably filmed an entire movie with Krylar that we will simply never see.
She's the leader!
What? Why would they have filmed an entire movie with him? I don't understand. Oh, is that... That's an interesting cut, I guess. Wait, is that a camera crew? What's this mean?
I hate her.
We never get the detail.
No, that was the real thing. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Don't know why you would think that there was a whole movie with him. I mean, there probably wasn't. Did I misunderstand you there? Whatever.
To understand the motives and actions behind the evil son of a bitch that he is, assuming that's what he is. The creators, of course, didn't take the character seriously because it's Bill Murray. It's his cameo, and ain't that just fun on its own?
What happened to you? We fought against him.
He can be very persuasive.
The expression here tells you that this is not something he wanted to do, and yet we discovered nothing more. He is simply thrown off to the side, very awkwardly, by a CG flumpo. It's unclear how responsible he is for anything. However, this was not the intention, not whatsoever.
The butcheress of Axia.
I'm sorry, the butcheress of what?
Here we are. We've arrived in Axia, the mines of Axia.
What the fuck are the mines of Axia?
There's some sort of energy here, this blue energy that's being mined in Axia. As we'll see later. It's part of the iconography of what Kang has going on down there.
Yeah, okay, none of that actually shows up in the movie.
True, that is very out of nowhere.
And what the fuck am I to make of this anyway? There's blue stuff in Axia, and then there's blue stuff in Kang's place. Do you feel like a storyteller?
We free.
Well, that was a good clip. I don't know, I mean, I guess there could have been more there, but there probably didn't need to be. I don't know. Maybe he could have had the best performance ever, but would it have fit into the movie? I mean, clearly not as well as MODOK.
Axia. And then the Conqueror came and made it even more free.
What the fuck is Axia? How much did you cut with Bill Murray?
He was once a freedom fighter, but he accepted some sort of dark bargain with the Conqueror.
If he accepted a dark bargain, why isn't it in the movie? I can clearly see scenes with Bill Murray up to and including the probability storm, even the escape with Tryhard. How much did you cut out? You removed so much of his villainous tale, you have me thinking he's a fucking good guy. No wonder his death is so awkwardly stapled on.
Okay, I guess there really were scenes there. Okay, well, I guess that's tragic. I probably would have liked to hear more of that then. You know, that's a good point there, Mauler. You did it.
Solid start. How about the other subordinate of Kang?
Scaredy cat.
So let's get...
I liked it as a different clip every time, okay? That's better than your usual stuff.
Get this bit out of the way.
We got MODOK in a movie. Like, actually,
it's true.
Film has come a long way.
It's true.
No. Film is a frightened, devolved, tiny mammal trying to navigate its way back to an evolutionary advantage after the fucking Disney asteroid annihilated dinosaur IPs that foolishly assumed they were safe. MODOK ain't a fucking blip on the cinematic achievements timeline, other than, of course, in the way of an eyesore.
Mr. Potato Head's alive!
Yeah, his face is stretched.
I became the ultimate weapon.
It's fucking stupid, man.
Come on, dude. When he thinks he became the ultimate weapon, that is peak comedy. I don't know how you could possibly think otherwise. All right.
I almost didn't recognize him.
Why is his head so fat? No!
Oh my god. It looks fucking terrible.
So bad.
What is on the side?
Looks like ass. A stunted head-ass face smashed fuck-up of epic proportions.
That's a face. It's
Oh my god, more of this. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. It's just good fun, but yeah, okay, fine. You don't like it, we get it.
a big fan.
This is just a laugh track. Holy shit, man.
It doesn't make any sense.
It goes on so long.
No sense, but because he was rather thin. The man wanted to prove to his mentor, Hank, that he had indeed done enough to discover and recreate the greatest secrets behind Pymtech. He was going to kickstart a new arms race that would change the world forever. He took significant issue with Hank choosing Scott as his new protege.
Who is the man that my beloved mentor trusted even more than me? Scott Lang.
The resentment, the jealousy, and the power trip are all there.
What do you call the only man who can arm the most powerful weapon in the world?
The most powerful man in the world.
You proud of me yet?
The last thing to remember is how much Darren cared about Hope. There was some humanity, but it was squashed down, and the story argues he lost much of his sanity by being exposed to the Yellow Jacket without proper protection.
One isn't protected by a specialized helmet. It can affect the brain's chemistry.
Oh, he's gonna love this one. Oh no. The helmets were useful all along. Oh no, what have we done? They always took off the helmets and now they've gone insane.
This is not who you are. It's the particles altering your brain chemistry.
This means Darren has strict motives and a variable to justify all kinds of actions, and he's minced up to a quantum pulp by the end. We now catch up to him here as this. A man merged with machine who often expresses just how powerful he's become.
I became the ultimate weapon.
Despite specific orders and a new goal, he still takes time to find Hank and express that same thing. He's trying to take that sense of achievement he's been working for his entire life.
I am the ultimate weapon!
He is twisted, abused, and lost in this new world. By the time we hit the end, he acknowledges Cassie, compliments Hope, talks about his lack of identity and his loss, only to go out an Avenger. He has an arc. It's foolishly prompted by nonsense, but all of this had more grounding than I believe the writers even knew.
Are you a monster?
Do I look like a monster?
Stop! I'm trying to be whatever this is!
I don't know what to be.
So I feel like I might be the only person on the internet with this take, and that's okay, but I felt something when he said he doesn't know what to be. He was so consumed by the notion of power alongside the corruption of the Yellow Jacket that his intention to impress Hank and destroy his competition has provided him a definitive path, one of suffering. He wants to stop, but he's a mangled monster at this point, and it seems there's no way out.
Tell me what to be.
And then this loathsome fridge magnet says don't be a dick. That being enough to push him to sacrifice himself for the multiverse tells you that he was already pretty much there. It also tells you that whatever fucked with his head previously has either been lifted or given intense clarity.
I mean, I don't know what you expect. What could she possibly say? Do you think she needs to have a speech ready to flip a villain into a hero? Like, what could you possibly want, man? I mean, sure, it may be comically silly, you know, but I mean, it's gotta happen somehow. I mean, I guess it might have made more sense if he almost beat her, and then she's like, "No, please, I love my daddy," and then he's like, "Oh, fine. I guess I was the dick all along," you know. That may have been better, but I don't know. Oh my god, should I give you a point for that one? Is that really bad? Was that a really stupid thing that she said? Yeah, fine, you get 1 point, okay? They could have made that scene better. You're right. You did it. You were correct that she should have. I mean, no, you keep blaming her. Like she couldn't have done it better, okay? But she could have. I mean, he could have maybe thought his way to his redemption in his own way. Without her being the catalyst for it entirely. So yeah, you made a good point there. And I like where you headed with this MODOK arc.
Likely from the ultimate weapon being defeated by a little girl he intended to kill all those years ago. It's as though he realized he was pathetic and this isn't the man he wants to be nor the man he is. He's not a monster. And so he dies, telling everyone how happy he is to see them and to be a hero like them. So, I don't know, I'm sorry, what do you want me to say? That his tech to pull them in was pulling them in at random and it would fulfill their plans just about as much as it would sabotage them? Or that he felt he had his life stolen by Scott when he more than earned his fate? Well, the reality is an unstable mind fueled by ego and desperation could explain most of that. I mean, the change of heart coming in by being beaten the fuck out by what he believes is just a little girl is convincing. An event like that surely would change the mind of the ultimate weapon. I can't fucking believe I'm saying this, but I think MODOK is the best character in this movie, and I don't think he's bad. He's just fuck ugly.
He's fuck ugly.
The unfortunate part is that we see him abused by Kang for what looks like no reason when you could have played them as allies. Kang could have treated him as his protege, giving him something he always wanted. Instead, I don't really see any reason why MODOK wouldn't have switched sides. On top of that change, when he dies, you can have a moment between just him and Hank. Hank could have told him he was an impressive student. He was no less ingenious than Hank, and that he shouldn't have pushed him away. You could even have Hank say that Darren's sacrifice will not be forgotten. The world will know what he did for them. You know, instead of laughing at the embarrassing human keg. Of course, this...
I mean, I don't know how much you want to give him there, because, like, without him it wouldn't have happened. So he only cleaned up his own mess, but I definitely like that you agree with me that MODOK is a very good character. That's a very mature of you to admit, you know, and I guess it was all worth it to get to this point where we finally agree on a major thing, you know.
Doesn't change the fact that there was a far better story to be told. MODOK, from the source, offered the creators of this film a plethora of material to work with, as well as far better designs. Anyone who says he looks comic accurate really needs to think beyond a big head being the bar to clear. There was a story here of a man twisted by science and experimentation, looking to achieve all kinds of power at the cost of his humanity, looking for a chance to come back. It's a huge shame that they didn't decide to go a bit darker with the character, while pulling from the greatest inspiration to be drawn from the comics, instead solidifying him as the degenerated demon flim-flam fuckface of Phase 4 and 5, the bridge to connect them. It's also a shame that the creators of this mess hate him so much, when had they taken this a little more seriously, they could have told a meaningful story.
I love Lord of the Rings more than anything, and that Sean Bean death, where he's like just so stoic and it's so emotional, Viggo Mortensen. The idea of like, what if we did that, but with a guy who really didn't deserve it and who was really milking their sympathy the whole time.
And who everyone in the movie hates.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. MODOK doesn't deserve sympathy.
Yeah, he doesn't. Imagine that, dude. He's the villain for most of it, and then he becomes good and dies. What do you expect? Like, nobody deserves sympathy for this. Like, Darth Vader doesn't deserve sympathy for like being good for the last 5 minutes of his life. Like, cut it out. This is the treatment that they deserve. And Sean Bean was a horrible character in Lord of the Rings. He's just like, that ring. I sure would kill for that ring. And then he almost does. Hell yeah, that's a deserved death. And the fact that they like, I mean, I guess it makes sense when he's dying. Yeah, you would be nice to him, but come on, he doesn't deserve to be remembered well for what he did, okay? Even if it was just a small lapse in judgment and he was a good guy before. I mean, yeah, you're right, he was a hero. I'm talking bullshit, okay. Yep. Yeah, that's it. It's got many times of me changing my mind in this video. Cool. No, but I mean, generally it's a stupid trope, okay? It's like, oh yeah, the heroic death for the villain who just repented at the very last moment. Cut it out.
Directly from the people who created this adaptation.
And, you know, nobody cares really that much. They gotta get back to it.
Saved the multiverse. Saved infinite
Oh, shut the fuck up, saved. He endangered it too. Come on.
timelines from destruction. No sympathy. Nobody cares. Fuck 'em.
Fuck 'em.
Sure thing, man. Keep writing stories, and while you learn a bit more about that, we can take solace in knowing that MODOK completed the hero's journey. He achieved his want to become most powerful while being impressive to his mentor.
Yeah, well done on completing a time-worn trope. Well done. It was satisfying, you know, but he doesn't deserve a good ending, okay? Unless he survives and then he puts in the work to being a better person. Like, I don't think he would have been a better person, okay? Just because he attacked his abuser one time, I don't think that would have made him a hero, okay? So this is as good as he deserves, and it's as good as we deserve, okay? It was just an all-round cool scene where he died.
But by the end of the story, he got what he needed. To use that very power, not to hurt the ones he loves, but to protect them. To save...
Loves who? He doesn't love anyone. Come on, man. It's the ultimate weapon, only designed for killing.
Save the world, to become an avenger, and to die with a smile on his face, knowing he did the right thing. Meaning it's time to talk about Kang. What a shit villain.
I am Kang!
Ooh. You're odd. We're told that Kang has wiped out full timelines and Avengers so much that he's lost count. His power is said to outmatch our heroes by hundreds of years of development, and he has countless years of experience, yet he's beaten by Girl Loki, by other Kangs, by Janet, by MODOK, by Ants, by Hope, and finally... by the very engine he's been trying to fix for the whole fucking movie. Thanos was introduced by killing a god and defeating the Hulk in a fistfight. It's as though they can't even learn from their own storytelling. Well, I suppose the Russos couldn't either. Kang is meant to be taken here as brutal and ruthless, a warrior with no quarter given. Yet he will randomly spare people for extended periods of time while taking prisoners to simply hold indefinitely. Knowing he's lived for so long and seen so much cosmic destruction may have you believe that he shouldn't be so quick to anger and lack of control. Perhaps you'd think he'd never be so unwise in his decisions. He has some of the most retarded design flaws for his ship. He doesn't make proper use of his power, and he's pretty damn petty. He would claim with pure confidence that he can't be stopped, to then be pretty blatantly stopped immediately after. He keeps bleating at Scott for not having let him go when he keeps threatening things that matter fundamentally to Scott. It's as though he has no idea why anything happened. He even welched on his own deal for what seemed like no reason at all. He can't even treat his subordinates consistently. His primary goal is to rip his alternate selves out of time, but why not erase them and leave the multiversal timelines alone? Why not at the very least tell people that's your plan? They wasted his history with Janet, and they wasted the connection he could have had with Scott over lost time. There was clearly a goal there, a deal to be struck that would get the time lost with Cassie back, but they didn't bank on it whatsoever. Not in the final draft, anyway.
When I heard that Kang was the villain, that was the first thing that came to mind, was like, oh man, who's lost more time than Scott Lang? Like, who actually has more to gain from this villain than Scott Lang?
Exactly.
Pity that didn't end up happening. In any case, you could have had Kang explain that he couldn't bring himself to kill Janet because he was genuinely invested in getting her back to her family, that he really did care about her. That's why he keeps her close, but doesn't take her life. It's something that looks like characterization, but they totally forgot to support the idea. Everything about Kang is contrary to what we are told he is, what life he has lived.
And a villain who also has this side that you kind of relate to their point of view, despite yourself.
You just said nothing, man. What did we learn about him being angry and desperate to destroy the entirety of existence for revenge that's relatable? Like, to normal people, I mean. Jonathan Majors could only do so much to shield the lack of intimidation one would feel from this idiot character who would prefer to delay his overall victory by preaching to his programmed army. Like, fuck me, dude. Even all the Phase 1 villains are leagues ahead of this shit.
Hey man, please not my bull.
Which just about does it for the bad guys, so let's switch.
Okay, so that was a lot of good points about why Kang is not that well written. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 3 valid criticisms for that. Very good. And then we had the... I mean, I think the speech makes sense. I don't think they're programmed, so... I haven't even decided on that yet. I mean, they're clearly made of goose, and they're probably human. I don't know why you think that they don't need speeches to be held to them. Like, you would want to have a speech to your minions before you send them to war. But yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't know. It makes sense that he would think that he could win all the time, and that would make him make strange choices, like keeping people alive, because he just underestimates them. But, I mean, the thing with the deal was so stupid. Like, why didn't he just let AntMan get away, and then AntMan has to decide, actually, maybe we should save these people, you know, maybe this guy is a big problem. Instead, it's just like, oh, yeah, I guess the only way to survive is to kill Kang. Okay, I guess we're killing Kang. Such deep motivation. The Hunger Kang. Alright, well, yeah, okay. So yeah, I told you there'd be better points later on, and here they are. Alright, let's see what this next section is called. The heroes. Okay, let's see what the heroes... well, we already know that he hates all the women, right? And then I mean, he thinks AntMan can do nothing wrong. Whatever, let's just see.
Here's Hope Van Dyne, the Wasp. In total, she heckled Scott as he tried to parent his wayward child. She expressed frustration that she's not getting more acknowledgement for saving the world like he is when she categorically did less than he did. She hid an insane project from her mother because she felt Janet wasn't open enough about her own trauma. She charged into the probability storm while knowing fuck all about it. She forgot Cassie existed and failed to care about Scott for near 10 minutes of him getting left behind. She shat on the one man that her mother was trying to solicit help from. She doesn't care about Cassie's unfettered public and jail-inducing use of Pimtech, and yet she's apparently doing everything she can every day to save the world. Hope was clearly sidelined in this film, which is hilarious considering the fucking title.
Okay, so I'm thinking that was 5 nitpicks right there about the Wasp, you know? Yep, definitely around 5. Okay, so did he say anything of value? Don't think so.
Many have speculated it refers in actuality to the classic Wasp. Regardless, Hope is barely in the film, and what we do get of her is pretty disjointed and awful. She's incredibly awkward and at times purely dense. It's as though she only has 2 modes, get in the way or save the day. You have her saving her parents, shooting everyone at Krylars, saving Scott again, but in between these moments she barely has a line of dialogue, and when she does, she's a cunt.
Strange, she never said anything about you. How is that for you, Scott? Telling her what to do.
A shame, because Evangeline Lilly is a talented actress and the character deserves far more to do in what is supposed to be one of her movies. Instead, it's becoming harder and harder to tell who she is.
All Hope does in this movie is save people's lives, I think. And it's like, you'd be like, what's the criticism? It's like, no, I mean, it's just weird. That's all she does. She doesn't say much of anything. She doesn't do much of anything.
Yeah. She's a title character, and Evangeline Lilly has 2nd billing, but she's probably the 4th or 5th most important character in the film.
I think she's less important than MODOK.
I'd say, yeah, I think she's less important than MODOK and Kang
as
well.
She might, because if you were to actually, it'd probably be AntMan, then Kang, then probably Cassie or Janet. It'd be like between those 2.
And then those 2
and
again.
then you'd probably have MODOK, and Hank might be more important than Hope was as well.
He is.
Because of all the ants, yeah. So she's what, the 7th most of all of the characters who get billing in this film. The only person who's less important than her is Bill Murray, I think.
And so...
Yeah, it's actually interesting that they put her in the title, because she was never important, and she's not actually that much fun, you know? But I don't know. Like, let her be, Jesus. She's really trying, okay? And, like, you're saying the actress is so talented, but what do you expect? She could have requested lines to be changed. She's fine with how the lines came across. Deal with it. And I mean, obviously, to the rest of us, she doesn't come off as unhinged as she does to you. I don't know, man. Like, just deal with the fact that she's like a brat sometimes, but she still does the right thing. Like, that would be interesting in characters, right? But you can't do it in a woman, because then you just call her a cunt. You know, that's just what happens.
What more can be said of a character with barely any lines and screen time?
Every time I come back for a new film, I have to figure out who she is now and how to make sure that it doesn't look like a completely different human being, like that there's a through line that you still see Hope and you feel her.
Oh, she legit has no clue what Hope Van Dyne as a character is. The MCU has neglected to give her much of any story despite her many appearances. You can even tell the actors had their own ideas for stories that could have been told.
I think she might have had little girl fantasies about what that reunion would be like. Mommy and I will tell each other everything and we'll be best of friends.
Imagine we got to see them reconnect, to see Hope help her mother reintegrate into the regular world, and for Janet to talk to her daughter about her experiences surviving the quantum realm. And then after that, they can share stories and bond about their time as the Wasp, the differences in their eras, the differences in their technology, how it feels to work alongside Hank versus Scott. It's a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, you got a good point there. They should have definitely done more stuff like that. That would have been good, yes. Well done.
I've been pestering Marvel Studios about their female characters. We're all very kick-ass, very responsible women who make sure that we keep the boys in line and we do everything perfectly. When I look around at the women in my life, there are so many other colors.
True, barring the cringe. I think it's about time they make the women more interesting instead of boring blank twats with nothing to do but be reaffirmed by other characters or the world itself, with Cassie being a special case. We'll get to her. But don't get me wrong, the men are shit too. The point here is another movie, another misfire for Hope. Better luck next time, I suppose. Which takes me to Hank, one of the most damaged characters in this unfortunate production.
I spent half my life trying to keep this technology out of the hands of a Stark.
Hank Pym, upon introduction to the MCU, is characterized very specifically.
This is not some cute technology like the Iron Man suit. This could change the texture of reality.
A genius scientist that spent his life perfecting Pym tech that he in turn used to save the world. This technology was volatile and very powerful. In the wrong hands, it could change the world forever and for the worse. Hank operated as Ant-Man for many years of his life, and during the events of the first Ant-Man film, we discover his interest in a new man to take his place. However, a question started to rise as time went on. Why not let his daughter take the role?
I'm wearing the suit.
Absolutely not.
He is
Listen
a criminal.
To me, please.
I'm your daughter.
No!
It became a huge point of contention between the characters as they tried to figure out how to approach the heist. Only Scott had already figured out why he was being asked to take on the role instead of Hank's daughter, something she hadn't quite thought about.
I'm expendable. I mean, that's why I'm in the suit and you're not. He'd rather lose this fight than lose you.
Hank has some baggage to work through, as well as being protective of all the family he had left, but the events of the story pushed him to finally explain himself.
Your mother convinced me to let her join me on my missions. There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret having said yes. She turned off her regulator and went subatomic to deactivate the bomb, and she was gone.
Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, was thought to have died by using her tech to save the world where Hank's was broken, something that has forever informed every last decision Hank makes in his life.
I was trying to protect you. I lost your mother. I didn't mean to lose you, too.
When the film closes out and Hope has performed incredibly well under all kinds of stress, saving the day with Scott, knowing that had she been given more power, things might have gone even better, Hank had a thought.
I realized you can't destroy power. All you can do is make sure that it's in the right hands.
Hope is then provided the suit. She is in her 30s at this point. She has intimate familiarity with the technology, the control of ants, the suit mechanics, the formula, the ethics of its use. She is more than competent enough, and there are few others in the entire world that could be trusted as much as her. So, why am I re-establishing all of this? Well, because this abomination opens with Hank having given a suit along with other tech to a teenager that has almost zero experience. And she's fucking around with the police, which seems to simply amuse him.
So, Cass, did you make any new friends in the slammer this time?
Who in the fucking world is this body snatcher, and what did he do with Hank Pym? You want me to believe that Hope had to earn the suit after proving herself over a decade with all kinds of technical and physical expertise, as well as filling the role when Hank needed someone to operate jobs Scott wasn't even around for, and Cassie gets thrown it for fun? Especially when that same tech took his wife from him for 30 years. That shit is dangerous, and he's supposed to love these fucking people. As if that wasn't bad enough, Hank has very specific views on Pym tech falling into the wrong hands.
Scott, get out of there.
Abort! Abort now! He's gonna lose the suit.
He's gonna lose his life.
The moment it becomes clear that the suit could be compromised, Hank immediately calls off the mission. He's not really considering that Scott's life is in danger, just that the tech could be abused. This is reflected in the sequel.
I can't believe you destroyed my suit.
What was I supposed to do?
You were supposed to not take my suit!
I don't think I need to make this point clearer, but Hank Pym is obsessively protective of his technology. He fears what might happen if the world had unfettered access.
One isn't protected by a specialized helmet. Can affect the brain's chemistry. As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula. It was too dangerous. So I hid it from the world.
Now, the tech is apparently being used for worldwide efforts to increase housing, food, and reforestation.
If you have a whole company running with it in terms of reforestation and food banks in the equivalent of, I mean, they show it later, but you take like a normal piece of food and then you expand it. That's something they're doing. You can't do that for the public consumption and on an official level without testing, without like government approval, probably. There is a government in this world, right? I think.
One assumes, yeah.
The idea that they're like, oh, we've got this experimental technology that's literally going to cure fucking hunger worldwide. It's like, wow, we might need to test that. What are the long-term effects of eating like enlarged flume food? I don't know.
Yeah, might not be that great. Who knows?
So the idea that like
Okay, so he was going on there for a while with decent points, okay, let's say. But then here he comes with the nitpick about the food. Okay, so we're definitely gonna give him a nitpick for the food. I guess he's correct about the fact that the character has changed a lot here, but I personally don't think it's that bad, okay? I think it makes sense that now that he's an old man, that he would be less strict, and besides, the tech's already out there, like, Hope's already spreading the tech around, so he doesn't need to be that protective anymore. About giving Cassie her suit that early, I don't know, could work out. Maybe it's more childproof now. Or maybe she's just so smart that he knows that she would have her suit eventually anyways. Who knows? I think it makes sense, and it's just like a more lighthearted movie than we had before, and everything is just more crazy now. But yeah, you have a decent point, but I think it's important that the characters can change, you know, because it's more interesting this way.
Like, nobody has this technology still and they're protecting it. It's like, don't even bother. What do you mean?
Yeah, I believe
you are not AntMan 1. You can't get away with this anymore. You've already Hope saved the world. And it's like, okay, but by establishing that with all that tech, that means the whole world has growing and shrinking technology now. You know that, right? Which is the plot of the first film, is preventing it from getting out of Hank's hands, basically.
This means it is absolutely out in the world, the very thing they wish to prevent as part of the entire plotline in the first film.
For as long as he's alive, nobody will ever get his formula. I guess he's changed his mind. He's much more open about.
Yeah, it's pretty much public now.
I mean, yeah, I think that's like 20 years ago, right? I don't know. He looks so much older now. Was it 10 years ago? Who knows? Let him change his mind.
This isn't just revealing it to the world. This is like actually applying it in like factories or whatever, I'm assuming.
I guess
well, using it in ways that other people may well be able to like figure out how it works and create their own PIM particles.
And like, because this stupid universe never cares, but it's just like, so that means like going small and going big, that's just commonplace now, right?
Every time, I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't think that people can do the suit. I don't know. I mean, I assume that PIM would just have like its own proprietary software and you can't really get it. Yeah, they just do things with it, you know. But I mean, whatever. This isn't really part of the movie, so like you're over speculating on this world building here.
Every time you say PIM particles, I can't help but think that this is a prostitution magazine where a pimp is writing articles about how the business is conducted. I can't not think of that. It sounds like you're saying pimp articles.
So I didn't actually see either of the previous two Ant movies. Will you remind me what the PIM particles do?
Let's just skip this part. Right, what else?
Let Cassie fuck around with the suit because he wants to protect her, protect the world from the tech falling into the wrong hands, and because the entire operation is dangerous regardless. And no, just because they managed to very dangerously fish Janet out of the quantum realm, it doesn't mean he would let everyone play with the suits. That process was incredibly complex, expensive, and risky. There's no guarantee, no telling what it does to a person, and Janet was a seasoned expert scientist in that very field. And there's a few other things that simply don't add up.
Wings and blasters. So I take it you didn't have that tech available for me.
No, I did.
Hank is now up to 3 movies where he hasn't significantly improved Scott's tech, nor apparently his own. There are instances in this film wherein he and others could have survived or performed better.
Would that be good if Ant-Man could now have like 10 more powers? Would that make for a good movie? No. Like, what do you even want, man? Come on. Besides, like you said yourself, he was an Ant-Man for so long, and he just used the same powers then, so that's definitely a nitpick.
Better in circumstances had they been given suits as protection or as backup to fly. You can't convince me that he is now going to toss a suit to Cassie for seemingly no reason at all, but not give himself, Janet, and Scott wings. That shit is invaluable, and we've even seen the suits act as insane armor, and it's all nanotech anyway.
I mean, sure would have been weird, huh, if everyone just had wings. And they look so stupid too, those wings. I guess they just go with the with just the recognizability of Hope being the Wasp, but nobody else gets wings. That's pretty cool. I guess that's fine. You know, it's a valid criticism that wings would be better, but it's still stupid, okay? Like, oh wow, why don't they just have like insane power creep all the time? Wouldn't that be better?
You can easily store them too. Look how small they are.
It was the size of an apple.
Had they not fucked around with how everything worked, this wouldn't be as significant a problem, but Scott saved the universe. It's probably time you give him wings. Then there's some other things that happen, very specifically in this film. At any moment of Hank's choosing, he could push the human race forward into the comparative technological, medical, biomechanical, and energy harnessing utopia of a Type 2 civilization. It would have the added bonus of making threats like Thanos a fart in the wind. But not only does he not do it, we have no throwaway lines or recognition of said options. He could even make use of the leftover Kang tech or the hunger-solving tech he's clearly cracked in his fucking dining room. It's such a shame to see a man characterized as so aware of the plight of the world being exacerbated by misused power, not even registering the power he has himself misused. I think it's entirely out of character that he failed to mention to Hope that he saw Darren Cross as a fucking thumb-faced baby sphere with hyper sci-fi guns.
Oh, come on, he could have told her off screen. Like, that wouldn't have been a worthwhile conversation to show in the movie.
Darren, what happened to you?
It's exceptionally weird that he doesn't care about what Hope entering the probability storm would mean. There are no warnings and no acknowledgement that it could lead to the end of the multiverse or her life.
Are you serious right now? Her going into the reactor would cause the end of the universe? Cut me a fucking break, dude. We really just can't have cool things, can we? Wow. Yeah, okay. I guess we just... I'm at a loss for words.
He even wants to talk about how cool socialism is when Cassie and Janet could be dying.
They could be dead.
And then there's the small-scale stuff, like not caring about his granddaughter ending up in jail. He didn't even ask why it happened. It was also sad to see him have a complete disregard for a fellow father trying to mend his relationship with his daughter when that essentially defined his life. That relationship dynamic is precisely what connects him to Scott.
Maggie was right about you.
How do you know
Or she's trying to keep you away from Cassie.
Losing his family and his only daughter in the process. Exactly your kind of guy, Hank.
Then there's odd stuff like Hank showing bitterness that Scott saved the universe. You'd think that would have earned him some kind of infinite respect, especially after what Scott did in the first Ant-Man.
Did he really save the universe? I must be, like... I must be missing a point. No way, he didn't save the universe. He keeps saying he saved the world. He didn't save the universe. Come on. Wait, I guess he brought back like half the blipped people, but... I mean, all the blipped people, but is that worse? Is that saving the universe? Probably not, you know? I think they're probably fine. Like, that's just... whatever. I don't know. You might have a point, or maybe not. But it's a nitpick.
The fact is, he's proven a lot when it comes to his character. However, it was solid that he tried to save Janet here, and that's all I've got for compliments for the portrayal this time around. You see, Hank Pym is not only an incredibly important...
Wait, that was compliments? No, it wasn't.
...character in the comic source. He's had an enormous effect on the timeline as shown in the MCU. Frankly, it was weird as hell to know this man had been studying quantum mechanics his whole life, studying it intensely with the loss of his wife shadowing him, only for them to have him be mostly chill after realizing everything he thought to be true was just wrong. I believe there was an obvious and far more satisfying story to tell here. If we even somehow manage to make Cassie having the tech work, the opening scenes can have a distinctly heavy effect on him. His entire family are now stuck in the quantum realm, the one place he dreaded ever losing anyone to ever again. As if that's not enough, he now sees everything he understood about it to be turned upside down, making much of his work a waste of time, and perhaps he fails to see how they could possibly escape. This whole place is entirely different than anything we or he has ever seen, which means you've got to have him highlight that a lot of the time. This gets us to certain moments that even this film only toys with.
I don't know your ways or customs, but I assume that you have a beverage They can get me drunk.
Perhaps Hank begins to drink as they travel through this world, and by the second act he can open up to Scott that everything he knew was a lie, and despite spending his life trying to protect this world and his children, the worst has come to be. He is a failure. But it's not over.
Scott,
Oh, okay, I can't believe you're saying this, okay? This is ridiculous. You wish that he was a drunk and that he's depressed because there's people in the quantum realm. Really? I don't even remotely see how that would follow. And his life would still make sense. Like, you could still study a place and then you go there and then it's different than it was. He still made all the pimp tech. Like, this doesn't devalue his career. I don't understand.
I believe that everyone deserves a shot at redemption. Do you?
As we meet more and more characters that are power-hungry monsters, letting those around them suffer to push themselves further, we could meet a Darren Cross that can show Hank what his path not taken would have looked like.
Didn't expect to see your protege again after all
Holy shit, Darren.
Darren could claim he is this way because of Hank. Meanwhile, we would come to understand Scott would represent a man Hank actually helped to craft. Perhaps he realizes the people of this universe truly have Hank to appreciate when it came to stopping Thanos. That his technology and his choice to train Scott allowed all of it to take place. So he gets back on track. He figures out how to get out of the realm. His years of research weren't for nothing. He works with Scott, Janet, and Hope to get the people out and stop Kang. There is plenty of setup in the previous films if you simply look.
Why don't you wear the suit?
I can't. Spend years wearing it. It took a toll on me.
When Hank visits the quantum realm in a specialized suit during Ant-Man and the Wasp, they seem to remember it should take a toll.
Recalibrating.
What if they did get a full evacuation and Kang is the only one left to stop? They can't defeat him, so they have to delay him and then sabotage the tech once they are through. But someone has to stay behind to finish the job, and Scott naturally volunteers. You even have him say his goodbyes, and you have them share a conversation that summarizes why people like Scott are so important to the world. Then, as Scott tries to get him through, Hank turns on his own original Ant-Man suit one last time. He could push Scott through and destroy the technology by sizing up and using that to fend off Kang.
There's always room to grow.
You can even keep the fact that he read Scott's book, really solidifying that both men encouraged and inspired each other to reach heroic heights they thought impossible. The toll would bring Hank down, and he would die knowing that he did everything he could to keep his family safe, that Kang is trapped, and that he got one last ride as Ant-Man.
This is your chance to earn that look in your daughter's eyes. It's not about saving our world. It's about saving theirs.
This lets you keep Paul Rudd as Ant-Man, it gives a respectful end to a legacy character, it even makes Kang more formidable in that none of them could defeat him, and we know he's down there waiting to escape. An additional option here is to have Kang see Hank destroy his chances of escaping, and to end his life personally. If this came after a fight, it could certainly add to his intimidation factor, at least in comparison to what we have. This also removes the weird as fuck choice to have Hank, Janet, Hope, and Cassie do nothing while Scott was being beaten to death. To be honest, I'm just surprised they've done nothing meaningful with Hank when his death has been baited now in the form of getting shot, neck punched, feigning a heart attack, and crashing a ship. They even remind the audience that he is the original Ant-Man. You had a chance to put both him and Scott in Ant-Man suits kicking ass. But oh well, maybe next time.
Saddle up, Ant-Man.
Used to be we had through lines in these stories, but now we have people who don't even understand the characters.
Okay, so, I mean, that's a lot of wishful thinking, you know? You want all that to happen, but I don't think that would even be good, okay? I've had it enough with these heroic sacrifices, okay? They're stupid. It's like, Iron Man, you're so selfish, but now will you save the world by killing yourself? It's the only way. I'm so tired of it, and I'm glad they didn't do it, so... Yeah, would have been something to disagree on. But then you think this movie should have gone out with Hank staying behind and then being brutally murdered by Kang? Are you kidding me? Like, who would that be for? Like, there are children watching this movie. You want Kang to kill Grandpa? Cut it out, man. What are you doing?
Hank Pym is now the kind of man to clownishly comment on the ruination of his life's work while breaking...
The ruination. Stop it, man. Come on, he's achieved so much in his life. Just shut the fuck up about this.
Almost all values he previously had until he shoves his arms down slimy quantum peen tubes. Oh, and he's fine with being cheated on, I guess?
And also, I just like how he's also kind of cool with it. Like, again, Michael Douglas, Hank Pym, like, he's confident in himself. He, you know, we all live. You've done...
I can't believe that you consider this being cheated on when they haven't seen each other for years. Come on, cheated on? Cut it out, man. I mean, yeah, it must suck for him, but also like as a scientist, you wouldn't think that, oh yes, after 10 years, I would definitely expect her to not even look at other men. This is definitely realistic, okay? Like, Jesus Christ.
They're 30 years. He's cool with it.
Rest in peace, Hank Pym. In conclusion, the writing for his character has devolved into complete shame and embarrassment, which works as a great prompt to segue into discussing Cassie, the daughter of Scott and the lady from the other two movies. Sorry, but that's how this movie feels about her too. Cassie's parents, who raised her for many years, don't appear in the film at all. Cassie claims she was left on her own, but if they were blipped, then what happened to them when they returned? Why wouldn't they be incredibly invested in Cassie's life? Scott mentions the mother, but only briefly, and Cassie doesn't seem to care about either of them.
And then the last part that's really important. You may never see your mum again. Like, she's still on Earth. We don't know if we're traveling like 1,000 million years per second or some shit here. He's appealing to the idea. It's like, you remember this happened to me and it stole the most important years of my life from you? Like, you from me? I'm trying to get you back to your mum, as well as all these other things. And then she just says,
Can you imagine?
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
Fuck off.
Fuck you.
No, that makes sense for a teenager to say. Deal with it.
What if you lost it?
I didn't lose the suit.
This is made especially strange with Cassie being processed in jail. How did she even end up in jail? How did she manage to fail escaping the police with an ant suit? And if she was caught, how didn't they take it off her? And why didn't she call Scott? Her reason before was that he would overreact.
Why didn't you call me?
Because I knew you'd be like this.
If that's the case, why call him this time? But hey, a lot of that was from the previous films, and the lads who made this didn't watch those. I don't even think the man who directed them did. Cassie is now a quantum genius since we last saw her, and even before then. She's been reading quantum stuff through quantum notes left by Quantum Hank.
What do the notes look like? Do the notes build up a basic understanding of, like, physics and then build it up from there?
Yeah.
So that if you handed me a bunch of notes from, like, a Nobel-winning physicist on, like, quantum mechanics, what am I meant to do with that? Like, okay,
It's got all the steps along the way.
Yeah,
At the beginning, it's got like basic mathematics, you know, addition.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, okay? Like, we really just can't buy that she's smart. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, wow, she definitely would have no way of looking these things up. Okay, cool.
He's like, you know, just in case somebody who isn't me reads this, just so that you have the building blocks of physics so that you can build up your knowledge from here, you know?
Yeah.
It's like
it gets into multiplication.
It's
like
a
okay,
high school
things get more
textbook. It just
complex.
provides you all of that. Yeah.
Oh, then division. Okay, things are starting to get a little bit difficult,
like
but we got this. We got this
like
division.
If you handed like a 10-year-old like a book for arithmetic, it's like, well,
She was 11.
Like,
She created a quantum portal-producing telescope to the shock of pretty much everyone in the story, despite just how near impossible it would be to produce even the Hubble telescope in that basement, which is referenced for capability when in actual fact the Hubble telescope is closer to a set of binoculars compared to what she's pulled off here. Her achievements include hacking into Kang's control room, overriding his systems, and she has quite an amazing bit of competency with the suit. All of this familiarity and all they had Hank say he contributed was pointers.
We gave her some pointers.
Silence, old. Can you imagine?
I mean, pointers would mean a lot. I don't know. Like, pointers could mean anything. Like, anytime she was stuck, she would just get pointers and she'd be on the right way.
What kind of insane information-stuffed cosmic pointers must have been given to skyrocket her ahead of Hank in competency in what seems like 1 year of even knowing him? I don't even know why she had Hank's notes, or how she gained so much interest when she had no idea Scott was stuck in the quantum realm. She doesn't recognize that Kang is talking about the end of the world, nor does she inspect anything about it. She doesn't use her suit to save herself when falling in, nor does she use it when MODOK fires a barrage. She doesn't instinctively go to save her father even though she was pushed through the portal and he's simply missing. She apparently finished the device that can map out the quantum realm and open portals directly to it, yet she stopped working on it or testing it to go fuck with the police and have some dinner? Really? We discover that
she's never gonna have dinner again because she's working on the device. I mean, yeah, I guess it is actually kind of silly that she might go to protests when she actually is also dedicating a lot of her work to this, but who knows? I mean, you're gonna have some downtime, okay?
Cassie believes she can help the homeless find homes by shrinking cop cars instead of using petitions, contacting local governments, organizing shelters, or perhaps much more reasonably, asking Hope to assist using her currently booming company that focuses on homelessness as one of the key problems she's trying to solve.
She said, I mean, she's probably already doing that. Hope's already doing this. But then Cassie is there at a protest, okay? You still want to have protests. They're still important. What do you want, man?
It every day. Cassie attacking a situation like the homelessness problem or the civil war in the quantum realm is seen as nothing but virtuous, despite both situations being made worse by her choices. The police are not going to approach the situation with less aggression after having vehicles destroyed, and her presence alone got many people killed in the settlement, according to Tryhard at least.
You led them straight.
Shut the fuck. Cassie's desire to charge into a complicated political conflict regarding histories and cultures she has no awareness of isn't condemned in the film. It is celebrated. She even shames her father for suggesting patience and concern for her loved ones. This is some next level incompetent writing. Even the creators realize during the audio commentary that we have no fucking clue what will happen next. That the heroes did nothing to even have a remote understanding of the political situation or the power vacuum. But fuck it, these guys win now.
There they are, freedom fighters from all over the quantum realm.
Also, Scott doesn't know too much about these guys. Hopefully they're good people.
Yeah.
Hopefully he hasn't ushered in a new regime.
At least you...
I mean, I guess they gotta be better than Kang. But yeah, I guess historically, freedom fighters don't make good leaders, so that's probably true. But also, they'll probably be fine because this is a baby movie, you know. So they're not gonna turn out to be a tyrant now.
Considered it at the point of recording the audio commentary. Right on time. In any case, a lot of it makes you wonder just how much of this is for show on Cassie's part.
I mean, what do you expect? Like, do you think they'll not have a revolution in case, like, one of the people is gonna be like Napoleon? Like, why? Like, you'd still have the revolution, even if you have to go back and kill Napoleon, but yeah, just leave it be.
How much of it is for power? She doesn't at any point try to use the power Hope, Scott, and Hank have to create housing or rescue people. She will always, and without fail, encourage destruction. When we get to the end of the film, she should be pleading with every other character to utilize the ant tech to save the world. Even Kang's tech could be used this way, but ultimately even Pym tech would be enough. Why isn't Cassie pushing for the suits to be given to good people everywhere? To battle injustice? Why isn't she pushing for Hope to be superheroing just like Scott?
I mean, that would just be stupid. You really think that it would be a good idea to have, like, 1 million Ant-Man? Like, that would just not be entertainment. I'm sorry. I mean, does that make sense? Maybe this makes some sense that she should still try, even though... I don't know, I guess I guess the ant suits are still too powerful, and I guess there's still some reasons, some Pym tech that's not available to the public and shouldn't be.
She would recognize that there are plenty of people at the company that can do Hope's job, but there are very few people with the opportunity Hope has to help people in a more vigilante way. If Cassie were consistent, she'd be complaining about Hope as well. But then again, Cassie is much more invested in exercising her own power, which leads me to ask, why is it all framed as Scott's failing and Cassie's virtue? Well, the sad fact is, Cassie doesn't understand her father anymore. Where she used to see a hero, despite others seeing a criminal, she now sees a lazy, selfish man, despite, of course, him having recently saved the universe. It becomes clear that Cassie doesn't understand what it means to inspire people through writing a book all about action and overcoming fear, which is a shame because her greatest inspirations came from that exact same man. Does she take the same issues with Hope as she does with her father, I wonder? Well, of course not.
I mean, she is literally doing all she can, Hope. Like, Hope is in fact doing more than just writing a book. I don't know how you don't understand this.
He saves it every day. Maybe she gets off scot-free because of this. Only she's not scot-free. Scott is clearly a part of it, a part of the company, and a part of Hope's support system. I mean, hell, it would be weird if he weren't. Yet Hope is in the clear, I suppose. Or, like the writers, the characters forgot she existed. Regardless, back to Cassie, she will use Scott's disappearances against him as guilt fodder when the first was in aid of getting people their money back, and the second was being trapped in the quantum realm. Cassie ripping into Scott for not doing enough isn't just frustrating, it's gross. A complete misunderstanding of the girl in both prior films. Honestly, it's amazing that the advice she gives to MODOK is to stop being a dick when she acted like one for the majority of the story without consequence. She gets nothing.
I guess that is actually a valid criticism. She was the dick all along, but maybe in the end she'll learn to overcome her dickishness.
From the entire film regarding her overinflated ego, her bull-headed approach to all situations, and her demand that she knows best.
As her dad tries to tell her, it's not just about thinking you can change the world. You really have to do it. Do you really have what it takes?
No, none of that was in the film. I would have loved a scene where Scott explains to Cassie that changing the world requires a lot and she may not have what it takes. She's incredibly naive, but the film seems to be completely unaware. Even the speech to convince everyone to kill themselves fell so flat you'd wonder why they would have chosen her to give it.
I mean, I don't know. Wait, let me see. Is he gonna talk about this? How Cassie was in fact not ready to give the speech, and the other girl just like said, "No, you gotta do it." Like, she obviously wanted the cool girl to give the speech, but then she was busy, so she had to do it on the last moment. That was obviously a plot point. Are you gonna ignore it?
Perhaps it isn't fair to say that with how shoddily it was written.
Like, all we do is just lose.
For those who don't know,
Yeah, no, she wanted the other girl to give the speech, and then she had to give it, and then she found out that she can inspire people, even though she didn't have the right words, okay? That's powerful. I don't know why you're so hung up on it being stupid.
Or a Disney Star Wars season of television came out semi-recently and showed the world what you can make when you don't shit yourself so hard you drown. During that show, a speech is delivered to encourage a group of people to take up arms and defeat their oppressors. Much like AntMan, the scene is a significant payoff and has great implications on the plotline. As was mentioned, Cassie makes appeals to the many who have died and simply says, yes, we lose a lot, but we should fight more now because the little guy.
We need to look out for the little guy.
The little guy needs you, and surely Kang can't take all of us when he absolutely can. It was a disaster. Meanwhile, by comparison, Andor did phenomenal work that was boosted by the incredible performance by Andy Serkis, a man who was absolutely wasted as Snoke.
Wait, he was Snoke? That's amazing. But yeah, Andor is an incredible show and everyone should watch it. But like, you can't expect everything to be as good as Andor.
At least this functions as a form of apology. Of course, the scene is great, but I can't put this enormous Ant-Man breakdown on hold in order to talk about it. It might fuck up the pacing, and it would have basically nothing to do with the points I make.
Yeah, it would be terrible if you fucked up your pacing.
Outside of showing how to do something similar but better, and really it would be entirely unconventional. Hey, Premiere Chat, what do you think? I mean, I always stick to the assumed
Oh no, is he gonna do it?
rules of video making. I ain't randomly gonna do some kind of comprehensive breakdown of Kino Loy's speech in Andor Season 1, Episode 10. And now for a comprehensive breakdown of Kino Loy's speech in Andor Season 1, Episode 10.
Yeah, so there's a high chance that we'll have to skip this because he'll go on forever, and he doesn't even take into account that it was not an intended speech that the girl had to do, okay? Like, okay, sure, you could have written the speech better, but they chose to write a joke where she's not prepared to give the speech, and the speech works out anyways, okay? So you're comparing it to some other show that has an intentional speech that goes over really well. Are you kidding me? A speech that was planned for ages as they were trying to make their escape? Okay, this blows my mind that you're starting to do this. Wow.
During the events of Andor, Cassian ends up in an Empire prison system that operates by making inmates compete to complete the most components for a space station. Each day, the team with the least completed is punished. The punishment comes in the form of the greatest tool the guards have at their disposal in the entire system.
Okay, we do not need a plot summary of this. Can we just hear the speech? Skip forward if you can, editor.
His name is Olaf. I don't want to know his...
Yeah, I don't need to see all this. Where is the speech? There it is.
Know him, it's good to reassure them that he is one of them.
Yep, gonna be looking forward to this speech now, oh boy.
We are, at this moment, in control of the facility.
Is that the best you got?
Kino is terrified here because the entire system has been brought down around him, and before he can properly process that, he needs to be the man that can get everyone else in the right state of mind to escape with him. And he's low on time. He has to say what they need to hear.
All the floors are cold. Get out of your cells. Take charge. And start climbing.
This is the, pragmatically speaking, useful information. You are free. Leave now. The primary way in which they control you is encouraging you to simply not take action. But of course, despite being useful information, you need more.
They don't have enough guards, and they know it. If we wait until they figure that out, it'll be too late.
Fundamentally, the guards are still here and they can still take action themselves. If only a few inmates try to escape, it may prevent anyone from escaping. This is distinctly different than in Quantumania because the Empire forces stationed here do not have the capacity to stop every inmate.
And I would rather die trying to take them down than giving them what they want.
Now we start to move to motive. If self-preservation isn't enough, this is an opportunity to strike back. It's a chance to take from your captors the one thing they wanted from you. What makes this even more meaningful is that Cassian was the one to say this to Kino.
I'd rather die trying to take them down than die giving them what they want.
Cassian begins to see the inspiration and the difference he's made. This will prove very important for his journey going forward.
We know they fried 100 men on level 2.
This information would not only scare inmates into believing they could be next, it begins to expose how the system has cheated these men.
We know that they are making up our sentences as we go along. We know that no one outside here knows what's happening.
The sentences mean nothing. The outside world doesn't even know it's happening, and so they can't help. This means the truth is dependent on these men escaping and letting the world know.
When they say we are being released, we are being transferred to some other prison to go and die.
If they needed any more convincing of the rot in the system, this would be it.
And that ends today.
The men who are at the end of their sentences don't even get to live, let alone be free. Assuming, of course, they don't get cycled into other prisons.
There is one way out. Right now. The building is ours.
And now the speech starts to get very invigorating, in no small part due to Andy Serkis and his incredible talent as an actor.
You need to run, climb, kill. We need to help each other.
There's something so important about a speech like this in terms of directing power. Kino recognizes the absolute necessity of killing your would-be murderers and anyone else who might maintain this nightmare. However, there are countless scared or wounded inmates that need help.
You see someone who's confused, someone who's lost, you get them moving and you keep them moving until we put this place behind us.
He's made sure to create an us versus them. The strength of this escape is almost entirely contingent on everyone working together. Everyone realizing that the way...
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't keep doing this. I mean, I can't keep letting him talk about this because this is not relevant. Like, this isn't the kind of speech that you would expect in an Ant-Man movie, okay? This isn't the kind of speech that you'd have time for in a movie of this size, because this is from a series that has like 10 episodes, okay? You wouldn't expect to fit a speech like that into this movie, right? I mean, is it the same length? I mean, it refers to many things. We don't really see the oppression of the people in in Ant-Man very well. We don't know how their situation is. I don't think they're anywhere comparable to being in a prison, you know, because, like, okay, there's just some stormtroopers, you know, but they're not locked up in Auschwitz like these people are. So it's an entirely different situation. And is it weird that Cassie's speech works? Yes, I guess it is, because the people didn't really have that much reason to rebel against the Empire. But what can you do, huh? Okay, fine, you got it. You got one valid point. It doesn't make any sense there are that many people and are willing to risk their life on the words of Cassie. Okay, you got me. But does it warrant being compared to this speech? Probably not, you know. It's a very different situation. Okay, let me just see if I can skip forward to a point where you where you compare it well. This is very luck based, I guess, for you. Alright, let's see what he has to say here.
The history in this facility, and this is just one of as many as 3 incredible speeches in Andor, all regarding the toppling of oppressive systems and the power of the people. Meanwhile, as I said, Cassie amounts to saying these guys can come kill themselves because it might work when she had no reason to think so. In actuality, it was the ants that saved everyone, and she had no knowledge of them at all, and even they were late. The truth is, from what we can gather, she called in an army of bodies to facilitate her own escape. The writers would never have intended it that way, but that's what happens when you are this incompetent. It becomes clear they had new intentions for Cassie, and you can see it down to the smallest reactions, like when she sees MODOK dying in front of her after his sacrifice. She makes a relatively disgusted face when you could have banked on her previous example of never judging a book by its cover with her father, all the way down to the reaction she had to the unconventional bunny gift Scott bought for her in the first movie.
You are my bestest friend.
What is that thing?
He's so ugly. I love him.
Imagine she...
That would have been such a great reaction. I love your hideous, ugly face, MODOK.
He was the only one who saw straight through Darren's current form and thanked him for what he did, even telling her family that he came through. When Scott sets down the ugly and horrible tasting cake, you could have had her repeat the line, considering it is her birthday, just like it was for the bunny in the first movie. But opportunities like that will be missed because this is not the same girl. There's nothing left of her from the first 2 movies. Cassie's not only been broken, plenty of great payoffs were sitting right there and the writers missed them completely.
I know how to take care of myself, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty good at it by now.
Something that feels like an unfortunate reality yet unaddressed issue of the first film is Scott's inability to maintain a job due to prejudice on his history, resulting in a lack of ability to see Cassie as per his ex-wife's request. This is something she put in place despite the fact she knew it was a non-violent crime and he did it to help other people. He served his time and he's now trying to fix up his life, and she's locked off the ability for him to see his daughter. You might say she she's a cunt. Now, Cassie knows all of this. She even uses the event that jailed her father to praise his character. Yet she never showed any resentment to her mother for having kept her father away from her due to that criminal history preventing him from getting a job. The same criminal history that Cassie counts among her father's heroic acts. There is plenty to work with there, but I don't know that the writers are even aware of it. Instead, we ended up with this.
Don't use mom as an excuse. You just don't care.
To then conclude on that whole section, Quantumania is embarrassing, Cassie is an awful character, go watch Andor. But for now, let's talk about Janet Van Dyne.
Oh my god, where to even begin? Jesus. I mean, yeah, Cassie's definitely unlikable, but... no, you're right, they could have done better, but... I don't know, Cassie works in some points, alright? Yeah, I don't have much to say about this one. I will just have to agree to disagree on that one. Like, obviously Cassie's ideas work in some ways, but then in others they don't. And then the characters, I mean, you think they're very inconsistent, I don't know. I don't know if a little girl that liked disgusting things back in the day would still like them now, probably not. But then she's way more grown up anyway, so she probably wouldn't even care about that. Oh well. Yeah, I don't even know how to address most of that. Let's see what he says about the other characters.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer's Unforgiven.
Janet Van Dyne, seen there in this wide shot. We wanted to have a feel kind of reminiscent of Unforgiven, the Clint Eastwood movie.
How fucking dare you? So Janet fell into the quantum realm through shrinking indefinitely. This is something we saw Scott escape from by putting one of the Pimtech grower things into his regulator. A move we see Cassie do, and that only grows her by about 4 sizes, or whatever that should grow her by thousands and thousands of sizes. Fuck, that came to mind like right this moment. Anyway, apparently all Janet needed to...
I mean, she is really Godzilla-sized, you know, she definitely grew.
Do to not be alone to reach this civilization was to fall off this cliffside, thus escaping the subatomica by falling into the quantum realm? Bear with me, this is difficult to understand. The thing I'm looking to highlight here is that we assume the quantum scientist, the hyper-talented Janet, did not have those shrinky-dinklers. Otherwise, when she fell into the void the same way Scott did, she would obviously have tried putting one of those in her regulator. You see, she not only understands how the tech works far better than Scott, as she would have had a hand in building it, she would obviously choose to do something like that before spending eternity in the void, which would have been her options at the time. She must not have, because she simply didn't have that tech on her. Only now we know she absolutely did, as confirmed by this movie, specifically the enlargers. But I guess she didn't use them, for reasons. It's also just incredible that she made it to the subatomica and didn't simply die. That's just how it works? We never actually got anything on that.
We should be dead.
Okay, so those are certainly nitpicks. Like, wow, she didn't use that thing to escape? Really? Come on, man. Like, cut the movie just a tiny bit of slack. And what was the other thing? Whatever, I already gave you a nitpick for it. I already forgot what you said. Let's move on.
Why aren't we?
I don't know.
I don't even get how she had a sci-fi gun. Like how? You land after you somehow stopped shrinking and then you managed to make a gun? What resources did you have here? It looks like an oily wasteland with a puddle. We don't get any reason she's not wearing a suit. Again, the armor alone...
You know, I would give that a nitpick, but I also don't know where that gun comes from, so I'll just leave it as it is.
Would be worth it, and it's all nanotech anyway because lazy. Then there's this whole bizarre rewrite where Janet is now entirely anti-quantum realm research, something they struggle to slip in between now and the last time we saw her in the Ant franchise. You see, she was collecting quantum energy from the quantum realm with Quantum Scott, Hank, and...
Okay, this is blowing my mind that you're doing this. Like... Does she really need to make that much sense in between the movies? Like, she could have just been... I mean, obviously they had to retcon in her story of her being a freedom fighter in the quantum realm, and that obviously changed the way that she sees the quantum realm. And yeah, I guess that would change things, but I don't know, it's necessary to have this movie.
Hope specifically because someone needed it.
Make sure you stay out of the tardigrade fields. They're cute, but they'll eat you. And don't get sucked into a time vortex. We won't be able to save you.
You guys think she seems standoffish about the quantum realm here? That she's so distant about the topic she can't even broach the discussion of the quantum anything?
The last movie, they successfully rescue Mom from the quantum realm, and the idea that Hope had all these, notions of, I'm going to finally get to know my mom, we're going to trade stories, I'm going to find out what her life is like, I'm going to tell her about mine. Maybe she has some advice about being a hero, but what if Mom is putting up a wall and maybe not willing to talk about her life?
Yeah, that doesn't feel out of character at all.
There was a closed off part of her that Hope couldn't reach, and it hurts.
Yeah, ain't that interesting, that she develops a whole characteristic that should have been present yet wasn't. Even the actors are desperately trying to compensate for that in real time.
I mean, a lot of time has passed, so it would have made sense that she thought, oh yeah, actually, now that we're getting closer to the quantum realm, I guess I better do keep everyone out of that, But yeah, please, cut it out, okay? I don't care. I don't care that she had slightly different motivations, okay?
What we don't see between the last film and this one is that she wasn't so open.
Not to mention that considering she's against basically any involvement in the quantum realm whatsoever, Janet should have reacted way faster to any information regarding it.
Yes, she should have, and that's a nitpick, because, oh cool, I guess we couldn't have had the movie then, because she would have just pulled the plug before anything could have happened.
Of course, had she reacted faster, the whole movie never would have happened. And so, what was this secret information, this great reality that she kept from everyone? Well, it's just a little thing that's happening called Kang the Conqueror, a man who wants to, and has the power to, destroy the multiverse, and is sitting in the quantum realm, waiting for a chance to repair his multiversal ship to then enact the plan. He's vicious, furious, has no patience for any other life than his own. Oh, and he personally hates Janet.
Oh, wait. There's a lot more.
Oh yeah, there's a civilization's worth of people down in the quantum realm, all under his boot, being tortured or persuaded to do his bidding. People who are absolutely innocent and trying to live their own lives.
Wait, there's more.
Oh yeah, there are technological advancements down in the quantum realm that if brought to the surface could radically alter our understanding of science forever. Saving countless lives.
But wait, there's more!
Oh, right, yeah. The mere existence of these people, this world, and everything that comes with it changes our understanding of biology and history forever.
But wait! There's more!
Oh, right, of course. Janet decided that nobody needed to hear about any of this compared to the cost of being able to live a chill life in a beach house with her daughter.
I spent 30 years down there. I want to live right now.
It gets to the point where you can only conclude she didn't tell anyone in order to have fun in her life. That even thinking about it upsets her and she just wants to eat pizza. It's some fucking abhorrent character writing. Even Michelle Pfeiffer doesn't buy it.
Janet has been very quiet about her time in the quantum realm. Maybe would have made different choices.
There is no excuse, and it piles on some incredibly noxious traits to Janet's character that previously had no basis. She even tries to appeal to people's safety as though they were made more secure by not dealing with the genocidal basement clown. However, if she simply...
I mean, yeah, you probably don't want to go down there because that would give him the way of getting out, so it probably made sense to keep him there, but yeah, I guess all these things kind of make sense. I guess we should have learned about these things, but it's obvious that they weren't in the first two movies and now they're in this movie. Like, you just gotta have the ability to add things, okay, so that we can have another movie. I'm sorry that this upsets you, but it needed to be that way. And what would it help if Janet had this mental breakdown over the fact that she could have helped these people all this time? Do you think that would have made a better movie? Because I don't think so.
Wanted to forget, then I am more so sympathetic to Krylar than I am Janet.
It's a secret universe beneath ours.
Yeah, but it's only a secret because you made it that way.
I mean, like, Janet still did the right thing most of the time, She kept him from getting out, she fought against him in the rebellion, and then she stopped fighting in the rebellion. I mean, you can't expect her to fight forever. Like, it may be a little selfish, but she definitely she did what she could, okay? And yeah, I mean, sorry, it's a secret, I guess. I guess it couldn't have worked. I guess you discovered a plot hole, but I don't think it's worth. Okay, you know what? It is a plot hole. Fine, you get 1 point. You found a plot hole, okay? But that doesn't ruin her character forever, okay? Just deal with it.
Janet, and as if it matters at this point, she did have some other bits of damage piled on, like being absolutely fine with her granddaughter fucking around with the police.
This again, holy shit, yes, it's fine, okay? She participated in a protest. Deal with it.
While using Pym tech, or how she didn't help Scott in the finale like everyone else, or how she temporarily drops saving the world to run for what may be miles to see if Hank is okay. Hope and Scott could be dead right over there. The world is ending. Whatever. She didn't say shit when sending Hope to what would likely be her death in the probability storm. She didn't explain anything about the weird not clones. She fell completely out of character by demanding that they even shrink the core. And then, despite being the most familiar and the most prepared, she had no useful plans at any point in this movie until she just moved to the control center, assisted of course by being not killed about 1,000 times, and then she just opens the portal. You even get some bizarre dialogue in retrospect.
You're a freedom fighter?
Or terrorist, depends on who you ask.
Depends on who you... It's the entire realm versus Kang, MODOK, and robots. Also Bill Murray, I guess.
I mean, there's obviously other people that are collaborating, Jesus.
She's treating this as though there was some debate
I mean, you see everyone at the you see everyone at the bar, and nobody seems to like care about the robots. They're just fine with them. Like, he's just the ruler of this world, and he's a bit of an asshole, but like it's functionally being ruled, you know.
Taking place about her operation when it was everyone versus guy who wants to repair his ship and get out. Depends on who you ask. I'm not even sure Kang would say Janet is a terrorist. I mean, rather than an idiot who's getting in the way of him repairing his ship. And why say this at all? Do you want to confuse Hank and Hope despite how fucking confused they already would be? Wait, hang on. Why didn't Janet say anything about MODOK to anyone? Wouldn't he have been down in the quantum realm for several years before Janet left? Here's a question. Why didn't she say anything about quantum tech becoming commonplace?
Okay, so we're just gonna sum up all the points of why didn't she say and give you five nitpicks, okay? Because who fucking cares, man? Like, what do you want, man? Like, she would have said that, and what would that have done? Like, I guess the movie would have been entirely different. Cool. Guess we just can't have her in it. I guess she would have had an excuse for not being able to speak. That would have been great. Yeah, gag grandma.
We've got full-on industries running worldwide since we last saw the team. Should she not be absolutely terrified that everyone is getting closer to the quantum realm? With how they're trying to sell this new Janet, that should be happening.
If shrinking and growing things is common enough that they've got like a whole industry going for like reforestation,
I bet they do.
then why aren't the cops like, oh, you shrunk my car, you're staying in jail?
Yeah, that's destruction of property. You've rendered a cop car useless until
shrinking and growing things is such a big...
We already had this point. It's not destruction of property. She can just grow it again and it's fine.
Our technology.
Well, they get small as well, right? I would imagine.
I think so. Like it works with the suits, right?
Janet Van Dyne takes a lot of screen time in this movie. The theory being that she kind of absorbed a lot of Hope's potential. She ends up making most decisions, she holds most of the cards, she has a direct connection with the villain and sorts out their exit while having all the history here. This is unfortunate considering how horribly she's been assassinated. They knew from the moment they pursued this storyline that she was going to have to be sacrificed, but I doubt they foresaw just how much damage they were dealing. Janet is pure nonsense at this point, and that's a shame since Michelle Pfeiffer is pretty damn great. And with that, we have one lad left to discuss.
Scott Lang.
Scott started out in good old AntMan as a guy who wanted to do what's right by his fellow man while being a good dad to his daughter. He worked for a company that screwed over its customers, and he got overzealous in pursuing his own personal brand.
Holy shit, I just saw him flash the Marvel logo. You really feel like Marvel has screwed over their customers? What are you talking about? These are very popular movies. Actually, let me look that up. You said it bombed earlier. Let's see if that's true. AntMan 3 box office. That's a lot of money. Yeah, Ant-Man 3 has become one of the rare Marvel movies to either fall short or barely surpass the 500 million mark at the global box office. At this point, it just earned 470 million globally after 6 weeks of release. Wait, what? Why is there no 6 weeks of release? This is from March. Ugh. I mean, okay, let's look up the budget then. 200 million! Seems like it paid off pretty well. What are you talking about? Obviously, it was worth making this movie and people liked it enough to pay it more than it was worth to make. Jeez. Like, okay, I know there's like cinema fees and stuff, but still, they must have made a profit, and if not, they at least broke even. Which means that all the people working on it got paid fine, and then there's no problem. You're the only one who makes a problem out of it. It works fine. Everyone's happy to watch Marvel movies still, except for the few curmudgeons on the internet who just like always complaining.
And of justice on their behalf. After serving his time, he had a very specific goal.
No, I'm serious, man. I'm not going back. I got a daughter to take care of.
I love her so much. I've missed so much time, and I want to be a part of her life.
Unfortunately, his dragon of an ex tells him he has to provide payments for child support and maintain a job before he can see his daughter.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable ask from a felon, you know, or a criminal, in fact. I don't know, man. You really think that this woman should let her child hang out with this ex-con? Come on. That's definitely a nitpick.
This is especially rough, being that ex-cons often have a lot of trouble finding a job, let alone keeping one. Despite Scott's efforts, he hits a form of rock bottom and considers more unconventional means to make money.
The moment things get hard, you turn right back to crime. If you can help me, I promise I can help you be with your daughter again.
And so, in order to reach his daughter, he takes on a job that gives him an opportunity to do so much more than he ever thought possible. Scott Lang was already a good man, and to be fair, a rather heroic man. He just needed a chance to focus his talents and his drive. The film also takes a moment to make sure we understand the stakes of shrinking indefinitely.
As you shrink for all eternity, everything that you know and love, gone forever.
And by the end of the first film, to save his daughter, he makes a choice.
I love you, Cassie.
A sacrifice that he fully understands, that matches his more reckless attitudes, but primarily shows us what kind of a man he is. The second film has him chasing Hank and Hope's new plotline, trying to get back in their good graces after the incident at the airport. He has to make choices in the story that tear him between Cassie, his house arrest, Hank, Hope, and his hero life in general. It's one of the most forgettable films in the MCU, and every scene with Ghost has been surgically removed from everyone's minds while they slept. However, Scott is still who you know him to be, even if he's the butt of everyone's jokes throughout the movie. When we reach this film, we discover Scott wanted to write a book chronicling his adventures and mission to save the universe. Now, I don't know if Scott would want to write a book, like I'm not sure he's that kind of guy, but I don't know what it means to be the kind of guy that saves a universe. I imagine that has quite the effect. And from what we hear, it does sound like it's written in a way Scott would write it.
All I could think was, how did the Hulk turn me into a baby? Will I be a baby forever? Am I the Hulk's baby?
What I do take issue with is...
I love that joke so much.
This strange goal of painting Scott in an almost narcissistic light.
Dad, are you listening to your own book?
Everybody's got to save the world.
How is that for you, Scott? You should write a book about it.
Big, I shrink, but I wrote a book about it, actually.
This is already so odd.
So, those were funny jokes, and you're, like, offended by them, okay? So... go away.
Because Scott is not Tony Stark or Stephen Strange. He doesn't have much of an ego at all. Sure, he often pokes fun of everyone in the room, but after he's done the same to himself.
Oh, God.
You gotta lock your doors. I mean, really. There's some weird folks in this neighborhood.
Do you think this is a joke?
Your fiance is an asshat.
He's not an asshat.
Hey, watch your language, okay?
Oh, what language?
Give me a
It said
minute.
hat. And Pim always said you never can trust a Stark.
Who are you? Come on, man. I ruined the moment, didn't I?
Yes, you did, yes.
I'm gonna make some tea.
The man just wants to spend time with his daughter. What he needs to do in order to reach that goal is his primary concern, and it led him to saving the world. Something of an underlying motivation he always had, inspired by other heroes, knowing people, just like him, need help. So the idea that they're all ripping into him for not doing enough, for being up his own arse about his own hero work, feels distinctly out of character. And then there's Cassie, a girl he wanted to protect above all.
Yeah, it was really lighthearted, man, these jokes. You just gotta get over them, man.
All else.
I'd be a great partner.
Oh, Peanut. And if I let you, I would be a terrible dad.
He's now skipped from being very protective to being fully on board with her doing some of the most dangerous forms of using Pimtech as long as she's supervised.
You know, I promised your mom that you would only use this stuff when one of us was around.
But that barely lines up as he is surprised to learn she has her own suit. She's shrinking cop cars for fun, and she's working with Hank and Hope to create revolutionary quantum technology. He barely raises the issue with this. Instead, he's distracted with the quantum bullshit. Scott cherishes Cassie more than anything. There's no way he would condone her fucking with the cops in an AntMan suit because...
I mean, like I already said, he wasn't really that good of a dad if he missed out on all these plot points, okay? Sorry, I guess his motivation didn't really end up to being that dad that he wanted to be, okay? I guess he just liked his life of being a hero and being celebrated more than he cared about his daughter in the end. And that's a story arc that could happen to people. You just want him to stay the same for the entire time, sure. But I don't know, I think this is more realistic.
She could end up just like her dad with a life she regrets in jail. Precisely what's...
I mean, no, she's pretty safe, you know, I don't even know, is she a minor? And then, like... They already said, like, I would have just broken her out of jail, you know? Like, she's never gonna be in trouble for this. And besides, are these superheroes above the law at this point? I don't even know. What was even the point of Civil War? I mean, I guess you probably don't arrest heroes as easily as other people.
Separated them in the first place. He should be furious. What's so strange is that he's characterized in previous films as being very invested in Cassie, on top of this film claiming that he's actively put time aside for her. Despite that, he knows nothing about how she spends most of her time. The implication, of course, being he isn't spending time with her and is instead spending most of his time with the book tour.
Now you get it. Alright, what's your response to it?
What's more likely, however, is that he wouldn't make this mistake since she is the primary motivation for his many decisions in these films.
I don't know, man. People still make mistakes. I think... Well, I buy it. Sorry. I mean, I guess you don't.
He's lost so much time with her, it created one of the few excellent scenes in Endgame, meaning this is a failure in characterization again, and it goes even further.
And Scott, for all the great things he's done, maybe he's coasting a little bit. Maybe
he's resting on his laurels.
Yeah, a little
no
bit.
doubt about it.
Yeah.
Why does everyone essentially condemn this book when it's possibly one of the most inspirational...
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. It's just a book. It's not worth his time.
Things he could do outside of more normal hero work and saving the universe, both of which he has done recently. The scene we see him reading his book shows him inspiring everyone. Who would have thought that writing has that kind of power? The people who wrote this seem to recognize...
Yeah, it's the writing that inspired everyone. It's not the fact that he's a hero who saved the world. Okay. I mean, he's just writing a book cashing in on his hero work. It's not great, okay? It's a bit of a step back from his previous stuff.
Recognize it and then shit all over him for it. Perhaps they don't believe in their own work that much either.
Writing it as he goes along.
It becomes even more hilarious knowing that Paul Rudd seems to have a stronger grasp on what's actually happening in this opening than the writer-director combo do.
Scott is able to take a breath and sit back and spend some time with his daughter and enjoy just being present in his own life.
So, we have him starting out being chastised for a good act by someone who had a better understanding of her father when she was 6. this, on top of him knowing very little of his daughter's life despite being entirely invested in it and making nothing but time for it. As far as we know, he's had more than a year to spare. But that's not even the worst of it. Scott has apparently, unfortunately, developed into a person who believes everything is fine as long as you aren't experiencing problems. That he doesn't see any problems to solve as long as they don't affect him.
You just don't care. Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening.
This is particularly annoying when looking at Scott's history.
They were overcharging the customers, right? And it added up to millions. He blows the whistle and he gets fired.
Scott's core crime, his first act in this retarded universe of movies that we know of, was to make many other people's problems his own.
And what does he do? He hacks into the security system and transfers millions back to the people that they stole it from.
You can't...
Wait, Scott was a hacker? Wow. Yeah, maybe I really should have watched those movies, but I'm already wasting too much time on this. I mean, really, Scott's a hacker? That's definitely not the character we're seeing now. Oh well. I mean, now he's just the ant guy who punches people from being an ant to being regular sized.
Tell me that the man who earned himself prison time to benefit everyone but himself is a man who does not appreciate he can help people even when the problem is not happening to him. But it doesn't stop there. The issues with Cross were in aid of reaching his daughter, sure, but he still needed to stop an arms race that could engulf the world. What he did in Civil War was absolutely to help people in need that didn't affect him whatsoever.
Oh, fuck off. Civil War? That's insane. Like, oh yeah, cool, let's just join a random side on this meaningless fight. That'll be great for the world. Amazing, yeah. Like, which side did he even join? Iron Man, I guess? What was Iron Man? Iron Man was the one who was wanting to be ruled over by the government. Yeah, okay. That's definitely the kind of guy who who goes to jail for being a whistleblower, and then he just joins the government. The government that jailed him for doing the right thing, allegedly. Cool. That's some real backbone you got there. You're right. He was written so much better in that movie. Ah, God.
Cassie mentions these moments of his life as though they were who he was, that he no longer operates that way and that's what he needs to learn. But when was this something he lost? Why did they force this idea on a character that has an extensive pattern of making other people's problems his own? And the greatest irony is that this book is clearly not for money, nor is it for notoriety, considering he's already the most famous man on Earth, or one of them anyway. The book is going to help people. He wants to inspire people.
I can't believe you're buying this. Oh yeah, the book is to inspire people. Totally, man. It's totally not narcissistic. Well done, Scott. This book is almost as good as being a superhero.
The idea that by the end of the film, thanks to Cassie, Scott learns to continue helping people even when he's okay is absurd. He always did, and that's precisely the trait Cassie saw in him. It's part of what makes their relationship so meaningful.
At least we're trying to do something that matters.
They absolutely gutted the relationship between Scott and Cassie from previous films in this story for...
I mean, that's just what sometimes happens with a teenage daughter, okay? They just had a rough spot. I mean, you might have a decent point, but it's not good enough to go on the counter, okay? Like, yeah, it's weird, you know, maybe they should have had like a throwback to how he saved her or something, and then she would have felt good, but you know what? That's not really what you get with a teenage daughter sometimes, so... I mean, what do I know? I'm not a parent, but still, it seems realistic, okay?
No reason at all. And despite Rudd's best efforts, the chemistry between these two is non-existent.
I know how to do it, Dad.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Really? Because it didn't look like it from my end.
I messed up on the timing.
Though to be fair, how can we truly know they even film together these days? There were plenty of options for stories to tell with a grown-up Cassie alongside her father. When you check...
Yeah, that's another nitpick for saying, oh, the CGI is making movies so much worse. Oh, won't you think of the characters being in the same room? Meanwhile, we had Lord of the Rings, where they had two people on different distances from the camera, and they were not looking at each other. So they were also pretty much not acting at each other, and it was considered to be one of the best ways of using effects. So yeah, actors can just act around the fact that they're not right next to each other, but if they are using CGI, they probably are close to each other, because why wouldn't they be?
Out some of the interviews, it's clear they believe they did tell a different story.
He's accidentally brought his daughter into this world with him now. Now he sees like, oh man, I can't really play this as loose as I usually do.
Scott doesn't play loose with his various heroic endeavors. He's simply friendly and relaxed a lot of the time, much like he is.
I mean, he is clearly more anal about his daughter being there than he would otherwise be, so just let it be, okay?
Throughout this movie too. Secondly, Cassie did not get brought into this world by Scott. It was Hank that kitted her out, and MODOK was the one that dragged her into the quantum realm. Unless you mean that none of this would have happened if she wasn't related to Scott, in which case, that's boring as fuck.
The daughter of Scott Lang grows up to be funny, and grows up to be a bright, optimistic person in the way that Scott Lang is.
So that's interesting. Cassie Lang is actually staggeringly pessimistic. She sees the book and Scott's attempt to be with her as selfish. She can't see any other solutions than her own. She believes she should lie to her father to avoid the negative of him knowing more about her. The story you're describing is not the story you wrote.
Oh my god, dude. You really think that she's staggeringly pessimistic? Like, when she goes to protests to save the homeless people, obviously she's very invested in doing the right thing, and she's very much thinking that there is a right thing to be done, and that there could be had a positive impact. She just doesn't think that writing a book has that impact.
Ultimately, it's window dressing to the story about a father and his daughter reconnecting.
Again, no, there's no addressing of the core issues between them in the whole movie. Those get swept to the side after some platitudes and trauma bonding. Not to mention there was no reason for these core issues to exist. We were supposed...
Yeah, you're right. He said a stupid thing there, and it wasn't true, you know? I guess the issues really didn't really get... What did he say? Resolved. So, yeah, you're right. They weren't. You know what? That even rises to being a valid criticism, because there were definitely issues that weren't resolved. I don't think they needed to be resolved, but I mean, if you write them in like that, you probably should resolve them. I mean, I didn't mind, but it's a good point.
To believe that, one, Cassie lost faith in her dad as a hero now that he isn't doing much world saving, and two, that Scott isn't paying much attention to the life she's living, causing a rift between them. Only they made the reason he's not doing as much superhero work that he wants to be with her. He wants to be her father. Why would that
The movie specifically makes it clear that he's not that involved and he's writing the book, but let's just go ahead.
Disconnect them. And this premise forces Cassie to be the kind of character who thinks writing a book is only the act of a narcissist, supported thoroughly by the movie.
Yeah, it makes sense too.
You should write a book about it.
On a similar note, Scott and Hope's relationship is almost non-existent in this movie, reminding you that it's even a thing right at the end.
There's not a lot of conflict between Scott and Hope in this movie, which I thought was kind of nice. Because, there's that natural instinct, like, oh, maybe they're...
I mean... Okay, so obviously people like books, and they're a great form of art, sure. But, like, I don't know how you can see that going from being a superhero to writing a book is like a step forward, or even staying on the same level, you know? Like, okay, so he wants to be... He wants to step back and have the simple life, sure. He writes the book, sure. But then you think he's spending enough time with his daughter? No, he obviously got caught up in the book. So that's why he gets the backlash for not being a good dad. It makes sense to me, I'm sorry.
Or going through a breakup, or maybe there's, wedding bells. Like, no, like...
The Scott Hope arc, which has played out over 3 movies, is there's been a lot of things coming between them throughout the movies. And we wanted to get to the third act here, where we just came out and said they need each other.
Yeah, it's just them.
They're a partnership.
Oh, they didn't have anything for them to do, so they just didn't do anything. Cool. Anyway, Scott takes no issue with Hank going behind his back to teach, suit up, and use Cassie for every quantum issue he has interest in, even if Hank's partial goal was to facilitate Scott and Cassie rebuilding their relationship as a parallel with his own daughter. The end is so disjointed and clearly reshot that Scott is panicking that Cassie is safe back home because the portal was originally not supposed to open back up.
Where is she? I know where is she? She's okay. She's okay. She's okay. Scott, she's okay. They're all okay. You get it.
And then
yeah, I don't know if it gave him points for that about the ending, but yeah, it's probably true. I don't know.
Just opens back up, and it comes across as though they knew that was gonna happen.
Let's go home. Home's good.
Honestly,
yeah,
the whole
weird.
scene
Alright, you got a point. That was weird.
is bizarre. But for a quickfire round, he could have gone big to smash the hell out of the Jelly Son. He could have done the same to MODOK. He didn't use his primary fucking powers on Kang before he ended up losing them so they could do their fisticuffs. He felt no need to tell Hope about Darren literally being alive and a fuck-off weaponized thumb head.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. But no, you just had to blow it up.
He didn't get any weaponry or...
That was the best thing ever. Well done. But those are some points I definitely don't agree with. Come on, man, you don't need to nitpick every single thing that they could have done. Really? Oh, why didn't he tell her about this? Is he stupid? Is it stupid meme a million times?
Vehicles from the ants. He just waited for their slow asses to turn up and win the day for them. Like, they would have just died if the ants were a little late or if the backup army didn't show up. Scott doesn't even pay attention to what Kang is saying. There's no...
I mean, yeah, they would have died. They fought, and they would have died, but they still fought, you know? It makes sense. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking that this is almost over, I actually have the screen slightly different here. This is how much is actually left of the video. So we still got about a good while to go. But I guess you already see the actual progress bar of this video that you're watching, so that makes sense. You probably know where we're at.
No interest in discovering more about the end of the world. And the movie had the balls to say you shouldn't look the other way, only to have Scott finish the story by looking the other way. Scott is a mishmash of fuckery in this movie.
Kang's gone. You did it. Don't have to worry about that guy anymore.
Just like their approach with Hank and Jack.
I mean, they did kill Kang. That is pretty good, you know. I don't know. I mean, we'll see whether or not he takes steps to prevent the Kang uprising. Or if the Kang uprising will come out of nowhere. I mean, we will see that. I think it's fine for him to have accomplished these goals and then have a celebration of a birthday. And then we see what happens in the next movie. There's no need for him to freak out about Kang at the end of this movie, okay? That would just be silly. And that's a nitpick.
And it's the characterization of Scott is absolutely akin to a square peg being shoved into a circular hole. He is being pulled left, right, and center depending on what the writers want the other characters to criticize him for. He is not the right character for the flaws they want him to have, yet he is saddled with them regardless.
I mean, he is that character now. He did write that book, and you seem to agree with him writing that book, so he gets all the shit for writing the book. Sorry.
Scott says he will rise to the call if needed, but that he is a father first. The film takes him to task for this.
Yeah, you don't need to take everything literally, okay? Like, someone saying he's going to do something isn't as good as him doing something, alright?
And I am continuously baffled by it, especially when the entire multiverse has been put in serious jeopardy by Janet just because she wants to be a mother. The only criticism she receives is from herself, and for a brief moment. Scott gets to have his whole family rip into his character and his actions, only for him to be like, oh boy, what a cool quantum thing you guys got. The man's...
I mean, Janet fought Kang before, and she fought Kang again here, so would you just cut it out? I mean, you can't always expect to make the right choice, but at least she's doing something. You're right. No, I'm stupid. She is, in fact, just playing whatever role she is in the family. So I guess you're right. Okay, I guess you're right. She, like, if Scott is criticized for being inactive, then I guess she needs to be criticized too. Okay. You uncovered a hypocrisy in the movie. Well done.
Save the fucking universe. Let him raise his daughter.
And what do you do now? Sign books?
Fuck off, Cassie. At least he joked about his many times having ended up in prison. That was fun, and they managed to remember at least one thing about this relationship.
Peanuts! Oh! Oh, Peanut. Oh. I love you, Peanut.
I love you too.
Which concludes the character assessment. The short version being, they fucked up. Janet, Kang, Hank, and Scott all have serious damage. They've been torn to shreds for this story to be told. Cassie is desperately in need of help. She's absolutely lost her mind, and Hope is barely in the film, and yet she's still wonky as fuck too, leaving Kryla and MODOK as the few pieces of praise I can give. And even those seem
Wait, Kryla was praise? Well, I must have misunderstood your section about him entirely, but also, who cares? He's a pretty minor character.
Dental while being encrusted.
But yeah, that was something, I guess. Like, you could have some character flaws. I mean, I guess having flaws is good, so you're not really... So that wouldn't be what you're talking about here. You're saying they changed a lot from in between the movies in a way that doesn't make sense. I mean, there has been a lot of time that passed between the movies, but also, I don't know. To me, these movies are less serious than they are to you. To me, it's more like some kind of superhero sitcom in this case, like where they just have like these silly moments. I mean, at least at the start of the movie. And then later, they get more serious, but then... yeah, I don't buy it. To me, these characters felt good. What can I say? I guess they don't live up to your standards.
With criticisms, bringing us to theme. What did this film have to say? Well, let's see what the director said.
This movie thematically really is kind of exploring the secrets within families and the things that family members don't tell the others.
Okay, that's like the beginning of something. What did we learn when it...
Oh wow, yeah, we sure had a lot of those secrets. That was crazy. I guess they don't really get resolved very well. Well, I'm personally not I'm not very interested in themes in movies. It's like they usually just tacked on and they don't add anything. Like, oh, the writer actually meant to tell us about his worldview by making this movie. I don't care. I just want to see the cool stuff happen. Okay. Like, especially with how many movies out there are just like, capitalism bad. Like, cut it out. I don't give a shit. But I guess these seem more interesting, so sure. Or am I confusing themes with the message? Maybe. Well, I guess we'll see what else we got.
It comes to keeping secrets in a family.
At the beginning of the movie, Cassie's doing stuff that Scott doesn't know about. Janet Van Dyne has some secrets that they haven't shared.
And that's it. The featurette doesn't continue talking about the thematic meaning behind secrets being kept by different characters or what anyone can learn from it. I guess the director noticed that two people have secrets. One for about...
Wow, very deep commentary. Well done. That's some good director's commentary you're getting there.
5 minutes, and he thought that was a pattern and therefore a theme.
Yeah, you should have probably addressed it in some way. But who knows? I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Would you address it in the movie? Would you have like a thing where it causes big problems and then they solve it by telling the truth? Or would that be incredibly stupid? Yeah, I guess it's probably bad it would have been stupid to have that theme.
Ugh, what else we got?
I know socialism is a charged word.
I got political commentary. I do love...
Amazing.
This logic. His wife's been kidnapped, they've been almost beaten to death, but he really is going on this ant tear.
And I love the idea of hitting the socialism thing. Is we talked about, ants and ant behavior. If you read any of the, E.O. Wilson writings about.
Hey, yeah. There's a lot to learn.
Again, it shows the power of ants.
Socialism. Oh, yes. Political themes, yeah, big message there.
Jesus Christ, the presence of politics or war does not mean you have political themes in your story. Who on planet fucking Earth will say, man, I sure did learn a lot about the values of varied political systems, how they compare and contrast, what it takes to create revolutionary events, and who will ultimately be created or destroyed by them before they can create or subdue political change.
Big message there.
Fuck.
Yeah, because of social ants. Amazing.
Off, you said nothing, and you couldn't even be remotely funny with any of it.
I've worked ever so hard.
Sorry, Lisa, but giving everyone an equal part when they're clearly not equal is called what again, class?
Communism!
Here's Eastern Europe's favorite cat and mouse team, Worker and Parasite. The hell was that?
Hello, I'm an electric car. I can't go very fast or very far. And if you drive me, people will think you're gay.
You want political themes explored within a context of a sci-fi universe complete with some crazy fun action and aliens that's relatively new? Well, Andor is right there.
Make mistakes. Take chances.
Just because he got fired from Baskin Robbins, you know, this cycle of events.
I mean, that's pretty silly of you to say that that people who like Ant-Man would get a whole lot out of Andor, you know. I mean, Andor is great, but like you watch Ant-Man because you want to see like goofy shit and superhero fighting, and that's specifically not what you're gonna get in Andor. So what is this recommendation even? Oh yes, this is what we want. No more superheroes. That's why we watch a 6 hours video about superheroes.
It's spun out, but look how great his life turned out because of all those things.
Yeah.
So there's a lesson to the kids out there, you know?
Yeah, it's okay to mess up.
Yeah.
So that scene is him literally saying he didn't mess her up, implying that not messing up is the most important. But let's re-the-fuck-wind here. The director of Ant-Man and the writer of Quantumania just said that Scott messed up when he lost his job with Baskin-Robbins.
Yeah, it's okay to mess up.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember why he lost that job?
No one would hire me.
Breaking and entering, grand larceny, can't really keep you on.
Dale, look, it wasn't a violent crime. I mean, I'm a good worker.
He lost it because he was an ex-con. He was trying to hold a job down, and prejudice on his history prevented him from doing so, despite being a good worker. The reason he was convicted in the first place...
Well, I mean, if you're lying about who you are in order to get a job, then... I don't know, I think that's probably some way of messing up, don't you think? And then... How did they find out? Did he mess up by them finding out? Did he do some high profile crime in the vicinity? Is that how they found out? Or did it just happen to find out? Is that what happened? I mean, I think it's probably fairly deserved to get fired for who you are. I don't know.
Was to help people get money back that was stolen from them. So again, the creator of the Ant-Man films just said Scott messed up when he simply tried to do a job well with a criminal history. I guess, fuck those people, right? What a bizarre...
Yeah, that would be a strange moral for this story.
Our take on your own film, especially when I have no idea who messes up in this film. Cassie didn't. She made incredible technology to help people, and a special effects nightmare decided he could suck her and her family into the quantum realm as a result somehow. Obviously, she messed up with the police, but that's entirely forgotten about soon after the dinner scene and bears no weight on the story itself.
I mean, she didn't even get jail time. What do you want, man? She just got arrested because she was at a protest.
Any condemnation of the teen clown from Scott regarding the different events she showed poor judgment in would have been wonderful. But oh well. So who else in this story messed up and gained a lot of good from doing so? Was it Janet? I don't think anything good came from her lying. So perhaps meaning can be found in other portions of the story.
Because if there's one thing life's taught me, there's always room to grow.
As a great writer once said, there's always room to grow.
Alright, we can start with the idea that there's always more in life for you to experience, to learn, and to head toward. The cast are all thrust into a world they barely had any knowledge of, and that fundamentally alters their understanding of the universe. Kang is like, he's learning that no matter how angry he is, he can't always get what he wants. I don't know, this one doesn't work very well considering how much had to be retconned to provide something of a new world and experience for everyone to appreciate. We barely get a lick of insight into what any of this means for any of these characters. Hank expresses it for a moment and then sort of moves on. We get a few comments on the beauty of it all from Scott, but that's about it. All I can really think this idea relates to is Scott's character growth coming in when you may have thought he peaked. Despite saving the universe, he still has some things to learn. The only way for that to be potent is if the lesson he learns is coherent with his character. However, as we've gone over, it's absolutely not.
What were you thinking?
Yeah, morals are stupid, you know? Like, who cares if the character learns something in the end? Maybe that's why I don't mind, but I guess to some people that's an issue. I guess they want to see the character learn something, and that definitely didn't happen, so I'm begrudgingly giving you a valid point, even though I couldn't care less if he learned anything.
What was I supposed to do? Look the other way? My dad taught me that. Because when people needed help, he didn't look the other way.
You should have looked the other way.
Yeah. Oh, they've been great at that.
Yeah.
Wow, those were some great scenes to cut together. Those were some good scenes about looking away.
You could tell they were proud of this one. Don't look the other way when there's bad things happening. Seems solid enough as an idea. Or that Scott, when trying to get Cassie back to her family, was wrong because that counts as ignoring a problem he doesn't even remotely understand. Then there's Janet, who pretty much looked entirely the other way, and she's given sympathy for that when she explains it.
I mean, she said she messed up, right? I don't know, she probably deserves sympathy at that point.
We then have the largest development for the MCU in this film, being the impending doom, being shrugged off by Scott as he looks the other way.
I mean, okay. I guess that is technically conflicting with the themes. I still don't think that he should take the ramblings of Kang to be, like, a serious threat, but okay.
Because it's whatever, I guess. It was a simple idea, and they couldn't have botched it worse, leaving us with one more.
My life doesn't make sense. I used to ask myself a lot of questions about that. But you know what? Who said life has to make sense?
I really don't know what they think they're saying with this one. Maybe it's supposed to be like you shouldn't spend so much time worrying about what does and doesn't make sense. Or that you should generally spend less time thinking about how life comes together and spend more time enjoying it. In any case, with the surrounding context, it can easily be read as, this movie was insane nonsense, but that's not compelling criticism because life doesn't make sense either. Only life totally does make sense. Sometimes we just struggle on understanding certain parts.
Come on, life makes sense? Are you serious? What are you talking about? Okay, so you clearly don't know about quantum mechanics because those certainly don't tell us that life makes sense, okay? And, like, what other parts of life make sense? There's so much randomness. Like, people do not get what they deserve. I don't know, am I off base here? What else does he say?
Welcome to claim we approach life with no understanding of anything, but that's not at all how 99% of the people on this rock operate whatsoever. And that's about it. Leaving this film with just about nothing for me to meaningfully dig out of it that doesn't get marred by the events of the film itself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be a pretty stupid moral to just say, oh yeah, life doesn't make sense. But I don't know. Guess that's what he does. You know, maybe it's a good moral if you think that morals are stupid, and maybe that's why I like it, you know? Like, you thought you're gonna learn something from this movie? Nah, nothing makes sense, baby. Like, your atoms might just phase through the floor and you might spontaneously combust. You don't know.
So, with those 4 pillars of script writing out of the way, let's talk about more specific elements of the film and where it succeeds or indeed fails.
Sci-fi epic that has more in common with Lord of the Rings or Star Wars.
Shut the fuck up, please.
Alright, inspiration, dialogue. Alright, let's see what he says about these.
Please shut the fuck up.
Superman the movie and Star Wars and Raiders and all those things. And I'd always wanted to do a movie like that.
We got to make sort of like a Marvel Wizard of Oz.
Get those IP's names out your fucking mouth.
Yeah, so that's 3. Okay, that's 3 nitpicks that you're saying, oh, they have no right to compare to other things. Taking inspiration, we don't accept that. No fucking way. You need to make the perfect masterpiece if you're going to cite your inspirations. Otherwise, no. You're just a pale imitation.
First up, dialogue. Let's do a quick rundown. Quick by my standards, anyway. First, we got the...
Ooh. Wait, what? No, we're not doing not another one. No, well, I guess he's talking on the dialogues. They're not entirely recapturing the whole plot, right? Please.
Dialogue that's supposed to sound cool or cinematic, but either was unprompted, out of character, or just information that's less than accurate for no reason at all.
Do not speak when I am in the room.
Keep going! I've got them! You come from above, like him, so he is hunting you.
You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?
I don't know who you are.
Then we have some explicitly dumb as fuck lines.
You led them straight to us.
We both.
Okay, so here I'm just gonna... Okay, so I ignored the nitpicks that you had when you recaptured the plot for the second time. But then here you're literally doing cinema sins where you're just saying, oh, here are these lines of dialogue that are stupid. So I'm gonna give you 10 nitpicks for them, okay? For all of these lines that you've brought up here, okay? I don't even know if I pressed exactly 10 times. Please... No, you're not gonna stop. What am I talking about? Okay, let's just listen to it, but you know that I do not condone, like, crying about single lines of dialogue.
Just have to lose.
Like, what is a single line of dialogue gonna do to our enjoyment of the movie? It's not gonna ruin it, no. Maybe to you, but not to us. Like, to people who just like movies, they don't care if it's like, oh, this line actually makes no sense in this context. No fucking way.
I wouldn't trust her. Janet has a way of changing her mind.
Then you have the generic lines that come right out of a movie-making handbook.
Oh my god, okay, fine. You're gonna get another 5 nitpicks if you're gonna complain about generic lines again.
I don't care who this guy is. I don't care what he can do. I'm getting Cassie.
Come on, work together!
And I'm coming, Cassie.
Come on, we're doing it for Cassie!
My whole life happened because I messed up. The only thing I didn't mess up is you.
Possibly the most predictable line in the entire nightmare. And then there's the clunkers. Starting off with something we never thought we needed. Lines about grandma needing sex.
That guy?
I was down here for
Oh my god, really? Complaining about this again? I'm gonna die! I don't even want to watch these, whatever. I'm just preemptively giving you... I don't even know how many times I'm pressing it here. Fucking shut up about individual lines, please.
30 years, Henry. I had needs.
Oh my god.
Then we get lines about grandpa needing sex.
I've got needs too.
Oh my god!
And you begin to wonder what's going to be the payoff that makes this worthwhile.
What went wrong?
She wasn't you, baby.
And that's all they got. A thin reference in exchange for a clunky scene that tells us despite knowing Hank was alive, Janet needed to fuck Bill Murray and whoever else. This added to the film, clearly. You even get...
Oh, you really think that she shouldn't have had sex? God, that's so stupid, man. Like, oh yeah, cool, I guess she's just stuck in a complete different world. No more sex, ever. You had a husband, you know, no more sex, ever. Like, you're definitely not gonna get out of here anytime soon, but nope. Do not even consider men. Celibacy for you.
Strange small mistakes here and there. It's found out Cassie is working on something with a slip of the tongue, and she mentions a we.
At least we're trying to do something that matters.
Who's we?
You get subtle reactions from everyone here, including a slightly more inquisitive one from Janet, because even she's surprised to not be involved in the project. Scott, however, doesn't know anything about all of this, and yet he says...
What are you 3 up to?
All he knows is that Cassie is working with someone or someones with vague looks given. Despite that, Scott correctly concludes that Hank and Hope are the ones helping Cassie without Janet's knowledge, even though they kept it all under wraps. It gets even weirder to think about when Scott gets an answer to his question on what the hell they're up to when Hank says...
Science. With ants. Ant science.
The project had basically nothing to do with ants at all. In fact, the quantum telescope couldn't have anything to do with them. The only reason I can see Hank saying that line is to prompt Scott to look at them to then set them up for later.
Well, Chekhov's ant farm, if you will.
Exactly.
Which is pathetic. You find weird issues like this all over the film. My assumption is the scene was cut down or cut from disparate pieces, and it's not the only one. If you think back to the weird scene with Krylar, there's a conversation in particular that seems a bit strange.
Let them go. He just wants me.
Janet is explaining that there's no need for Hank and Hope to be captured. They have nothing to do with what happened between her and Kang.
But you want them, so they're coming too.
Then you get that line, which honestly seems a little wonky, since it took so long to say and achieved so little.
Along with those other friends of yours.
Now he's talking about Scott and Cassie.
I heard about them, but he did too, and he sent the hunter.
So in total, we have a very long way of saying, you're all being taken in and a hunter is after Scott and Cassie. So what the hell happened? Well, if you wouldn't mind watching the screen for a moment, let me break down how I think this works. Janet says,
he just wants me.
And Krylar then says,
they're coming too.
But obviously someone decided that doesn't fully explain the why behind capturing more than just Janet. So they added some Bill Murray ADR and threw in a B-roll shot for cover prior to the line with...
But you want them, so...
And there you have Hank and Hope shown with an explanation of why they would be captured. Something that most people could have inferred but is now definitive. Then you have...
Along with those other friends of yours.
Followed up with...
And... he sent the hunter.
Only there's one issue. How does Kang, and by extension Krylar, know about Scott and Cassie?
This is amazing how he's just picking apart this one sentence. What a masterful analysis of this movie, you know. Alright, let's just follow along and see what he thinks about this.
Cassie. Well, we could have inferred that it was found out in any number of ways. Security cameras, informants, etc. But they added more in to explain it to us.
I heard about them, but he did too.
So, if we take out the additional bits that someone believed would help and are indicated with shot changes, it ends up sounding like this.
He just wants me.
They're coming too, along with those other friends of yours. And he sent the hunter.
The reason this and so many other scenes get so clunky is because they are fucked with over and over again to satisfy worries someone had at some point. I can't help but imagine this is the kind of thing that happens at every last level of production in these movies.
What are ants, anyway? Do we have them down here?
It's probably why these lines are just awkward as fuck to watch play out.
I don't...
Yeah, so I must be having the autism here, so I don't understand that these are particularly fucked up, but I don't know. Maybe to the normies out there, these lines are super clunky, so guess I will recluse myself from criticism on this part. Let's see what else he has to say. I guess I'll let him finish, though.
I think so, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's this horrible combination of piss-poor writing, piss-poor scheduling for recording these scenes, piss-poor planning in general, and then scrappy editing to try...
Okay, and then he just goes on and just cries about it. Okay, cool. Why did I even expect better? It's like, yeah, you see there's some issues here, and then it's all piss! Oh, God.
And salvage what the hell any of this was supposed to be.
Quite a ride.
Says the man who invented flying on the back of an ant.
It's crazy how choppy the most normal of conversations can come across, which is additionally thanks to the shitty incorporation of both blue screens and...
Oh, that looks amazing. Oh, look.
Can come across, which is additionally thanks to the shitty incorporation...
Oh, look at that beautiful Modoc. Perfect.
Operation of both blue screens and volume screens.
I like ants.
And I love that you love them. Here. These will help us blend in.
Things just sort of don't go anywhere sometimes, and I can no longer tell if it's through the Disney Marvel gobbling system they seem to employ, or if it really was meant to be that way.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
You see, something didn't feel right about this when I saw it.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
Something's off, and the first thing I noticed was Hank was taken off screen when he said, "Yes, Scott."
Yes, Scott.
I assume it's because they originally had Scott look surprised for Hank to then say these are his ants, meaning his ants from the ant farm.
They're my ants.
How did you find them down here?
But they realized that many people will be confused if they don't say which ants these guys used to be. And so you have Paul Rudd record a line in the reshoots name-dropping the ant farm so people know what is meant by them saying Hank's ants, and you show it with a coverage shot hiding the blend.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
And then you have the line from Hank play prior to him saying,
"They're my ants."
Being...
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
And you cover the line with this awkward shot, confirming to the audience that these are indeed the ant farm ants. Meaning we had this...
They're my ants.
How did you find them down here?
And then it got chewed up by insecure producers and spat back out looking like this.
Are these your ants? From the ant farm?
Yes, Scott, they're my ants.
This is common in filmmaking, but my god, I was noticing it more with this movie than others. And all it made me think was that the CG people aren't the only ones run through the grinder. Imagine...
I guess that's pretty funny. So, I'm actually gonna have to give him a point for that one, because that scene probably would have worked fine as it was. And there's probably several scenes that could have benefited from not being overly edited. But normally I don't... I mean, I didn't notice it. I don't know if anyone else noticed that scene being slightly more clunky. And the fact that you show the ant when he's talking about this ant isn't the worst thing in the world. But yeah, I guess it could have been fine without him asking, you know. Where he just says, yep, these are my ants. Or he just says, these are my ants. But you know what? In retrospect, people will have forgotten about the ant farm. So you know what? It does make sense. I'm torn. I'm fine with it either way. Okay. Some explanation is good sometimes, you know. Like a lot of people would have forgotten about the ant farm at this point.
Being the editor and having to solve all of these insane problems or satisfy these requests. Scott is surprised by the ant in front of him and waits for more information on it, even though we see there's a horde of them just off to the right and they are reassembling the ship. I feel like that would be the interesting thing to look at rather than a singular ant, but that's modern filmmaking for you. The actors may not have known that was even there to react to.
I mean, you'd still look at a single ant, I guess. Like, you're not gonna just walk past an ant and then look at the other ants and then be in the middle of the ants. I don't know. I mean, I guess you might if you're Ant-Man, but it's still good to have a good look at one of the ants. Come on.
But that ain't it. Take this moment, for example, where Laserface is being captured. As you can see, he has one captor on the left, the right, and in front of him. The camera pans to see that middle captor, and they try to hide a cut to Try Hard taking him out. Choppy, sure, but fair enough. She got him when he wasn't looking. One down. We then see some more choppy editing as she turns and attacks, taking another one down when it would clearly have been out of range. Not entirely sure who that was. She then tells Laserface to get to the sanctuary. That's odd when he should have at least one guy on him, but maybe even two. Only we then cut to him killing someone. But that guy was the guy who wrapped his body rather than one of his arms. This means Tryhard had to be the one to kill a guy on one side and then teleport over to the other side and kill that guy, leaving Laserface to sort out the center guy. But that's not at all what we were shown. You slow it down and it's completely fucked. I mean, check out this shot of Tryhard being captured in this scene. These are clearly two different takes of the same shot stitched together haphazardly because I guess something went very wrong. These two frames are right next to each other, and you seriously wonder how this shit happens. Check out this part. Laserface fires his laserface at Kang.
Oh my god, it's so amazing that you would even think that anyone cares about this. But okay, now I'm being petty, okay? Like, he's making a greater point about how these things are done in a bad way, but I don't know if they are, okay? I don't know if the storyboard having changed from her killing the guy in front to killing the guy on the side would have made any difference, you know? They probably just had those shots and they made more sense in that way. And nobody would have ever seen that transition being so choppy just because... I mean, you have to go frame by frame to even notice. Like, if you're in the movie, you don't notice, okay?
But he fires his laserface laser back into his laserface face, and that explodes him. Very clearly many meters in front of Tryhard, who has now fallen over. As she is getting up, she looks at his corpse. His body is now 2 meters to her right? How the fuck did that happen? This disjointed approach is all over the film. How did Hope go from saying,
Keep going! I've got them! Yeah! Come on!
to this in seconds?
Scott! I can't hold him!
How did Kang go from saying,
why do you think you could stop me?
to this?
I can't believe you're doing this one again. Come on. Like, what? I mean... I think it's kind of silly if he says, oh, I can't be stopped, and it's like, oh, you stopped me. But, I mean, that's what would happen if you're if you think you're unstoppable and then you're proven wrong. But I mean, I usually don't like when instant irony happens. Oh, well.
In seconds. Why were Scott and Cassie separated significantly between shots? Why were Janet and Kang separated so significantly between shots? How did they get from here to here without taking as much as days with nothing but walking at their disposal? How did Janet get here so fast? People don't feel like they're in a physical space at any time. Whether true or not, it doesn't feel as though Bill Murray shot his scenes with anyone else. There are shots that...
Oh, no fucking way, man. Nobody thought that. Come on.
Make you wonder if anyone shot with each other. Unfortunately, that's essentially par for the course now. It fucking sucks. Special effects are being rushed and repetitively attempted till they barely resemble special fucking effects. Just look at MODOK. What the fuck did you do to Corey Stoll?
Surprised to see me?
God, stop! I'm trying to talk to the blob on the floor.
I guess the costuming was pretty solid, though. Not much to complain about, anyway.
Kang's suit, it's so beautiful.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I think this is the best suit that I've seen in a Marvel movie.
What?
No, not even close. Maybe I was distracted by the awful helmet effects. Speaking of shitty effects... Look at these fuckers being vaporized by Kang. They're disappearing with a little temp sprite to replace them. MODOK has blood on his nose and lip here, thanks to the punch from Cassie. It then disappears in the next clean shot we get of his face, only to reappear when we see him again. You got this sudden change.
That's such a small detail, Jesus. And that wasn't even a problem with the script. They could have just added those cuts in later. I mean, those scars on him. Maybe the special effect artist just forgot to add the scars at this point. I don't know, man. Yeah. Does this matter?
Change in Scott's makeup from the hug with Hope here to when they look out at the cheering, obviously because of how much this got reshot with questionable attention to detail. And don't forget Cassie's run.
Oh, that's like... You can see
Yeah, she's hobbling.
I'm so glad he stopped playing that one clip of the guy making that really obnoxious laugh. But now it's the obnoxious family instead. Damn it! Now there's these obnoxious guys as well.
It looks
So
like a
looks like a placeholder from a demo for something you'd make in it. Oh no.
It's so floopy.
Why is she, if she's trying to cover
Enough.
Exactly, just like
if I
enough
rushed out in their fidelity and concept. It's more so that they are soullessly attached to a rushed out project with little to no supervision on how they bind to the story, and the smaller elements are often shown quickly in hopes that one may not see the fuck-ups.
here it's like, oh, there's like just people living their lives and like the passage of time and everything, like day and night seemingly, you know.
It's just a planet from Guardians of the Galaxy. Like that's all it is.
Pretty much. That's what it feels like.
It's got more floating shit.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because gravity works the same for everything else except for random rocks sometimes.
Shut up.
Yeah.
True.
That goes for choreography too. Robo-men just standing around waiting to be hit. Boss fights where nobody uses their most useful abilities. And then there's the trippy visuals to try and convince you this is the craziest intense fun ride you ever did saw. Just like those other intense crazy thrill rides. But at least there's some jokes, right? Like the holes joke, but that doesn't really work because the most common life form in the quantum realm has the same number of holes, but the payoff was still kind of funny.
Jellyman, yeah, baby. No more jizzing in people's mouths. In fairness, that's what happens to Sex Pest.
Wow.
But then you get stuff like,
I didn't know he could do that.
Oh.
You're not the one with the hat.
Does this really need restating every time? Oh no, he said the reaction line. Anything but that.
That's Thor. We get confused a lot. Similar body types.
Like Kang would ever mistake fucking AntMan and Thor, but...
Yeah, why not? Come on. You just mentioned how he doesn't pay attention to the Avengers. Because he's seen them a million times. I don't know.
It's for a joke.
Ruben, you are the best.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Probably the best joke in the film, but it's infected by meta. Spider-Man is more popular than Ant-Man in our world, for sure. But as I said 5 hours ago, Ant-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe saved the world. He would be hailed as a universe-wide hero, same as, if not more so, than Iron Man. Would people really think he's Spider-Man? Apparently, Paul Rudd is better recognized in our world than Ant-Man is in theirs. And as far...
I mean, there were like so many Avengers that helped with... saving the world, I guess, if you will. But then, I mean, yeah, Jesus, in every Avengers movie, they save the world, right? Like, obviously, people will have their favorites, which aren't, like, the best heroes. So it makes perfect sense that it would be Spider-Man, because, I mean, not just because it's in our world, but, like, our world would be similar to theirs, and they probably just like the Spider-Man. I don't know. I mean, they probably wouldn't get, like, the backstory of who he was. And then, wait, wasn't the memory of Spider-Man erased? Does this all not make sense? Oh, no.
As far as I know, Paul Rudd hasn't saved the universe. Yet.
Aren't you the guy who flew all the way to Germany just to fight Captain America at the airport?
Fight with Captain America. Wouldn't fight Captain America. Not insane.
See, this joke is built on the same foundation as the...
Oh, wait, so he was against Iron Man. Okay, well, silly me, I guess. From what I said earlier. Oh well, doesn't matter. Wait, does it? Who knows?
body type one with Thor or the Spider-Man Ant-Man one. And it has the same problem. Cassie, more than most, would be intimately familiar with what Scott did in Civil War. Not only because she was invested and inspired by her father's good deeds, but because that very event is why everything with the house arrest happened. She was very aware of all that. As an event in the universe, Ant-Man would have been famous for fighting alongside the rogue Captain America against Iron Man, especially considering that was the big blowout to separate the Avengers. So I'm not convinced that pretty weak joke has a good setup either.
Is that building alive? Yours are dead?
Again, lots of yours are dead too, and several died in the fight. Outside of one or two...
Yeah, that was pretty traumatic when they died. What do you mean?
Two smiles cracking through the misery, you get leftover, rejected Rick and Morty jokes infecting lines that are already struggling to have any kind of comedic value to them.
This feels like a, you spent some time with Rick and Morty. This is
this is probably as Rick and Morty as we get here, yeah.
Now, it's not like we haven't always had shit jokes or jokes that undermine the tone of a scene prior to the new sludge. However, the frequency and impact of these new shitty attempts feel much more cursed. Jokes being peppered into a script are supposed to be more than a source of laughter when considered alongside the full story. A lot of the great jokes in the MCU come from the fact that they were natural moments to bring levity from the point of view of the character in the universe.
What's going on here?
Let's face it, this is not the worst thing you've caught me doing.
Tony is downplaying as much as he can the fact that he just did something incredibly dangerous and all kinds of illegal. He's also commenting on his history of having been cleaned up for by Pepper in the aftermath of his antics. But then you have the visual being so absurd on top, making a very quick character-based joke that fits right in and doesn't interrupt the drama of the event.
Are those bullet holes?
You've seen this, right? You know what that is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
No.
Star-Lord is trying to appeal to someone beyond himself or his subject to provide a bit more leverage in the conversation, especially someone who seems subservient to Drax. But then, in Star-Lord fashion, that attempt backfires and the guy tells Drax immediately that he has no idea what he's talking about. A pretty genuine reaction from an appeal that Star-Lord would make to assist explaining that running your finger across your throat symbolizes death and that is what Drax should want to do to Ronan rather than killing Gamora, especially when she betrayed him. It's all in character.
Man, that was a long explanation. Ugh. I mean, I don't know. I guess now you've even lost your thread as well, because I interrupted it. Oh well.
It supports Star-Lord's silver tongue and Drax's intimidation while reaffirming history while adding levity through having gone down such an absurd rabbit hole when he's simply trying to save a life.
I like your knife. I'm keeping it.
That was my favorite knife.
Well, that was silly. All that just led up to the knife. Jesus, you explained all that just to lead up to the joke with the knife. Oh my god.
You have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude.
Again, brief moments of levity entirely character-based. It's not only funny that Peter is so impressed by a man with a metal arm being the geek that he is, he's taken a tiny pause to compliment the opponent, because Peter is genuinely surprised and he's simply being honest. And to be fair, he's not entirely sure of who these people are. But then you have Winter Soldier's reaction being the icing on the cake, absolutely blown away that any of this is even happening or who this spider person even is.
It smelled crazy on him.
Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he is my brother.
He killed 80 people in 2 days.
He's adopted.
I don't think I need to keep explaining why these jokes are funny, especially not when we're covering some of the best of the entire MCU.
Yeah.
Your ship
Yeah, they're good jokes, I guess.
is filthy.
Oh, she has no idea. If I had a black light, the place would look like a Jackson Pollock painting.
These movies used to thrill people with action, break people with character writing, and amuse people with clever uses of comedy. At this point, it feels like we lost the entire package. Which brings me to acting. So...
Okay, so... No, they're good jokes in this movie. I don't know how you can possibly think that it's all so unfunny and it's fallen so far from grace from what it was before. Like, there been, yeah, I guess there were some unfunny jokes in the other movies as well. I obviously personally hate Love and Thunder with a vengeance because it has only bad jokes. And then you have the new Multiverse of Madness with Doctor Strange was, I think that one had good jokes. Yeah, good enough. So, yeah, obviously those old jokes were pretty good. They were used more sparingly, but then there are many jokes here that you just cut out. You know, how he looks at the stroller and then it has a dog in it. That was funny. There are many jokes here, okay? And the one with the... was I Hulk's baby? So much good stuff. I don't know how you can possibly think that it's all downhill, you know? I mean, sure, it doesn't... Does it flow into the character more? Yeah, I guess you'd have Spider-Man bumbling along, breaking the fourth wall. No, I guess not. But just being impressed by the arm. That was silly and dorky. Not really my favorite, but I guess you could see how it makes sense. Yeah, I don't really see a big decline in quality. I'm sorry. You're really trying, but you're not convincing me on that one.
Let's see here.
There is only Monarch!
Okay, I think that's probably good acting, just fucking jarring when coming out of the bloody robo-whale over here.
I need to know that I have done one thing right with my life!
Come on, let's go! Come on, let's go!
He probably doesn't give a single shit. I mean, this video did begin with him demanding to be killed in the next one.
They could be dead.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. Maybe she wants to die in the next one, too.
We've never been camping.
He knows where I live.
Oh.
Fury.
Oh. Is that sun moving?
There's more cookies. Oh my god.
Quantum people in the quantum realm.
Okay, look, everyone thought Cassie was bad, so I'm not gonna harp on it too much, but you gotta see this weird moment. Cassie sees her father is in trouble and appropriately gasps. But correct me if I'm wrong, does this moment not come across as though she's taking a second stab at the gasp and it's all in the same take? I think she was...
No, it works for me. That was... Like, you wouldn't be, like... It makes sense to have a little confusion in there in such a moment, okay? Deal with it.
Wasn't sure what to do after the first gasp, and so she kind of went for another one. And man, I hate to say it, but in the audio commentary, the lads see this moment together, and check out what they decide to compliment about the actress immediately after.
Uh-oh.
Catherine, I gotta say, she really, again, she's a pro-level golfer and a real athlete, and it paid off in the movie. Just, you know, having her do as much of the physicality as she can, just the way that she runs, the way she jumps and moves. She's really, really terrific.
They see her acting and then compliment her as a golfer. You can't make that shit up. Which is ultimately very unfortunate, because I thought she had the weakest performance, and she replaced Cassie's actress from Avengers Endgame. Emma Thurman, in 7 seconds of screen time, honestly did a stronger job.
Oh, wow. So that's what she looked like, huh? Well, I don't know. I guess it makes sense. You wouldn't... It's probably not my favorite way of her looking, you know? I could see why they replaced her.
There is some good stuff in here, though. You can tell Michelle Pfeiffer is a seasoned veteran with this sort of thing. And Jonathan Majors was trying. I was quite fond of the subtleties here and there when he knows what she's seen. And Paul Rudd is as good as he always is. Charismatic, fun, bouncy, and usually makes up for co-stars draining the life out of him. I liked the soundtrack, even if it felt a little busy. If you guys don't remember, this is what AntMan's soundtrack was like in the original film. See, I think it really pulls off embedding a sense of the big-small dynamic seen throughout the film's direction, and of course his power, while adding in a new theme to solidify this new hero. You had the punchy elements, and now the heroic elements with a sense of exploration peppered through. After all, with everything relatively sized up, it's a whole new world. The new theme builds off the old one, and, well, give it a listen. That shit is so stuffed to the brim that most of what I was looking to draw out of it is lost to noise. That's a shame, because Ant-Man's theme is one that I actually tend to remember. And then there's the tone. It sits in the realm of being as much a mess as Thor Love and Thunder or Multiverse of Madness. It's something that's notoriously difficult to balance out, but they've lost any sense of understanding they previously had.
And I had that thought of like, you know what? The movies are going to be back, baby. And it took like 3 years to get here. I guess
and now they're back.
Yeah, the movies are back. Yeah, we saved cinema.
Good God, no. Tom Cruise saved cinema. You guys have been trying to usher the corpse into its final stage of decomposition, which brings me to some sort of grand...
Is it not okay for them to just do a decent job? Do they really have to do the best they can every time? Come on, man. Like, people are enjoying these movies. Why do you like this? Oh, this is the corpse of cinema. Oh, they've destroyed it all. They can't handle the truth. Oh my god, dude. You have some points, you know, I don't really agree with them, but then you're just like, oh, and this is why cinema is bad now. I don't know, unbridled misery, Jesus. Alright, so what did he just talk about? The tone. Nah, I mean, I don't feel like the tone is messed up. I mean, sure, it's a little more of a roller coaster, but that makes sense. It's an Ant-Man movie.
And conclusion.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is another Marvel disaster created by people who have no idea what's happening anymore, and ended up in the job because they provide the least resistance to the overall process. A process that is no longer monetarily reliable.
There's Jimmy Woo, Randall Park, the great Randall Park, who you remember from the last movie, and from, I believe, Scarlet Witch, the Scarlet Witch TV show.
Motherfuckers can't even remember what the Scarlet Witch show is called, nor whether Randall Park was even in it. The guy was prominently in it. You people get paid millions. The reality we are once again looking at is the storytelling reaching the greatest heights in the category of absolutely awful. In total, we have world building ignoring everything that came before, on top of countering most of everything it sets out as new rules for this universe. To say the new rules apply don't make sense doesn't really capture what they've achieved. At this point, it's a genuine concern for anyone who lives in the MCU that the moment you take one step in any direction, you'll stumble on a brand new secret organization that's been operating since before the fucking Dark Ages. You'll cause some kind of apocalyptic event, or you'll discover technology that will advance civilization by thousands of years.
Come on, we don't talk about the Eternals. And everything else makes some amount of sense. Come on, you showed Loki. Like, that secret organization is well hidden outside of the universe. You're not gonna stumble upon it unless you're Loki, who was in fact captured by them. Well, I guess that is stumbling, but still, like, as a regular person, you're not gonna stumble across them.
Or you'll get kidnapped by a sorcerer. It's gotten so absurd they've basically given up on explaining mostly everything.
Sorry I'm late. A lot of ants.
But why
did that really need explanation? Come on.
Were the ants late? How were the ants late? Well, if everyone arrived together, then the fight would have been over immediately, and that's boring.
Okay, so I haven't really advanced to counter much, but there was definitely a nitpick right there.
Ugh. It's like they took an AI script and removed of it any tiny photocopied pieces of soul until they were left with a small amount of thick, old, hairy, crusty, curdled cream. Cream that they decided to present to the world. Ultimately, the changes to the world...
Oh my god, the way he speaks... Oh, this movie is just a disgusting piece of shit that Shrek would gobble down and chow within. And they have the gall to present this to the world. Oh, man. What a guy. He just goes on and on, you know.
Building only ever exists to facilitate the current story, and even then you'd be lucky for them to...
Imagine that. Wow. Jesus, like... How much world building is there gonna be in between these movies now? I mean, they set up the Kang dynasty. There's some world building for you. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to retcon things in order to keep telling separate stories. That's just how it's gonna be with a universe of this size. Man, I really had hoped I could do all this today, but I guess I'll have to come back tomorrow again.
To be remembered.
Just looking at the title here of this chapter. Final verdict. Unprecedented incompetence and the doomed future. Oh my god. Unprecedented incompetence. Fucking Mauler. Why are you Mauler? You know, why is this your project of dedicating your time to is just crying about the Marvel Universe for 6 hours uninterruptedly, except for me interrupting you? Yeah.
But in the same film, the plot is strung together as though it took holes from countless shitty films and asked you to believe they are all from the same shitty film, mostly coming in to allow for the writer's personal menagerie to simply live and win where they wanted them to. Crazy those kinds of concessions had to be made when all they did was write it so that all the characters end up in a nightmare world filled with killer fauna and a fully militarized face of Bo.
Everything has its time. You know that, old friend, better than most.
What?
Characters range from having minor, accidentally meaningful pieces to having huge swaths of outright abysmal chunks being choked on through their own broken motivations, stumbling through scenes, trying to remember a single thing about their own histories. This story wasn't made because there's more story to tell for Scott Lang. This shit was stapled on in the hopes that it will sail Marvel through another year of profuse bleeding as they've been stuck like a cinematic pig.
Profuse bleeding? What are you talking about? Oh, okay. You mean being bled dry and the blood is money? Wow, that's pretty tragic. You know, the act of making money off an IP that you own is slaughtering it. Now, the tragedy. Won't anyone think of the IP? Ah, jeez.
You wonder what nonsense they'll come up with to argue Kang is gone forever by the time we hit the end of this insane story, or perhaps earlier. Then there's the thematic elements. We were told to never look the other way. People need help out there. Just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean...
Literally this again, wow. Oh, I guess this is the final verdict, so now he has to reiterate everything. Ah, jeez. Oh, so Mauler said that this isn't a story that needed to be told about Scott. It's a story that Marvel did to stop the bleeding, and I don't know if that means that they tried to make money and failed, or does it mean that they made money but at what cost? It's hard to tell. So I guess, is any story important to ever have been told? Maybe. Did Scott from AntMan need a sequel? Probably not. I don't know. I feel like he was pretty stupid in Civil War and then continued to be his usual self, I guess. So that's good. Well, except for obviously less of his normal self in this movie. More of a ridiculous arc that doesn't make sense, sure. But that doesn't lessen my enjoyment of the movie, so guess it depends on what you like. Yep.
I do wonder what nonsense they'll come up with to argue Kang is gone forever by the time we hit the end of this.
Yeah, he'll be back, don't worry.
We were told to never look the other way. People need help out there, just because it's not...
Yep, he said for the millionth time.
Particularly, the film spends a long time preaching a specific point of view it doesn't seem to understand, to then shit all over it right before the credits start. The dialogue is somehow stale, raw, overcooked, half-baked, and in so many pieces it's hard to believe a human had a hand in it. It's all been slammed together like puzzle pieces that absolutely refuse to fit. Scenes that are clearly chopped to shit, pacing that's been annihilated by slices that have been taken right out with no thought to how it flows, on top of insecurities in regards to the audience's intelligence that have led to insane injections, cameos, and reshoots that have crushed any hope of this film reaching any level of respectable coherency. The special effects have taken a huge hit thanks to the production schedules of these movies, and at this point I have no idea if they even get paid remotely enough for the work they're clearly getting crunched to do.
Well, okay, so he's said this many times, and I disagree and also don't care. I think the movie looked good. There were many effects happening, and if some of them were slightly off, I couldn't possibly care. I didn't notice. You didn't notice. And Mauler makes his living of finding nitpicks, and I guess he has found the nitpicks, so now he has made his living, and I don't know why he's unhappy about that, I guess. Like, do you really think a movie needs to be pixel perfect all the time in order to live up to your expectations? Not in my book. It's perfectly fine to just have a movie with some errors in it. In fact, like, many movies have had errors and they're still popular, so let's not act like this makes any difference. How loud am I? Alright.
How many hundreds of people worked on this thing, you know?
Well, it's thousands.
Oh, wow. How many did we pay, though? I mean, yeah, we only paid about 12 people.
You paid them.
Yeah. Oh, that's where...
Yeah.
Seems pretty tasteless considering the stories that come out about the visual effects teams, and those are literally scrolling past the screen as they laugh about this.
Oh, won't you think of the workers? Oh. Fine, whatever. They're probably mistreated, but they're probably mistreated everywhere, and also... I don't know, do I care? I mean, they probably still have it better than people in other countries. I mean, they are doing good work, at least, most of the time.
We all know any animator or VFX artist recognizes what to do when crafting a person running. They have countless references, so it ain't that they have no idea how to do it. It's that they have to make these things in ridiculously small amounts of time, and then they have to change it again and again and again. Ugh, the less said about the tone, the better.
I mean, you might be the reason why they have to change it, because you're the one who asks for perfection. When I'm just fine with whatever they put out.
Fucking dead. Even the director can see this shit isn't working anymore.
And all this conversation is happening in the middle of a raging war.
Yes. That's a testament to you, man, of like, there are so many spinning plates tonally in this movie, and like, how do you allow little fun adventure movie jokes in the middle of like a, you know, this massacre, basically.
Yeah.
But it works, it works.
It doesn't. And
such a low blow. It's like, oh yeah, they made this statement. Nah, they're wrong. It actually doesn't work. Like, come on, dude. They had a little insecurity, and then they explained it, and no, to you it doesn't work. I mean, to everyone else it works. Like, the movie made money. People liked it. I mean, the people who watch Marvel movies at this point are happy with this quality, I assume, except for the people who love reviewing movies. In which case they hate it because they have to nitpick it to death in order to please their audience. But people who watch the movie like it.
At this point, I assume Marvel's given up on finding the balance when it isn't handed to an artist who knows how to do it themselves. It's almost become a topic not worth talking about. The tone is Disney Marvel.
And this to me like summarizes kind of the special quality of the movie. It's like, it's goofy, and then at the same time it's like, oh no, like this is actually terrifying as well.
Yeah,
they really pull it off.
Goofy, terrifying, you know, whatever. There's also this sad...
What do you mean whatever? Those are two distinct things that in fact are present in the movie. What do you mean whatever?
Sad realization that the multi-million-dollar script managed to make the audience laugh here and there. Maybe. We used to have standards for comedy, not to mention
No, we didn't. Come on, man. Okay, fine. Marvel had decent jokes back in the day. I guess that's probably true. But I mean... Okay, you know what? Let's fucking see. Let's see if you've made a thing about Love and Thunder. If you think this movie is less funny than Love and Thunder, then I will disregard any complaints about humor, okay? Doesn't look like it. No! This is the one you picked. You didn't pick the painfully unfunny Love and Thunder. You picked this movie with serviceable jokes, serviceable plot and everything. Oh my god. Are you even trying? How long could you rant about how bad Love and Thunder is? Probably 12? 18 hours? Is that how much you did on that Star Wars movie? I don't know.
Armor. And all of that wonderful content is belted out by a cast that is either in the wrong film, couldn't give less of a shit, got stretched out to the point of acting becoming irrelevant compared to the fucking spectacle, or is straight up bad. Also, it's time to fucking stop with nanotech. Enough. The suits and helmets have become the laziest and floatiest elements of these fake-as-fuck productions. The magic of movie making in the MCU is dead. The lack of consideration for for verisimilitude is the Undertaker.
Why would you let Ant-Man wear his really cool-looking helmet, his
Nope,
really
not allowed.
interesting-looking costume that's this cool retro-futuristic, still kind of almost approximates an ant, almost like it was intentionally designed by the comic book artist because it looks cool, but nah, that would get in the way of making sure that you can see the famous actors' faces.
You look like you sneezed.
So is okay. So is the problem just that they're not wearing the helmet enough? Would that be better? I mean, if you're saying that the helmets look weird grafted over them, maybe. But are they weird only when they're being put on? Is that because nobody cares how the putting on animation works? Okay, it looked cool when Iron Man did it, fine. But I mean, it's not necessary for the movie to work well, is for them to have that animation. If the movie works fine whenever the helmet is either on or off, it's just the transition, then I couldn't possibly care. It's like less than a second every time.
Oh, you don't need that anymore.
You can reverse sneeze.
Okay, that one might have looked weird. I don't know. Was that in the movie?
Hank enlarges this creature thing. It just grabs Bill Murray and throws him. And like we said, I guess he could come back.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't even wearing a helmet in that.
Nope.
That shooting.
Oh my god! Most of that conversation didn't even have to do with helmets, man. This is so disjointed.
Yeah, I think. Why would you? They're shooting you. Why are you not wearing your helmet?
I don't know who you are. I saw the point of a mask because you look different.
It's gotten so hard to remember the previous entries at this point.
Well, I mean, I assumed that wasn't a mask, but more of a breathing thing, but I guess that doesn't make sense since he doesn't need it most of the time. Maybe it's a force field, who knows?
That when a character comes back, they're given a fucking previously on.
Someone in there?
A destiny you cannot escape.
Scott Lang.
And let's not forget, they always find time to shit on the source.
Mechanized organism designed only for killing. Actually, that's MODOK.
Yeah. Kang's got a goofy look in the comics.
Motherfuckers really gonna talk about goofy comics when they ushered in the cinematic floating anus?
We found this
We don't actually see the anus. Okay, so is that really shitting on the source material? It is a strange name, and MODOK is, I don't know, is he supposed to be a funny character? I know that he was in an animated series that was highly comedic and hilarious. So if they referred to that, no, I guess they would have probably referred to the comic. Sure, okay, fine. Maybe they shouldn't have said that. Who fucking cares? I mean, I guess that was AntMan who said it. No, it makes sense. That might be. I think that's dialogue that might happen between AntMan and MODOK. I'm sorry. That's just how the name of the character is abbreviated. Okay, sorry. That's not shitting on the source material, but I guess the audio commentary was like, he's a goofy character. Well, he is. I don't know how you can see the big face and not think it's goofy. You said earlier that they translated his design poorly, which I'm not sure they did, okay? I mean, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna have like a non-realistic face? Maybe. Okay, maybe they could have had a somewhat realistic face where it's like one of the where it's like a realistic skin render instead of like literally stretching the face. That might have looked better, but it might not have looked better. I think this is probably as good as it can be in live action, okay? I mean, he could have been maybe slightly more expressive. I'm not sure that would have made sense considering how heavy his head is, though. Like if his mouth stretched open weirdly like he does in a comic book, would that make sense? Probably not, right? I don't know. I feel like MODOK looked as good as he could look in this kind of thing, unless you're going with full CGI, which I mean the face was clearly not CGI, which is the problem, I guess, that he has. I had a problem with it at first, but then it grew on me, and I like it now, so whatever.
Random character called Lord Krylar. It was just a blank slate, basically, for Bill Murray to come in and just bring himself to the role.
I love how they say Krylar is a character they can treat as a blank slate, as if they don't do that with every fucking character they already have.
I mean, So they were right. Okay. Wait, what am I looking at? Who is? Oh, right. This is from Multiverse of Madness. I mean, this is an alternate universe. Of course, they can do whatever they want with him. Is that your point?
For newly introduced.
This is my son, Scar.
In fact,
okay, who fucking gives a shit about Hulk's son? Yeah, I mean, he would be a blank slate that you can do whatever you want with, deal with it. How is he fully grown? I guess that's pretty magical. Or is he like a baby, but then he turns into an adult Hulk? Am I the Hulk's baby?
At this point, they're mostly ignoring their own movies.
Lab's all set up, boss.
Oh, actually, he's the boss. I just pay for everything and design everything.
Did Stark pay you when he was around? My condolences, by the way.
Thank you, but no, it doesn't really work like that.
Yet they somehow managed to bank on Scott and Wu having dinner.
Well, I'm pretty sure that guy was a government employee, or not? Huh. I mean, is that like your big smoking gun of an inconsistency? Iron Man says, I pay for everything, and the other guy says, nah, he doesn't actually pay. Maybe that's perfect social commentary. You ever think about that? Have I been forgetting about the nitpick meter? How many nitpicks did we miss in the last 5 minutes? Can't think of any. I guess you're getting off scot-free.
Remember this Pym particle story thread from the first movie? Yeah, nobody does. You'd have thought they would have made a whole-ass Disney show about it by now.
You nearly took down the organization that claims to govern the order of time. You did it on your own. You had rings around them. You're amazing.
Even the fucking creators of this movie are making those jokes, by the way.
Linda, coming this fall on Disney Plus. It's a 6-episode series about Hank Pym's relationship with Linda.
The cringe has become incestual. Oh, and hey, like I said, this film completely forgot about Ghost.
You know, I would watch that, so that joke makes sense, okay? I would watch anything for Marvel, alright?
Kinda like the rest of the world. She's destined to phase through the IP and end up as part of an ensemble team for people to go, ooh, who's this new character? I'm sure Thunderbolts will be great. In fact, I'm sure she'll be as impactful to the MCU story as 3 seasons of Mandalorian were to Star Wars.
I don't know who that ghost character was. I mean, Mandalorian probably had a pretty good impact. I think it was pretty popular for a while.
This is the way.
And it has a thingy, a spin-off with Boba Fett, which also was strange. Very strange, but somewhat relating to the comics, so it makes sense. Wait, was Star Wars a comic or a book? I guess they made comics after the movie. Tangent.
Good God, shut up. Star Wars and Marvel are fucked. Wait. How are the live-action remakes doing?
Remember the swamp?
I love that song. You can't take that away from me. I will defend that song to the death.
Fuck, how's Indiana Jones? What's that? He's a broken, decrepit, despondent, depressed, dejected, dingy, divorced, childless, bewildered, confused, cranky, old, half-naked moron who hates his job almost as much as his students hate him. He struggles to teach anyone anything, and he tries to kill himself by the end of the new film out of pure fucking self-hatred, only to be dragged back to modern times by his lanky, Slenderman, praying mantis, wannabe cunt of a goddaughter who teaches him that he doesn't actually want to die despite trying to kill him several times throughout the movie. Oh, and all of these fucking disasters are bombing at the box office.
It's called capitalism.
What are you talking about? Elemental is a unique, original story that was really good. What are you complaining about with Elemental? What is this? And Little Mermaid, I think, actually made more money than Elemental, right? Huh. I don't understand. Oh well. Ant-Man did fine at the box office. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, yeah, Indiana Jones did pretty poorly, I guess. $900 million in the last 8 studio releases as a loss. I mean, Elemental probably definitely lost money because it was not on anyone's radar, sadly. I mean, I'd be surprised though. I think they still make money in other ways, even if not directly from the movie.
Fuck me, the Titanic had more stability at the bottom of the ocean than Disney's future right now.
So anyways, that fucking rant about Indiana Jones, holy shit. Is it really that bad to have it so that he's a little sad at the start of the movie? Well, I guess he's also sad at the end of the movie, which is kind of strange. And he did try to kill himself in the end. But so he could be in the past, which is where he might belong. Oh no. Well, damn, I guess I also love Indiana Jones and nobody will understand me about that one. But nobody has seen Indiana Jones, so I guess it's actually pretty hard because it'd be impossible to convince people to like a movie they're never going to see. Good thing people saw Ant-Man 3, but they're wrong about it if they hate it, because I don't know how they managed to hate it. It's very strange.
Reality is, Ant-Man lost its identity as an IP because this wasn't a sequel made with any kind of passion for storytelling. I think
the reason why he lost his identity is because he was funning around in Civil War and Endgame, and what was left to tell about him then, you know? Like, he was already pretty important to those movies. So, like, realistically, what would this movie have been about? Him like, oh yeah, I saved the world. If anything happens, I'm gonna save the world again because I'm Ant-Man. I'm all that's left of the Avengers, but you can count on me. Like, you think that would have been a good movie? No, they had to nerf his power level somehow by having him be an author instead of a superhero for a while, and a bad dad.
I speak for pretty much everyone when I say, where the fuck was Michael Pena?
Hey, how's your girl, man?
She left me.
Oh.
Yeah, my mom died too, and my dad got deported. But I got the band.
He and the crew.
Yeah, I forgot about him. Oh no.
Who should absolutely have been sucked down into the quantum realm. That's some easy fucking comedy. They've been with Scott for each of the adventures in his...
Oh my god, imagine if they were in there. I guess that could have been fun, yeah. Imagine if... Well, would they have the family of Ant-Man in there, or would they just replace the family? I mean, I guess that might make sense, you know? If you take Janet out, then you wouldn't have to complain about her knowing about Kang. I mean, maybe they should have made it so that she doesn't know about Kang? Would that have worked better for you? Who knows? I mean, you probably would have had too many characters, so you would have had to get rid of some people if you want to put them in. I mean, I guess you would have gotten rid of all the women, and then you'd be happy. Cool.
His films, and you even have a chance to create some significant drama with their potential peril.
Dr. Pym, you're like the smartest genius I know. Didn't you put some kind of like low jack on your lab? Because if you didn't, we have a variety of affordable options.
Yeah, that's funny.
This is the work of gypsies.
That on the carriage is filthy.
Ant-Man as a property would leverage a world we've never seen by taking a world we're familiar with and boosting it in size relative to our hero. We used to have some creativity regarding the action and even the regular developments, even in the sequel. There was something to all of the Ant aspects, both narratively and visually. But now we're in generic goop world, where everything is free of any expectation, so you sit there waiting for something to latch onto. They didn't even really incorporate the Ants properly. They just arrive and win at the end. There's nothing meaningful connecting them to the story. Even Scott's suit has lost the retro-futuristic Ant-inspired sci-fi aspects. It used to look like a worn, functional piece of tech. Now it comes across as a cheap Halloween costume. This film was clearly going to be about lost time.
I mean, it would look new. Do you think they wouldn't give him a new suit at this point? Would that have been better? At first you complain he doesn't get wings, and now you're complaining that the suit looks too fresh. I don't know. I mean, if you're wanting it to look more heavy, I don't know, that might have been a good idea, but maybe not with the tech they have. They probably wouldn't look heavy.
About how much of Cassie's life was stolen from Scott, and how he would have to sacrifice repairing that for the world. The obvious big sacrifice at the end being he has to die to stop Kang, thus permanently taking himself from her for the greater good. But they couldn't even kill Hank, let alone Scott. Hell, they only killed MODOK, a character that had infinitely more to give to the MCU, but he was exclusively seen as a joke. What?
Yeah, I mean, if you could ask me if I would spare MODOK and kill any of the characters, I would without a doubt do that, yes. So, I guess that is tragic. But then again, they probably didn't want to have that huge head in everything, just stealing the show, you know? It wouldn't really work out for them. But yeah, it would have been the the Avengers that we deserve with MODOK. But then again, I guess MODOK would have just turned evil again, and then he would have just been a generic villain. I mean, this guy could never be trusted, right? Like, you know what a huge dick he was in the other movies.
Can you really expect from the audience if you feel that way about your own work? With all these conflicting attitudes, along with a schedule that crushed everyone along the way, it's no surprise this felt like absolute unmitigated chaos.
It felt like the equivalent of having a plate and it's like, here are 2 chicken nuggets, 5 fries, a quarter of a burger, here's some salmon. You're like, yeah, okay. And it's like, okay. This is some sauce, a second sauce, a third sauce, and gravy across the sauce. And you're like, what is...
Word on the street is that's a normal meal for an average person. So.
It's just like a very small amount of everything, I guess. It really felt like that's what I heard from the audience, where maybe that is why these have some level of success, where it's just like, this is movie film. I come to building to watch movie film.
So it just blows my mind. It's almost like... He wrote that line out, and then he brought it up in his EFAB podcast, and then he included that instead of him delivering the line because it was so stupid that it needed a laugh track. So he had his cronies laugh at it, and that's how he put it in. And I guess that works for people. It doesn't seem to work for me, because every time those guys come up with their avatars, I die, but whatever. Maybe that's just because I'm thinking, now they're on again with their varying audio levels that don't fit. What am I even... I don't even know if my audio levels are correct compared to his, and if they've stayed the same throughout the entire video, but it just gives me more to worry about, okay? And I don't like it.
Blur together after a while.
Phase 5 is just Phase 4. Many people have said that an overarching narrative is what's missing in this phase, and that's why it's all so bad. But that would mean some of the individual stronger films in the MCU that didn't really add much to the overall story were somehow never good. The grim reality is much simpler and much more boring. It's written badly. It's the destruction of continuity through rotting iterations marred by ignorance. This shit's gotten so bad it's transcending your typical pro-Marvel and anti-Marvel teams. And I'm not talking about pro-Disney or anti. I'm talking about all the teams everywhere. Because really, there's so much more that connects us than splits us apart.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
As many of you know,
is that what brings us together? Is Alex Jones being retarded? I guess we can agree on that, everyone.
I am retarded.
It's
based
in a way.
None of this should have happened. But it did.
Perhaps it's time to make it clear that this is called an unbridled misery because it best describes where everything is sitting, both in the film and surrounding it. Disney Marvel is in a terrible spot. Their major hitters are all scoring below the billion mark despite budgets continuing to balloon. The trends are going down, and Guardians of the Galaxy being successful changes just about nothing when that story didn't regard a single thing in the broader MCU and its creator has left for DC. They're in a desperate place, losing audience interest, box office, critical acclaim, longtime actors, and thus characters alongside the waning of the general prestige brought with this insane project.
So you're actually going to lose money on this movie?
A lot. Yes, they did. And once we get a few more on top of the Avengers entries falling short...
So underhanded. Like, he was talking about how he's losing money in his... Like, personally, because he spent something on... I don't even remember. I guess he has to pay back. What was it? an advertisement thing that he got paid for. But that doesn't mean that Disney lost money, so can you cut it out with that?
Short of their required projections, it will begin. The official fall of the MCU, the tightening of budgets, the cancelling of projects, the sunsetting of expanded spun-off ideas.
I mean, I wish they would just, like, tighten the budget without cancelling anything. That might be a good idea, you know? That might be good for everyone. And then people can stop complaining, oh, the CGI is bad. Now you'll see what real bad CGI is. Will the audiences care? Maybe.
And of course, the reduction of the machine-like output of this gushing sludge torrent slowing to a drip. I mean, it's already begun. People are tired. Not of storytelling, or cinema, or connected worlds, or superheroes, or Marvel heroes, or Ant-Man. Hell, they aren't even tired of streaming. They're tired of you. They're tired of paying to be bored, paying to be frustrated, paying to be insulted.
And yet they're paying nevertheless. Maybe it's you who's wrong still.
They want to be
insulted? Look, if you're insulted by Marvel, then that is 100% a you problem. There's no way that a reasonable person would feel insulted by watching a Marvel movie, okay? Or a series or anything. And what's even insulting? Let's see what you put on screen for this.
Paying to be frustrated, paying to be insulted.
Okay, that's Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I guess.
They want to be entertained. So much so.
I guess he didn't put anything relevant on screen. I don't know, man. I mean, I know you're triggered by She-Hulk, but like that one sentence where she said she controls her anger better than Hulk, and then like she literally, in fact, controls her anger better than Hulk. That is her whole character, you know. Like in the comics, she's fine. She's not a Hulk. I mean, she's not a mindless Hulk. She's just a lawyer Hulk because she's not insane. So she is right, in fact, and you're triggered by that. That's just her character, and you're offended. I don't see how anyone can be offended at Marvel, okay? It blows my mind that something that's so safe is offensive to you. And don't act to me like you're not, because you specifically said that you were insulted. You didn't say that you were, well, you said you were bored earlier, but you specifically keep bringing up how you're being insulted and how you're deserving of an apology. And no, you're not. Fucking grow a spine, dude. It's just a movie. If you're insulted by this perfectly safe movie, then you're the baby.
That there's more excitement for discussing these abominations than watching them, and everyone can see it. Even if we didn't have the stories regarding loss of subscribers, actors coming out with criticism of the financial or creative process, or workers being abused, the writing is on the wall, and I suppose I mean that in more ways than one. The writing was what propelled this project into the spotlight. It seems fitting that it's the very force that will bring it down.
You just write stories on your own life, because otherwise you're just writing shit. And I was like, I don't disagree with that. You gotta basically like make fiction reality. So if you're not a good writer, it comes out so quickly. Because if you can't even write life, you can't write fiction. Basically. Broccoli's back!
I don't even know what she meant by any of that. If you can't write life, you can't write fiction, I guess. I don't know. I mean, was the life of the movie family that we saw here not depicted very well? I mean, I guess you guys definitely didn't like it. To me, it felt fine. They just had like some joking around, and then they had an adventure, and now they're back to normal. There was nothing weird about this.
In any case, when you piss everyone off and they all keep an eye to see the train wreck, you can float on as though you still have engagement in a strong, positive sense. However, apathy is setting in, and that's going to spell doom. The MCU was once at the point of opening the sludge pipes and spilling rancid bilge into much cleaner waters. We then saw the ocean was fully infected, and now the proverbial boat that is the MCU is slowly trudging through this environment as if it didn't hand craft it. Only now they've hit the sludgeberg of box office failure, and no, Spider-Man and Guardians cannot save you. You have to start writing something compelling now, or face the fact that you will never dominate the silver screen ever again. The production line strategy gave you returns for some time, but it's finally rotted through. Disney are in trouble, and they know they are. You know what? Check out this production story they talk about in the audio commentary, and tell me it's not perfect as a metaphor.
Okay, so I guess if they... Okay, so he says they need to write better in order to return to a position where they can dominate the market. Sure, works fine for me. If they do that, they will earn their domination. Fine. But I don't know if it helps, because I don't know if people are viewing the stuff that's written better, you know? They didn't go and view Elemental. They went and saw Barbie. So I don't know, man. Doesn't really seem like they care that much about writing. And even Oppenheimer bored me to death. I know that's an opinion that nobody will agree with, but yep. I think Oppenheimer and Barbie were overrated. Sorry. Yeah. Oh man, if anyone watched to this point and they disagree with me, they'll definitely roast me on that one. Yes. The one person that's still watching.
So we walked onto the stage ready to shoot this entire complex sequence over many days. But instead of dirt, it turns out they delivered a truckload of manure.
Sound stage just full of shit.
Full of excrement. And it took like 3 or 4 days before they could rectify it.
The MCU fell off harder than
I mean, I don't know if they were right. I don't know if they did bad direction or if they were overly perfectionist. I don't know why you even brought this in. I guess it is just like a poop joke. Okay, cool. Well done.
Dubs, and I'll be very curious to see how they make decisions going forward. Though it has to be said, we're heading for the Marvels soon enough, and I can only imagine the audience will welcome those characters with the same fervor Mindy Kaling receives on talk shows.
Mindy Kaling.
Well, I think that the Marvels is gonna be good. I think that Captain Marvel was bad, okay? Like, she wasn't written well, but I think the movie was fine. If you ignore how stupid the main character is, which of course is hard to do for most people, but I think that they have taken her out of her movie and they've added the other characters that have a more appealing that are more appealing to the audience is a good step in the right direction, and I think that the Marvels will be one of the best movies that they're gonna make in the future. But I don't know if it's gonna be successful. But maybe it will, maybe it should be. I mean, if the people who just complain about Marvel all day get their way, then I guess nobody would see it, and that would be tragic. But I think it's probably going to be one of the best movies. And Miss Marvel was a really good series. I don't know why you don't talk about her, because, like, that's where Marvel is still putting in quality. Do you just ignore that? You have a very strange selection of things that you speak of, you know? Oh well.
Hi, everyone!
Ultimately, the Ant-Man trilogy ended on a whimper, crushed alongside everything else modern Disney has control over, ushered in by people who are simply too incompetent for the job.
Like I said, first movie ever done, and just probably shows in some spots.
Oh, don't you worry. There was only just about a metric fuck ton of evidence that you had no idea what you were doing. It's not like you burned through hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not like your pathetic excuse for an excrement-filled bundle of pages brought us a story that no one will remember months from now. No, not at all.
You know, we worked very hard on the screenplay.
Liar!
9 times out of 10, Paul's gonna figure out a better, funnier way to tell that story.
Christ, Paul Rudd is saving the script 9 times out of 10? What the fuck happened this time then? Was he sick for the entire production? Did anyone else try to save the script?
Bale came on set the first couple weeks. He was giving just these micro micro notes on joke construction.
Bill Murray was teaching Jeff how to write while he was on set. This shit is priceless, and it adds so much context to Murray claiming Loveness writes all of this as he goes along. Suddenly, most of every element of this script makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, maybe if Bill Murray comes in and messes with the script all the time, maybe that's why we had so many reshoots, and maybe they should have just gone with the original vision, but who knows?
At the same time, you had no rules, but you also had to make your own rules, and luckily those rules could be, you know, whatever you wanted them to be.
Yeah, that's about right. Make all your own shit up. The irony, of course, being these chucklefucks break their own rules relatively often.
I mean, you act like anyone cares about the rules being broken, but I don't think that the general audience gives even the slightest fuck about that, you know? So I don't know what you're talking about here.
Which really takes us to the end, folks.
It's like, oh no, the quantum verse was different in the previous movie. We can't have that. I mean, Kang is stupid when it comes to breaking the rules, because he is very unreliable with what he does. But other than that, I think it's probably fine to break a rule every now and then if you try to not do it, I guess.
AntMan, Quantumania, pretty bad. Thank you so much for watching. This one was a doozy. Last time we had 5 editors working together, while this time it was closer to 2, with a chunk of help from Goga, of course, which I very much appreciate, good sir. Fringy and I did the lion's share of editing, and hopefully it turned out entertaining. Links to both of their channels are in the description, and their work was invaluable. As for this...
Oh, that poor guy. 600 subscribers. Well, hope he'll get there.
Channel, more videos are on the way.
I mean, I guess he will definitely get there now. Probably got already like 3,000 more from this video at least. Even though he's only mentioned at the end, but at least that's where the super fans come in that watch all the way to the end.
More deep dives, more criticism, more praise, and just a general exploration of media. Obviously, it has been fascinating to maintain coverage of the fall of the House of Mouse, alongside many other strange failings from different companies, with some attempts to remember the greats along the way. If you wish to support this channel and its insane long endeavors, then please consider taking a look at the Patreon page or the Subscribe Star page. You can also become a member on YouTube to support the channel here, or you could give a little look-see to something rather new. Introducing, for a limited time only, the Longman vinyl figure. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my foray into the...
Why do you have tentacles? Damn it. That's disarming. I guess tentacles are cool.
The world of vinyl figures. I have indeed become a collectible figurine.
Why do you have a lock in your face? Is there a key? What happens? Is that how you take off your mask?
Complete with my usual outfit and dual-filtered gas mask, I'm ready to sit comfortably on a shelf, on a desk, or really anywhere of your choosing as you approach your everyday media adventures. This guy is a tad different from your standard plushie, and will of course come with an appropriate box for the collectors among you. However, I am not alone. Pick up the long man with the doggo and the froggo to complete the Every Frame a Pause vinyl collection. You'll even receive a solid discount. Unfortunately, these will likely never be produced again, so grab them while you can, before it's too late. I mean, who wouldn't want an eldritch god, a plague doctor, and a cute doggo by their side when traversing this insane world we call the internet? If you're interested, links...
Yes.
We've just had the director of The Descent, Neil Marshall, on to watch the film with us.
Because there was a suggestion at one point, was like, we have a scene where they all arrive at this pool of water and they all strip naked and go for a swim. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what film are you making?
I don't know if I've seen that movie. Maybe I should check it out.
We did an extensive deep dive of Jurassic Park. We've done a breakdown of the Wings and Boogie boxing match.
Patiently waiting.
What's to talk about? It's like 1 minute.
Wow. I mean, at this point, wow.
A painful and dreary look through the entirety of the new Indiana Jones excrement. A compilation of experiencing that Lord of Ring Gollum game.
If I can just jump across from here.
What? That fucking kills you?
Impressive.
It's jumping from a wall to a box.
Why do you punish people for being normal?
Oh no. Oh. What is
Probably gonna be fine. No? Okay, he's stuck. That's not good.
Look at his hands! Look at his hands!
Is this smaller? I don't know. Guess we won't know if he doesn't speak.
What?
As well as full episode-by-episode looks at Mandalorian Season 3 and The Last of Us TV show.
Oh my god, there's an infant in here.
What is happening? Why is this Star Wars? What is going on?
This is gold, okay? It's comedy gold, but it's also perfect, alright? Baby Yoda would be able to kick their butt. He did a flip.
Exactly, killed a baby. I like how his arms are straight down. He's not actually moving his
He's just wibbly
arms to
wobbling
run.
like a little puppet.
We also watched the Dead Space movie from 1991.
Wow, that's all she gets. Just like,
whoa, whoa, pull him away from the monster, you asshole! Oh! The head is gone.
Push Bryan Cranston into the monster.
Wait, was that Bryan Cranston's head?
I know. That's a thing that exists. We also cover YouTubers.
What could
Oh, that's a good one.
Mario turn into a cat? I guess, like, if you're into
wait, what is
Yeah, she is impressively stupid. You really got a good one there.
No, what's she about to say?
Mario turn into a cat. I guess, like, if you're into furries?
Okay, so you might wonder why I'm watching this, and it's because I want to see if anything's gonna come up about Love and Thunder, or why on earth they picked this movie to be like their punching bag and not Love and Thunder.
What? Grace, what's happened?
Check out all of that on the Mauler channel, where every frame of pause is archived. Next week, we'll be streaming our 5th year anniversary, a 24-hour stream. Don't miss it. As for what is specifically next for the channel, all I can say is I'm hard at work every day, mostly editing and prepping for bigger and better projects. Honestly, I look forward to discussing all kinds of things as time goes by. Though, I think it's meaningful to mention that Gedelb has essentially stopped. Not because there aren't plenty of media coverage pundits that are well worth parodying, but because the joke didn't seem to develop very much as the years went by. Seemed to me that the overall point of poking a hole in the way this strange and shallow industry worked was to hopefully change it a bit. But I believe it's only really gotten worse, despite some great creators. So I decided I'll kick on talking about stories the way I want to.
Wait, so you made a podcast where you talk about other people reviewing it too? Damn. Well, whatever. I guess I'm late to that party, but I'm still doing it. So if you stop doing it, maybe your fans can watch me, who's clearly better at it, and more beautiful.
However, who knows what I might end up doing for April Fools in future? Could be anything.
Honestly, your April Fool's videos are just trash, and you should stop doing them. But that's just my opinion.
I mean, you never really know where your career could lead.
Like, especially as a guy who makes 4 videos a year, like, why do you waste one entire video on April Fool's Day just about something that you... I mean, it's just like the opposite of what you're saying, but it still goes on for way too long, and it's a terrible joke.
Shadow, you won the bet. You won, Shadow. Thank God you have money, because that's the only thing that's holding your fucking skinny ass.
That's right. And I got a whole bunch of it. I got a whole bunch of it.
But I am aware of what videos you lot would like to see. I just don't like to make any kind of promise. With that said, thank you so much for watching the video and supporting the channel. I very much appreciate it immensely, and I look forward to seeing you next time for whatever it is we may cover. For now, have a good one, folks. I'll see you next time.
Okay, so...
You know, Michael Douglas has been in 3...
Fuck off. So, okay, so in the last bit I didn't press any valid criticisms or nitpicks. I may have missed some, but I think overall he was just restating his case, which probably made his case better than the rest of the video. But I didn't really disagree. I didn't really agree with much, so No valid points being made there. I guess it was all just narrativizing. It's just like, yep, movies are being bad, and I'm the only one who could save you by nitpicking every single scene and saying where the CGI is bad. This is what I bring to the table. I'm Mauler, and I'm objectively right about things. Does he still do that? That was so stupid. Okay, well, that was a long one, wasn't it? I'm glad that all of my 333 subscribers watched all the way to the end of this movie. And I have, I guess, now enough watch time to finally get monetized once I get 1,000 subscribers. So why don't you just everyone just bring in 3 friends to subscribe, and then two friends. And then I'll have 1,000 subscribers. And yeah, do that, please, okay? Thank you. So was Mauler right about Ant-Man? Yes. Now we've come to the decision that must be made. I do funny voices when they're not applicable. Okay, so so I watched Ant-Man 3 for the second time. I watched it in the movies and I loved it. And I watched it again here. I loved most of it except for the ending. And then Mauler made a bunch of points that didn't really land. He nitpicked 263 nitpicks. I probably missed a million, but whatever. Maybe I counted too many as well. I'm probably on track. It's probably exactly 263, and that's bad. You suck, Mauler. Those nitpicks did not help your case. I don't know who agrees with you when it's like, yeah, they should have put the helmet back on. Dude, I'm Mauler. They should have put this is my main thing, is telling them to put the helmet on. I don't know who agrees with you on that. That's just so stupid. I know that helmets are incredibly protective, but they're not entertaining. These movies are to be entertaining. I don't know if you realize this. We don't need to see them wearing the helmets all day. If they have a lot of fight scenes, it's probably fine if they take the helmet off so we can see them fight instead of... I mean, whatever. Like in video games, you usually just have a button so you can hide the helmet, but you still get the stats from it. Are they going to introduce that into movies? Would that be good? Imagine just wearing a helmet all day. How stupid would that be? Fucking Mauler. That's the world you want. Just everyone wearing a helmet. Like, hey, something could happen. Like, he goes to construction sites and he's like, you're not wearing your hard hat. Don't you understand? Debris could happen at any moment. Fucking Mauler. Did he make valid points? I gave him 44 valid criticisms. I don't remember what they are. If I made a big video essay, it would behoove me to know what the 44 valid criticisms I gave him were. That might be nice. I guess a lot of them were about how stupid Kang was. Then he found several plot holes that didn't bother me too much, but they are in fact a thing that might bother other people, so I gave him a valid criticism for it. The overall narrative of him is just that Marvel has completely lost his way, and his idea of getting back to it is to put more work into writing, which is not wrong, okay? But then he goes into details that are stupid, like the helmets and many other things. I mean, you've seen a lot, okay? There were many other things that he went into that were just completely stupid. You know? That's what I look like when I drink. So what does a Mauler say? What sound does a Mauler make? I mean, whether or not I agree with him... Oh, I don't agree with him, but I will respect his opinion more if he makes a movie, a review about Love and Thunder. If he does, if he just picks this movie and he says, "Oh, this is the pinnacle of bad writing in Marvel." No, it isn't. Go watch Love and Thunder. It's a piece of shit and it's unfunny at every goddamn moment. And I died inside. And Taika Waititi is talented, but he's also a dumbass. And he was just a full-on dumbass the entire time when he made that movie. And he must be punished, and I will never let this go. And the fact that you think that this is like the worst just shows you out of touch, because if you ask people if they like this movie, I think that more than half of them are gonna say it's good. But you say that it's kind of bad. I guess that was your final review, is that Ant-Man is kind of bad. Or did you say very bad? Did you just say just bad? Well, it's some kind of bad, okay? And I don't think that people on average would think that this movie is any kind of bad. Maybe they think it's mediocre, but you didn't say it's mediocre. You say it's some level of bad, okay? And I disagree. I think you suck. That you think that this movie is so bad that it deserves to be shit on for 6 hours and have every little mistake in it, like, put on blast like you are CinemaSins. I cannot stand that you did this, and I don't like it. When you reviewed Star Wars, I see that there were a lot of flaws in those movies, and they didn't bother me as much as they bother some people, but I can acknowledge them, okay? There are some stupid things in the Star Wars sequel trilogy, and you made good points about them. In this video, I think the amount of good points that you've made is exactly 44, and therefore this video is 90% failure, because, okay, that's bad math. 80% failure. I'm not going to do the math exactly, but it seems like... You know what? I am going to do the math. We are going to be very scientific here, okay? We're going to take the nitpicks and divide it by... No, we're going to take the nitpicks plus the valid criticism, and then we're going to divide it by the valid criticism, and that gives us 6.9% accuracy. Oh, is that true? Is that 60%? No, that can't be 60%. What am I looking at? What is math? Can it really be that you were 93% inaccurate? Wow. You have an accuracy of 7%. Impressive, Mauler. You done it. 7% of your video were not an entire steaming pile of shit, okay? 7% of your video were not a complete waste of my time. Well done, Mauler. You are... I am as... Someone is a screaming Flanders, okay? I don't know which one of us, but... One of us is wrong, okay? But if you are right, then maybe you should have just stuck to the good points. Become a normal person who makes normal videos that aren't incredibly repetitive. If you... I don't know what you think. I don't know if you watched this video. I don't know if you think that this video was repetitive and stupid. My video. If you think this video is repetitive and stupid, then you... I don't know. You probably wouldn't like Mauler. I don't know. Maybe. He puts more work into it. And he fails more spectacularly than me, because most of his work is 93% nitpicks. His work is 93% nitpicks. I have scientifically counted all the nitpicks. I've forgotten many. I may have overcounted many, but I am confident that my number is correct, and I have mathematically proven that Mauler is 93% inaccurate and stupid. I hope that you all enjoyed my mathematical breakdown of Mauler. Now, did I enjoy this video? I think when I watched the first 2 hours of this video before I started commenting on it, it was mildly enjoyable. I think these videos are fun to watch, even if you disagree with them, even if they're stupid, even if he makes the same joke all of the time. They're good videos that you can put on the background, you know? I would never watch EFAP because EFAP is just so bad. I know, I don't have a leg to stand on. I make podcasts too. There's awkward silences. They don't go on for a million hours. But I think EFAP is uniquely bad as a podcast. I think the format is just uniquely bad because they just pause the media and then they laugh a lot and they have way too many guests that take way too much time, making way too few points, and I die. If I have to watch EFAP, I die, okay? If the EFAP people are watching this video, I should probably put that at the start. Do not bother watching this video. Just talk to me if you want. Just invite me on. If you're gonna put this video on your podcast, you might as well just talk to me. I'm easy to contact. Mumkey knows we have our shared friend that called Simian Jimmy. You have him on Discord. You can ask him to put me on your podcast if you must. I don't give a shit. I admit that I hate your podcast, and if I was on the podcast, I would not rewatch that episode. I would not watch any episode of your podcast because it kills me inside to watch your podcast. I know this is very harsh criticism. It may not be warranted. This is my opinion. I know that your podcast does well and my channel does not do well. I've only recently made this new channel where I complain about people who review movies. I'm having a good time with it. I'm putting too much effort in. No, that's not true. This video was a lot of effort. I spent way too long on this video. It was a big waste of my time. I don't know if it'll be successful. These are the gambles that you make as a YouTuber, and you're past that point because your videos are successful no matter how long and stupid they are. They have good editing, they have good jokes, but if you've just reused the same joke 10 times, is that still a good joke? Well, to some people, to me too sometimes. I like repetitive jokes. I am honest. I am the most honest YouTuber of all time, okay? I admit that I like repetitive jokes. I watch Rick and Morty a million times. I like the fact that they say Rick and Morty a lot. I like that Rick says, hey, we're Rick and Morty. Here's me saying Rick and Morty a million years. I think that's good marketing. I think repetitive jokes can work. I think you do terrible repetitive jokes that are not very funny often. But maybe I'm wrong because I usually enjoy your videos. Maybe if I agree with your videos, I can stomach the jokes even if they're bad. The Simpsons jokes were good sometimes, then they were stupid, then they became good again. Other jokes were terrible that reoccurred. That's it. I'm Rick from Rick and Morty. I just felt the need to burp because I burp a lot. I usually mute myself, but I let you have it, okay? This video is a piece of shit, and I don't even know that it's also perfect in its own way. It's a masterpiece of shit. Maybe I should have burped more, but maybe this one burp was perfect, and it doesn't need to be repeated 3 times to be perfect. This burp was not intended to be funny. I just enjoyed burping at that very moment. And I'm chewing on a cough drop because my throat is killing me after this performance. And I'm not even done. I still have to record the intro. Wonder what I'll say in the intro. Will I just say the exact stuff I'm saying right now? Maybe I'll say it better. Maybe I'll say it worse. Maybe it'll be good for the audience who have heard the intro to now return to the point where I'm right before I'm gonna record the intro. Oh, there's a bad joke. That fucking guy with his laugh was awful. I hate this clip, and you should please kill yourself because you put this clip in. You do not deserve mercy for the fact that you've reused this clip 10 times. This clip was not particularly funny to begin with, but now I hate it because of you, and you did this, and you need to face the consequences. I hope that my audience enjoys my thoughts on your video. I hope that the editor took the time to cut out the awkward silences so that I may seem more reasonable than I was when I recorded it. But that's what editing is for. You've edited your videos, and yet you've chosen to put in the stupid ass pieces from your podcast because that's just what you think is the best. I know you want to highlight your friends, even though Rags actually has more subscribers than you. I guess you're just so happy to hang out with him, but I think it generally makes your videos worse, and you should stop doing it, please. But you will not stop doing it, you will not listen to this. I'm fine with that. I don't know if you even should listen to me, because your audience likes you, and I don't have a big audience, and they don't like me that much. So you're clearly winning the YouTube game. You're a big populist who picked up on the fact that there's a lot of people who are displeased with Marvel. And you're putting into words what they think about some of these movies. And you have a great influence on them. I know people don't like the word influencer, but that is what we are. I mean, me not as much because I'm not good at it, but you are certainly an influencer. And if you tell people that a movie is terrible, then a certain number of your audience will in fact believe you. They might not see the movie because of you, and you have that power over them, and you're using that power to hurt Marvel, and I guess that's your right. I unjustly criticize some movies. Many games, I hate many games. I'm a game developer, and I hate many games. I don't know if it's a good business model for me to make videos where I rant about how bad games are, and how they should do better. I don't know if I'll keep doing it, you know? Maybe I will. What am I even getting at? Is this good? I think I'm making good points here, but I'm forgetting them as I speak, so maybe time is a flat circle and I've said the same things over and over again. I'm having a good time now that I don't have to listen to you anymore. It was a torture to make this video, and I hope it was mildly entertaining to watch. I hope that the editing has made it good to watch. If the editing has made it terrible, or if the editing wasn't enough to make it good, if this is a terrible video that was not fun to watch, then you can blame Mauler, because I made better videos where I react to content and they get more views and they do well and they're fun to watch. And I don't know if this is good or bad in comparison, and I don't know if I have the time to do another one of these ever again. I mean, maybe I'll try to do one in a single day and it'll be better than this. I guess my voice will just get progressively worse throughout that video. Will you enjoy that? Maybe for days on end after that I'll have to be silent and I won't be able to speak because my throat hurts. Would that be a valuable sacrifice for the YouTube gods? Maybe. I don't know how you do it. I guess I'm a fat guy. I was a fat guy. I'm less fat now, but I still have acid reflux, so my throat doesn't like it when I talk all day, but that's never stopped me before. I mean, sometimes it has, but in general, I still make the videos I want to make. Yep. I haven't talked about Mauler in a while, have I? Just talking about me? Well, this is my video. So, what do you guys think? Did you like Mauler? Do you like what I did here? If you want the best Mauler videos to watch, let's see. Let's go through the best Mauler videos that you could watch. All right, let's see what he has to offer. You know, the big man with the almost 500,000 subscribers and the secondary channel that is way more successful than me even. Avengers Infinity War and Unbridled Praise. It's probably a good video. I could enjoy it. There's no point in me reacting to it because I would probably just agree with it. Game of Thrones and Unbridled Rage. I think that was a good video. I guess YouTube forgot that I watched it, but I'm sure I watched it. lots of Game of Thrones. I think they're probably right, because Game of Thrones really did fall off quite a lot, you know. What else we got? Black Widow, an unbridled catastrophe. I thought Black Widow was alright, but you're just on the hating the Marvel movies train now. Is there anything you liked about Marvel's past Infinity Wars? Do you have Endgame on here? No? You can't be serious. You don't have Endgame on here? Well, that's tragic. I think Fringy did a video on Endgame, right? Am I correct in this? Yes, that is a very good movie. That's a very good video you can watch about Endgame being terrible, which I agree with. Oh, look, I left 2 comments. Did Mauler leave a comment? Doesn't seem so. Tragic. I would like to know his opinion, but he probably said it at some point, but I don't... there's no way to find out now, is there? Oh, back to the thing. Would I recommend any Mauler videos to you? I've certainly recommended the Infinity War. This video here is very good. Zack Snyder's Justice League. I thought Zack Snyder's Justice League was okay, but it was stupid and it should have never happened. And then I listened to his video and I was influenced to think that it's terrible. And he's probably right. I think he correctly influenced me in that point. He used his power for good, because Zack Snyder is a hack often, and he made a stupid thing there. He got the fans to harass people in order to, well, maybe not harass, but he weaponized the fans to get him this chance to make his vision, and his vision was not better than the original one. In fact, it may have been worse. So that's tragic, because he had a chance to make this better, but he made it worse, because he had to placate his ego and make some really stupid choices, like the aspect ratio. Like, why on earth would you make a movie that's like screen sized for a TV that doesn't exist anymore? Everything's widescreen now. Why would you make a movie that's not widescreen? That's so stupid, Zack Snyder. You have no shame. And Mauler was right about that, and that's a good video. So if you want, you can go watch that. Here is his retarded ass April Fool's jokes. Star Wars Rise of Skywalker has good writing. Yeah, wow, very funny, cool. I got this far into the video and then I stopped watching. That's like 3 minutes. It was terrible. Please stop making them. I hope you're not wasting your effort on them. I hope it takes you 1 day to make these. If it takes you a week to make these, they're not worth making, and you should stop it. So that was it. That was me reviewing Mauler, and I hope you liked it. I think it was good to do. It was a pain in the ass, and I probably could have worked on my games and gotten a lot of work done. Mumkey dared me to do it, and I did it, and I hope Mumkey followed through and edited this video for me. That would be very nice if he did. So, enjoy that. Yep. Alright, well, I probably can't change your mind on Ant-Man. I love Ant-Man, and I think that most of the criticisms in this video were just so stupid that I don't even understand how you could possibly agree with them. But if you hate Ant-Man, I guess this video that Mauler made is possibly for you, especially if you've watched 12 hours of this shit here of me reacting to it. And you would probably love, well, I guess you've already seen this video, then I guess, never mind. You probably want to see Doctor Strange, which is the same thing, for where he complains about a movie that was actually fine, but he fucking cries about it for 6 goddamn hours. Real catastrophe, that. Alright, well, fuck, I guess I guess April's coming up, and we're gonna see another retarded ass Mauler April video coming out in only 8 short months. Wow, can't wait for that one, I guess. Can't wait to ignore that one in my sub feed. This video here, Star Wars Cannot Grow Up, where he takes one episode of Ahsoka and states that Star Wars is bad, and he does it by wasting 2/3 of the video just comparing it to other episodes of other shows. Lame. Yeah, there's another burp for you. Now, the comedic timing would suggest that I would make a third one, but I probably will leave you hanging on that one. Probably not gonna happen. You know, it could happen. Don't give up hope, you know, the third burp could happen at any point. Ah, yes. The Mauler. The Mauler is the final boss of retarded reviewers, even though he makes good reviews every once in a while. When he makes the bad ones, they go on forever, and you'll be stuck there. If you wanna argue against him, it'll be impossible because they just go on forever. So yeah, Mauler is good if you agree with him. If not, then he is torture to you. But who knows? I guess you probably just agree with him. Maybe you're easily influenced, and then you just agree with everything he says. Maybe you're lying to yourself when you're thinking, Ant-Man, oh, that was actually a terrible movie and Mauler has convinced me. Or maybe I've just looked at the thumbnail and I've decided that Ant-Man is a bad movie. And I pity you because I have an unbridled joy in these movies. Ant-Man was great. It was a beautiful thing to behold. And I sure hope that Kang will be back one day, as was promised. So stay tuned for more anti-reviews, you know. This one took forever, and I'm probably gonna make more short ones where I react to people. So get hyped for those. Maybe not. I don't even know what I'll do. I have so much work to do. Well, smash that like button. If you're still here and you haven't liked this video, what's wrong with you? I just gave you 12 hours of my life, and you're ungratefully not even having pressed that like button. Are you even subscribed? Have you even bought my game Ballfrog? If not, what the hell is the problem with you, man? I mean, it's probably not a game that you'll enjoy, but I think I've earned those $5 from you by now. Okay, so go and do that now. Bye, everyone.